we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are.
Keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. When I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay.
you wish you could start brand new? Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the tells in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home, turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning. Nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangsta, G, Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC. The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out, I had to start running with the bar. far side, lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water, please. Give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to
said. Could things be harder? Said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. But something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blowing on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light. Or something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. If we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing it too. It won't be long before they're singing along. It won't be long before they're singing a song.
Be who you are, it sets you free. Never change who you are. Be who you are, 'cause you'll always be my guiding star. Be who you are, it sets you free. Never change who you are. Be who you are, 'cause you'll always be my guiding star. 'Cause you'll always be. 'Cause you'll always be. 'Cause you're right and I know, but I don't wanna think about it. We are who we are. There's nothing we can do about it. Save yourself from fear. Be true to who you are. keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another Super Saturday in the LPL. It is week number 3, day number 6, and guess what? It's Mazel and Lyric back again. You missed us, just one night away. I know, we're back. We're back, though. It's okay to kick off this wonderful 3-series day. How you doing, Lyric? You ready for this?
Yeah, doing good. 3-series day. Me and you finished off the night last night. Now we get to start off a new day today.
Exactly that. Speaking of last night, some fun series went the distance because it always does. And at least not always, maybe when we're on broadcast. So we are going to go back over some of those games because OMG got their first series win of the summer split over LNG, handing them their first series loss. And then JDG against Ultra Prime pushed the distance yet again for JDG, yet they remain undefeated.
Yeah, JDG able to bring it out. We saw the grudge match 369 versus Zoom, delivering a bit of a banger. 369 carrying one game, Zoom carrying another, but
Yeah.
JDG able to pull it through. And then OMG able to stop the imposters that were LNG. Hopefully LNG can bounce back and
You
start
call
to
them
look
imposters.
better. I mean, they were 3-0, didn't really feel 3-0, but still, hopefully LNG can bounce back and start to show like the potential that we know this roster on paper should be able to deliver.
Yeah, exactly. And now we look at the standings here as you see JDG take firm hold of that first place as we're about to round out week number 3. And still FPX at the bottom of the table. Legendary organization still looking to find their first series win on the season.
Yeah, still trying to do that. I believe that FPX should be able to manage and pull it through as they've had a really hard schedule to open up the split with.
They absolutely have. And that brings us to today's game because we're going to have a fun one. Starts off Rare Adam versus Weibo Gaming. That's one me and Mr. Lyric are going to be on. And then we have FPX versus TES where Hysteric and Ox will be coming in for that one. Our match of the week, following it up, V5 versus RNG. It's going to be a fun one. Again, you guys have to tune in. You have to stay around because it's going to be a long day, but a good one in the LPL here, Lyric. I'm very excited for that last series.
Oh, definitely, right? That one's going to be absolutely amazing. V5 still undefeated. RNG, our winner from spring. It's just going to be a huge matchup. But Mazel, we need to start.
I need you to get your hands up right now because we're about to take a ride. We're about to take a coaster. So everyone in the audience, we're about to take the Weibo coaster. Woo! You didn't put your hands. You didn't put your hands.
I'm sorry. I did it in
my
rehearsal.
God.
What?
Wow,
Doing it once
you baited
today.
me.
Doing it
I
once
can't believe
today.
Audience,
enough.
are you with me? Like, you see, he just left me on an island. All right, anyways, we got the Weibo coaster.
But yeah, Weibo coming in. We've seen Weibo have been like consistent in the sense of they've beaten the teams that did worse than them in spring, and they've lost to like our expected top teams coming through, right? Not able to beat EDG or RNG. They did push RNG the distance, and I feel like overall Weibo have been a bit of a pleasant surprise from how they played in spring. I feel like SOFM has been a bit more active in their recent series. We've seen Angel and On trying to influence the map more, and those have always been our big things for Weibo to pick up. If this team wanted to improve, to be able to see more out from them. And yeah, I feel like Weibo have just been overall solid. You know they're going to put up a fight against the top teams, and you know they should be able to dominate anyone who isn't able to measure up to them in terms of their roster, right? Having people like the Shy and Huan Fong able to take over and carry games.
I love their willingness to play to the strengths of their individual players as well and play to some of the unique tropes that these players represent, especially like the Shy being able to pick some of the picks that may be a little bit wonky, but hey, you get a chance to experiment, get a chance to try and feel out the meta, as you know, has been the common conversation for the LPL, but also for Weibo Gaming, I feel like, because they have an interesting way to attach it.
Yeah, for Weibo, I mean, again, just kind of seeing the bits of growth we've seen so far coming into a meta that honestly should be better for them, considering that we do have teams slowing down a little bit with the durability update that we got coming into the split. So for Weibo, they definitely come in today as favorites, and even if they perform up to how they performed in the RNG series, which did end up being a loss, I think they should feel quite comfortable today. But still, we need to see that, right? Weibo need to keep up that trend of just being able to come in, easily sweep the teams below them, and start making that run, to a top championship level, to a world spot, to everything you dream of when you're in the LPL.
Exactly, making sure that you prove yourself that you are able to take those top teams down, and not only the bottom tier teams, at least in the LPL here. But when you look across the table for RA, you got the Weibo coaster rides going off, multiple people going in, but RA are more like, you can ride the coaster. I'll wait. I'll hold the bags. I'm gonna wait for a little longer, as they definitely like to opt into the late game, opt into the scaling here, Lyric.
Yeah, they've definitely leaned into the update coming into, LPL 12.10 now on 12.11, because it's all about the late game for them, like you're hitting on. When it comes to early objectives, RA pretty much say, we don't care about those. First turret, first herald, first dragon, just really nothing that they're looking for coming their way, as we will pull that graphic up now. But one area where RA really do shine is, since they're playing a lot of these scaling picks, since Loyen plays to be a bit more of a farm-oriented jungler, they typically come out at 15 minutes with a gold lead, because they just focus on farm. If you're going to go for Dragon or Herald, okay, they're going to cross-map on the opposite side. They're going to steal away your camps, and they're going to be able to find these leads. And it's highlighted in the champions they've leaned towards, right? Ornn up in the top side, Corki is here in mid lane, and consistently going towards things like the Ezreal down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I do find it interesting, seeing the gold difference in CSD as well. Just the fact that they're able to, have a little bit of that going into the later game where you're finding that structure through their draft. And definitely,
isn't that crazy though?
Yeah, exactly.
First CSD at 15.
That's insane. And the fact that they're still able to try to find that, but I do think the bar of execution needs to be at a certain level for Rare Adam, because all in all, things could fall apart. We've seen it happen already in the summer split, but we got to harken back a little bit to last split and the last time these two teams met, at least in the regular season, where RA at the end of the regular season, week number 8, when Weibo were in a slump, took them down 2-0, Lyric.
Yeah, we came into spring with Weibo looking incredibly strong. They had some picks they really leaned on, and I feel like the meta early on in spring really favored them with things like the Corki Victor coming in, the scaling 80 carries, right? It was all about Jinx Aphelios every other game, and Loyen was really starting to shine. Not Loyen, I'm sorry. SOFM really started to shine, and the team overall just kind of looking solid. But once teams figured out their key picks, like the Gwen, once the meta started shifting to more proactive mid laners, Weibo started to struggle, and that's when RA, who have this new mid laner in Strive, really started to show their stuff. They come in, it's all about playing through jungle. It felt like a lot of the team was relying on setting Loyen up for success, and Strive really being the guy to come in and do so, and leading them to taking down Weibo Gaming in a pretty easy win. But we also need to remember that in spring, RA were one of our top teams, right? They were a team that went into playoffs and had a respectable performance.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of the chaos in some of their later games and later game team fights as well, but you can see where that combo of the mid-jungle you were highlighting is so important. But it's the heads-up calls that you see, like these realm warps and things, when, Ryze was super prevalent in the meta, that they try to set off the game a little bit, set the enemy team off kilter.
And it was great to see, right? Because these realm warps coming from a player like Strive, who's just coming into the LPL, and the fact that they're making these calls, looking for these engages, was something that was really impressive. So if Strive can show up today, and if we could have a good series out from Loyen, I think that's what RA are looking for to be able to take this. I think the way RA have decided to play recently doesn't really lean into letting Strive shine, because when you're on the Corki, when you're on the Azir, typically takes too much time before you're able to find that impact in the mid lane game, and RA have been a little bit volatile in other places on the map. Yeah. But the point is, we know there's hope, we know there's potential.
We do. I just want to point out, Weibo only got 2 kills in that last game there against him in the last one. It was given over. But anyways, it leads all to this. It leads to the pendulum. It leads to the jungle matchup, because it's Loyen versus SOFM, and I think a lot rides on these two, but it's a lot of the setup from the team but it's about the
There's a
performance
lot
on
of,
the day.
It is also a
It's
lot
also
of Viego.
I don't know. I mean, that's not out of the normal for SOFM, right?
Yep. For people who don't know, SOFM has played 10 games of Viego to split in 1 game of Lee Sin.
That's a lot.
He's really leaned heavily on this pick to where Lo Yan, I mean, kind of getting his hands into a little bit of everything, picked up what we see on our screen. He's played the Sejuani, he's played the Rek'Sai. And when we look at these two junglers, right, I think a lot of it is about their individual performances, like their clears. We can see experience difference 15. These guys are first and second in the jungle role. They really value being able to find their own leads, counter jungle, steal away camps, and just be set up for success. SOFM, what we said, has been a bit more aggressive so far in this split, so actually coming in 5th at, his kills plus assists at 15. But neither jungler really spending too much time around their team, which isn't very surprising. So we're kind of looking at both of them to have standout individual performances because it feels like that's what both of their teams rely on.
Yeah, exactly that. And it's going to come down to a lot of what we see in the draft. I know I personally really want to see the Rek'Sai actually find some success for Land. It's one of my favorite picks for him. But we haven't really necessarily seen that. I think it's very
we
niche
won't see it,
situation.
Mizzell.
I know
why?
we won't. I know.
You know why?
Why?
Because
Why?
SOFM's going to pick Viego. So, we're not going to get the Lee Sin, and then Lo Yan won't have to go, he's Lee Sin. Maybe I should pick the Rek'Sai. No,
You're right.
not going to happen.
Not going to happen. Hey, what if out of left field, out of nowhere, out of literally darkness, they ban Viego? What happens then?
I don't know.
I guess we're going to find out, aren't we?
We've only faced that circumstance once, and it was like, hey, Lee Sin's the only thing left open. Let's go for it. But still, coming in, definitely feels like draft going to play a pivotal factor with how both these teams like to play, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I think, but the biggest thing for me is the synergies, right? And looking to where, how do they play to these strengths? How do they play through these junglers when they're going to be skirmishing, they're going to be looking for those unique paths? And that's where, like, the big spotlight on jungle is nice and good, but I think you also have to look at the mid lane matchup, Angel versus Strive, and see what do they play around there? Are they going to play through top lane? As you see, Rare Atom, the team together is going to need to play through land. That's how they have found success.
Yeah, definitely going to need to play for Lee. And it is kind of hard, I think, when they are just opting into so many champions who can't really contest early. Like, if you end up with what we saw on screen, right, having things like the Azir in mid lane, if, say, like, Angel's playing an Ahri or so on and so forth, you can maybe generate prio, but still it'll be hard to push move and really enable Lien to do what he wants. So, it'd be nice to see if we can see a bit more diversity coming out from Rare Atom in terms of the picks they play.
Yeah.
We have gotten diversity in the top lane. His Cube, being the man who brought out the Nasus, also has been one of the, I think was the first person to bring out the Mordekaiser this split as well, which is kind of an ode to when he came into the LPL.
Against the Shy, who also decides to pull out something. The Anivia, the Kales. I mean, I know the Kales not that different.
He's played the Mordekaiser as
the
well.
Blind Jaxes, the Mordekaisers, all the good stuff. That's why, like, I think as a side focus, right, the solo lanes are going to be so interesting, and that's where draft adaptation is going to mean a lot in this series as a whole for both sides.
Yeah, I definitely think with the fact that we have such niche picks coming out in top lane and both teams kind of having such defined styles, that whoever gets that counter pick matchup in top could be extremely like important, even in terms of setting up for jungle, right? If you can come out ahead, find that huge lead in top side, start playing through that, get into the enemy, like let's say top side jungle, steal away Krug, steal away Gromps, and just pivot that into a win. I will say, I don't expect too much action early on, which is kind of disappointing. Could happen. Again, we've seen Weibo doing a little bit more lately, but still, I would say these are two of our like lower kill teams in the LPL who are fine getting up to that first 8 minutes. You get to Rift Herald, and that's when you really start turning things on, looking for the fights, looking for the skirmishes, and starting to open the map up. So, yeah, Mizzell, we're probably going to get to just hang back.
I'm hoping maybe we get a little bit of something different from Weibo here, knowing that RA like to opt into that late game, the far future. Maybe we do get a little bit of that spiciness coming into this one and try to like upheave a little bit of that matchup, especially looking to SOFM, maybe the Viego skirmishing with something from the Shy in the top lane. I think it's an interesting thing, but we also haven't really talked about bottom lane whatsoever. I feel like it's so interesting because we highlight the rest of the match and a lot of the top side of the map, but it's two pretty well-known ADCs in the LPL. I mean, I don't know if you know, but it's iBoy versus Hwanfong. I think that's pretty intense, especially with the way that the meta is leaning, and you see a propensity to carry through the ADC.
Yeah, and right? Having someone like Juan Fong, who is stable, who is very self-sufficient, is good to have. I will say he hasn't really stepped up to be the carry for Weibo this split, doing less than 22% of the team's damage so far. But you at least know you can rely on Juan Fong and on typically to have like a stable laning phase and be able to get into mid-game just fine. So at least you don't have to worry about volatility there. For RA, it's a little bit of the opposite because iBoy still does have those moments where he likes to look for the huge play, try to be the carry. It feels like him and Yu Yanja aren't always on the same page because even thinking back to like Yu Yanja's days on TES, right? That's why it felt like he was on Yumi duty because Jackie Love would like to go in, do those kind of shenanigans to where he really was one who would sit back, kind of farm it out, wait to try and find an influence in terms of later team fights. So it feels very much like it'll go extremely well for iBoy and Yu Yanja or incredibly poorly. So I mean, heck, just another matchup that could spell out good things for the side of Weibo.
Well, and I expect in the draft, right, I would think that we would get the ADCs picked early as we're going to be looking at counter picks and everything like that in the solo lanes because, you have iBoy who's played a ton of the Ezreal, relying on safety. It's also why he's a huge part of the damage percentage because, Ezreal does a lot of damage because of the poke. But I think if they're able to play off of that in the early draft, that'll be interesting because at least you'll have a little bit of stability in the bottom lane. And Juan Fong himself having a bit of a different champion pool, still the Ezreal, right, but still willing to bring out the Dravens, the Kallistas. So I think there's a little bit of a different focus for both of them in bot lane as well.
Yeah, I think it'll be nice because yesterday's series, right, we have JDG versus Ultra Prime where a lot of the times these guys aren't opting into some of our more aggressive duos, the Lucian Namis, the Callista Renatas, these things that have just been such standouts so far. We only saw one of those in one game. Game 3, I think, was when we finally got the Lucian Nami coming out for the side of JDG. Or it was, I think, Lucian plus something coming through. But yeah, today we definitely have 80 carries that are going to open up for these picks to be able to come through. And luckily, Mazel, we don't have to keep filling time. We get to get straight into picks and bans.
We do indeed. We're going to see how it all pans out. Again, the major focus in the draft is what does Liang get to pilot? What does SOFM get to pilot? And what are the supporting pieces to those junglers? Weibo on the blue side, Rare Atom on the red side. We'll see the Ari ban, the Renata, the Gwen. A lot of major pieces to the meta in the LPL right now taken away.
Yeah, now typically it'd be the Zeri and the Wukong to come through for the side of Rare Atom. Those were staple bans on the red side throughout yesterday.
Hey!
But no, RA are going to switch
Let's
it up.
go.
They aren't going to let the Viego come through and maybe just going off like, hey, we haven't really seen SOFM perform on too much. But now the question is, do you open the Wukong or do you open the Zeri? I wonder which bluff they're calling in terms of Weibo not being willing to first pick one of those champions.
I'm wondering if maybe that forces Weibo's hand in this last ban. You can see they're thinking about it a little bit, trying to figure out exactly what they want to go, and especially try to figure out how they want to focus this draft. It is the Lucian ban coming through, so a little bit of focus towards the aggression in those terms.
Yeah, wanting to take that one away from iBoy maybe ups the priority of the Zeri coming through, considering we have another 80 carry off the table. With Viego gone as well, the Wukong would be huge. The other option RA has is you could just leave both through and pick one, and that's what they're gonna do, right? You're kind of opting into the trade of, hey, Weibo, you get to decide, do you want Zeri or Wukong, and we'll go for the other.
And the Fiora ban, I'm a little sad. I had a sneaking suspicion we'd get maybe a Fiora somewhere in here, but yeah, it's gonna be banned away in the first game. Weibo opt into the Wukong in this matchup. We'll see if Rare Atom just want to go ahead and lock in that Zeri and get that power at least that we really haven't gotten to see because of the band presence that it has.
Yeah, that's what you would expect to come through, right? I feel like Zeri plus whatever you're going to match into jungle would be the typical rotation. But we've hit on RA. RA have really liked leaning into these long range, sit back, poke, wait for the mid-game compositions to come through. And they just instantly bring out the Corki. You're right, Ezreal's still open. That was the 80 carry we saw blind picked all throughout yesterday. Would give you a bit of mobility to deal with the Wukong, but it just feels like the Zeri is such a high priority pick that you don't want to ignore, and thank God that they don't.
Yeah, and especially when we were talking about them, opting in the late game. Zeri's pretty darn good in the late game. We'll see if he can actually get there, though, for Rare Atom. You can see already the way that they're styling these early picks and the way that they want to structure their composition coming in. But we got more Arcane coming at you. Season 2 on the way. It is Jinx locked in for Weibo and Nautilus. So powerful combo in the duo lane bot.
Gonna give them a lot of engage opportunity while still having some way of matching the scaling that will come through on the side of RA. and now Lian gonna opt into the Lee Sin, so give himself, potential to be that bridge in the early game that RA are looking for.
Rick.
Still doesn't really help the fact that Weibo will be able to pick, their own answer into your mid lane matchup and try and set themselves up for a stronger mid jungle 2v2 and make Lian's life hell.
What does SOFib go? What do we do? This is uncharted waters. I don't know what to do.
They first picked Wukong Mazel. It's not Uncharted Waters anymore.
I know, it is. It is Uncharted Waters because of the way.
I guess you're right. I guess it is Uncharted Waters.
That's what I'm saying. I'm excited to see him be able to pilot this one. I think it matches SOFM very well. And especially in the Lee Sin, I'm very excited that we're going to probably get some very unique paths and very interesting matchups there in terms of the skirmishing. We got to look at the second phase of bans here. We got the Braum banned by Weibo Gaming. We got the Azir, the Orianna banned by Rare Adam, and the Jax banned away against Q by Weibo.
Yeah, and I'm actually really curious, mostly to see what Weibo decide to go for a mid laner. GP being the highest, prio blind pick top open, if that's what RA want to opt into doing. We talked a lot about how important top lane counter pick could be in this sort of matchup, though, so looks like RA might go another way. But when we look at Weibo's side for what they can do to answer mid, I mean, you have some options, right? You can either go the aggressive route of picking something like the LeBlanc and looking for these aggressive trades early roaming on the map, or I feel like your other way is looking at a global, right? Both Twisted Fate and Galio are still open. You can set up to dive into that backline, and that is exactly what Weibo are going to do. Angel on one of his standout picks, the Shy, going towards the kill. Do we get Nasus? Is it Nasus time?
I hope so. I hope it's Nasus time. We'll see what the pick is going to be here for Q. Does have a plethora of choices as the Shy has decided, just opt in late game. Like what Rare Adam tend to like to do, as it will be the Kale scaling, waiting for that level 16 to try to get there. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Yes!
Let's go!
Let's go! Another Nasus in the LPL, and it's another Cube Nasus.
Yeah, Q bringing out the Nasus once again. Had a great performance the last time he did bring it out. And, was against OMG, now coming into today. RA sticking with what we know them for. The Corki coming through the Nasus, again, kind of leaning a little bit into the strength later on. Weibo kind of bringing back, I think, familiar things from past splits, right? The Twisted Fate coming out for Angel. I feel like one of the picks where he is willing to be facilitating roamer, get involved in his side lanes. Wouldn't be surprised to see him maybe try and alleviate some pressure from the Shy early, and then maybe pivot down to starting to set up Huanfeng. So, for Weibo, we're going to need to see the proactivity that we always ask to see from them. It will be required if they want to be able to find the win, especially some nice rotations in the mid game with the Destiny.
That's what
would be beautiful to set this up.
That's what I want to talk about a little bit, because I want to check back in. We were saying such a big focus on the jungle matchup, but especially what the supporting pieces are going to be. Weibo definitely getting some of those supporting pieces, at least in the Destiny with the TF in mid. And I want to see how that works out, because we said it could be an important factor to this, and it does feel like Rare Adam have a little bit less of that helpfulness coming from their lanes. But I do feel like, especially with the Valkyrie and a little bit of the quick movement, if we're able to see that movement from Strive, that'll be huge for Lian. But it's all going to rely on those skirmishings, the early pass of both these junglers, like we had said from the start.
Yeah, I will say Lian definitely taking more of a backseat role in terms of,
Yeah.
He's just going to be there to make sure these lanes go through smoothly and being set up in mid and late game team fights.
And here we go, onto the Rift for the first time of Super Saturday, week number 3 in the LPL. It's Rare Adam versus Weibo Gaming.
30秒到达战场，碾碎。
As we hit the Rift here, we get a nice little line of scrimmage. I feel like this is the first time I've seen this in a while. We were getting some spicy level 1s last night.
Yeah, we were.
We're not going to get that here today. We just got a little bit of spice in the draft. Again, we got Cube on the Nasus in top lane. I love that you said Lian taking a little bit more of a back seat instead of what is typical for Rare Adam. Meanwhile, Rare Adam taking a little bit of aggression onto On. Let's get the knock up there. The grand entrance, but the re-engage will be there. And this is an early level 1 fight. Everybody's getting involved here. Ignite's going down. On is getting very low, but the flash from Angel, the flash from Huanfeng. They're trying to chase down Yuyanja. This is a crazy level 1 fight. There you go. First blood for Huanfeng. There's the level 1.
Weibo find it. They did use 2 flashes and an ignite, but still able to get the kill. Yuyanja also being down all of his summoners. iBoy no heal. So a ton going on, but Weibo getting some gold on the Huanfeng. is a nice early start for the side of Weibo.
I can't believe it. It was calm, simple, easy. Five-point line of scrimmage across the board. Then we're like, oh yeah, it'll be. We had level 1s yesterday. Maybe we don't get that today. No, we get first bloods. We get ignites. We get Summoner spells across the board pretty much. And we also get the Shy trying to pressure Cube out of this lane early on with that advantage.
Well, especially level 1, right? This is really going to be one of the only times we're able to come in and actually be able to beat out this Nasus pick. Once he does get a few abilities under his belt, picks up the Wither especially, right? A champion like Kale who, doesn't have much range early on. You need to pick up those levels. You need to start ascending. And you rely so much on attack speed. That spell does so much, here, as well as being able to match the scaling.
Yeah, Dredgeline is going to come in there. I thought maybe they were going to fully engage, but Ano's not level 2. Was thinking maybe the level 2 was going to come. The minions didn't die fast enough there.
I feel like even if they were level 2, it seemed like RA had a bit of safety net in terms of where they were positioned, and Yanja being the one to be able to pick up the hook. So not too much going through. I also want to highlight the vision coming out from RA in that level 1. They had 2 wards in Weibo's bottom side jungle, so they should have a good idea of what SOFM is looking to do. But looking at Weibo now, you have Prio in top and bot. You should be able to keep that in bot significantly throughout the game. Again, the matchup will flip top side at some point, but soon we'll also have Angel being open on the map. But again, looking to punish the Shy.
The Wither onto the Shy. He can't get away at this point. He has flash, but it's not going to be enough. The Shy will eventually fall. Leyen picks up the kill, and now it's 1-1.
Yeah, Cube gets the Wither down. I believe it's like close to 50% slow at rank 1, so really going to prevent him from being able to get away, setting up the gank for Leyen. And that's kind of what we hit on, right? Leyen being kind of the one to start setting up these lanes early on. Any extra gold you can get into the pockets of Cube, iBoy, or Strive will be huge. He's the one to pick up the kill at first, but still, that only means he'll have a better buy. When he does go for his recall, he can come on the map stronger, and it might influence any of those 2v2s or 3v3s that come through.
Yeah, exactly. I think you have to keep an eye on how that's going to go, because especially when you see a little bit of that roaming there, we were already seeing on that first roam. Not able to get much, but at least the looks are there. And now we're waiting on that level 6 for Angel. We're waiting on the Destiny to be able to come through to try and get something started for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, luckily for Weibo, I mean, Angel's still only level 4, so not having to worry about too much right now. Was forced to go for a bit of an early recall. Typically, CF, you see them recall at level 5 or like right before they're about to 6, TP back into wave. Hit that level, you are now like fully bought whatever components you need. You have full mana, full HP, and you can look for a really strong first Destiny on the map. And for Weibo, I feel like the first Destiny is going to be huge, right? What kind of influence they can look to find. The fact that Cube doesn't have Flash but does have Spellbook, so obviously we'll be able to swap to other spells at some point, means like maybe that's a potential first avenue for a gank, especially since he will be pushing. But also bot lane, right? You already have Wanfong starting to become big with the fact that he did get that first blood. And if you could set the Zeri behind and not let her be such a menace when she has been such a standout on 12.11, that really could just shut RA down.
Yeah, and we'll have to keep a side on this top lane matchup, and we'll get the trade back and forth. But now we got Dragon coming up on the board, and Lan is down that way. We were saying they don't really go for these kinds of objectives that early on, but SOFM is also down that way. And we see the priority gained by Weibo Gaming bot lane here as they've been pushing up into the tower of RA.
Ooh, I want to look at the minimap, though. Leyen hovering around mid right now. Oh, they might find him.
They got
no
Angel
flash.
Here. Nice connection from Leyen. Angel does get the yellow card there, but he still falls. That's 2 kills for the Lee Sin now for RA.
Nice by RA.
Oh, my God.
Leyen's going to keep going.
That's a flash from SOFM.
And now going to be able to steal away SOFM's Raptors. SOFM might have something to say about it.
Yeah, this is a little bit of a difference, though, as Leyen might have overextended. Dredgeline connects onto the wall. Leyen just going to hop over. It's a Strive, and all is peaceful.
Nice sidestep coming out from Leyen to make sure the hook doesn't come through. Knows that the safeguard will be up soon and that he will be able to get away. And so far, RA finding some nice agency in this early game with Leyen's Lee Sin.
We get a replay of that one, too. They saw him walk into the bush and didn't see him walk out, so they knew.
Exactly. Just really nice use of the vision that they were able to get down. They also know he doesn't have flash from the level 1, so this should be relatively easy to finish off. Leyen holding the ward for after he does get stunned from the gold card to jump in and finish that one off. And for RA, when we've talked a lot about them playing for the late game usually. Like, again, just look at how they draft. The fact that Loyan's able to find such a nice early start is and even looking at the lanes, right?
Yeah.
The advantage that Strive has now been able to find over Angel, 59 assists to 43. Looks like Angel cleaning up a bit of a wave right now, but still will at least be a one-wave lead for Strive, if not more.
Level 6 is there for Shy, not for Leyen yet. We'll see if they can get away from the poke that the Shy is putting down. But it's funny, you know, we were talking about the facilitation that Leyen can do for the lanes, but he's gotten a little bit of that gold, so now he feels good. He can be that bridge for the team into the late game, and that's such an important component to the way that RA wanted to pick this one, and especially the way they wanted to structure their draft. SOFM was up there to try to aggress. We'll have to go ahead and back off as we get resets from both teams.
Yeah, Dragon's still on the board. Herald will be up in about 40 seconds, so curious to see which team will start angling for that one. The Shy's wave should start to bounce back by then, so maybe you can try and synchronize that with, like, unlocking on from lane, roaming them up, and looking for that objective. If not, RA being very proactive towards the bottom side of the map so far. But Loyen still doesn't care about early Dragons.
Does not. Even said hi, walked away. Huanfeng taking a little bit of extra damage down there in the bottom lane. Is level 6 now, though, so he's looking for those Mega Death Rockets. And SOFM is down this way. On knows he can start looking for an engage here as SOFM comes through the tri-bush. They do go for the dredge line. Not going to connect the zap, but you do see an engage onto iBoy now with the Cyclone coming through. Strive is right here, but the Destiny comes through. Angel, can he get the kill to Yuyanja? The burn is enough. There we go. Weibo on the board again, and now you have to look at RA running away for the rest of Weibo as they can't pull off the play.
No, still the Weibo able to find one kill is huge. Even on the opposite side of the map, the Shy has been zoning Cube off the wave. I've been actually paying attention to that on the minimap for the past, like, 40 seconds. So overall, Weibo find a kill on bot side with the Destiny. They are stacking up the CS lead in top, though Cube should have a pretty massive wave that he'll look to answer. Now RA trying to respond with Lilian already starting up the Herald.
Going to be a big pickup here for them as they can try to get onto the board here. As the first Dragon's still there, it's not going to be really a win condition at any point for stacking unless we get to a super late game. But the Rift Heralds will provide that extra boost of gold that RA can use to get their composition later on. I will ask, though, as we get into it, we're talking about, you know, RA going scaling. It does feel like Weibo have a decent amount of strength when you get to the late game. As we'll get back to that conversation, look at the replay of that bottom lane fight where SOFM comes in the nick of time.
Yeah, we see On able to find the hook onto Yuyanja first, sets up for SOFM to come in with the Cyclone. Angel following through with the Destiny, able to blast auto off with the Ignite to make sure that kill goes down. Sadly, On not able to find the hook to reconnect with Strive. Still being afraid of Angel with that gold card being in flash distance. Blue is on flash, but 1v1.
Cube is going in for it. The Shy is going to go ahead and use the Righteous Judgment, but he makes the mistake of stepping forward. Now Leyen is here, and now it's a flash from Cube, or from the Shy, rather. They're going to find the kill as well. SOFM is not there in time, but Angel's coming here. Dragon Rage kick out. We'll get SOFM behind. Yellow card prepped and ready to go for Angel. They need the vision there. Control Ward comes out. They're going to focus Cube here, but they have a lot of damage back. RA, Leon is strong here. Burn from the red buff will claim SOFM's life.
Like you said right there, just Weibo underestimating the damage coming out from Leyen, already having the Iron Spike Whip and the Caulfield's Warhammer, so definitely a nice amount more stats than SOFM, who finally did just pick up, looks like a Sheen on this back now that he's dead, but still, Leyen punishes the Shy.
That's a 10-10 Gore Drinker.
Weibo. Ooh, you're right. Gore Drinker. And sitting on an extra longsword on top of it, you even still have the Herald, but late comes the bot.
The engage stopped against Yuyanja. One more rocket will do it. Huanfeng gets one. He's trying to kite out, but it'll be iBoy hopefully landing that shot. He does indeed. Flash from On gets him away as Strive joins the fight, but it's just enough for RA to get another kill. It's traded, though.
RA also starting up the Dragon as well. We can see Lilian on that objective, and for a team who we kind of signaled hasn't shown that they do too much in the first 15 minutes, Lilian especially getting off to a huge start, and then this 2v2 kill coming out from iBoy and Yuyanja with the follow-up from Strive. The map right now is Rare Adams.
It is indeed. 4-0 for Lilian. He's really performing on this Lee Sin hugely, and I think it's been just the focus that he's been everywhere on the map. Now we get the Rift Herald in mid lane. There's 3 plates left, so you need them to do a little bit more damage. No wave to speak of here. And you also do have SOFM coming this way. You do have 3 strong in mid lane. Just going to get the tower plate and back away.
Let's remember, though, that Weibo have caused a lot of this to themselves as we're going to see Cube try to run the Shy down again.
The Wither. He does have a decent amount of damage with the Q stacks. The Shy's in some trouble here. He doesn't have any abilities to get out of this one. Does have a little bit of the slow there, but the Cube is going for it. Solo bolo for Cube and Rare Atom.
I mean, Wither is single-handedly one of like the best spells in the game. If you look at what Wither scales up to at max rank, it scales up to 95% slow and almost a 50% cripple. So for Cube, who's already getting some levels under his belt, is gonna have a really easy time running the Shy down. You're not gonna take too much damage from the Shy this early on once you do pop your ultimate. So Cube clearly having a very good understanding of this champion, and every time he goes for it, he has Lilian waiting in the wings just in case he isn't able to run him down, so he can bring his own damage to the party. So far, huge lead coming out in the top side off those two plates. We do see that Cube is still down in CS, but feels like he's more than making up for it in terms of his kills, assists, and plates coming through.
Yeah, and I mean, you still have the scaling factor for the Shy, but 0-3 at like 12.5 minutes. Hurts pretty bad to the mental. I feel like Cube gets the nice little cinematic rundown. They're walking into the sunset together, but Cube is the only one that walks out.
I love getting the Nasus replay because there's nothing you need to break down. It's like, okay, he presses W, he walks up, he Qs him.
Dog
That's it.
go burr.
Okay. Yeah, exactly. Dog go burr. 100%. I'm sure. Oh, wait.
Nice
on.
engage on there. You got the traps there to back it up. The on is just dead. And iBoy goes over the wall now. Huanfang's in some trouble. He has to flash, but flash ain't going to do you any good. Another double kill, and Lien is up 6-0.
No.
The Shy used his righteous judgment at the beginning of the fight, and Cube is just going to run him down again. People, don't watch. Don't watch. It's too easy. And it's Cube who dies. No. Oh, he goes golden.
He's dead. He's dead.
He is dead, yes. He might be dead. Oh, SOFM. Who's going to get it? Is it Angel or is it SOFM?
Clear one more minion, Cube.
Oh, it's going to be SOFM who picks up the kill. Hey.
I just want to point out. Wait, I got to point out, right? Weibo have done this to themselves. What is this game?
They blind picked it.
Well, I mean, even ignoring the pick, right? There. On walking into the enemy jungle by himself to get wards, dies. Huanfang trying to cover, dies. The first time, I think it was the second time the Shy went down where you pointed out, he was doing fine. He walked back into melee range of Cube, and then we see Lilian come, he goes down. SOFM in topside trying to fight that 2v2 against Lilian, he dies. Like, this is a series of disaster that Weibo have chosen for themselves.
Hey, I told you to get your hands up in the air. I got mine up right now. I can't check the camera, but, you know, I Trust me, because we're on the Weibo coaster right now as we go into a replay of all those shenanigans we just watched.
We were building Weibo up coming into this game. Honestly, this first 15 minutes so far is probably the worst 15 minutes we've seen out from Weibo so far this split, which is kind of tragic. And this is just going to happen for the rest of the game. Cube at the point of power where he can just ignore the damage coming out from the Shy. We already said he's going to match the scaling and just be an unkillable beast who can run them down.
I do feel like
you even do have a lot of lower range champions on the side of Weibo. Obviously, Huanfang will be hard to run down, and you'll have a rapid fire cannon coming out from Angel, which will mean he can try and just tether you on the range of his stun and his Everfrost. But until that time, he is fine dealing with the Shy in SOFM.
Oh gosh, look at those gold differences. That's a little bit worse for wear for Weibo Gaming. We do see the adaptation coming into the state of the game, as now iBoy will be in the top lane. You'll get the side lane focus from Cube in bottom lane now that the tower is gone. And RA claiming yet another objective. They will find the Rift Herald here.
You know, the fact that, like, the gold difference between Strive and Angel is bigger than, let's say, the gold difference between, like, SOFM and Yuyanja is quite concerning for the side of Weibo. I mean, look at this. Look at this. We're at almost a 6K gold lead at 15 minutes. 6K gold lead. A team that's... Oh, iBoy?
He gets the Cyclone use. He does have a lot of escape, though, and almost a full health tower to defend, as a lot of Weibo bodies up towards this top side on Huanfang up here. They want to go for the dive. The Destiny's going to be used here. They're TPing from RA, trying to get up here. Is Strive as well. iBoy getting low, but he has the kite potential. Mega Death Rocket goes wide. An engage on the side over here as they're trying to find him. A Cube is tanking up a storm. Now iBoy is trying to get into the fight. Does not land the beam, and they'll back away.
Okay, another thing that Weibo had instigated for themselves.
Oh
now
my
punished.
goodness. No
Another
way.
charge.
No way.
Okay, wait, Mazel, take over. I need to look up the fastest game of the split.
Oh, goodness gracious. Another charge hits the turret and then
Okay.
in-hip tower mid
Okay,
lane
Mazel.
takes some damage.
23 minutes and 33 seconds.
All
Can
right.
RA beat it?
How much of a roller coaster is this, though? I love it. Like, I'm having a blast. This is like
This-
high G
this is
maneuvers,
not-
upside
no,
down,
no.
turn it up, and like the flippity flip.
I don't agree, Mazel. You know what this is? This is New York in Vegas.
Oh,
This is like a
God.
super short, has like one big up and then one big down, and that is it. Because yeah, this game, I feel like we've already gotten through the majority of the ride. We're just kind of waiting to get off. As we see here, the dive trying to come through for Weibo. iBoy just having so much mobility on this pick. Yanja able to buy so much time with this W on the other members. You collapse on them with Strive coming in, and then the TP from Cube just seals the deal, making it so none of the other members can try and link up with SOFM.
And that gold lead is getting even worse. About 7,000 just about for Rare Adam here. Just under 18 minutes, which is incredible in its own right. They do have some stacking to go, but Lien is just looking for as much aggression at this point that he can put in. Because you look at this scoreline with this jungler, the spotlight that we put on him, this is exactly the kind of performance that we would want to see.
And Lien has been the defining player on RA. You know, whether anyone's opinion of best player between, again, like him, Strive, maybe Cube, whoever, I think Lien is unarguably the most pivotal player for this team.
That's a big engage, but the lightning crash turns it all around. Now iBoy's doing some serious work. Dredgeline to re-engage as Weibo are TPing in here. It's a 4v4 turning into a 4v5. The Rockets are landing, though. The Shy is just completely cut. The team is just leaving you behind. The Shy, you got to get to him. You got to run away. He actually does, but Cube is right here. Oh, he's going to slam him down. And there you go. Strive gets the kill. SOFM's clone buys a little bit of time, but Weibo left the Shy in the dust.
I'm committed now. I'm committed to needing this to be the fastest game of the split, which is how much Weibo are trying to force. I mean, they knew Cube wouldn't be able to answer in that play, right? So they try to TP the Shy in. They try to fight with numbers advantage. But the other members of Weibo already chunked so low by the time the Shy gets in there. He's then left to fend for himself. Cube is able to just walk from bot to mid. The Wither comes through, and nothing the Shy is able to do.
Oh, no.
So we'll see how the initial engage starts. SOFM coming on through. They see Strive backing in top lane, but he is TP to be able to answer quickly. And the Shy still sitting on his own TP, hoping he doesn't have to use it, finally comes in to look for the turn. But look at how much that rocket does, now making it so the members of Weibo can't re-engage. The Shy left in a bad position, forced to flash after Yanja tries to lock him down. But the dog is here. The Shy, you have experienced this before.
Who let the
RA.
dogs out?
Nope, no.
But
I heard Hysterics do it 3 times last time.
I had to do him
We don't
justice.
need it
I had
anymore.
to do him justice.
We
all
don't
right?
need it anymore.
I had to do him justice. Thank you, Hysterics. But it is RA who are running away with this game. Still no focus from the Shy here as he's going to go ahead and go down to Lien again. I think they might want to give it. Okay, yeah, he was doing a little bit of damage. I'm saying maybe they give it to Cube to try and get some more stacks, but we'll see the engage in mid lane here as Angel in some trouble as he went in for the fight. Mega Death Rocket's going to connect here onto 2, and they do find a way to burn down the GA here of Strive. If he actually survives here. No, the CC's good enough, and Weibo connect. Not going to connect onto Yanja to follow it up, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't rotate iBoy over. I feel like even in a 3v4, RA could probably come out ahead, because look how many ultimates they burned to make that play. The only ultimate you would have up in the following skirmish would be On's to lock someone down and look for the fight. So, but we see iBoy valuing getting an extra wave in sides, does back and picks up the BF sword as well as the crit cloak to come through. So at least a little bit closer to having that IE on board. And now we'll just see the replay of how the pick comes through onto Strive.
Angel
Destiny in from Angel. Fine that he gets locked up, not feeling too much start instantly into the Everfrost goes golden, and then allowing SOFM to join up. The damage from the rocket really just sealing the deal. And now he's left in a bad place considering that you still have these forms of lockdown up to bring him down. But we can see in the sides, right, both Cube and iBoy just pushing out, so not having anyone to come commit and maybe collapse on Weibo and punish that pick from coming through.
The biggest scare point right now is that RA are circling 3 items at least for iBoy, but have already gotten the 3 items for Strive. Strive also now has the package. Dragon coming up in 25 seconds would be so point for RA. Feels like they just have a lot to say on the map right now against Weibo with this lead that they developed now, right? I mean, they are 8,000 gold in the lead. It feels pretty good to be able to have that say, especially with Lien at the helm.
I'm kind of disappointed because look, you have the package, you have a huge lead, you are so close to breaking the record of shortest game of the split. What they should do right now is go to Baron, bait them into the Baron, turn it, burn, flip it. Who cares? If they fight you, you will just win. But RA, they're just gonna opt for a dragon. Looks like Weibo gonna try and trade vision on the top side of the map. We saw Angel pop Destiny. They want to try and get the scuttle. And it looks like SOFM should be able to get that one pretty free. So at least giving themselves some safety.
Yanja tries desperately to go for the engage. Does not land it. Has to back away. RA will run away at this point as Weibo are reinforcing the mid lane.
Yeah, Weibo have trying to cover. They do have good wave clear coming out from the Jinx, but RA also having good siege with the W's able to come out from Zeri, and Strive just able to keep pummeling through those rockets. Do they finally go for it? They don't.
They don't. They're not gonna do it. Just like you know, not gonna take that extra step, I guess.
The worst part is, well, you assume in game 2, Weibo are gonna flip the switch, make it a more competitive series. We're gonna go to 3 games. So if RA can deliver and double down on this hype, I am totally in. I'm sold.
That's what I'm saying. Like, what if we just get a repeat of Spring? Strive, you might be dead here. I think you are gonna die. That's Everfrost connected to the yellow card. They're TPing a little bit extra, but they're coming in to reinforce this. Cube is gonna try to stop and stop the TP of Angel. Oh my God, he destroys him, and that's 2 stacks back to back. Cube is a monster, good boy. We'll see in mid lane, though. On tries to get the re-engage on iBoy, but iBoy is going to zap his way through on Bonk's health bar. On tries to flash. That's a failure. The Poro comes up. They're going to have a little bit of fun with it, but Weibo get wiped again. The Shy, the only one left on the board.
Oh my God.
There's your Baron lyric.
You know, it's like if you have like a pet or something and you scold it and it like walks in the corner and just acts like you can't see it anymore. I feel like that's what I just saw right there. On, looking so cute, looking so innocent, trying to hide in the corner, isn't able to get away. See, but there we go, right? What we've seen from this past fight is, what a surprise. RA are just stat stiffing them at this point. Any fight that comes through, whether it's a 2v2, 1v1, and 3v3, I mean, RA should just handedly win. It shouldn't even come down to, like, necessarily even hitting skills. I feel like even just a war of attrition, a battle of autos, RA wins out significantly as we see how the picks started off on the opposite side. iBoy and Yuyanja playing in vision, and iBoy hitting like a truck right now. And Yuyanja able to lock down Hwanfeng to make sure the kills come through. And
hey, all the love.
What pals?
It happened.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, we're back in alive. Oh my God, the AoE. This is not the kind of fight you want to take, but they do trade back down. Yuyanja is already dead, and their Weibo are setting up for a re-engage here. On is stepping up, but he gets half his health bar taken out, and he's just dead. Lian gets another kill, and now Strive is looking forward with the rockets. He does land a couple onto the Shy. Cube is just pushing the side lane right now, and that's what you got to focus on, because they're just going to go for the inhib at this point, as RA are completely dominating this game. Lian waiting for the yellow card to go down, and here he goes. Righteous Judgment is used by the Shy, but now the Shy has no defenses, and Angel is just dead, caught out. The Shy in some trouble here as he's about half health, and Lian connects another one. He's not going to go in. He wants to keep that KDA. He's 9-0-3, and he has been the flagship for this win for RA. The Mega Death Rocket is going to go through, but Hwanfeng not doing enough damage just yet as RA pull out of Weibo Gaming's base.
Yeah, RA already creating so much pressure by taking that inhib. And then look, their Baron times out in 1:19. Dragon's up in 1:22. So RA will be able to keep utilizing this Baron to keep up pressure, keep up wards in the enemy jungle, and just take Soul. So we're going to see here Weibo trying to defend in their bottom side jungle and maybe catch out RA, but not able to do so. Huge damage coming through, especially from the Corki. Sure, Yu Yanja does go down, but especially once the Sonic Wave connects, it guarantees another to come through. And then these rockets just doing so much against
For me,
Weibo.
it's the Ultra Lasers. Like, iBoy's Ultra Lasers are insane. They're doing like half the health bars of Weibo. Look at that!
Oh, yep.
Look at it! It's ridiculous! He's gonna lightning crash, go forward.
That's the bump.
Angel's going golden, but it's just all catastrophe for Weibo. They're getting wiped. Another one hits. The laser beams are flying. It's looking like Star Wars at this point. SOFM is under tower. Lien connects another Sonic Wave. He don't need to see to take down Weibo Gaming.
Yep, huge plays coming out from RA. The Lasers of Doom. Strive able to pick it up as well, but Luyan, in my mind, definitely being the star of the show for orchestrating everything in the early game.
And this will be the finishing touches. Cube fine to tank it up, has the stacks to siphon away the life of Weibo Gaming here, as it will be game one going to RA. And I'm starting to smell some reminiscent times from spring where RA dominated Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, that was that felt more like a scrim or like a warm-up match than it did an actual official match of the LPL. There really isn't too much to say about it. Luyen, I mean, he punished Weibo, right? And Weibo, you punished yourselves.
You did.
We saw many times Weibo the ones to instigate the fights, to instigate the 2v2s, to aggressively push into the enemy jungle by yourself. In the case of On looking for vision, Huanfeng trying to go with him and kind of getting pulled into the tussle. So many times where, I don't know, felt just a little bit egregious coming out from Weibo. They're a team we know who can do better, who have done better against teams like RNG in their last series, where they were able to like force RNG to give everything they had to take that win. But this one was too easy for Rare Adam.
And I want to dive into Weibo a little bit more here, and maybe it'll get a little bit nitty gritty while we do. But I want to highlight, SOFM having to go to the Wukong, but I don't think that was necessarily the biggest issue, right? It's the fact that we had such a big gap in top lane that I think the focus for Weibo Gaming is a lot more simple going into the next game. They need to find stability in some way, shape, or form. Don't care what it is, but find stability so they can actually go toe-to-toe with RA and not go down early like they did.
Look, the Shy had an egregious game, but I feel like there was just so many mistakes across the board, right? That it's so hard to, because like the Shy, I mean, we highlighted all the times where, especially that first time where he could have gotten away and then didn't, then the matchup becomes so hard. Blind picking the KL just feels like you can't do it now that so many answers have come out. And now we're even on 12.11 where the turret damage has been toned down a little bit to where dives, once again, maybe a bit easier to be able to come through against a champion like Kale. But, I mean, even SOFM making mistakes, again, trying to look for that 2v2 in top side. Mistakes coming out from Huanfeng and On. Just really felt like across the board, Weibo had too many uncharacteristic incidents happen at the same time that just allowed this to snowball out of control. But the main thing, Nasus, now more than one game, still undefeated in the LPL. You're gonna rue the day when you blind pick Kale against you.
He was so scary. Like, it just felt really bad for the side. Because every single time, literally, he would just show up, Cube would wither him, and he just chases him down under turret. Rinse and repeat, over and over again. And you see that gold graph is very reminiscent of the dominant 27-minute victory that RA had. And you see a little bit of those numbers there. A lot of effort from a majority of the team for RA. Cube, not the highest KP, but I think a big part of the reason why RA won with the massive amount of pressure he was putting through in the top side.
Yeah, pressure was the name of the game, right? Because sure, the kills came through, but the pressure that was there just allowed for Luyen or Strive or whoever to move and do whatever they wanted on the map. So, RA, massive kudos. Let's see if they can do it again, Mazel.
Let's see if it'll be a rematch from spring or if we'll get to go all 3 games like we typically do between me and Lyric. We'll see what happens, though. On the other side of this break, we'll be right back.
Gonna pick up yet another kill. It's a double. It's a triple. Is it a quadra? Is it a penta? Gonna get it again. The penta kill for Gala.
The LPL are king again.
Cleared on the wrong side of the map though as Ming looks for a hook. The Warthog means Cleared can get to his bottom lane. Care needs to look for an execute at this point. Honestly, Wei is here, but Care actually has flash available. There's a root. Gonna W. Oh no! Care, that was so easy.
Royal never give up. A team that needs no introduction. A team that has dominated the LPL since the beginning of time. A team that is defined by one man in the bot lane. Wait, what year is it? For RNG, winning is their legacy. And winning through the bot lane is what they've built that legacy on. And with Gala in the bot lane, that legacy is secure.
And now the chase down from Shahu. Gold card comes up through. Hunk falls. It's a double kill for Gala as LWX tries to escape, but the killer instinct is in. And Gala takes another.
Come on, let's go.
And Wei wants to finish off. Cares trying to block. There's a good taunt, but it's not good enough. As Gala free firing on the top side of the play. The Kindred ult will keep people safe. It's pure carnage. And Gala is the king of carnage.
But don't place your bets just yet, because on the other side of the coin is a team that was built to do one thing. Can you guess what that might be? Victory 5 are on a hot streak, and even without their superstar mid laner, this is a team that can step up to any challenger.
Phoenix, the first team all-team ADC from spring 2022, picks up a double kill, and B5 cleaned house on LGD.
Because when your opposition's the MSI champion, you have to be world class.
Slingers are just keeping Karsa in tow, and finally he reveals himself to show that he was the true man all along. They will try and take out Southwind, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to Photic. Putting in so much damage. They are going to try and trade back Photic, but even now you can see how difficult it is. He even cleanses it back. Double kill right at the end there. Should be a triple kill coming out here for Photic. And that's going to be the game, the series, as another 2-0 comes out for V5.
그냥 아무리 바뀌어도 적정글 없으면 무조건 되는 거라 그냥 별 생각 없 그냥 똑같은 것 같은데 그냥 뭐 코치가 준비하는 거니까 그거는 선수들은 그냥 열심히 게임하고 전략에 맞춰서 호흡 잘 맞춰서 게임해야죠.
Welcome back to the LPL, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Azel, joined by Lyric yet again as we are in the thick of things here with RA versus Weibo Gaming. And you got to hear a little bit from the Shy there. Definitely didn't go that way in game number 1, Lyric.
No. I don't know what tactics their coaching team planned that they said they were going to play well and scrims it on stage, but I don't know. Doesn't even feel like we had a game in game 1. I think the MVP, very well deserved,
Absolutely.
very obvious.
It's got to be Luyen. I mean, who else could it be than the Lee Sin, who absolutely smashed, unkilled, 11-0, was every which way in this game against Weibo Gaming, and especially against SOFM, who we set up at the beginning of the game. This would be the pendulum of this series, and so far, it's all on Luyen's side.
Both junglers defining factors for their team. Luyen, in my mind, was one of the best junglers we had in Spring Split, a top performer, and one of the reasons why RA were able to make it into playoffs, and then coming out in this first game, just completely controlling the map. You hit on it in game that he just felt like he was everywhere, ganking top, influencing bot jungle, picking up dragons, picking up heralds, seriously just punishing every mistake made by the Weibo Gaming squad, always in the right place at the right time. And I mean, if Luyen can have another performance like this, we're going to have a very, very quick night. At least a very quick first series, even solo killing the Shy here. And we need to remember, these guys used to be teammates.
Yeah.
Luyen used to play on IG with the Shy and enable him. And now he's like, get out of here, you washed up old man.
No.
It's my time to go win a world championship.
Oh my goodness. Little side note for all you counters out there, if you ever need to count to 10, I know it went to 11, but you could slowly see in those replays, one at a time, Luyen picking up the kills. So shout out to everybody who needs some help. I know I do. But it was RA who came out dominant, and I think it was reminiscent a little bit of their domination in spring against Weibo Gaming. And going into this next game, you got to see something. I said at the end and going into the break that like Weibo Gaming need to find stability. They need to find something that they can play through that will find at least some sort of stable ground to stand on earlier on.
Well, I know one thing we won't get, which
is it the Kale?
I don't want to speak too soon, but I doubt we'll get a blind pick Kale coming through from the side of Weibo. Weibo's still going to opt into staying on the blue side and already pivoting some of their bans. Keeping the RA ban, but taking away the Corki this time around from Shrive.
Yeah, RA will ban away the Gwen and the Viego yet again, SOFM. Have to come back with maybe the Wukong being left open again. The Lucian banned by Weibo for the second time here, and a little bit more focus towards that potential Lucian-Nami combo in bottom lane. But this is where you expect RA to keep open Zeri, and there we go. Fiora banned away again, and now there's a decision. Zeri picked up for Huanfeng and Weibo Gaming this time around.
Yeah, Weibo deciding that that was way too much of a problem. We saw the benefits of the buffs coming through with, your fact that your W now critting when you do shoot it through walls and just how much damage that is able to do. RA, oh wow. RA maybe gonna say like, who cares about what is maybe higher prio in this meta with the Wukong? Let's just go back to what gave us so much success in game 1, and that was Luyen taking over the early game on the Lee Sin. I'm curious to see what RA's answer into the Zeri is, because I feel like every game we've seen Zeri, there's just really nothing that is able to hold her down, nothing that's able to tie her down and start finding those early kills. So RA maybe just going to opt into the same setup that Weibo had. You just look to match early in terms of being able to clear the wave with rockets and hope that once, you come online with 3 items, you get the IE that you can start taking over.
I was wondering about the Ezreal, see if that was going to come through for some comfort for RA, but not the choice here. And we get the double lock-in for Weibo Gaming. They got the Nocturne and Renata here as the double.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see how this goes, right? Because Nocturne and Renata typically having a bit of like play patterns in terms of like SOFM going to want to dive into the backline, get on top of that immobile AD carry and punish the Jinx, to where on the Renata, right, you're more comfortable the enemy team coming into you kind of being that counterbalance of not enabling the engage. I guess if you're ahead, you can push people into like tight areas, or if you're on Dragon, start up the engage with that ability, especially in tight corridors. So for Weibo, I'm really interested to see what soul laners they decide to round out this composition with. for RA, they're kind of all-inning on the 5v5, able to come through with the fact that they've now locked in this Nautilus.
I will special shout out to SOFM, really branching out at this point. That Viego was banned away. Leeson taken. He goes for the Nocturne this time. And I want to see how it goes, right? I do feel like SOFM can have a pretty strong performance on the Nocturne, especially if he has the right pieces in place around him, looking at those solo lanes, hopefully. But as we are in the second phase of bans, we do see the Jax banned by Weibo, the Azir by Rare Adam.
Yeah, for RA, they banned out the Orianna as well. In their second rotation of bans in Game 1, when they were concerned about picks that Angel can pick on through, but instead going to take away the Lissandra. Not too much opened in terms of what Strive usually goes toward. Strive has also played the Orianna in the split. He has a game on the Galio as well if they want to maybe try and look to kind of counteract some of this dive able to come through. A champion who, things like Renata, I think feel like pretty decent being able to go up against, but...
The respect is given. It is.
Maybe not the respect. Maybe Weibo do want to go towards the blind pick Kale once again.
Nope.
Or, RA maybe saying, screw that, you ban away the Jax and the Nasus, we'll pick it up ourselves.
Yeah, they want to go for a little bit of that scaling, but they did ban away the Lissandra, and that immediately brought my attention to the LeBlanc possibilities, and it does get locked in for Rare Adam. So they're going to save the counter pick for top lane.
Interesting as well, because I don't feel like we've seen too many people picking the Lissandra into the LeBlanc lately. I feel like we've mostly just kind of seen it against the R. And there it is. There it is. Pack it up.
Never say never. Lyric, never say never. You put down the Shy that way, he ain't going to let you get away with that one. He's going to run it back and try to have a little bit of a salty run back time. As he did lock that in. It's going to be the Sejuani response by Rare Adam.
I wouldn't be surprised if this actually is a bit of a quick one coming through once again. I will say for Weibo have all in on side lanes and the global pressure able to come through. So not only can Angel try to match to cover that top side, but SOFM now with the paranoia can look to join up as well. It'll be really good once we get into the mid game and you can start setting up that 1-3-1. Maybe even punish with double soul laners, Angel TPing into cover for the Shy, SOFM playing the opposite side of the map. You have so many objectives that do open up. In this bottom lane, gonna be able to comfortably sit in mid once we do get into that formation that they want to opt into. To RA, I feel like their comp, once again, kind of having a little bit of it all. You have some scaling semblance there with your AD carry. You have a frontliner in the Sejuani who is also a lane-dominant melee bruiser, assassin, burst mage. So from what we've seen, he will win out in the lane, I guess the point I'm getting to. But you also have a strong mid laner who's able to work with what Lian has in the jungle this time around. So it shouldn't only be Lian looking to influence the map. It should be you linking up with your jungle, attacking this Twisted Fate, maybe trying to burn a summoner, making it hard for him to use Destiny, and then pivoting into ganking these sides and punishing the Shy once again.
Yeah, because we saw how successful Lian was in that first game specifically, but now that you have a little bit more of that mobility, a little bit more of that teamwork, I think that's super important. And it's super testing for Weibo Gaming, who are running back, bits and pieces of the composition, at least in terms of the way they want to approach the game, but it's got a little bit more nuance. It's got a little bit more proactivity for SOFM. It's got the Nocturne that you really have to look to those level 6 marks, the Destiny, the Nocturne Paranoia to get off the ground for Weibo Gaming. They have scaling, but it's going to take some time as we see RA trying to repeat from spring 2022 and wipe out Weibo Gaming in 2-0. We'll see if Weibo Gaming can resurge into this series and bring us the distance.
Weibo, I feel like have a tough task ahead of them. Cube should have a solid time up in the top lane, especially once he does hit that level 3 mark. We've seen Sejuani able to consistently win out in a lot of these trades, and early on even ignore some of the damage to come out from the Shy. The Shy will win at level 1, which is why he's trying to hunt Cube down. And just kind of abuse with some of these autos. But
oh my god, again. This happened again. Like, we're getting the level 1 shenanigans, and it's Weibo Gaming falling for it for a second game in a row. You were saying a quick one. Well, iBoy's already getting pretty excited in this second game.
It's actually a mirror. It's actually a mirror of game 1 to come through. Just
how does that happen 2 games in a row?
Yeah, level 1s all around, but I mean, coming through this time with Yuyanja being the one to pick up the kill, and Weibo still wanting to contest for this.
SOFM, this is some trouble here. The chain connects, and they're going to get more. They're just going to get more. iBoy cleanses, and now the rest of Rare Adam going back to the red buff. This is 2-0 of a start for Rare Adam.
1K gold, not even 2 minutes. We're once again aiming to break the record. We're speed running 23 minutes, and I think it was like about 30 seconds to come through.
At
But
this
Lil Yen,
point, like,
gonna take away the one big Raptor, get level 2 off of mid XP.
are Rare Atoms just the kryptonite? Like, are they just, like, do they just mental diff Weibo Gaming? I don't, like, it's such an interesting conundrum happening here where, honestly, it's a trend. I'm starting to see a lot of, bottom tier or lower in the standing teams in these last couple days have really found their strength.
Yeah, you're right. We had teams like TT picking up wins, LGD picking up a win as well.
Back to back picking up their first wins of the series.
And now RA do have a win already, but still, you're right. The fact that some are lower in the standings teams being able to pick it up is quite nice to see. We're coming on to a new patch. They've had more time to scrim, figure out what they like in the meta that we've had, and they're really bringing it together. RA were a team as, okay, we should be fine. RA were always a team that I believed would pick it up a little bit as the split went on, considering the fact that they have kept the same roster from spring, so at least should be able to outpace some of these teams that have made roster changes. And they were a mid-tier team in spring, right? They aren't a team that I expect to see sitting 16th, 17th. They are better than that, as Lil Yen maybe posturing up for some aggression once again, but the ward from the Shy will mean he's safe. So Lil Yen will just go for this Scuttle Crab.
Yep, getting a little bit of top side vision, trying to keep up in some pace there. I thought maybe the visit towards top lane might work out, but the Shy playing it pretty safe there, knowing that the vision is there, plays pretty nicely against Q. We'll be continuing to trade up there, though, so we got to keep a side eye up there.
As are coming through, Mazel.
Yeah, I was going to say, the pigs are coming back, because this is how they got off the ground run last time. Just a quick visit from Lil Yen to top lane early on, and there you go, you started winning. The biggest thing, though, about this early lead for RA is Yanja is the one with the double kill so far, but now they're looking for more for iBoy. They want to feed him here. Run Rocket, and On will survive with the bailout for a little bit longer, but iBoy going to be just as excited at that level 1.
And I feel like we get to see the benefit of Yanja getting some of the early kills, right? Because right after he got those kills, he backed, and he picked up a Ruby Crystal. So already having more HP, those engages are more forgiving. He can tank more damage, but now Lil Yen and SOFM might have a little bit of a fight as we see Strive moving up.
Yeah, they do have that mobility we were talking about with Strive, trying to move out of this mid lane, kept the pressure up, and they could be looking for a dive. You see Weibo going to clear the wave, and I think rightfully so, Rare Atom realized they don't really need to do this.
No, even with the turret damage nerfed from what it was on 12.10, so it'd be an incredibly risky dive to take with the fact that SOFM's here and at full HP, so they are just going to back off. Not even going to risk to try to overstay for the counter jungle, knowing that Angel was answering that wave the whole time, so Strive will realistically have to get back to the wave and pick this one up. Lil Yen having all of his bot side camps up already, I feel like you can once again look to cycle through your jungle, open up another wave for Strive to move, and then look to punish once again. Bot lane so far is doing fine, just chilling in that 2v2, so if Lil Yen can keep spotting out SOFM, who... right, he's on the Nocturne, isn't an extremely, strong early skirmisher in any regard, especially in terms to, 2v2s and 3v3s. Everything you're bringing a bit of single target, especially with that fear able to come through. So I'd love to see them keep linking up, keep playing around Lil Yen and spotting out where SOFM is on the map.
Indeed, as we're looking at top lane now, Cole was picked up for the Shy just to try to keep that farming, that scaling going as much as they can in top side, as that'll be a late game win condition for Weibo Gaming, where they need to play towards those win conditions at this point. It's 3-0 in favor of RA. We'll see if Weibo can get on the board here, as Yanja's caught out, and those couple kills ain't gonna really do much when you're caught out by the entire team almost of Weibo.
You know what's tragic? His flash is about to come up in 1 second.
Yep.
His flash literally right on the verge. Nice punish coming out from Weibo. They overload around mid, expecting this to be a timer where Yanja and Lil Yen will look to punish, especially with the fact that Yanja was coming out from base at that time. So they look for the punish. They don't really lose anything in terms of bot wave as well. Juan Fong and On able to get back to lane in time, look for the punish. But speaking of punishing, Lil Yen also still counter jungling up in SOFM's topside jungle, stealing away the wolves.
That's been consistently doing so all game. Those early kills, that early lead for RA really gave him the confidence on this Lee Sin, as well as from last game with the incredible scoreline he had. Meanwhile, Q burns the Ignite there, try to get the Shy down. Righteous Judgment is available, but Lil Yen is on his way. Does not have level 6 yet. That's a big difference here. They want to try to put down the Shy early on and bring some of that success from game number 1.
SOFM's on his way up, though.
He is.
There's going to be a bit of a tight window here for RA, but SOFM, now that he's here, Angel doesn't have a lot of mana, so he's recalling now, but does have the Destiny. Cube not able to get the wave in time for them to go with that dive, so I think it is a smart move for them to back off and just have Loyen get back into clearing. Even having Aibo and Uyanja pick up the Scromp is quite nice and accelerating their own advantage forward.
Yeah, and that's the second time we've seen Loyen really want to try to get something going top lane. He realizes that, you know, if Cube can get the lead up there, he can start focusing down towards Ivoy, towards Uyanja, start stacking up the objectives, which they were doing so good last game, which we didn't really expect. And now, especially, try to get Iboy to a point of carry position, right? You're going to have Strive that's able to move out of the mid lane and help in those transfers, and especially trying to get Iboy as much gold as possible on this Jinx.
Oh, I love how fearless Uyanja's being with these trades, especially since he has the Kindle Gem already.
Oh, Mega Death Rocket dodged out from On, rightfully so. The heal comes out. Give On a little bit of health bar to work with here.
SOFM trying to make his way over. He has Paranoia.
He does. Iboy stepping forward into the jungle here. As they're going to walk up towards this dragon. Pink's coming down. We are back initiated by Uyanja. SOFM still hovering down this way. Like you said, Paranoia available, so they want to pull the trigger, they can, but looking like a bit of a reset coming through from On, who had lost a lot of that health to work with.
Yeah, now we're going to be looking up towards the mid lane. Loyen shouldn't be able to find anything off this. I'd like to see them start pivoting up towards the top side, which they're doing now. Cube about to have his ultimate up once again, so you can maybe even try to pivot into a top lane gank with Sejuani ult and create pressure for you to be able to more safely turn on the Rift Herald. RA are bringing their bot lane up already to where we do still see Huanfeng in the bottom side, so it seems like RA wanted to all in on picking up this first Herald.
Yeah, there's a bunch of pings from RA to get that way. Weibo will have a response, though, and I think this is a crucial and pivotal point to Weibo Gaming. If, you know, SOFM can really find success with this Paranoia, it's going to be huge, because we haven't been able to really see much proactivity from SOFM, which I think is something that Weibo Gaming need to rely on if they're going to find a win here.
Yeah, Weibo being very patient. They've actually kept Huanfeng in, not showing on the wave, maybe to try to bait RA into something. Huanfeng is finally going to recall, and Weibo are still in the area.
They are on just playing a little bit of vision game, but it will be the Rift Herald secured by RA as SOFM walks back just to keep farming, try to keep that farm pressure going.
I don't know. Pings are coming out, Mazel. They're not going there yet. We see Huanfeng going to mid. They had assist pings on the Herald, which I guess mean absolutely nothing. They're just going to pivot back down to bot. I don't know. I feel like you could have just kept Huanfeng down and maybe gotten yourself a plate in the bottom lane, but
now
overall, Weibo not really answering.
Yeah, now RA have a lot to work with. They have the Rift Herald available. They could move down towards this bottom side to try and contest the Dragon take that Weibo is looking like they want to start off here, but it is just going to be the trade of objectives at this point. No push of pace for RA.
Still, I mean, the fact that Weibo weren't able to answer with any plates in bottom lane, I still feel like makes this feel worth for RA, because with the fact that they committed five members top, right, it feels like Huanfeng could have done more to deny Iboy in terms of CS and waves. Iboy actually still being up in CS after the play that happened, despite the fact that Huanfeng didn't move. So
he's gonna have the call soon too.
I do think it was a missed opportunity, but Loyen, not wanting to go for the Dragon, signaled that he wanted to make a play like this up towards the top side right. You still have the Sejuani ultimate available to try to lock down the Shy and then bring all the burst from the Lee Sin. You could quickly pivot that into a play, but SOFM now knows this play real well.
Oh, Iboy in some trouble. Handshake comes out. Cleanse not going to be enough today. And On gets the kill. Paranoia top lane, though. It's a 2v2. And the Fear actually connects. Kick from Loyen, but they're going to get this kill to the Shy. There you go. SOFM actually gets it. Here comes the Destiny as well. Yellow card connects. And Cube is going to go down. He can't get anything back. Weibo Gaming. They return fire.
I mean, SOFM doing a much better job this time around covering for the Shy and matching the ganks coming out from Loyen. All of it coming down to that Paranoia. I guess that's why Weibo opted into so early picking up this Nocturne. And then we saw, right, the 2v2 kill able to come out from Huanfeng and On with the handshake connecting from the brush. Really nice return from Weibo, who started this game 1,000 gold down at 2 minutes. Now they are 2K gold up at around the 11-minute mark. So nice bounce back. We'll see here. They find the combo. Sejuani ultimate comes through, but SOFM was waiting just by his drop to be able to follow forward. Shy able to just free hit Loyan all this time. Even flashing away, does not get hit by that W in the Anthem Cube. And then with follow-up from the Destiny, easy pickings for WBG.
Yeah, and you look mid lane, right? There was really nothing Strive could do to get up there and help. That's the power that you get with the semi-globals that Angel was able to grab with the TF, and that is a key unlocking point for Weibo Gaming, right? We said at the beginning of the day, it's all about how the pieces work together with SOFM. I think you're starting to see Weibo Gaming wake up a little bit here.
Yeah, Weibo, I think, have been playing solid for the past few minutes. I think RA are the ones who need to adapt a little bit. It'd be nice to especially see a bit more movement coming out between you, Yanja, and Strive. iBoy should be able to pick up these waves pretty solidly, but with the fact that you do have this, tank support that can safely walk into River and face check without too much fear, if you could start getting him to enable Strive to start moving, and then just transfer pressure back and forth, I feel like that's where RA's composition would thrive, especially with the amount of wards they have in the bottom side River so far.
Yeah, it's a much different game from that first one where Luyan had that early advantage, continuously got kills where SOFM really didn't have a response to it. This time around, it feels like there's a lot more give and take. We've seen invades from both of these junglers so far. We've even seen SOFM really starting to pick up the aggression, feeling a lot more confident with the paranoia there as well.
I actually feel like this champion's kind of perfect for SOFM, and he's just vibing right now because SOFM can literally just focus on clearing his camps as long as I'm clearing my top side camp. So if the Shy does anything, I could be there. Yeah. It's like he could literally
the babysitting ulti.
Yeah, he could do what he wants. He could still farm up, still focus on himself while still making sure that those mistakes don't come through. So doesn't even need to necessarily be like super proactive as long as he's in the right place with his ult available, able to answer.
Rift Herald used in mid lane by Luyan as it was coming off cooldown. Hostile takeover connects onto Yanja. Needs to be careful. Handshake also pushed away. The charge came out, but the Rift Herald not going to get much more than that.
Still, Weibo not going to be able to find any type of engage off of the hostile takeover coming out, but RA wanting to steal away this red buff.
Oh, Dragon Rage kick with the smite combo. Luyan gets it. Yanja tries to go in. Mega Death Rocket there. Big blast cone back into the fight. Paranoia is huge. Destiny comes in. It's an unmanned fight here. You got to be careful, Strive. You got to get out. Blast comes through. Renata's already dead. And RA back up 2 kills against Weibo.
And that was such a messy looking fight. First RA are backing out, then they're going back in. Yanja somehow gets blast planted into the middle of everyone, but the burst comes out onto On to take him out quickly. And now for RA, look what they're doing. They're able to funnel down to the spot side, get some damage onto the turret from iBoy, and not allow Wanfong to walk up and catch the wave.
Shy getting a lot of pressure in top lane up there against Cube now, really having a huge advantage. 30 CS about, and now RA respond with that bottom side tower as well. Luyan at least able to help in that fashion. Dragon will be coming up very shortly. Could be a nice little focus for Weibo to go up 2 dragons early on in around that 15-minute mark. But it's the Shy looking to get a full tower in top.
Yeah, and we need to... Actually, we don't need to remember anything about top. We'll come back to that as we see here. Luyan, like you said, Dragon's Rage kick comes out to guarantee the red buff. And then nice spell shield, so Yanja can't find the engage. And it looks like Weibo were actually the ones who hit the blast plant and brought On in. But still, the burst able to come out, especially from Strive, onto the Renata to guarantee he goes down. Then SOFM trying to flash in to finish off Yanja, but Luyan covering with the safeguard. iBoy still free hitting the whole time, sets up for RA to win, and they turn that instantly into the Dragon. But while we were in that replay, the Shy was able to finish off top lane turret, so he's gotten a lot of value out from that one counter game that was given to him by SOFM.
He has, but it's RA who now subtly take the gold lead, right? We're like tied pretty much. I think RA is up by like just under 100 gold. And it's actually crazy that this game has gone so back and forth, and Weibo is showing moments of life, showing moments of the reason why, we want to say this team can be a top team. But RA just seemed to have a difference maker in the team difference.
Yeah, Yanja?
Hostile takeover though onto iBoy. Yanja's in some trouble, but look at the damage. They've already got the bailout on. They just need to back out. On dies. Strive picks up the kill.
I don't even know where the damage came from onto On. I saw, we saw the hostile takeover come out. iBoy dodging away on that. A lot of damage put onto Yanja, but still not able to finish it off. And Weibo, it's coming close every time, but even just the difference of having a frontliner for RA, having something like the Nautilus able to take the damage is making such a huge difference. Cube doesn't have TP yet. It will be up soon, but might not be in time to stop this Herald.
I will say, though, the Shy is already at level 11. The side lane farm has been doing them wonders here, and you got to remember, as you were kind of potentially talking about earlier, if I can read your mind, they do still have a win condition in this KL, and I think you got to be careful for the way that Weibo approach the later parts as they go for an engage with the Paranoia. SOFM almost dies. Rice Assessment comes out, so that's a big cooldown used by the Shy. Oh, nice engage, though, and the Glaze. Oh, my goodness, there's no chance. On gets out? That's incredible.
And this has been a rough game from On, just getting picked off and caught by everything. Yu Yanja has his number in this game, and he needs to back off.
Yeah, I don't know if that's where you want to back. They're losing towers like flies here in the mid lane. RA take down 2. They get away. iBoy is looking nice and healthy.
And we're starting to see a nice dichotomy between the teams, right? Because we kind of hit on it coming out from draft. It'd be side lanes versus like kind of team play coming in from RA, especially with the fact that they do have those front lines there and the hyper carry and the Jinx. But for Weibo, they need to play out through the strong kill, right? Have her in a side lane. If you have things like Destiny up, especially with Unsealed Spellbook, you could always swap the TP. You can have TF committed Destiny to bot side, try and find a kill on the cube, get the KL even further ahead. You don't have to worry about the Baron because then you have 2 soul laners with TP. Like, you have a lot of different options in terms of playing out through these sides. But when it comes to the grouped fights, I mean, Weibo need to calm down a little bit. We saw SOFM using the Paranoia in that last play to start off a fight, but that is where RA are stronger. That is where having the CC set up from Nautilus, from the Sejuani, is able to do so much. You even have a nice mix of damage coming out between your AD carry and your mid laner.
Yeah.
LeBlanc bringing the burst, consistent DPS from iBoy.
The thing is, though, it's really difficult, right? Because you look at the possibilities for SOFM to go in. You really need to find picks, it feels like. 'Cause as we've seen happen a couple times, you're not going to take a 5v5 when you're paranoing into the backline if they're all on top of you when you get to the backline. So the biggest thing is trying to find catchouts. But you know iBoy is never going to leave you Yanja's side. Everybody else, you're not going to paranoia onto Cube unless he's by himself some way, which in these team fights he's not going to be. Luyen and Strive has so much mobility that if you do paranoia onto them, they're just going to get out of the fear in the combo. It's so difficult for SOFM as this game gets further on to attack the composition of RA, and that's where he has to rely on the Shy, the rest of the team, to really back him up.
Well, that's why he needs to enable the Shy, right? Again, it's about enabling the Shy to do this. Even if you're not necessarily paranoying into Cube, hovering around him, making sure he isn't getting ganked, you can take 2v2s if someone does come to answer, to where RA are going to keep looking to overload one side of the map to force you to fight them. I feel like the only real problem comes for Weibo if RA start like dropping waves and Weibo aren't respecting that, no one's showing on sides, they're grouping mid, and you're just falling for these fights. If not, it will be a balancing act for Weibo in terms of like the push and pull of, you know, the Shy pushing forward while you also have members like Huan Fong and On, you know, showing on mid waves. So RA have to make a choice. It's like, do we answer this Kale but let these other members get something else? RA should always have to make a decision like that if Weibo are playing out this comp correctly.
And that charge for the Rift Herald did get a decent chunk of damage on the in-hit tower and bot lane. Obviously, it's going to be something to revisit a little bit later on and keep an eye out on the side lane focus for Weibo Gaming. It is, at this point, their win condition and trying to find a way to facilitate that for SOFM. We do have item completion coming up for Huan Fong as well. We'll have the Phantom Dancer. Nice little power spike there, but still really waiting on that third item for both of these ADCs in all actuality. And it's just grouping around this mid lane. Luyen just looking for a little bit of vision game, looking to support the rest of the team, but SOFM and On might have found Luyen here, but I don't think they're going to go fully in. They just want to get the Scuttle Crab here. And Dragon taken by RA.
I even love all the wards that RA have in lanes to kind of see out which side of the jungle they can lean towards. They have control wards to spot out that Weibo don't have any of their own lane wards to kind of spot out the directions that can come from members like Strive rotating the sides. And RA feels like their big point of power over the enemy side right now is in mid-jungle. Like, your AD carry is kind of evenly matched in terms of items. Strive should have components he's sitting on to be over Angel, who did just back to finally purchase. And even Luyen sitting, again, a bit more power over what SOFM does have in his inventory.
I just think it's so funny that we're getting such a little mental gameplay coming out from all these teams. We're getting the bush play, the behind the rock play. Everybody's just kind of waiting. It feels like that's the kind of state of the game for Weibo. They're not going to be able to take these big 5v5s. They need to wait till things are a little bit more chaotic. And they're fine at this point waiting to till those moments and being able to farm up. This Baron potentially being hovered around by RA, but still the damage potential for RA right now is centered on the Jinx and Strive, not necessarily at the point you can just burn down Baron.
No, definitely not. Yeah, they weren't going to look for it, especially with the fact that Weibo do have the Skittle Crab up in top side. I think would just open up too many opportunities for things like the Zeri W to put too much punishment. Obviously, being grouped up in the pit, really bad against Renata, who can just throw out the hostile takeover. You're all going to be screwed, hitting each other. Lockdown, so Weibo will be able to burst you out. So Weibo still playing this one quite confidently. Now grouped up as 5 in mid, since Cube is showing in bot wave.
Everyone from RA coming this way here. It's a flash engage from Yuyanja. The paranoia comes in. Yuyanja's in some trouble here. Strive is locked down. It's a trade so far as Yuyanja's surviving. Dragon Rage kick onto the Shy, or onto Huanfeng rather, as Angel trying to get away has the yellow card available, but the tanky front line from RA is working so nicely to separate for iBoy.
Sadly, though, Cube's ultimate not able to find anything. That could have been the
card
turn tool they needed.
A little bit of a turn here. Cube, Mega Death Rocket does connect, but not enough damage to take the fight here. iBoy's still pretty healthy. Dredgeline does not get connected either because of the flash from Angel. It's a tight, close fight, but it's still RA that walk away, I feel like, in the pressure advantage.
Yes, 100%, because just look at summoner spells right now. Weibo had to burn every flash. Kudos to Weibo, like they kited that out very nicely. RA were not able to land any of their follow-up CC to commit to the play, but now what this means is the next engage should be more guaranteed for RA since you've burnt all the flashes now. It starts off with Yuyanja finding a nice hook into ultimate combo onto Huanfeng, but not enough damage to be able to follow through. Huanfeng then flashing forward aggressively, does have the support from the Shy, and then we see Cube not able to land his ultimate to lock someone down. We're going to see if it kept going. Yuyanja's next hook would miss. Like a lot of tools not landing to guarantee the kills.
No flashes though again, and look, RA want to pounce here on already about half health. They have to use the speed up. And RA not going to pull the trigger this time around. Still hovering for these picks as a 5v5. Perfectly to their strategy.
And now for RA, they're going to kind of hover around the Baron to try to bait out a fight coming through, but so far, Weibo aren't falling for it, and they're trying to keep pressure up in mid.
2 more levels for the Shy. I can count, Lyric. 2 more. 2 levels. But Weibo are grouping up now before that power spike. And RA, this could be a moment for them to shine, to really turn the game in their favor, as it's very, very close to about 600 gold or so. As Cube misses again. Mega Death Rocket just comes in to get some damage poked down. Nice little Ultra Laser there. On is consistently the member of Weibo Gaming who has his health bar missing, though.
Yeah, and RA just can't find the engage. And like you said, they really want to find it now before the Shy hits level 16, before any of these summoner spells start coming back up. This is where you have the most advantage. But now 2 of your own ultimates are down, and RA are really struggling to find an answer. Looks like maybe they'll finally actually pivot towards the Baron because they have phenomenal vision control and see if Strive can find a pick.
Yeah, look at the...
Oh, he's got it.
He does! On dies! That's 1 in 6 on the Renata. Here comes the Paranoia to answer back, though. See if Weibo can find it. He's a slippery son of a gun, and Strive will make it to the towers here. He's trying to buy a little bit of time. Ultra Shock Laser will not connect. Oh, Hotbog! He doesn't get the help on it. He didn't hit the last. Okay, he got the assist. My bad. He did give the kill over to SOFN, though, and that'll be nice. Don't know if it's going to come up aces for you, though, so far.
I think it would have been nice if RA could have made that choice harder for Weibo, because Weibo, all their members were able to commit to the pick onto Strive, right? But even had they pivoted to maybe threatening the start of a Baron, or even had they transitioned for vision control in the bottom side a little bit earlier, it feels like a bit of wasted time coming out from RA there. That Weibo were just kind of allowed to be given some breathing room, but now Cube.
No breathing room as Cube is engaging there and playing a little bit of that tank duty in the front line. Item completion is coming up pretty soon here. 3 items looking to be the call for both ADCs. We do have Soul Point going to RA as well right now, and the vision game needs to be established around the Baron now for Weibo Gaming, because that's the only objective on the map.
Yeah, they're going to head
They're
straight
just doing
there
it
right now, and they're starting to burn it down.
The TP's coming
TP
in.
coming through for Strive.
That's a huge flank as well. There's not much that Weibo can do but commit to this Baron. It's getting half health here. Yuyanja's not here. Luyen over the wall. Can they get in? Paranoia is going to block it out, though. They don't get in. The handshake is huge. The takeover. They can't get into the pit, and Weibo secure the Baron. Glacial Prison goes wide, though. Cube can't connect it yet again. Strive is still on the flank, but there's not much that RA can do, and Weibo get out with an objective steal.
I feel like RA just mismanaged that window where they had such a lead on summoners and all the engaged tools in the world to try to force the fight they wanted. I think paying a little bit too much respect to Weibo in that time, because now look, now you have Baron, now the Shy's about to hit level 16, and this was a game that I felt like was pretty comfortably in control for RA to find that snowball they needed if they were willing to bait the Baron, or even, again, commit after Strive finds the pick to start opening things up. But now, I feel like this is where things start going in the direction of Weibo. We can see the Shy has been huge this whole game. He's been 50 CS up on Cube for such a long time, sitting on 3 completed
He's
items.
so close.
You have the split push able to come through for both of your side laners as well, and you're really going to be pulling RA kind of thin with where they have to allocate resources.
He's done
RA,
it. He's level 16. Hold your hands up, Lyric. You didn't do it with me at the A block, but it's time for the Weibo coaster because the Shy has hit level 16, and it's now about execution in the team fights. You know they have the damage. You know they have the carry potential, but they cannot get caught out. The Shy needs to be a massive piece for Weibo in the next team fights to come.
Yeah, and you can see Weibo are even hesitant to even fully commit the side lanes because they know all RA have to do. You drop one lane to commit with more numbers on the other. So Weibo now going to try and get control over bot side so the Shy can split push freely.
Destiny
RA
coming
do
out.
know they're here, though.
SOFM taking a couple rockets to the back of the head there, but Destiny just used to feel out where RA are trying to position on the map, where they're looking to defend.
Yeah, now going to have this push coming through.
Oh, the flash forward Eyeboy getting away, though, from the Everfrost. Nice rockets back. Bonfong taking tons of damage. Gotta be careful in the mid lane, though. It's Weibo looking to set up. Paranoia is available. The Shy playing very confident now that he's hit this level 16 mark and with the Banshee's Veil.
Yeah, Weibo trying to just aggress into the enemy jungle, but RA not going to allow that to happen. Weibo are going to default back to just pushing out mid first, and you probably default back into trying to get some of that vision control back, but Weibo not going to go answer back on bot side or sync up any other waves, so they really don't have any pressure to play with, considering they are committing to, you know, sitting as a 5-man stack as compared to syncing up those waves.
Yeah, and you'll see
But
the resets coming out as well because they just had a little bit longer on the Barons.
there's a lot of threat on the side of RA, so I get the respect coming in from Weibo's side because RA do have so many engaged tools, right? You have Nautilus, Sejuani, Lil Yen can come behind with a kick, Strive can set something up with the chain, so I think reasonable worries coming out from the side of Weibo.
Reasonable worries in a very, very close match. Only about 2,000 gold separates these teams going into 30 minutes here almost. And this next fight for the Dragon will be really a line in the sand for RA. If they can secure this soul, it'll be huge. Hextech soul will benefit them so well in the clumped up team fights that they want to have. And you know Weibo Gaming don't want to let that happen. They're moving in, trying to get this vision game going. Yellow card does connect. They get the speed up. On goes through it. He has to get the Righteous Judgment used on him. Big damage, though, from the Shy. Glacial Prison going to go wide yet again. Paranoia used as SOFM is in a 1v2 or 1v1 on Strive. But in the fight here, now it's the Shy time. It's the Shy coming to town. Huanfeng gets one of the kills, and the Shy is up front in the fight here. He might be in some trouble. He does go down. Cube will be traded, though, and that is another big pickup. Weibo Gaming wrestling control of this game away from RA.
And RA, they just missed their window. Like I said, we come in, the Shy now is super strong. Like, oh, Strive's dead.
Bye, Strive.
But on, once again, walking too far forward, he's just lucky that the Shy right there to give him his ult, and then the Shy dealing so much more damage than RA were able to put out on and make it so Weibo were able to take the fight. So, I mean, heck, and this is how the game should go going forward, right? Unless RA can find some kind of, like, crazy dragon right now to be able to get themselves on Soul, Weibo are just comfortably in the lead, as we see here on. Popping the Shirelias, instantly throws out his ultimate, but the Shy there to save him. And then just look at the damage. First coming out from Huanfeng to set all of this up, but then once the Shy gets involved, just completely destroying Yuyanja. Here we go, Dragon time.
It is Dragon time. It's not Dragon Tales, it's Dragon time. As the Shy is already burning down the Dragon. RA realize they don't really have much to say in this situation. We got the damage grab coming up just to make sure if the fight kicks off, but it looks like Strive does TP to the mid lane. Maybe looking for an avenue to get some vision behind Strive, though. Strive, you get some trouble here, bud. Does get out, though. Nicely flashed away, but that's a big summoner spell.
I mean, they know at this point, right, that they're kind of falling on the back foot. It's going to become harder and harder to fight. So right now they're trying to all in on finding some picks with Strive, chunk someone out before a fight happens, and maybe even 100 to 0.
Hostile takeover. That's on all 4 members. And now the Righteous Judgment to save On's life. iBoy can't get excited, and Weibo move forward as 5. Yellow card connects. Cleanse too early from iBoy, and he falls too quickly. Weibo move all the pressure they have. An avalanche, a tidal wave up the mid lane.
The hostile takeover doing so much when the enemy team just fully commits into you. The damage able to come through, but Strive gonna be smart. He's gonna hold the wave to make sure that Weibo don't have any more pushing power going forward. But guess what, RA? Baron is up. Weibo gonna very easily pivot to that one.
They are indeed. You see everybody headed that way. On will join them. The reunion in the Baron pit here for Weibo Gaming, as they have completely taken control of this game. This will be another objective for them. They'll use this pressure to potentially push more into these inhibs, right? They have the mid inhib taken now. So much pressure to be dealt by Weibo.
Yeah, Zell, this game is something that rhymes with rover. Yeah, you know the word.
Is it Dover?
It's done. It's done, so because as we see here, no fight's able to come out for RA. RA at this point just trying to slam their head into an engage in the side of Weibo. Hostile takeover was able to come out. And then for Weibo, that's kind of one of the things that counteract you not really having much of a front line, right? Like, sure, SOFM is tanky. Look at his build, has the Randuins coming out. But even just on, if all of RA's in front of you, like how typically they'll take fights with only Strive on the flank, then you're going to be able to get a lot of value out of that one and then just allow for Huanfeng and the Shy to clean up.
And you're looking at 4 items pretty much across the board for the carries here on the side of Weibo Gaming. Lord Dom's completed for Huanfeng now as well. And RA just need to find picks if they can. But we've seen when they try to go for picks, the response from Weibo is so huge. There's the Angel Destiny over the side, and here comes Weibo Gaming. Lightning Crash, AoE. You thought you had the team fight, RA, but you're being dragged into game number 3. Huanfeng's trying to style on him. Can't get the last kill there. It's still a triple kill for the ADC of Weibo Gaming, and this has to mean the end of game number 2. And baby, we're going the distance.
Weibo bring it back against RA. The Shy blind picks Kale, and he's able to pull it through this time, Azel.
Second time's the try. You said you were judging. You were righteously judging the Shy for picking the Kale. In game 1, rightfully so, I feel like. But he redeems himself in game number 2, being a pivotal reason why those fights turned around. The Righteous Judgments on to On, when he was getting overextended and caught out, they were magnificent.
You know, I just imagine, I imagine the Shy sitting across from Cube and just with a stone face of saying I'm going to pick Kale again. And after game 1, Cube probably no, you don't. You're memeing. Sees the bans come out, signaling for it to come through, right? Sees the Nasus ban, signaling that he's going to pick Kale. And RA still is it doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. The Shy does it. But, right, I want to highlight some other members other than just the Shy, because the Shy obviously became huge. But I feel like the difference was how Weibo responded in the early game, right? SOFM covering up for that top side, using the paranoia. You look for the 2v2. That's where they're able to win out. Their bottom lane doing incredibly well in the early levels as well. Sure, we saw Yu Yanja finding some nice hooks with the level 1 advantage that they were able to find. But the fact that Huanfeng especially was able to bring it back felt quite nice. I think having a rough game with how much he got picked off, but RA made it easy for him to really hit these perfect hostile takeovers.
I still think, we talked about the Shy a little bit, but I'm going to go back to your point about SOFM, because night and day, right? He was able to respond to a lot of the pressure that Luyen was still trying to give on the Lee Sin, and it made, 3 times Luyen tried to go top lane. 3 times he was denied, majorly because Luyen was right there to respond every time and even coming up with kills for Weibo in those top lane ganks. So the biggest difference for me was this pendulum that we set up at the beginning of the day, swinging back and forth because of this jungle matchup.
Yeah, SOFM able to cover up for the Shy, allowing him to get such a huge CS lead. And then Angel, right? I feel like Angel did his job. We saw some nice Destinies able to come out and cover, but a lot of the heavy lifting kind of done by the jungle top side, and then even just Huanfeng being so self-sufficient on his own. RA had the chance in my mind to like, maybe not for sure win this game, but had, I think, they been more willing to pull the trigger around that Baron bait after they'd gotten every flash, like, that could have potentially been the winning team fight that turns into a Baron that, sets up the game coming through. But even if we ignore that, sadly, the times RA did try to force fights, the abilities just weren't connecting, right? Cube, I don't think we saw Cube have one impactful ultimate in the team fight. We saw Yu Yanja hitting some nice hooks, but sadly, there were also some key ones that weren't landing, which were just kind of made even worse by the fact that Cube wasn't able to lock anyone down. So kind of sad for RA when this could have realistically been a 2-0 series for them had it been a bit better in the mid game.
And I think for RA, you got to look at it because I think the tanks are fine and dandy for Cube, but you saw such a difference when he had resources, when he had something he could feel pretty confident on, the Nasus, I would say. And it just made Lien be able to focus other parts of the map. It made the game plan for RA a lot easier to execute. So that's what I'm looking for going into the last game of this series, is we do need to take a small little break, but on the other side, the culmination of Rare Adam versus Weibo Gaming. We'll be right back.
This had been rumored for a while, right? FPX announced they picked up Summit, played for Cloud9 in spring, played on a number of different teams when he was in the LCK.
Was MVP of the LCS in the regular season?
Regular season MVP, but still seemed like at the end of his tenure of Cloud9, seemed like a lot of people thought he got figured out. Every game of their playoffs, things like Gnar and Jace were banned, and just the word was his champion pool wasn't deep enough. He required too much attention for how he played the game. How do you guys think he's going to fare on FPX? Because if anything, that style of top laner is exactly what the LPL loves to have. So I'm sure Summit will feel at home at least.
I mean, I feel like, if I was going to swap a player on this roster, I would have started with top lane. I don't think Shallow was the issue here. I don't think Summit's going to drastically change things. There's a certain other player on the roster I would have changed sooner because I feel like there's a certain other player. I mean, I feel like this team just isn't functioning well, but which is kind of surprising considering, they did okay in spring, right? I feel like Hung and LWX should be a strong bot lane. Care looked good when he got brought on the roster. Like, everyone was very critical of Gory, understandably. He really did flop in the LPL. But man, I just feel like Clit is just... It's been bad. I had no other way to spin it. I was trying to think of like a better way to phrase it. No, I think Clit has been really bad. And the fact that this team is 0-4 so far is worrying. Like, really worrying. And I know, like, you can definitely say, okay, they've had a harder schedule. They played up against
EDG, RNG, V5,
EDG.
and IG.
Yeah, I think IG are the one that you feel like they should have had some contention, but I mean, even then, like, I know they took a game of EDG, but I feel like this team just hasn't looked convincing. Like, again, they took a game of RNG, but I feel like there's so many holes. I feel like Clit I just haven't been impressed by. And again, this is kind of similar to BLG, where you would hope for more based on the roster. Like, I think Hung's a fantastic support. And I was really excited for him with this meta where we're seeing like more enchanters come in, because he had that amazing Lulu game last split where he just completely denied the enemy Rakan. And then it's just like, it feels like it is not working.
Yeah. So I actually kind of have the counter opinion of what I've seen from FPX so far. I genuinely feel like this FPX team is better than they were in spring. I feel like their mid game overall, I feel like FPX's mid game is like 10 times better than what it was before. We've seen them, I think, flip one Baron in this split.
Yeah, the Baron thing, but they kind of fixed that towards the end of the split. But
no.
Yeah, okay.
But even beyond that, like, there was 2 games where FPX this split loves stacking early dragons. We almost see Clit go for it like the second it comes up, and they've done it twice against 2 different opponents. I actually think you guys casted both the games. One was the Fiora game where they forced the early soul point, make the enemy team overinvest into the dragon, and then that Fiora game, right, they were able to split push those inhibitors down, TPs into the fight, they get Baron. And then FPX did the same thing, I think, against RNG with the Kale, where they're just making these like smart mid games to force enemy teams on dragon and just making really good rotations off of it. The place I feel like FPX has looked worse is their early game, right? Which was their best point in spring, was like the dominating 2v2 and then jungle just playing around that. I feel like LWX and Hung are still just as flippy. It just seems like they're not coming out like heads as much as they were before. They've even leaned into a bit more scaling. And I feel like the big thing is Clit just looks... I mean, Clit looks even worse than he did in spring. I feel like in the 2 wins they had against EDG and RNG were his best games, but I mean, that's not saying much when you're 0-4, right? But
this is the thing, right? Like, FPX's mid game 100% is a lot stronger. And in the 2 games we've seen them ahead, their mid game has been spectacular. But when they have absolutely just been wiped off the map in the first like 10 minutes of the game, the mid game means nothing. Like, that's the big problem. And I think that's why I like this team. For me, looks a lot weaker. And I agree with Ox. I think Clade has been really, really poor. Especially when you can see, like, out of Ox and Hong, there's been like times I did like a quick section on it where I was like, oh, like, they're playing aggressive because Clade is literally like 3 feet that way. Like, they know that he's going to be there. And then they die, and Clade eventually just turns around and goes, oh, I should have been here. Oh, yeah, it would have helped if I had been there. You know, maybe if I'd flashed, I actually could have helped you. Oh, that's rich. It feels like it's someone who's like, what's it called? Malicious compliance. Is that the subreddit?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
It feels like Clade is like, well, I am here, but I'm actually not doing the thing that I should be, so you actually do end up falling down. And that's what it feels like when I watch Clade, is like, oh, you know, he is technically around where he should be, but he's just not doing anything when he's down there.
感觉这版本的打野其实都能玩嘛，因为和刀械的改动对于那个经验削了很多嘛。然后就是弱势的打野也可以上场了，我觉得。下一场对阵微博的话，烧粉是我心目中的就是前3打野吧。然后，还有哲帅老师的话，也就是就熟悉的味道吧。然后看看能不能争取拿下他们。
Welcome back to the LPL, as I am here with Jordan, Lyric, Corby, I am Mazel, and we are going to a Game 3 in our first series of Super Saturday, week number 3 RA versus Weibo Gaming. The Shy comes up with the MVP after a very interesting style of victory from Weibo Gaming in game 2.
Yeah, huge play from the Shy. Went back to the Kale after they banned out the Nasus. Had a much better time this time around, especially with SOFM giving pressure up to that top side and making sure he didn't go down. So he was allowed to scale up into quite a bit of a monster. After this play, he just extended and had a huge CS lead of about 50 CS throughout almost the whole game. And yeah, great to see the Shy playing well. We even saw in the pregame interview, right, Loyan kind of saying the Shy still an extremely strong top laner, and this game showed us exactly that.
Yeah, and especially seeing the team kind of come together even when they were down early on in this game. We saw a rinse and repeat from game 1 of the level 1 shenanigans that RA found success with. We see that in game 2, but Weibo Gaming with a different approach to the draft with a little bit more stability in their gameplay come out on top in that game 2. And speaking of coming out on top, they did so. They won. Now they want to change things up, Lyric, as we have for the first time of summer and for the second time since he came back to the LPL. Sword Art coming in to replace on Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, really exciting, right? We had Sword Art play one series in spring. He played against LGD with Weibo, but after kind of the poor 2 games we've seen from On in this series, right? Because we had game 1 of the Nautilus where he's like walking in aggressively, he's getting caught out and making it hard for Weibo to win the game. And then this time around, like, they won, but we saw his impact was pretty much only the hostile takeover when RA were charging into him. So kind of very easy to find that setup, but still consistently getting picked off. So Weibo wanting to bring back something that, I don't know if familiar is the right word. Let's go with nostalgic. Bring back some nostalgia onto the Rift with Sword Art.
I'm excited for Wholesome Brother Gaming coming back to town here. We got... I know you're probably going to get mad at me for bringing that all the way back from spring, but I love seeing Huan Fong and Sword Art playing together, and especially just getting to see them kind of pick apart bot lanes in the way they do with the smiles, the laughs, the hugs, all that good stuff. And it's always nice, and very excited to see Sword Art come in for Weibo Gaming off the back of that game. You know, the Shy feeling really confident and comfortable on the Kale. But the biggest question now, as we go into this last game, RA need to find a way to come back after that one, but it's all about the draft. It's about what we see in these jungle picks and how it kind of pans out after that.
Yeah, I do want to hit back on the Sword Art point real quick, because obviously like Sword Art hasn't played, and a lot of people are like, why? Like, Sword Art's such a big name. But I mean, the thought process is always that, On was doing better in scrims, On a young player, maybe coming in more mechanically proficient. The one thing that Sword Art brings that we haven't been able to talk about in a long time is like his level of communication is insane. Like, whether good or bad, because talking a lot could work both ways. I remember 2020 being in the arena when Suning were playing, and all you hear is Sword Art. Sword Art yelling the whole time, the only voice on the stage between both teams. He is who you hear constantly talking. So I think it's going to be really cool to see if Weibo change anything up with Sword Art coming onto the Rift again.
Maybe a little bit of command, a little bit of direction coming out of the support role for Weibo Gaming in this one, but we're going to have Weibo on the blue side, Rare Adam on the red side. Lucian, Quirky, Ari by Weibo Gaming banned away. Gwen, Diego again, and TF this time banned by Rare Adam. First pick of the Zeri for Weibo.
I guess you don't need to keep banning the Fiora when the Shy has his preference on where he likes to go. Zeri still picked up for Huan Fong, so going to be back on this AD carry that is, again, just extremely impressive right now with the amount of damage you're able to get off, especially with that W. And then now for RA, this just seems like the typical answer that we're going to have into the Zeri with the Jinx able to come through. In game 1, I mean, heck, this is our highest, like, kind of value jungler. We see it banned so often on red side. Went through draft last time around, and RA aren't going to make the same mistake. They are just going to pick up the Wukong this time and say, hey, maybe we can do a little bit more in the early game with the Lee Sin, but the 5v5 power this brings, the ability to start up fights, which is what plagued them in last game with Cube not able to find the ultimates, feels like a good adaptation coming out from Rare Adam.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the Jinx being picked up again for iBoy looked good. He had huge damage numbers for his team. They just weren't able to pull it together, and I think it came down a lot to the team fights, the way that they kind of executed those. We do get the Renata for Sword Art, though, coming through here, maybe trying to make a little bit of redemption play on.
I'm curious to see how he does. whenever I think of Sword Art, I definitely think of like way more of like his heavy roaming ability. That was even what made Suning so successful in 2020, was the fact that Sword Art would always link up with SOFM. I remember us joking all the time on broadcast about the fact that it felt like Huanfeng didn't have a support. SOFM had a support because Sword Art will just follow him around all game, and it's kind of what glued them together in 2020. Renata not really the type of pick that does that, right? You're playing more for lane, you're playing more for your AD carry. You can't just really blindly walk through jungle or river. It is much more dangerous, so you're squishy. So gonna be a bit of a change for Sword Art, but still extremely strong setups coming out from both sides. RA definitely having the initiative with the amount of engage that they have so far.
I think that's the important part, to look at the engage, right? The Nautilus obviously going to be a big pick for Yuyanja, but we've also seen some overextensions from Yuyanja on this Nautilus pick, and it's all about decision-making in the tough moments. We see the Azir banned away by Rare Atom the second phase, the Jax yet again by Weibo Gaming. Don't want to give that one over to Cube at all. Kale this time banned away, so no backup there for the Shy.
Yep, not going to be able to get on the Kale, so the Shy going to have to bring out something different. Let's remember the Fiora was still left open. That is a pick that has been receiving a lot of attention in a lot of bans as of late. But now for RA, we're going to be looking where they want to go. You'd kind of expect the mid pick to come out on 4 once again, for the fact that you can't just save that counter pick for top, especially when the Shy is the one who typically plays a way that just makes it very easy to focus jungle attention there. LeBlanc was going to be my go-to answer for where you can look once again, especially with the fact that the TF's off the table. But maybe instead going to opt back into more of that scaling-oriented playstyle that we hit on for RA at the start of the day.
Yeah, you got to go with a little bit of the strength, a little bit of the comfort that you know and love, the things that's going to make you come out with the victory here against Weibo Gaming, and will be that Orianna for Stride.
Yeah, they do have great ball setup coming out from the Wukong and the Nautilus, so hopefully they can set them up for a huge shockwave to come through. The Fiora being something that we hit on, it feels like it could be hard for Weibo at this time to kind of pivot into a comp that would match RA in the straight-up 5v5. So kind of like that they're pivoting to once again having pressure for the Shy on a side lane in a 1v1. He won't have the same amount of cover because you don't have that paranoia able to come through, but still, SOFM can pay a lot of attention up towards his top side and to make sure that the Shy has a fine laning phase. Yeah. And this would be a fun one. I think we haven't seen all too much throughout Summer Split so far, but matches fine into the Orianna. You're able to win out some early trades. You obviously do very well in working and leaning with your jungler in terms of trying to fight around the river, these 2v2s, especially for things like Scuttles or Raptor Camp. So I think Weibo Gaming having, 1-4 composition, a lot of power throughout mid-jungle, and the Shy able to deliver once again.
Well, and I know you were talking about the paranoia, not having the cover for the Shy in the top lane, but I still think the mobility that you get with the Lee Sin, especially for SOFM, is going to be so crucial to that, right? That's going to be the cover, being able to match where Lien is wanting to go. As we did get our last pick, it's the Vladimir for Q.
Yeah, handshaking this top lane matchup, right? You shouldn't expect too much action to come through. For Cube, he's going to look to, whittle him down slowly through trades, but you'll be able to heal up with your Q. To where the Shy going to look for these all-ins, but it should be fine, right? Both top laners going to be scaling just for very different jobs. Cube, obviously just all-inning even more into the big 5v5 wombo combo, right? Luoyan jumping in, setting up with the Cyclone, the Shockwave coming out from Strive. You throw the Vladimir ult on top of all that, and just a great burst of AoE damage that could 100-0 pretty much a whole team in one shot. So we're going to be looking at RA for the coordination this time around. The skill shots need to land. They weren't hitting in game 1 for the engages to come through effectively, but most importantly, it's being decisive, because it felt like once we hit the mid game in game 1, RA kind of lacked the decisiveness that they would have needed to be able to pull the game across the finish line.
I think that's the most, we set up the pendulum between the junglers, right? A lot of the decision making does come through early pathing from the junglers, where the resources are going to go early on. And I do think, and would like to think, with the standard that's being put down by Weibo Gaming, with Sword Art coming in, a little bit of command there, I wonder how much more we're going to get that communication between him and SOFM and how that kind of plays through. Because the biggest thing we set up into this was the teams need to support their junglers. The junglers look for their advantages. And I think going into this third game, it relies heavily on SOFM and Luoyan. As we go to game 3, we go the distance with the first series of the Super Saturday in week 3, Weibo Gaming versus Rare Atom.
Both junglers going to define how this game and how the series ends. I feel like both junglers focusing on different things. As for SOFM, I feel like it is a lot about playing with your mid laner, linking up with Angel, kind of setting up towards the top side, allowing the Shy to play how he wants. To where for Lian, I feel like it's actually finally paying attention to the bottom half of the map. We saw in Game 1 and Game 2, it was all about punishing the Shy and setting up Q for success. But bot lane is where you have your setup. It's where you have your engage able to come out from Yuyanja onto 2 squishy members and can set up for some easy ganks. It does look like Lil Yen will path up towards topside first, so I don't expect to see any bot lane ganks till around, maybe like the 4.5 minute mark when he will be back on that bottom half of the map. But still, I feel like Lil Yen having a lot less setup and even damage early on in the game from his laners than the other side brings.
I do want to see if that change comes. I mean, he's obviously put so many early ganks into the top lane, into Q, trying to find just something so that he can play along the rest of the map, right? And really put some focus in where SOFM is trying to attack it himself. But I think it's hard to say that he's going to find success up there against the Shy and Fiora. We've seen last game for the Shy really having a lot of that build up for himself, and it's really about, where does SOFM now go on this Lee Sin? Do we see a unique pathing? Do we see that focus towards bottom lane as we do get the trades between the 2v2s?
I feel like for SOFM, it should be a lot less about ganking bot, making sure they have vision and are able to, contest the wave, not get caught off guard by ganks coming out from Lien is fine. But again, kind of pivoting up towards top side, setting up so the Shy doesn't get abused, and he can keep looking for these short bursty trades that we saw him go for at level 1, and then looking for the invades on the enemy jungle, because as we can see now, Angel already getting early prio, already getting some vision down in the enemy jungle, and they're doing fine. But RA definitely capitalizing on their strong bot lane.
They are indeed. Luyen will be spotted out by the ward on his red buff here, so a little bit of vision game being played by Weibo Gaming. They'll know that he's hovering up towards this top side, meaning the Shy probably play a little bit, I was going to say play a little bit reserved, but it's the Shy, so probably not. Just knowing that there could be a second body coming up this way, as Luyen does make his way up towards this top side of the matchup, but as well as to the river here to try and get this gank off.
Yeah, goes for the lunge in.
He knew he was there. I don't know if he still dies. This was gonna be rough, but the Shy is pretty healthy. Does pop the potion, or the biscuits rather, to help out heal up a little bit more.
Yeah, now we're gonna have junglers face off for the scuttle. For the side of RA, Cube should have his wave going into the Shy, but the Zoe is unlocked. So that's why we see for Lian him backing off, and SOFM gonna keep trying to hunt him down and catch him out. He'll get his Krugs, but now SOFM gonna be able to have a nice chicken dinner, Mazel.
Winner, winner, chicken dinner. SOFM picking up all the chicken nuggies there. Also, Angel just immense pressure early on with that early pickup of the Everfrost on the Spell Thief. I think it's kind of OP this early on to have that for him. But it does mean that Strive has to really stay under tower and be careful. Luyen back on it, back to top lane, really forcing the agenda for Q.
Oh, yeah, the Shy might be caught off guard. They might wait for him to go for another lunge in. I think that's about like a 13-second cooldown or something.
The health bar not going to help, though. Riposte comes through. There's the flash from the Shy, but the flash is responded. And there's first blood for Cube and RA.
Yeah, able to find it. The Shy did get a stab off on the Vital, so did get half the cooldown back, but SOFM...
There's a big wave there, SOFM.
But yeah, sadly, the Shy not able to get away with his flash, and then, the reduced cooldown coming out from the lunge, but still, SOFM, ho-ho-ho! Big moves, holding the wave for his top laner, then even going to look to cancel the back.
Oh, wait, they're just going to go for it. The Shy is looking to take a 2v1. He goes for the 1. He gets the response. The redemption arc is started.
Yeah, the Shy coming in, sending Luyen to a different planet by killing him off. Does, get a little bit back, still doing fine in terms of CS. And, I mean, the wave in a solid position. So I feel like the Shy definitely just kind of benefiting out of the action that was able to come forward. Both top laners, though, sitting on 1 kill now. So 2 extremely pivotal champions, right, in terms of the pressure he can put up in sides or Vlad in a team fight will be pretty nice to see. We're just seeing a replay of what we just saw. I mean, does back off, but still both waiting in the wings, able to get the slow down, and then just walks forward to finish him off with the last auto and pick himself up a nice looking red buff.
Yeah, I mean, that's huge transfer of buff there, especially the tempo play against Lian, who now had to wait for the reset. Maybe it's just a quick back for him as he's back onto the bottom side to get that Scuttle Crab there. Dragon is on the table here, but hasn't been a big focus in the first 5-10 minutes or so until the later parts of that 10 minutes. But here's the focus. SOFM has found iBoy bot lane. Yuyanja tries to get the flash to stun him, but iBoy's just going to get kicked to the face there. SOFM goes on the board yet again. 2-1 for Weibo.
Yeah, so FM being the one to find these opportunities in the bottom lane. We are speculating that that's where Lilian would be the one wanting to put pressure and wanting to look for these ganks to come through, but not able to do so. Strive tries to cover to find a bit of an answer play, but sadly isn't able to do it. And now both teams just going to hover around the bottom side where RA does have vision if they want to opt for anything like an early dragon, but I wouldn't be surprised if we just wait on that. Don't waste any tempo or any window we have with that. Go up to your top side, clear your camps, and kind of wait out for that first Rift Herald to come on the board.
Yeah, it's the 8-minute mark we'll be looking at as Lilian gets a little bit of damage done to him as he's transitioning to the top side of his jungle. Again, though, it is SOFM seemingly clearing a little bit quicker of a pace for Lilian. But I want to see, does Lilian just try to go back top? Like, at this point, it just seems like that is the game plan that has been set out by the coaching staff, by the behind the scenes of RA, because they have constantly, consistently, either one of the words, gone towards top and cube every single game.
Yeah, for RA, it's a little bit weird, and it definitely makes you wonder kind of how the communication structure is set up. Because, yeah, Lilian typically only putting focus around the top half. We don't see him interacting with his bot lane all too much. We're going to see, once again, both top and jungle playing up towards his top side.
The level difference. It's Shy's level 7. Cube isn't even level 6 yet. Now Lilian is in some trouble against SOFM because he's not level 6 yet. And the level differences are meaning the world here. Nice little sidestep from Lilian. We'll get him out of there, though. Angel on his way, has the exhaust available as well. There's a big old minion wave, too. This could be another dive or a dive. The Shy gets the first kill. Grand challenge is popped.
I like that Weibo don't overstay or commit for more, because we saw on the mini-map both Yuyanja and Strive making their way over. They get the one guaranteed kill, they back off. And with the fact that Yuyanja has to go top, we can see now iBoy having to pay respects down in the bottom lane, not knowing if anything can come of this. Already chunked a little bit low from some prior trading, but for Weibo, they will just get the wave in, back off, get a nice reset for them. We'll give them tempo and a window coming back onto the map to where maybe we can see Hwanfeng and Sword Art make some type of play, as Yuyanja looks like he's just going to try and help Strive get his wave in, maybe looking for a bit of a reset himself for the fact that he's pretty low on mana.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, as we have hit the 8-minute mark, you have the Rift Herald available, a couple options in terms of getting objective stacking going for yourself, but it's still a decent differential being developed by Weibo Gaming here, about 1.5k working on the 2000. And now Sword Art getting out on the map, they feel like they've gotten a lot of strength here because they've developed a huge CS lead and a huge kill lead for the Shy in the top lane, I feel like, and the pressure from that side lane is exactly what Weibo are looking to play through.
And Weibo are just continuing to give pressure, right? Putting it up to this top side. SOFM now here. And Sword Art roaming over already to make sure that they can try and contend for this Herald. Both supports now, though, have 6, so ultimates will be available. Looks like RA are just opting into the cross map. They're heading down towards the dragon, or maybe even just punish Hwanfeng first, who's very far overextended. So things are coming down around his tower. Seems like someone's like, hey, boy, get back over there. And he'll listen.
Is it
Probably Sword Art.
Is it Sword Art? Is he yelling at him? He's like, hey, get back. All right, I've been watching you. You've been overextended.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen is RA.
I get spotted out there,
big
too.
damage.
Nicely done. That W does so much damage now. It fits the name of the Ultra Shock Laser, I feel like now. It finally hits the RP that we're looking for with Zeri. So you see on a roam potentially able to look for it is SOFM towards mid lane, and they're catching out. The big Shockwave ain't going to save you as well. SOFM on the board 2-0.
Yeah, now they can start pivoting back up to that top lane to look for some picks. His Cube needs to be...
Ghost
oh,
bomb,
wow.
yeah.
Cube actually looking for the all-in. He's got to be careful. I definitely think the Shy can win an all-in if it happens. But you know what you made me realize the dynamic between Hwanfeng and Sword Art? I want to imagine that they're Mordecai and Rigby. Hwanfeng definitely Mordecai. Sword Art definitely Rigby. I guess we could say Angel and SOFM are Mitch in the High Five Ghost, and then the Shy will be Skips.
Ghost.
There we go. That's the team dynamic right there. You have like the bubbly characters. You have your silent, muscular types coming through like the Shy, and the regular show, just an absolute banger. So you fit in talking about the regular show anytime you can. Is SOFM? He's waiting for it. He's leaving. He's watching.
We'll have to keep an eye out on
knows your
Rigby
every
there. He's got the quick back here, but maybe in some trouble as Luyen wants to get the engage. Cyclone utilized here, and this is some trouble for SOFIM. Second activation gets the kill for Luyen. They want to go for the dive here.
Oh.
He doesn't have Grand Challenge. He already used it, so the healing perspective will not be there, but those vital procs will be. And now here comes Sword Art. Oh, misses the handshake there at the end.
Yep, we see Rigby not going to let you take down Mr. Skips. Sword Art is going to cover through, but still, this opens up a bit of a window for RA on the bottom side. Maybe can get some plates onto iBoy, get a bit more gold into his pocket. Has been up in terms of CS, but still very even in regards to the AD carries. We haven't had too much action happen around the bottom lane yet, so it's definitely just been a lot of ping-ponging of waves back and forth, while all the action going up towards top right now. SOFM still having the Herald, though.
Yeah, he does, and still a little while on the timer for that as well. Divine Thunder has been completed for Luyen as he got the reset off, going back down towards this bottom side of the map, at least through mid. There is still Dragon. It's been up for 6.5 minutes. No real focus for either of these teams. Weibo still find themselves in a bit of an advantage here, but it feels very contested across the map.
Yeah, for RA, they've at least had some like nice answers in terms of like cross maps and being able to pick up CS and kind of find their own semblance of control. Game's still very close. Is RA going to be the team to go straight into River to solidify some control down for this Drake? The Shy had just TP'd up towards top side, so maybe that's why they're looking for this. And yeah, the Shy even pulling the wave on the mini-map so we can try and just get a CS lead over Cube. So for RA, this might be the window where you need to all in. You need to pivot on a play towards the bottom lane.
They're highlighting some vision game by RA behind the side of Weibo Gaming. It'll be a Rift Herald used in bot lane, though, by Weibo. Trying to get this tower broken down here. At least a couple more plates. SOFM does spot out Luyen over the blast cone. Strive has joined too. Angel's on his way as well. The charge goes through. Tower will not fall just yet, though. But Weibo Gaming looking for a little bit of aggression there. See, Trouble Bubble will not go.
Yeah, they had complete knowledge of what was going on because of that ward that was set up by the side of Weibo. So we were talking about, right, the Shy zoning Cube off the wave to extend the CS lead he's already found, sitting at 110 CS up against 77, and Weibo going to combo that in with the vision that they've set up in the bottom lane to make sure they get this Dragon for free. So Weibo using the tools that were available to them, right? The strong mid-jungle duo coming out from them. The fact that they do have like a ranged support into a melee bot lane, so they could typically, if they have SOFM content, can just freely push. And then we know the Shy ending up in the comfortable end of this matchup. So far, not only having like solid lane matchups, but also utilizing the, let's say, like the power point of their comp over RA's comp quite nicely.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest bright point for me is they have been controlling this entire map, it feels like, right? The objectives going their way at this point. The fights going their way, especially looking at this top lane that just continues to get worse and worse, it feels like, for Cube. He needs some response here. He needs some help, and Luyen wants to come help him. But at this point, the Shy might be able to take the 2v2, or 2v1 rather. Plague was utilized Grand Challenge too, but the Shy is overextended at this point. All right, well, that'll spell doom for that one. He knew the rest of the team was coming, but the Shy falls.
Not able to find the 1v2 in that situation. RA, nice response back with how strong the Shy's been, and now both teams we're fighting over, I guess, vision control of this topside brush. Nothing else is up.
I'm surprised. I was going to say, I'm surprised SOFM didn't want to go for that one. He was waiting to see if he could bait it out, but it will be the flash burned by Strive.
Ooh, and just a lot of punishment coming down in the spot lane, especially when they're in the isolated 1v1, right? Able to try and play off of that range coming out from the W against tower and constantly force in the wave. Nice job coming out from Huanfeng so far. And, you know, kind of looking back at RA, we need to remember that for the composition, right? This composition is at its peak performance when it is grouped up as 5 in front of an objective. You're able to combo your huge ultimates and your CC abilities together, right? We're not at the stage of the game where that has happened yet, so we haven't really gotten to see the full brunt of what this RA composition can do. But right, that's Weibo's game plan. It's making sure it never gets to the point to where we see that.
Yeah, exactly. And here with about a 2,000 gold lead for themselves, not everything you would want to write home about, only 15 minutes in, but Swordheart might need to write home a little earlier. Luyen wants to go for the aggression. Yanja dodging out of the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. The Shy was heading down that way, but you got a lot of bodies for RA positioning around this Rift Herald pit.
already having the semblance of control. Already do have vision control towards
gonna
top
back
side
off.
because we did have Luyen lean up, but Strive not having too much mana does have TP if he opts for a back. If they do want to end up contesting that, you could have him TP in, but looks like RA just going to back off and look elsewhere once again.
Does do so. SOFM, the rest of Weibo Gaming, moved into the pit and take the Rift Herald. We continued objective dominance from Weibo Gaming, and that's not something that necessarily would have been a shocker, I guess, for RA, where we said they don't necessarily like to focus those early dragons. They want to wait, right? They're the no thanks, I'll wait team. But to an extent, you're continuously giving over these advantages to Weibo Gaming, and we know they can be super terrifying when they have a lead, when they have an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, right, this is why RA have been consistently losing series because of how much kind of control they lend over to the other team in the early game and the compositions they pick up that really don't lend themselves too well to being able to force these fights or just lose out in terms of laning. Game 1, a bit of an outlier because of how exceptional Luyen played, but on top of it, I mean, Weibo also made it quite easy for him in Game 1 for what they were going for, but still, you're not even 1k gold behind at this point, and Luyen still going to look to punish the Shy.
At this point, I feel
Man,
like
Luyen must hate
that's
the
what
Shy.
I was literally.
What happened on
on
IG?
We're on the same brain link right now because Luyen has just followed the Shy around the map in multiple games at this point. There must be some bad blood.
Yeah, must not have had a good time on IG back in 2019 and early 2020. We all remember those days. Luyen having to step in every time that the team felt that thing was not performing up to stuff. And yeah, Luyen maybe pissed that he had to be like a ward for top lane back then. And finally now that he feels like he can do what he pleases on Summoner's Rift, that's what he wants.
Yeah. And Rift Herald did get the charge on the tier 2 tower in the top side. Not going to fell the tower just yet. Nice sleepy triple
nice
bubble lands, but Yuyan just right there to make sure Angel can't follow it up. Luyen has found a flank here. He decides not to go, but Yuyan decides to go for it though. As the shot calling is there, the direction is there. RA get one. There's a big hostile takeover. TP from the Shy again into the fight here as Cube is stepping forward, healing up a decent amount. And Weibo Gaming actually have to come away licking their wounds a little bit.
Still, I feel like RA wasn't exactly on the same page because we saw as Yanja flash hooked over the wall, Luyen, who was looking like he was going to jump in, actually jumped to the minion wave and just backed out.
Yeah.
So nice by RA to find the kill. I wonder if it could have been more had RA maybe fully committed for a fight there, but still, they find a pick. It opens them up for a dragon. Both teams sitting at one apiece now. And after having, let's say, a dominant game going each way, it's kind of nice. The third game, the culmination's all coming close. But here's what I said. Luyen, position to go in, jumps out onto the minion wave, isn't able to find anything, especially after SOFM kicks him out of the fight. But still, Cube and was able to get the damage down to make sure that Angel was brought down to Zoe after Yuyan just started off on the engage. So ultimately win coming out from RA with not much investment. You invested 2 ults, Yuyanja, Cube, and they're pretty much back up.
Not too bad.
I guess Yuyan just has a bit more time, but
Yeah.
Cubes is back up almost
And RA,
soon.
with that
Now?
fight, they've evened up the gold lead a little bit. I mean, they're within the 1,000 gold lead, and I think you're starting to see why this composition is that team fight potential, why RA are willing to wait a little bit to really come online. They stopped the dragon stacking from Weibo early. They got their 1 cure, so to prolong it by that 5 minutes, they will have the scaling factor coming forward here, but they still have to find a way to deal with the Shy on the side lane pressure that Weibo Gaming are be presenting.
And he still has quite a bit of time to threaten that, right? Because the biggest kind of inhibitor to split push is things like Soul and Soul Point forcing you off from the side lanes to group up. But both teams pretty far away as Luyen finds Cyclone.
Angel is just caught out. Bailout comes through, but not going to save him today. iBoy gets the kill. Now iBoy's excited. Huanfeng's in some trouble here. That's the shield bow popped, and iBoy is popping shots into Weibo.
And Weibo just playing so far forward to get damage done on this turret, opening themselves up for the engage to come out. And, wait.
Preemptive flash from Strive. That was actually huge. SOFM can't set up the flank.
No, so not able to find anything. Already doing a nice job of not giving any angles over to the side of Weibo. And sadly for Angel getting bursted out so fast, not even able to see anything like the hostile takeover to come out to cover him and make sure he's able to get out. So Angel so far being punished quite a few times by RA in these extended mid lane sieges.
And I want to point out we do have item completions coming across the board. We have 2 items for a decent amount of carries, right? You have Huan Fong having completed his Phantom Dancer. The Seraphim's Embrace is completed there for Strive as well. That'll be a nice little power spike for the very strong Orianna at this point. Starting to see how much damage the Shockwaves can do, the setup can do for this team fight for RA.
Yeah, Strive, I think, definitely going to start feeling some power coming out from him. Obviously, already having the double pen set up early on from his Mythic plus boots, but now even getting more ability power and especially more ability haste coming out from the Seraphs that will do huge. Can just spam spells. Oh, he's just gone.
Welcome back, Sword Art. That's his first death here in the summer season.
Just tries to flash out, but still not able to get away. Once again, hostile takeover there, but not really able to manage much. And my God, Yuyanja just looking for the plays.
He is indeed. Something else that's been a little bit of an underlying factor. We are highlighting the fact that the Shy was so strong early in that matchup. Ooh, Ultra Shock Raven comes across a little bit. But the fact that Cube is 3-0, caught up in farm to some extent, and is now a problem to be dealt with by Weibo Gaming.
And let's remember that Weibo's team fighting won't come online the same way that it did last time around. Fiora definitely not the same as Kale. Like, sure, you can get in. We've seen Fiora's kind of play keep away from backline, making sure they can't walk forward, so then your backline can kill enemy frontline faster. But it won't be the same as the amount of DPS and damage you were putting out as the Kale when those fights came through. And sadly, I mean, Sword Art hasn't gotten caught out and been the detriment that On was in those games, but he also hasn't been able to find any nice ultimates yet to set up for winning fights that we saw On able to do in the first game.
Yeah, I think...
I guess the second game.
Yeah, I was going to say, hey, it's fine. They're bleeding together at this point.
Well, no, it's because the first game doesn't even feel like it was a game.
Exist.
The first game was over like 5 minutes. Lil Yen took over. If you missed game one was a treat.
It really was. We had a blast kicking off the Super Saturday with that one for sure. As we see both teams heading back towards mid lane, we get the common occurrence of all 5 hovering this mid lane to try and see about setting up a fight before the objective spawns in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we can see now 2 items coming out for Cube. Shadow Flame, as well as having the Night Harvester ever since it has been buffed. It has been an item we have seen more of on this patch. But yeah, they're going to be careful as Yuyanja keeps finding it. If they can find the engage, right, they have the ults, they have the setup there. RA should just outright do better in 5v5s. For Weibo, feels like you need to get some chunk damage out first with the Zoe or pick someone off with the Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Oh, they might find a pick.
Oh, they see the Shy there, but they know
Lil
he
Yen
can
knows.
get away. Yeah, the scanner will help him know that the Shy is there. Dragon does come in, and RA start it right away. Sleepy Trouble Bubble does connect, but it's not going to be followed up on as they can't get the damage there. Got the damage graph. We know fight's about to happen. Dragon getting lower and lower. RA secure the objective. They try to move for the fight as that excited iBoy going forward. SOFM always on the flank, always looking for it. But RA, they're buying some time here. I like this little stance they got going on.
Wait.
Oh, okay. I was okay.
I was gonna say, okay,
like, wait, hold on.
Doing it for 1 second. It's like, okay, maybe they're mind gaming, maybe they're having some fun, but it's like, okay, once they're standing there for a few seconds, that's not a bait, that's not a mind game.
Sus.
That was expected to come through as, you know, we need to remember things like this, fortunately, do happen coming on forward. RA, I mean, I feel like RA solidly in control of this game, so nice that we got the pause and the timeout when we did, so no shenanigans happened, and we didn't have an extended day or a remake of a game, because you know, that could happen in other leagues. Not here.
You're kind of sus right now. I might need to call an emergency meeting. I don't know anymore. I don't know lyric. But a state of the game that is in a very interesting predicament here between Weibo Gaming and RA. I want to take a moment to kind of look back from what we've seen in this series. You were already talking about earlier the first game of the series that we saw where RA came in, level 1 decision making. They found a little bit of a lead, and they snowballed it from there. Game was over, quick and simple. Game 2, same level 1 strat, same lead to some extent, except it was 2 kills under Yuyanja, but they're not able to turn that into a win, and Weibo Gaming utilized their strengths with the Kale for the Shy and come out just smashing in Game 2. And here, we found ourselves in a typical game of the LPL when we go to 3, where both teams playing a lot more reserved, playing a lot more respectable, and making sure that this game goes the distance.
Yeah, both teams definitely not opting into as many like volatile choices we saw in past games, right? Not as many mistakes coming through really on either side in terms of the early game, because that was really the detriment in game 1 coming out for Weibo. Game 2 was really the mid game for RA, which this time around looks a lot better considering that they have Loyen on a champion that can pull the trigger. And it feels like Loyen has found some very pivotal cyclones in this game. It's kind of always nice when it's like, okay, who has the champion that feels like it's going to define the game for this team? It's always nice for RA when Loyen is the one with his hands on that trigger. So I still feel like RA are in a pretty good spot going forward. Sadly for Weibo, even though we have dubbed them the cast of the regular show, I think things looking a little bit dicey. They're not down and out just yet, but you can see they do not feel comfortable approaching for fights, and they really don't have any way to. They don't have a front line. It's very hard if they're not on objective first. They can hit Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, try and hit Paddle Stars, maybe chunk someone out, or if you can just outright pick someone off, then you could look for the fight. But without that, it feels extremely hard.
And also for RA, it feels extremely good to have Strive feeling himself on the Orianna. I think the Orianna is going to be the pivotal piece in a couple of these team fights that we're going to be seeing later down the line when the objectives become clutch. That he's going to be a major damage source to get excited for iBoy.
Okay,
right?
Mazel.
To set off this.
Mazel,
what?
Put it on the line. You
What?
said he'll be pivotal. If he doesn't hit a 5-man shockwave,
A 5-man.
You transition us into our second series with your French, because I don't know if people know this, but you're French.
am French.
You speak French. You are French. You have French citizenship. You are French.
I am absolutely.
So there we go.
All right, I'll take that deal. No 5-man shockwave. I'll transition us into French.
Wait. No, I actually want it better.
Wait,
I
no,
want
you can't change it.
I want French with your Southern
That's
accent.
not gonna
because
work.
people might-
Those two don't.
'cause
Those
you're
two
also
don't
Southern.
go together. They literally don't get. That's what makes it so weird that I
But
have
that's
the
you.
background. Is the fact that like you can't speak French without sounding like a fool in a Texan accent. I feel like, and I would know as somebody who spent a lot of time in France and living from Texas, going to France a lot. People looked at me
But
funny.
that's why.
Right?
That's why you only do it if he doesn't hit the 5-man shockwave. Are you telling me you don't?
No,
believe
I
in
told you. I
Strive?
take you up on the offer. Why
Okay,
not?
there we go.
We'll
So-
see. I don't know if
so
I
Strive-
can do the Texan part. We'll try. I'll give you that.
Strive apparently going to hit a 5-man shockwave. We trust Mazel. He's always right with his LPL predictions, unlike us.
Hey, I mean, I
who
was
get them all wrong.
Was prediction king with Dagda last split in the playoffs, so just
I love how-
co-crown.
I love how Dagda told me Knox how he started doing better predictions. He's like, yeah, I just stopped analyzing and I just started just being like,
That's
maybe this
me.
team wins.
That's
Yeah.
me. I did that. I did that
I
too.
remember me and Knox would have long conversations about why a team should win or lose, and then be like, yeah, this is what we think. Predict that, and then it never ended up like that. So we are still waiting.
We
by
are
the way,
still waiting.
To,
We don't know
to
what's
find
going
out
on.
kind of the situation. We know RA obviously had the problem. We had DCs come out across the board, but how long it'll take, or how long the world is stuck with us?
What's the coolest zoo you've ever been to, Lyric? Have you ever been to San Diego Zoo? Have you ever been to any of those
Yes.
zoos? Oh, you
yes.
have.
I've been to San Diego. I don't know. I've been to many zoos, and I'll be
zoos. Are
honest,
you-
they
you're
all
a
kind of just
zoopaneer?
blend. They all kind of just blend together
Wow.
into a
That's
sea of
unfortunate.
animals.
So then, what's your favorite animal to go see at the zoo?
My favorite animal, I can't see at the zoo. My favorite animal, the raccoon, the trash panda.
How?
Goes
Why?
They look, one man's trash, another person's treasure. Raccoons kind of live by that philosophy, and it's kind of sad we don't have anyone who embodies that here in the LPL.
Not any longer.
We almost, I said we did once. We almost did. He's off playing
off.
back in his home region, maybe doing well. I'm not quite
I'm
sure.
not sure
Sadly,
either.
our time zone is exactly the same
It
as
is.
theirs, so kind of hard to follow these days.
So, your favorite animal's a raccoon. You tell me. You tell me with a straight face. Absolutely. It's the same as telling
Look,
me your
Mazel.
favorite animal is a possum.
Mazel, that is one of my favorite animals.
Oh my God.
But with this time, we need to do what Hysterics would do. Break out the arcane quiz, Mazel. Bring
The
it out. Bring
arcade
it out.
quiz?
Bring out the arcane
I don't
quiz.
know the arcade quiz. What do you have? We're getting ready for season 2 here. We've had Jinx all night. What do we got?
So Hysterics has had a lot of pauses. And every time he goes into a pause, the second he brings up the arcane personality quiz, which I don't have the link for, so I don't actually even know if it exists.
No idea.
But every time he brings it up, the pause actually ends.
Okay.
So I tried to hope that would be the case here today. But apparently
You
only
know,
Australians
you know what
have
we
that
could
power.
do? It's something I did on Academy the other day. We could play that word association game that you.
Nope.
That you no, why not? We can
Nope.
tie it to the game. Tie it to what's happening. Come on, no. All right,
Look,
fine.
here's how we'll tie it to the game. You just tell me right now who will win. We give that result out to the teams because everyone knows, everyone in chat knows, us casters have the power.
Yeah, I mean,
we
I have my
control
button
when the
right
game's-
here. I'm
yeah.
just waiting to
So,
press it.
Mazel, who gets the win? And we move on. We give the mic over to Oxen.
Wait,
oh, we're back.
We're back.
They didn't even tell us
Magical.
anything. We just got sent in.
It's a magical journey here at the LPL. We've made it back. Things are okay. I think we had the dragon taken.
That's one of my favorite things about LPL is the fact that it's always a surprise. You're always on your toes. We didn't know we were coming right back in, but the fact that we do means there's genuine excitement. Look at the gold being even. Look at no huge dragon lead. We are back to where we were. Woo!
That gold difference is very minute, fluctuate between the two, and it's crazy that we're about 25 minutes in, and that has been the case where leads have been very, very huge in this series so far for both sides in all actuality. Sword Art top side here does land the Sleepy Trouble Bubble from Angels. Trying to follow that up, it won't do so. And we're right back to trying to find as many pressure points as possible for Weibo and RA.
Yeah, RA, the ones right now trying to be the aggressors. Oh, they find it!
That was such
Sword
a
Art goes
greedy
down!
back. Sword Art gets caught out and taken out. Now it's Baron on the table for RA.
Hey, Sword Art is rusty. He hasn't seen the Summoner's Rift in the LPL for months. But yeah, this is going to end up being a Baron for the side of RA.
Oh.
Some teamfight tools are down.
Dragon Rage kick already used. SOFM just gives his life. That's a big amount of damage from Angel, though, with the amount into the pit of the Baron. But it's still RA that come out with the objective and now boosting their gold lead.
LPL send us straight into the game, and SOFM full sending it into the enemy team. Not what you like to come back to once you come back into a solid game of League. Now for RA, I mean, heck, they are feeling great, right? We're going to start to look up getting top tier 1 down, probably grouping up in both top and mid and start breaking down some of these structures. The Shy looks like he's going to try and pull attention to the opposite side of the map, knowing that RA should be wanting to push out through top, start getting some of that standing gold on the map, and hope he can pull a member down towards the bottom lane.
You're still looking at the difference in potential for both these teams, right? Side lane is a win condition for Weibo Gaming. The Shy in that side lane, that can work. But it's about the team fight. It's about the grouping for RA, and especially just forcing the principle onto Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, they're trying to. Getting a lot of good poke. Sword Art having to flash away.
That would have been a huge shockwave to turn things around, though. The speed up is going to help out Weibo Gaming get out of the sticky situation they found themselves in. Wamfong just trying to farm up this mid lane, but still a minute and 45 seconds on this Baron buff for RA.
Yeah, they're trying to position in. They do have vision control down now, but Strive being forced off, having to answer that bot away from the Shy. He doesn't have his ultimate up yet, also has no mana. But I mean, right, there's actually no real objective to take. It is sad that RA aren't finding
the corner here. Mega Death Rocket comes through, but the kick is going to connect. He's going golding. Everyone from RA is on their way here. Strive just needs to buy some time. Holy cow, that's some damage, but Sword Art is not going to die as SOFM gets the kill. RA are here. Double Cyclone connects the Shy, helping out the hostile takeover, does some extra effort. The Shy gets out the top. This is such a split fight, but they found the Outgo Gaming, and RA get one, they get two. They don't get the engage on Wamfong as he flashes away, but they show up to reinforce and redeem Strive.
Weibo Gaming had some creativity in terms of how they picked off Strive, making their way around. As, Lian sees him. Lian's going to go for it.
Go for it over the wall. He's ready for it. The damage is enough. Angel falls, and RA continue to separate themselves from Weibo.
And now they have the Baron minions in mid. They could go for push. You have Aibo and Yuyandra there. Wamfong, you have to be careful. Yuyandra is not afraid of throwing out these hooks. And it will just be another turret going over to RA. Dragons coming up. This will be sole point for them. They're picking apart Weibo.
What a series of events. It felt a lot more even when we went into that pause. I'm just saying. RA came out of that revivified, I feel like, and they have run away with this mid game. Now another dragon will go over to RA. That'll be sole point for them.
Sadly, things not working out for Weibo. They are not ham-boning like they would like to be doing in the regular show. As we see here, Strive gets kicked. Nice way by SOFM to make his way around, but Strive has nothing, no ultimate available. Does get a nice bit of damage on a Sword Art, but I mean, heck, once you're committed in this position with 4 members collapsing on you, both Zoe and Zeri being cut off by Cube, it ends up in Loyen being able to find the engage onto SOFM. He still has one proc of the Cyclone to come through, and then we also see Sword Art kind of left in no man's land with no one able to answer.
No way to answer, and Lien looking for a little bit more aggression in this aspect. He's actually going to the blue buff here. And I think the position for RA is very nice, I would say, Lyric.
Pretty decent position. I've seen better positions as well, but no, RA. I like that they're using their mid-prio to make their way into top jungle, right? Look at this vision control coming out across the board. 2 control wards on top of 2 like regular wards. Guarantees them this top lane turret. They're going to push in this wave, keep going. And yeah, just look for another opportunity to engage on this top lane play, especially as Cube is hovering around, waiting in the wings mid, where the Shy trying to keep up that split push pressure in the bot lane.
We do have Baron coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. Could be another nail in the coffin for RA against Weibo, but it's the tower game that's really starting to affect Weibo in terms of the pressure they can get out on the map, in terms of being able to get out of their base. You still see the Shy is looking for that side lane play, but you've always got to be careful about the collapse when RA are a position that they are.
Yeah, at least much better balancing act coming out from the Shy this time around, right? Waiting in Fog of War, not showing, still going to wait to keep that pressure up inside, knowing he can still win and knowing he can still pull enemies to this side of the map. And that's Weibo's big goal, right? Pulling RA apart, stretching them thin, setting it up so maybe SOFM, Angel, Huanfeng, they can find a pick on the opposite side of the map, and you could try and pivot that into an objective.
The objective game starting to work out pretty heavily for RA themselves, but you saw full back and reset for RA, and they move towards this Baron pit now, Lyric.
They are trying to take back vision control. They do have sweepers coming out, but nothing able to land on Loyen. He is dodging everything back and forth, and now RA will be able to get their vision control down. Still, they do have to answer waves inside, so Weibo doing a decent job making sure those are constantly pushed in and that no one going to be able to answer. Still opting for Cube to be the one to answer the Fiora, maybe feeling like Strive just isn't strong enough anymore despite being the player that has the TP.
See a little bit of split lane focus. Love this shot, but it still means Baron getting vision game down for Weibo Gaming in that Baron pit that we were talking about. And I think that seeing the Shy still do it, his side lane pushing is important, but it's also looking at where RA try to respond here, or maybe where Weibo respond. Yuyanja caught out, Dragon Rage kick, and Yuyanja will not die. He goes golden, actually. iBoy separating, but Lightning Crash will help out and get the kill for Weibo Gaming. Huanfeng looking forward, though. He's in some trouble. Side lane, though, it's a very close affair between the Shy. He has to back away, but Angel is not backing away. Huanfeng's not backing away, and they move forward.
I mean, Weibo found exactly what they needed with the kick onto Yuyanja to set up the pick, right? This is what we were talking about. Pulling one member of RA away from the fight so they can find the skirmishes elsewhere. Now, TP's going to come out across the board.
Doesn't have health. He's just going to have to give his life to try to steal this. Strive wants to get in there with a big shockwave, but no shockwave available. Mega Death Rocket comes through. They just need to separate the space, but they don't have anything. They've got to give away the Baron, and there you go, Weibo Gaming.
And this so far has been so back and forth. Both teams getting a Baron apiece now. Now we're going to get a replay of what happened in the bot lane. The dive coming out from the Shy, able to get one vital, but still Cube having the pool, having the Zanyas, being able to drop his ultimate means that he was able to stay alive. So this is why they're having Cube match the Shy rather than having Strive do the same thing. Strive with not enough survivability probably would just die in an outright 1v1 dive to the Fiora.
Exactly, and I think seeing how that side lane continues to peter itself out, you have 4th item now completed for Cube himself, and it'll be the game-changing decision, Lyric.
Ooh, also, the Shy finally getting the Hullbreaker picked up in his inventory now, fully committing to the split push, which he has been all game. Weibo know they don't win out in the 5v5, so kind of keeping it simple in terms of how they're able to play. But Dragon coming up in 15 seconds, no TP on the Shy, but he's putting up so much pressure with the Baron, Cube cannot be here for this fight.
Again, not another tower falls in the side lane for Weibo as Dragon spawning here will be Soul for RA, but Shrive is caught here by the rest of Weibo, and now he's just dead. Weibo find the snowball. Meanwhile, in the picture-in-picture, the Shy's trying to go for the 1v1 under tower, won't find it. Lien is caught out, and this is a snowball for Weibo Gaming. They're going to utilize this bear. They still have a minute and a half to push down this bottom lane, take the dragon, and take everything from RA.
For the past 5 minutes, Weibo have been balancing their sides with mid lane so well. The Shy putting up so much pressure while the other members also juggling back and forth, making it so RA have to do what we set out for them. You're always forced to make one of these tough decisions. Do we commit more members to stopping the Shy split push, or do we commit more members to trying to guarantee Soul? They were indecisive in that moment. They try to posture for Drake but get caught out, and then they're not even able to answer on the top side by trying to pick off the Shy. So those moments are where Weibo's composition went out on all fronts.
Speaking of not answering, there's not really anything that RA can do while they get their base siege down. The Shy's feeling confident with that whole breaker and top side. RA are going to respond in kind with almost everybody here. The Shy gets the ignite burned on him. Mega Death Rocket will hit, but it's not enough to claim the kill. Hemmet Plague does come through. They wanted to chase it down, but they realized the Shy could just dash away, and they're losing their base.
It just goes back to that push and pull, right? You're having to commit more members somewhere with the amount of pressure Weibo are putting on the board. We even see the Shy backing and picking up his death stance now, which is going to be massive in terms of the survivability, even maybe outplaying some of these 1v2s. As we see here, Weibo taking advantage of that pressure that the Shy's putting up, and RA's indecision. We had their bot lane covering in mid-wave, while mid-jungle are hovering and posturing, trying to see if there's a window or an angle to be able to contest Drake, but instead they just give an angle for Weibo to pick up 2 more kills.
Indeed, and Weibo have clawed into this lead. 3,000 just about in the gold lead, but at 35.5 minutes in, ain't much to speak of. It's all about the picks. It's all about the catch out. Speaking of picks, SOFM, Shockwave used from Strive, but RA realized they need to back away because the reinforcements are there in kind. As Hwanfong using the lightning crash there, does a decent amount of damage, but just trying to pressure RA out of their own jungle.
Hwanfong is huge. Hwanfong is over 400 CS right now and is already full build. Has even more items than the Shy, who's been the member we've been talking up and highlighting. Both having huge CS leads. Where that's losing out is in the mid lane, as we can see now. Strive is actually more than 100 CS up over Angel. They've been actually just funneling gold onto Strive in the side lane, who, right, has the Rabadon's death cap picked up now, so is pretty much at the peak of his power. But RA, it doesn't seem like they're going to find any chances. Weibo have adapted in the game and know how they need to play out. Earlier on, we saw them kind of just slamming their head against the wall and trying to force into RA, but they're not doing that anymore.
They aren't. They're playing these side lanes beautifully, as you had pointed out earlier. Speaking of those side lanes, they might not have Baron buff, but because of the pressure they had already gotten with that Baron buff, they're looking at inhibs now. They have 2 inhib towers down. They've got the split push from the Shy that's still so ridiculously strong, and SOFM himself is split pushing now.
And for RA, I think ideally you'd kind of like to synchronize when you have to engage up with when next dragon comes up, but Weibo aren't going to give them a choice. RA are just going to have to commit to one of the lanes, find and engage, and accept losing out somewhere. Because if they spread their resources out evenly up against Weibo, they're just going to lose everything like we see happening now.
Yeah.
RA needs to commit onto SOFM or onto mid lane and find a pick.
Depth charge comes through. SOFM trying to get away. The glacial augment's going to be huge. The CC chain is big. Dragon Rage kick, he still doesn't die, and now Weibo are moving into the fight, but they don't want to overextend because there still is a potential for the Shy to pressure enough to get this top inhib as well.
Annoying.
He's so annoying.
He's so annoying,
They're being
man.
pulled apart like a little bit of Play-Doh on a Saturday afternoon during cartoons. Oh my god, the lightning crash. The hostile takeover will connect onto 2, and that sets up the kills for Hwanfong if he can get him. He's a little bit low on mana, but he's not low on damage. He's flashing forward. Hwanfong gets 1. He's looking for more. He'll get another one, but with the help of Sword Art, Wholesome Brother Gaming and Weibo Gaming come up huge in these last moments. Hwanfong is still a monster. The Dragon Rage kick is not enough to seal the deal here, but Hwanfong is separating the fight, and he's now working on the Nexus towers.
Able to get some good damage down, but they are going to have to back off, fearing the kind of health advantage that the members of RA have, especially being so close to their base. They are going to play it safe. in pings actually coming out onto the Baron right now. A little bit surprising when you consider the fact that Dragon will be up in 35 seconds. I wonder if they do this quick enough with how few members they have to be able to turn this into a Dragon.
I mean, Huanfeng is pretty thick, I would say.
He's huge.
As we're going to get a replay of that push and pull fight towards this top side of the map and the base of RA.
RA finally feeling like they need to commit somewhere with the pressure that's coming out. Hostile Takeover does a nice job of landing onto two people. It feels like Sword Art's first impactful one of the game. And Huanfeng at this point with full build, just a monster getting off these autos, not even having to use the empowered ones all too frequently, flashing forward, following up, and then the Shy waiting out for Cube and zoning away Strive. So nice damage to come through. A bit of over-aggression does lead to turrets getting some kills, and unlucky SOFM Dragon Rage actually hits him away from the auto coming out from Huanfeng. I don't think it would have done enough damage anyway, but still, you just allow him to get the safety, and we do see that Weibo were able to pick up Baron, and now we'll be able to get the Dragon as well.
It's just so crazy to me how good Weibo are doing, as you said, adapting in the moment, but adapting to the playstyle of RA. They are not letting RA play the way they want to play, and now with the lead they develop for themselves, right, like RA are forced to try and get pulled apart by this Weibo roster game, and they can't go into those big 5v5 moments that they were trying to set up with the shockwaves, with the excited iBoy, and everything falling into place.
Well, luckily for them, right, we said Weibo's goal is to make the map big. The map can't be big anymore because they're in their base, so you should finally be able to find a fight. It might just be too late, though. Weibo have so much pressure coming in. All three inhibitors down. Double super minion waves.
Oh, SOFM is caught out here, though. SOFM is maybe taken out. The crick is not enough, and Strive gets himself a kill. Weibo might have to back out of this. I mean, they have double super minions with the Baron buff for another minute and 30, so it would expect to stay the pressure for Weibo Gaming, but you never know how things can work out. I'm waiting for that 5-man shockwave from Strive as the Shy gets the Ignite burned onto him, but not going to go down this time around.
Emo Plague, though, burnt by Cube. That's 4 ultis down on the side of RA, so Weibo could just keep comfortably clearing out these waves, waiting for more supers to come in and siege down, but looks like maybe they'll finally start backing off. The Shy does have TP to be able to get back into the fight, and Weibo still feeling confident to keep up the siege.
Yep, and the Shy does TP immediately back to bot lane with a fresh super minion wave coming down. This is where
Sadly,
Weibo,
they're not synced.
Yeah, they aren't synced this time, and unfortunate for Weibo, they can't really pressure the last couple Nexus towers. The turtle is working out for RA.
Especially now, right, where you see it's like one wave comes in, the next wave follows suit, and then the final wave is able to get there. Even now, the top wave stuck at minions, the bot wave just going to funnel in. Once again, RA can just clear this, so really not kind of utilizing this push well. Try and force RA's members to have to touch different waves.
The gold lead is negative because of the amount of gold the super minions are giving to RA at this point. Like, everything is busted for RA, but it doesn't matter because the gold influx from these super minions are actually keeping them a little bit here with the items.
Are we going to get a 6-item team fight? Are we? We see SOFM is finally making his way back over. We're 5 members strong for Weibo. All ults are up across the board.
There's a big shockwave waiting for it to happen. You do see a big hostile takeover to separate it, and Luyen is already down. Now it's an uneven fight, 4v5. The inhib spawns. The first Nexus tower finally falls, followed swiftly by the second. The Shy overextended a little bit. They just want to focus the Nexus at this point, but it's a little bit of KDA padding that Weibo are looking at now as they try to take down, and they do take down Yu Yanja one more time. Everybody's starting to fall from Weibo, though. They got to be careful. A little bit of stealing, a little bit of healing, and that'll be Nexus going down. Weibo Gaming come out in force. 42.5 minutes to claim a 2-1 victory.
That was one of the most disappointing ends to the game ever. We're setting it up. RA getting all these giant super minion waves, so much money. Okay, we finally gonna get the big team fight.
Look at Huanfeng.
Luyen jumps in. Luyen jumps in, Mazel. Gets blown up instantly. Hostile takeover doesn't allow anyone to follow up. Like, seriously, what an anticlimactic ending to come through from this series. After such a nice back and forth in that game 3, kudos to Weibo, because Weibo adapted in the game. They played the pressure game. They pulled members of RA apart, and they really all-inned on the side laning aspect of their composition to stop allowing for RA to find those big 5v5s.
Probably, in my heart, my favorite bottom lane duo of all time in the LPL, and now we could see Wholesome Brother Gaming coming out huge in terms of really being able to have the first game for Sword Art. I feel like in the
I feel
bottom
like
lane.
that's a good point to hit on, because despite Sword Art coming in and winning, I don't feel like Sword Art was really any more impactful than On.
Yeah.
If anything, he actually felt less impactful, just again, didn't find as many deaths throughout the game. We'll give Sword Art a bit of a pass just for the fact of like he hasn't played on the LPL stage, like I guess maybe not stage, but hasn't played in an official LPL match in a while, and we don't know how much he's been getting scrim time. But yeah, I feel like Sword Art, great re-debut performance, a bit lukewarm, but still, I feel like Hwanfeng, the Shy and SOFM, especially in this game, really able to step up. Angel found some nice bubbles, but I really feel like it was the pressure game coming out from the Shy and SOFM, and then Hwanfeng able to dish out a lot of this damage in the mid lane. That was like the defining factor of this win.
Yeah, I think so as well. And you can pick apart the loss for RA and find ways that they could have definitely found a little bit more strength in those terms and finding a way to deal with the side lane pressure that the Shy was having. But it didn't come to terms for them. And I think that's where they'll be very introspective of how this series went out, because they were so close to taking down Weibo.
They were, I mean, even game 2, right? RA had life in each of the 3 games to where, like, game 1, right? Weibo had no chance of winning that. But game 2 was very much winnable by RA, had some things gone differently and they found the right fights. And even this game, heck, RA were the team that got the first Baron, but once they weren't able to find the fights they wanted, and again, I feel like one thing from RA that could be a genuine criticism is being more willing to pull the trigger, being more willing to go for the Baron baits, forcing your way into enemy jungle. Just a lot of things that I think RA could have been more willing to pull the trigger. Luoyan was definitely more so than we saw Cube in the last game, but sadly still some missed opportunities, and again, just great overall adaptation by Weibo.
Yeah, and
halfway through the game.
I got to look at the early focus, right? We came into this day saying RA aren't the ones to focus early on, but if you're going to go for this kind of stacking, scaling style, I do feel like maybe changing that adaptation, looking for those early objectives, looking for those early dragons would do you well. And in this one, it definitely would have helped to have an Ocean Soul for either of the sides, but specifically for RA going into the composition that they had, right? Being able to deal with the side lane pressure through that Soul. They never accomplished it. And you saw the gold graph. It was up and down. It was a roller coaster, but it's all Weibo, and it's a Weibo coaster.
And we could see, right, Hwanfeng putting up the damage numbers that we talked about. The Shy pulling pressure, Hwanfeng putting up the damage, SOFM with the KP. On the opposite side, Luoyan once again trying to be a bit of the hero. We did see, I think, Cube have a decent performance in some fights, iBoy as well. But I don't know, their problems felt a lot more holistic team rather than like being able to look at any one member in RA and be like, yeah, this guy single-handedly messed up and lost the game. No, there were deeper issues there. So kind of nice that we got this look, and I feel like this builds some confidence in my mind for Rare Atom, to where Rare Atom haven't been a team that I've been excited for this split, and this definitely brings me in that area. And Weibo keep it up in terms of being a team who beats teams under them, and more importantly, Mazel, it's about who these teams face next.
Yeah.
Because Weibo face Ultra Prime, another scrappy up-and-comer, to where RA have to go up against FPX, another team who I think looks better than their scoreline. So I think going forward, both teams are going to have a tough time to find momentum, keep up wins, but we're going to have to see if RA can step up and if Weibo can keep their head kind of above the bottom team waters.
Which, are coming at them, apparently. But my biggest thing is seeing the definition of style continue to grow for these two teams. We saw an obvious difference in the way they approached Game 3, right? Even if you can say the topsy-turviness of Game 1, Game 2, but it was an obvious difference in strategy in Game 3, executed nicely for both sides up until a point where the split pushing worked out better for Weibo Gaming. And I think if we continue to see that style really come through and really be honed for Weibo Gaming, it's a detrimental style to the rest of the league, because they will be strong. You'll have to find a way to deal with these picks, this craziness that the Shy is bringing to the table, and that SOFM is able to follow up on.
I definitely feel like the puzzle to Weibo is always just figuring out how to crack the Shy and SOFM, because I feel like the other 3 members, or I guess we can say 4 now with Sword Art being part of the rotation as well, are very like stable or standard. Like you know what to expect from like the bottom lane and Angel, but it's the top lane where maybe you know what to expect from the Shy and SOFM, but just because you know that, right, it's like, just because you know that the Shy is going to punch you in the face, it's like, well, how do you stop it? That doesn't make it any easier for you to stop. So, yeah.
I like the
Weibo,
visual representation.
I think Weibo live and die by the Shy and SOFM this split, which, feels fitting.
Little shout out to SOFM, by the way. We were talking all the Viegos on that head-to-head screen of the Pendulum. But it turned out to be Nocturne. It turned out to be.
It wasn't his choice, Mazal.
It wasn't his choice. It wasn't his choice.
RA banned out every single time they took away the Viego. But you're right. We hit on it. The Nocturne kind of feeling like it fits SOFM quite well. I can farm my camps and cover for the Shy across the map. Absolutely perfect. As, now at this point, we're just waiting for the MVP. I'm curious to see who it'll go for.
I'm going to go ahead and say either the Shy or Juan Fong.
Oh, wait. I also just remembered a key thing. We did not get a 5-man Shockwave.
We did
Therefore,
not.
we are getting a Texan French.
It's not gonna work. I don't know what
you
want. I think I'm just gonna stick to the Texan one. But anyways, we got to talk a little bit more about these teams, and we do get to hear who the MVP is. I was right on one of them at least. Juan Fong, who does take the MVP for the final game, and that smile at the end, him getting up, being all happy, it's exactly why he deserves it.
He was definitely the artillery piece in the damage numbers in that game. We kind of highlighted him, SOFM, and the Shy as the trifecta, kind of pulling pressure and dealing damage. And Juan Fong, huge numbers coming through up against RA. A lot of times just being able to free hit, running aggressively forward. We saw that especially once he hit 6 items. You pointed out there was many times he was actually just running down Rare Adam's composition. Even if he didn't find kills, just forcing them into their base, creating space for the rest of Weibo to go forward. And Juan Fong always going to show us why he is one of the more stable AD carries to come through. They can reliably count on to do his job well.
Yeah, I think it's been a standout for Juan Fong in his career, right? Being a strength to the team, being a strength on tuning, being a strength on Weibo here, and being able to pull out a lot of the meta that you see popular in the moment, but also having some strength in his own right in terms of mechanics, right? His propensity to also have a little bit of that aggression, even with the wholesome tag behind him.
I mean, it just great to see for Juan Fong, and especially if he can step up to be more of a carry for this Weibo squad, because right now we kind of talked about the damage distribution earlier. He isn't one of those big carries, but Mazel, it's your time.
It
pay
is
up.
my time. I'm time to pay up. C'était magnifique, mes amis. But it was a good time. It was RA going down to Weibo Gaming in our first series of the night. Mais c'est pas fini. It's not finished, friends, because we got a whole night of games ahead of us. It's FPX versus TES next with Hysterics and Ox. And then our match of the week, RNG versus V5. Y'all come back now, you hear?
One of them, Gala gonna pick up yet another kill. It's a double, it's a triple, is it a quadra, is it a penta? Gala's gonna get it again! The penta kill for Gala!
The LPL are king again.
Cleared on the wrong side of the map though, as Ming looks for a hook. The Warthog means Cleared can get to his bottom lane. Care needs to look for an execute at this point. Honestly, Wei is here, but Care actually has flash available. There's a route. Get a W. Oh, no! Care, that was so easy.
Royal never give up. A team that needs no introduction. A team that has dominated the LPL since the beginning of time. A team that is defined by one man in the bot lane. Wait, what year is it? For RNG, winning is their legacy. And winning through the bot lane is what they've built that legacy on. And with Gala in the bot lane, that legacy is secure.
And now the chase down from Shahu. Gold card comes up through. Hunk falls. It's a double kill for Gala as LWX tries to escape, but the killer instinct is in. And Gala takes another.
Come on, let's go.
And Wei wants to finish him off. Cares trying to block. There's a good taunt, but it's not good enough. As Gala free firing on the top side of the play. The Kindred ult will keep people safe. It's pure carnage. And Gala is the king of carnage.
But don't place your bets just yet, because on the other side of the coin is a team that was built to do one thing. Can you guess what that might be? Victory 5 are on a hot streak, and even without their superstar mid laner, this is a team that can step up to any challenger.
Voting the first team all-team ADC from spring 2022 picks up a double kill, and V5 clean house on LGD.
Because when your opposition's the MSI champion, you have to be world class.
Slingers are just keeping Karsa in tow, and finally he reveals himself to show that he was the true man all along. They will try and take out Southwind, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to Photic. Putting in so much damage. They are going to try and trade back Photic, but even now you can see how difficult it is. He even cleanses it back. Double kill right at the end there. Should be a triple kill coming out here for Photic. And that's going to be the game, the series, as another 2-0 comes out for V5.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon. Ow! That was way too hard. I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. The 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
We got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na.
塞尔斯这版本加强的还挺厉害的，但还是要看阵容吧，因为这英雄毕竟很吃大招的，就如果阵容好是一定可以选的。下场对战翻炮的 K 尔选手嘛，就 K 尔选手也是刚来 LPL 1赛季，就他刚上场的时候也是打挺好的，就也看到他的操作也挺不错的，但可能缺少点经验吧，和他交手的时候我就用我的游戏理解去赢他就行了。
Oh,
That was a good one.
indeed.
That was a good one.
Yeah, never again though, right? Keep it to yourself. Ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah.
welcome to the English broadcast for the final 2 series. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Orcs. We're coming in this one a little bit more jovial than expected. Orcs, it is a pleasure to have you by my side. And I tell you
Pleasure
what,
to be here.
people that miss that, man, they're gonna feel something because it's high spirits running into the last two series.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was a long first series, especially that third game, and I feel revitalized after just that was a good moment. That was a good moment.
It was indeed. But we have to digress, right? Because FPX Top Esports is our second series. And before we get to V5 RNG, the match of the week we've all been hyping up for, remember that we are looking down the barrel of two teams that, one, have been to World Championships. One of them, by the way, has a World Championship title.
Wow.
The other one as well, who's MSC champion, who has been a top team in the region for a while, Orcs. And we can start with them because they seem to be a team that's doing quite well. I'm talking about Top Esports. And I want to divulge into what makes this team so unique. And I want to go into your favorite player to kick things off, man. Your man in the top lane. Your absolute creme de la creme. It's Wayward. And what a way to kick off this segment.
This is great. And very accurate, honestly, man. Wayward, he has come in as a rookie. Solid performances. But ultimately, the emote game, absolutely fantastic. And here's a little tidbit for you, Jake. It was his birthday the other day as well, so...
Wow, happy birthday, Wayward.
Happy birthday, Wayward. Hope you had a great day. Hope you got to spam a ton of emotes when you were playing your solo queue games. But yeah, I mean, being such a pivotal piece, you got to remember that Top Esports made it to the finals, 5 games against RNG, but start of the split was rough. And it was only when they brought in Wayward and Mark that things really start to come together. And Wayward has shown to be this carry they can rely on, who is just a pivotal piece of this team.
Kind of crazy because the flair in this top laner of Top Esports is so similar to me as to what 369 was entering the league in 2019 when we saw Top Esports really rise to this crazy solo lane, almost trident team, right? Orcs, that's back when Jackie Love was on the roster. And now I'm kind of getting similar vibes where Wayward is just such a big carry threat. The Gwen in the last series versus BLG, getting MVP back-to-back games as well, Orcs. It's no doubt why you have this man as your favorite player, or one of the cheekiest as well with how cocky he's been.
Yeah, he's got the banter, he's got the play, and I think now, you have Jackie Love, Knight, and Wayward. These are 3 very strong, very viable lanes to play through, and Top Esports just have so much strength in their roster. There's a bit of volatility at the moment from the support role. Mark hasn't had the best performance so far this split, but definitely had a lot of good performances in Spring, and Tien as well also can be volatile, but can just absolutely pop off. And I think when this team is performing, they're all hitting right. They are just so scary to deal with. The potential for this roster is so high.
I've been calling them a trident team for that reason as well. I have to correct myself before when it was Loken and Blue Mao as well. There's always been a lot of talent on Top Esports in the past couple of years. It's been no exception. And the way we watch them play out these games, Orcs, we can start divulging into that. Because while Wayward has a bit of a highlight, you've already talked about Tien. I mean, Jackie Love in the last series was pretty big. You talked about Mark coming through and fixing up some things, but also raising questions. But I thought this was a great time for us to go deeper into what Top Esports are, especially since they're a team that's moving up to the upper echelon, currently sitting 4th at 3-1. I want you to break down what makes Top Esports tick and what they are as a team, maybe holistically playstyle-wise.
Yeah, well, I have some stats to show as well, just to help kind of contextualize things. And I think a big thing to talk about is Spring and how Top Esports come into playoffs with this super aggressive early game team, particularly good at just accruing massive leads that cause problems for RNG, right? RNG with the mid-game team, and Top Esports were kind of able to slam them. Now, these are stats from the current split, and it's early days, right? It's not too many series to work from. I think a fantastic thing is the lead at 15 and the lead at 30. So lead at 15 isn't actually even above 50%. A lot of games, they don't have a lead at 15 minutes, right? More often than not, they do not. But lead at 30, 77.8%. Look at the sort of amount of games they aren't ahead of 15 and they managed to bridge the gap at 30 minutes. And I think it's showing that one of the biggest weaknesses for Top Esports, the way that they got exploited by RNG, was the mid game, and this team has improved in that regard. Especially my concern was with the slower pace, with the tower damage increase, it could cause problems, but they've adapted well.
Well, I feel like the mid-game was something we were criticizing so heavily. Now, I've just been told we're already jumping into pick and bans. We don't get to talk a little bit about the other side. There's literally so much for us to go through, but Orcs, we're cut a bit short here, and we've only got to chat about Top Esports and their playstyle. So I think we can continue that conversation as we go through draft, maybe towards the end and get into the starter game as well.
Jake, I have a fun fact for you, by the way. Right?
Yeah.
Did you know that FPX have won more World Championships than they have series so far this split?
Wow, so that's one. 0 and 4, yeah. To make it a little bit more obvious for how he's shooting it for the first time.
Not a good start. Not a good start.
It's been a rough one, right? And we didn't get a chance to say that FPX sitting 0 and 4. Like, their starting schedule's been really hard. I'm going to see if I can get some of those up in the start of the game as well. But Orcs, let's go on to pick ban. Still 12-11. We get a Viego first pick for Clid, which makes a lot of sense considering that Viego is still our top jungler outside of Wukong at the moment.
Yeah, very common with the Wukong being almost a must ban, and then the Viego is the thing taken in return. Now, something to note is that we've seen a lot of AD carry bans come through typically, right? There's Draven, Zeri, and Lucian gone. There is still that Kalista open available, but it looks like we were just talking about Wayward's MVP performances on that Gwen. They are going to lock it in from this early in the draft.
Okay, well, on the other side, you get Wayward. As you just mentioned, the highlight clip we just saw was about this top lane as Gwen, so a nice little chance to show us again in game number 1. But Orcs, on the other side, Tien threatening around his jungle pool. Now, he's someone we know has Lee Sin right at the tippy top of his career pool. Wonder if we're going to see that come out this game, but at the very least, we start with an 80 carry. Priority for Jackie Love on the Aphelios.
Yeah, interesting to take the Aphelios so early. I guess part of it is they feel comfortable with the matchup if Kalista is picked by FPX. Aphelios can obviously just get up close and personal with red-white, completely shred through it and does outscale. That being said, FPX, you could even lean in the direction of Ezreal in this situation. One of the biggest issues for Aphelios is range, and obviously Ezreal is a champion who can be so far away. But prior to that, FPX, one of their game wins was on the back of Shallow Who on that Fiora.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're able to translate into a full series, but a matchup where, you know, you will be able to duel in the side lane. Fiora just outscales everything when it comes to late game side lane play. So not as strong in the team fights as Gwen, but a solid lane to play around. Now for FX, I feel like 80 carry makes a lot of sense to pick up here. If you do leave it, then you're going to miss out on having that before the next set of bans. But instead, looking towards that Nautilus as something as an answer to the Aphelios.
I truly wonder what we're going to get for LWX then. As you said, you leave it to the round of bans when Lucian Draven's already been taken off the board and Jackie Love steals away the Aphelios that LWX made so many of his highlight plays on in 2020, even 2021 to add in. We get the bottom lane for top esports being a priority in Orcs. In the other vein, while we have the Viego picked up, we also have to start considering junglers if top esports don't prioritize Tien here.
Yeah, I mean, FX could look in that direction. The other issue is that because top esports have first priority coming out the next rotation, if there's any mids that are available, they could lean towards those. Like, obviously, Ari's banned away, but if they had priority on something like a Corki or along those lines, they're going to start banning away those AD carries, though. And that's the thing. Kai'Sa would obviously pair well with Nautilus, but you also have to bear in mind into a Braum as well. It'll be very hard for the Nautilus to find those aggressive trade windows.
True, very, very true. I feel like as well, Orcs, as we continue going down through the 80 carry pool, like there's a lot of 80 carries here that top esports know about LWX. Like he's a Vayne player historically. The Kai'Sa we already pulled out. What else there? Like Jinx, even Kalista is one we didn't touch on with the Nautilus and the Engage 2v2.
Yeah, so banning the Kalista away, a lot of things that pair well with the Nautilus. I honestly feel like it's not the best lane to pair Nautilus with Ezreal, but Ezreal makes sense because like if you play anything that's trying to go aggressive, you're just going to get Braum Shield. It's going to make things difficult. The range, obviously, a massive factor as well. But we'll see what FPX have to go for, you know. They do end up banning away the Lee Sin from Tian, but still not too much targeted in that jungle pool. I expect, unless there's a mid, they're really focused on picking up now. Probably just going to be a jungle pick for Tian.
But what would you do as Knight? I mean, Knight's been someone who'd go to Galio. Ari we've seen, which is already banned away. Orcs, it seems they want the counter pick for the mid lane. Give Tien the junglers left over. We don't see too much Jarvan, but at the very least, that Trundle makes a lot of sense here as well.
Top esports with 4 champions with blue splashes, right? This is like a team. This is feeling like TFT right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, the Trundle does mean they can kite quite effectively on the back of the Braum as well. I will say the reason Jarvan would have made sense to me is they're kind of lacking a bit of engage in their composition. And especially when you're going up against the likes of an Ezreal, if this does get locked in, you're really going to struggle to get on top of the Ezreal. But it looks like instead FPX want a bit more teamfight power. They are going to go for that Jinx, for that reset potential. And between the Viego and the Jinx, if you do start to get initial kills, you will be able to chain them together effectively.
I mean, as well, from Shallow, the Fiora adding into the context of a fight as well. Orcs, it feels like there's a lot of layers here for FPX. I like that you bring up the reset mechanic. How do you complement this to finish off 8 seconds? We've got Care's champion to consider. It has to be a safe blind, and I guess enhancing the early game with this Twisted Fate seems to be the way to go.
Yeah, so I think when you have a scaling team fighter in Jinx and you have a scaling split pusher in Fiora, having the TF means you can play for either of those quite effectively. It does mean, though, I feel like when it comes to team fights, you are going to struggle a bit. So much power from top esports, right? There's 4 bulky members who you're going to struggle to get resets on. If you're trying to kill a Sylas quickly, trying to kill a Gwen quickly, it's not really going to happen. You have to play around those stun cards quite well, but if top esports can get on top of your backline, it's going to cause problems. I think FPX, they need to come out swinging. They need a strong early performance. They either need to get LWX or Shallow who ahead if they want this game to work.
But Orcs as well, outside of your color palette where we see everyone is blue on the side of top esports to continue it off.
They finished the theme. They did it.
Yeah, they did, man. They were listening to you. I was going to finish off saying that, like, Knight just came out of an interview where he said Sylas he thinks is really strong at the moment. And we haven't seen too much Twisted Fate. We haven't seen too much matching. But when we're in the heavy meta of Galio, TF, these mobility mids, we often saw things like the Sylas come through as a response to Orcs. And Knight Sylas is one of legend where domestically he has popped off and had some of his best games of his career.
Yeah, Knight's best split was when Sylas was meta. Everyone remembers when he broke the solo kill record, was an absolute monster despite top esports not being as hard. And also Sylas is in a really good spot. So durability changes means we get longer fights. Sylas gets more rotations or cooldowns. We also saw Grievous Wounds nerfed. So even empowered Grievous Wounds is only 40%, which, I mean, you need Grievous Wounds against Sylas. But on top of that, 12-11, he did get buffs. It was a reduction to the cooldown on his W early. It was a reduction to his E cooldown. The healing of his W also went up. So he's actually in a good spot, and this is a good matchup and a good game for it. So Knight absolutely in a position to pop off.
I want to say as well, you just talk about healing. Healing on that whole side of the squad feels very relevant to talk about here as top esports go up against FPX now. Let's tell you what's on the stakes because you're waiting for that V5 RNG matchup later. We completely understand, but hey, FPX versus top esports, both reputable organizations. As we go to a pause, yes, we get more time to talk. Orcs, that means I can ask for more graphics to come back up. Orcs, as we kind of like lull things out, and ladies and gentlemen, we will find out what the delay is. I was just saying before, FPX literally at the bottom of the barrel right now, 0-4 for the once world champion organization. But Orcs, they versed EDG, they versed IG, they versed RNG, they versed V5. Like, this organization's start of schedule has been, I think, one of the roughest out of any team.
Yeah, it's definitely a harsher start of schedule. I'll 100% admit that. So a lot of opportunity to claw it back in the later side.
Yeah.
They have still looked rough, though, I've got to say. I mean, even the fact that they went against IG and lost. And also, you have to think about, so they made playoffs last time. They were the 10th place team, the last team to make playoffs, and they were 8-8. If they lose the series against top esports, they are 0-5. If they want to make playoffs, you know, assuming things pan out similarly, you really can't afford to lose more than 8 series. Otherwise, you're probably not making playoffs. So that literally gives them 3 series wiggle room. They still haven't played JDG. You know, there's still some other threatening teams that they're going to go up against. Yeah. And even when you look at some of the teams like Ultra Prime, Anyone's Legend, even LGD has had a recent upswing. You can never rule these teams out. So I feel like despite the fact they've had a hard schedule, you don't get that many games, right? If you're already 0-4, time is ticking. You have to start getting wins on the board. And I'll be real, top esports are a fantastic team, but they are also probably, out of our top 4 from last split, you know, V5, RNG, JDG, top esports are probably the team to do the most happy gaming. Let's put it that way.
Well said. It feels like, you know, top esports, other team you can pull margins ahead, but it still doesn't. You don't, and that's the thing is with FPX, like we didn't get a chance to talk about how this team's been coming together and what it's looked like so far, Orcs. And I was going to ask you a little bit before we go back into the game, hopefully soon, as we find out what the weight issue is. FPX have gone down swinging. They have been quite aggressive, Orcs, especially in the V5 game. I think it was a lot of fun to watch. But what is wrong with this team? Like, what's your quick diagnosis of what FPX has kind of been doing wrong?
I feel like they've lost their identity. I mean, even in the spring, we kind of looked at this team as a team who had leaned towards bot, play through bot. They're kind of missing that quite heavily, and it's struggling because Elderbricks and Hung, I mean, we've made the memes about Hung. Hung is a player who goes in, and I feel like when he's not being covered or when he's been left out to dry, it means the bot lane will fail. They don't have that same restraint. And then I'm going to be honest, I've been a bit underwhelmed by Clid so far. He really hasn't had a good performance, and I feel like the lanes need him to be performing if they're going to be able to function.
I mean, Clid has such a big name behind him. Remember, SKT jungler Clid starting off in JDG in the LPL all those years ago. You expect a lot more from this man, but when he goes up against Tien today, a lot of people sitting here favoring Top Esports, favoring Tien as we enter Summoner's Rift once again. Can FPX finally get their first series win, or are Top Esports going to be too much and take them to 0-5? Now, we had a bit of a pause. We are back, folks. Didn't find out the reason for that one. However, we're in, and that's all that matters. And Orcs, we're talking a little bit about the compositions here. And for Top Esports, as Clid goes into the brush, might be in a bit of danger. Starting with the blue buff. I'll hold on that question because Clid is going to have to back away from blue. He started this by himself without a leash. He has no support, and Tien is going to be taking it from under his nose. Not the greatest way to start when we talk about them being the underdogs.
Yeah, really not a good position to be put in. And Tien's not stopping. He's still going.
I'll take that one. And you know what? Auto. Yeah, that's fine as well. See ya, Clid. Goodbye.
Oh
thumbs down.
God, and the thumbs down. Been learning from Wayward there, Tien. And this is just a fantastic play. I think something, if you didn't catch it last split, it was you saw the Shy on Gwen would invade enemy jungle level 1 super aggressively and just bother the enemy jungler. This is like an expansion of that. Trundle and Gwen both very threatening level 1. FPX wouldn't be able to contest, so not only do they end up losing out on the buff and the two little walls, but also, you know, Clid, the fact he was starting on that side of the map, they have information, they know where he is, and they just waste so much time for him.
Look how much Tien has left as well in his own jungle. Going back up to his red buff. He'll have his blue there too. Clid getting through his clears. He finally picks up red, but that's maybe 2.5 camps if you want to be quite literal here for the jungler of FPX. So he's start a little bit behind, positioning towards bottom side now, Orcs, to see what he can do. And while we're talking about him, look at top side, Wayward versus Xiaolao, who going in the Top Esports favor. Like, we don't have time to talk about comps because Top Esports already starting the early game in a massive way.
Yeah, and we'll see if Tien can make it here to contest this. He's actually looping around to go for a gank mid, so Care might be in trouble.
He's got his flash available. Tien now spotted out. The abscond of Dark Knight looking for the lockdown, the flash away, but he'll be slowed down. The chain lash helping out. Flashes away. Gold card only onto one, and Knight strikes. Tien making this game one look easy.
And it's just such a fantastic read. He knows Clid, the only thing he's going to want to do is go into his jungle and steal away that blue buff to make up for it. Because he's down camps, he's not going to be able to do anything in his own jungle, so he expects Clid to be on his blue. He doesn't have prio bot, he doesn't have prio mid, so instead of contesting and potentially being collapsed on, he instead goes for that gank mid, manages to get a kill for Knight on this Silas, and just such a fantastic start for Top Esports.
I mean, it's great when you talk about Tien and the quality of this man's play, a world champion in his own right. Tien really showing that in this first game, and we just criticized Clid coming into the series. The jungler that's had less of an impact that Orcs has been disappointed with. Tien showing him up once again establishes that as FPX cancels their bot in the bottom lane. Orcs, this looks dangerous.
Yeah, LWBX in trouble.
It's an early flash though. The Winter's Bite connects a pillar against Wall. LWBX has nowhere to go. Tien comes in. The strength of Trundle as a reset comes through though. And this is what you wanted to see. But for Clid, can he survive? Brom is so strong in extended skirmishes. And Trundle is too. Top Esports winning out in the bot wall. Look at the top side. I mean, Xiaolao getting beaten out of his own lane. What else can go wrong?
Yeah, and if you look at the wave state as well, top, this is going to push in away with. This might be able to be froze on him. Xiaolao who's going to have to TP back in. We're going to replay, and this is the power of the Braum in these early skirmishes, as you said. Force LWX to flash early. They take him out, and as much as FPX try to kill back, this is a problem with Viego before level 6. He possesses Nephelios next to a Braum Trundle. You don't want to be in that situation, but before level 6, you can't reset, you can't jump out again, so he just ends up going down. Really, once more, Tien is just completely dismantling Clid so far in this game.
It's an 800 gold lead, and you said it so well. Orcs, I need to ask you now as to what FPX do to stop the bleeding, because we have a Twisted Fate. He's almost level 6. You need to run me through the plays that they need to start making in order to regain control.
Well, you don't need to opt into these. That's the thing, is that when you get level 6 on the Trundle, skirmishes get so much more powerful because you're going to have the ability to reset. The resets on your ultimate so strong, but also the Twisted Fate, right? He has just hit level 6 now. Find opportunities where you have a numbers advantage or an information advantage. That's a big aspect of the Destiny. It's not just the fact you travel there, you also see everyone on the map, so you can, you know, before you press the teleport in, you can make the decision, is this the right play? True. At the moment, before level 6, if you're trying to match Tien on a Trundle, this is where he thrives. Pre-level 6, he just out-duels almost every jungler. That's why he was a counter to Xin Zhao, one of the strongest early junglers we saw, because he could just beat him up.
I think it's important to note as well, you were just talking about, you know, what Care can do, maybe, you know, make the decision here, Orcs. If we get a dredge line in the bottom lane, action continues to play out as Jackalope takes a beating, but Mark with the rest. Destiny being used, and here we go, proactivity from FPX, but Gravitum under the turret with a teleporter response. Knight's here with a depth charge, stolen, hung the first to die. Jackalope Mark still alive as LD Rex under the turret is taking so much follow-up damage. Thank you for the kills, he shouts from the grave as Clit is slowed down once again. It's FPX who started this play, but it's Top Esports who finish it, trading equally.
Yeah, I mean, just a fantastic TP from Knight. As you said, grabs the depth charge to turn that one around. I will say, still feels rough for Jackalope. Jackalope had a massive wave being crashed into the tower, so misses out on so much. And that it was a good timing for FPX. It's just unfortunately they couldn't stop Knight from being able to match. And it ends up trading pretty poorly. Now, Tian should be able to finish this off and get the smite, I would think. Actually, going to be close.
Yeah, but he's by himself. Ignite goes down, gets the smite down, Pillar to slow down. But remember, Clid's not 6, and neither is Tian as Mark comes in to slow him. And Jackalope now here with a triple. Gravitum at the ready, the lockdown with Knight, the fed one following up. And FPX walking into a trap. Knight is 4-0-1 Orcs. And I will say that this mid laner got everything he wanted.
Oh, absolutely. And the fact that Tian also gets the Drake there. Big thing with Trundle is you heal based on things that die nearby you. Enemies, typically, obviously, only enemies. But the dragon, when you smite, you get such a massive heal. So despite the fact he went low trying to clear it, was able to heal up. The team gets there. Jackalope even coming from a flank angle. And we'll see that again. It's just the dive bot lane. So they feel like it's a good opportunity. Mark doesn't have his shield, which means it's easier to pull off the dive. But the fact Knight comes in, obviously Silas great in his skirmishes and has the ultimate to disrupt. And yeah, they get the 2 kills, but to lose 3 in return, just devastating.
As we look at bottom again, I love this. This is what we talk about. FPX want blood, but Top Esports are always there waiting in Orcs. You were talking about what Care can do in this game. I want to come back to the earlier point. Knight on Silas, the ability to match.
He's a monster.
It feels like Top Esports always have the upper edge.
Yeah, and I believe he just stole the Destiny while in the replay and used that to make a play down bot. So, you know, you're against a Twisted Fate. You're outperforming the skirmishes. It's kind of expected of Silas, but you're also outmatching. You've made the TP play. You've made the Destiny play. Really, this is just prime Knight Silas gameplay, and it's feeling rough already for FPX. 1,600 behind. The Silas is going to be a problem. And I said, you know, coming out of the draft, I feel like they needed to find the momentum. They needed to be ahead.
Looking at the replay in the bottom right, Hawks, this is what happened. And yeah, Destiny stolen away, as you said. Knight comes in real fast.
Yeah, just not much you can do. The Braum, honestly, being fantastic for Mark. Mark's someone who's been criticized a fair bit. But speaking of criticism, Jackalope,
yeah, deep on the turret plate. Mark is behind him, though, and he has the Tomb to layer down. It's a 2-man lockup, but Shallow, who already has his reset, the Grand Challenge down, and Hung's Ignite on himself will not work out. That was Mark that dropped that, of course, as FPX do get one in response off the Greed, while FPX's bottom lane are now top on top of Wayward. But he presses W and looks for the lockdown, but versus 3 people, the need to work needs to fly through. Not enough healing as Care tanks it up. FPX getting a response in a game that looked absolutely hopeless.
Yeah, and you can see the lowered tower damage coming in there. You can see Care tank up a few hits pretty successfully. They didn't have to drop aggro at any point. And FX doing a good job to answer. We said numbers advantages was the main thing they need to look for. Care able to Destiny and top, get the dive onto Wayward. And also just Jackalope a little bit over-aggressive bot. And now Herald will come in. Big influx of gold for Clid and LWX. And the big gold lead Top Esports have built up. It's been mitigated.
Yeah. All of a sudden, it actually looks quite competitive when this game felt done at the 5, 6, 7 minute mark. Action continues to skyrocket. That's not an English word. Let's try again, or skyrocket. Across the rift. Dude, we have 13 kills in 10 minutes. Like, we didn't get to talk much about FPX coming into this game. We thought it was over from the start. This game has just been kind of a comedy mixed with a blood sport.
Yeah, I mean, I will say, Tian did a fantastic job early and was really able to challenge Clid. It didn't look good for FPX, but picking up the Herald, the way they played around it, the way they were able to find numbers advantage is actually really positive.
Yep.
And they managed to close that gap quite a bit. It was feeling a bit desperate. I still think they're not in the best spot, though. Second dragon's going to be coming up soon. If Top Esports secure this, it means the Soul is just so far away for FPX. Not really going to be a concern for a while. And as much as the Fiora is going to be super relevant in the side lane later on, I feel like team fights might be a struggle, especially when Silas is so fed.
True. It's a good point as well. If you have Destiny, if you have the depth charge, which when Knight was piloting this champion so much in previous splits, it was always a steal of the depth charge from the Silas. The AP conversion orb is pretty messy, as we've seen in the past, yeah.
And the fact that like it just sets you up to pop the ultimate.
Speaking of setup, Needleworks coming through. Shallow Hill in 1v2. He flashes over the wall, but TM waiting the pillar in the perfect placement. Chomp to come through, but still gets a dash. Knight's here. It's a riposte, but will it save his life? Knight flashes over with the Everfrost and the lockdown. Killed number 6, and we just go back to Top Esports taking control. Two-man Gravitum in the bottom lane, but it's the Destiny's response. And once again, Knight's TPing down. This guy is the big brother of Top Esports and is literally carrying this early game alongside Tien.
He's just everywhere. And this is so reminiscent of summer last year when Knight was just, it felt like everywhere on the map all the time. He was the one-man machine. And I will say this game, everyone else is doing their job as well. You can see Mark and Jaculov very effectively mitigating any pressure from the bot lane with that Braum at Felios. So hard to get up close to them with the Braum passive stacking. But Knight, whether he's needed top, mid, bot, anywhere, he is showing up and making things happen.
Showing us that this Silas pick that he talked about in his pre-game interview is right on the money here in this game. Kev's had a couple of ultis himself, but only one of them coming through. I should say 2. Bottom lane dive, top lane dive as well. But for Knight, being everywhere on the map right now, definitely showing up to the legend that LPL fans know him to be. Now, Orcs, I need to bring this game to maybe more of a standstill as we have a moment to breathe. 14 kills in 12 minutes. It's a 1k gold lead by Top Esports. We got those 2 dragons that you talked about as well, where you were just mentioning scaling and what FPX have later on into the game, as maybe Knight's not going to give you time to talk. I stand corrected. And what you talked about that scaling was the fact that for Top Esports, it's just going to be so big of a Knight in this later game portion where their setup's going to be quite nice as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very hard for FPX to find 5v5s unless they get like an initial pick into resets. And CTN potentially fishing, but with flashes available to both FPX bot lane, not really going to find anything. But as I was saying, yeah, it's going to be very hard in those 5v5s. And as much as they have the side lane option, Top Esports are stacking dragons quickly, right? So that means, firstly, you're probably not going to be able to... You don't have that safety net of having a couple dragons yourself to delay Soul or Elder Dragon. If we continue at this pace and Top Esports keep picking up dragons, one, FPX is going to be forced to team fight sooner rather than later. And secondly, things like Elder are going to be on the cards before Fiora really gets a chance to outscale Gwen in the side lane. And it makes it problematic. And also, Cloud Soul obviously something that, you know, a lot of people don't rate too highly. I actually think one of the issues Top Esports have is they don't have the greatest engage. A lot of it is about flanks or just charging at the targets. The fact that a Cloud Soul can actually make a lot of difference in that. If you're trying to get on top of a Jinx, just charging at them, 10% extra movement speed, even more so when you pop your ultimate, can make a big difference, particularly for someone like Gwen, who normally takes Ghost, and we can see Wayward has the Ignite in this matchup.
I mean, it's a simple point, right? We've got characters on Top Esports to add on top of what you were just saying.
And you know
pop
what,
the ultis,
Jake?
and they don't stand still for that long.
You know how we said all of Top Esports picked blue champions?
Yeah.
Do you know who else is blue?
FPX?
Sonic the Hedgehog, right?
And
there goes to go fast.
Hey, Knight just ulted on the spot. I've got to get you out of that because that level of joke was like rubbish me level. So,
whoa,
dude, don't sit to my level.
I'm sure someone somewhere didn't hate that joke. Okay, someone somewhere didn't hate it.
Did you see the new Sonic movie? Is that what's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, maybe a little bit. I haven't, you know,
Jim Carrey
it's
fan,
fun.
right.
It's got Jim Carrey out. You know,
okay.
Who doesn't like Jim Carrey?
That's true. Who doesn't like Jim Carrey? I watched not the Anchorman. What's the other classic one? You know the one where he's a detective, pet detective. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, Ace Ventura?
Yeah, I saw that for the first time. Bit of a classic.
Oh, great film, great film.
Boomer movie, apparently. But I'm okay being a boomer now. I'm 27 and, you know, I'm getting old. In esports, so if I was a player, I would have had to retire 2 years ago. So, you know, I'm definitely getting on with my life. Hey, I'll bring us back in, though, because it's the game's quickly moving in favor of Top Esports.
No, I see it. LWX.
You do. You see it. And I was going to say, this is one of the reasons why LWX is just dead, goes to Tien. Bottom side under their full control, and this turret in a bit of danger while FPX try to make a response play with the Herald top.
Yeah, I mean, Jakulov, he can stack up the chakrams and just absolutely shred through this. Gonna be able to take it down. Honestly, one of the best tower takes in the game is Trundle. Now, Wayward's trying to buy time here, but I don't think he can defend.
No, he can't. He's trying at the very least. Shallow getting close to dying in the top of your screen. You see that, well, it was all for naught. Knight can't save his life either. A turret for turret trade, but the kill going on top. LWX was prior to the fact. So, Orcs, a pretty simple trade considering that FPX were the teams that started this game number 1 in such a bad spot. And you have to give them props. Their bloodthirstiness still staying true to what we know so far in the LPL.
Yeah, I mean, there's been so much conversation about other regions, about LCK, LEC, LCS, how much slower the game is. Especially LEC and LCS who start on 12-11. We were on 12-10 with towers being stronger and still seeing this fast-paced gameplay in the LPL. And it feels like with 12-11 coming in, teams are just still so fast-paced, so able to make these plays. And ultimately, Wayward does overextend there. The gold is split by quite a few members, though. But it's an even trade. It was a kill for both sides. It was an inner tower for both sides. And the gold, despite FPX with the early failings with Tian challenging cleared, they have kept it within a decent reach. But now, 20 seconds till that Cloud Dragon. If FPX want to stop the stacking, if they want to delay things like the Elder for longer, they kind of need to get this one.
But how do you approach this fight? Maybe with Hung getting the hook in, answering my own question. Orcs is absorbing. Look at Mark still on the front line. Jakulov only gets one-man ulti, but he's trying to get LWX. Fails a little bit here as Knight now TP's in. The Everfrost uses matchup as Wayward with his flanking angle. The MVP we talked about from last series in the perfect place at the perfect time. It's Wayward and Knight stealing the show. While he might be a little bit like that old mid laner, but top esports are still the ones to get blood.
And you can see just a difference in impact from top lane. And Shallow late to the fight, and also Fiora not nearly as impactful immediately as the Gwen, who can just dive in. He's such a menace. He takes out Hung, forces Care to flash away, and they will secure that third dragon. So just fantastic for top esports. I also want to note, Knight now has the Medjai's in pocket, 12 stacks already. So getting that extra movement speed it does offer on top of all that AP.
So Orcs, you said, in 5 minutes, for FPX, they're forced into a position where they have to fight earlier than they would have wanted. And now we have to kind of ramp up to that point, look at what FPX can kind of achieve. The Twisted Fate ultis, the side laning Fiora, more to talk about there is, I'm going to let you break down this one because it happened quick as fast.
Yeah, and this is part of the problem is FPX, they want that initial kill, that reset. But Mark soaks so much damage as the Braum still has flash, so Clid can't ult him because he knows he'll just be disengaged. And then when the fight gets up close and personal, Wayward on your backline, Chen just up in the face of Clid and LWX. All summoners burn from FPX to get out of that one, but they just aren't able to find the reset. They need that kill for Clid. They need that kill for LWX to push forwards. And it's just so hard to find a target who will go down.
Because they are getting strong. Like, it's almost 2-item Viego here for Clid. You have 2 items on LWX. Cole needing to be sold, but he'll be on his way to his 3rd. So even though we're not looking around the next couple of objectives, as Tian narrowly gets Scuttlecrab at 1 HP. Yeah, the emote usage seems to have transferred to the jungler here, Orcs, instead of Wayward. Has been using them as much, the old top laner.
Yeah, hasn't had as many windows, but to be honest, peak Wayward is when he ends up dying and still pops the emote. So true. I respect that, but Tian do the job to pick it up. Now Wayward, we'll see if it happens.
Coming through, it's a level 12 Gwen, but under the turret, his healing might not be enough. The Everfrost coming through, he's buying time, but once more Shallow who gets grand challenge. It's a trade for a turret, but FPX trading up with the kill and the blood of the structure. Gold really not that far off for a team that got shut out in the jungle. Like, it's impressive that we're still talking about this game being close despite the dragons.
Yeah, I think this is what Care has done really well in this TF is lean to the side lane, punish Wayward, put him behind, make sure Shallow who is getting stronger and stronger. I'm not sure it's enough. You're still down in gold. You're still heavily down in dragons. Okay, true. But you are at least keeping it within a contestable sort of level. You're keeping the towers even on top of that.
Okay, so now for FPX, what is the transition here? 3 minutes until Dragon Orc. Baron is live as well. What do you want to see FPX do to set themselves up for the Dragon fight, which obviously they've got to start looking at?
Well, ideally, I'd love to see them look for a pick, or even something that could work is before the dragon spawns, just being a summoner. If you make a play on a Jakulov and burn his cleanse, then when it comes to the team fight, you'll have your tools back up, but his cleanse won't be available because the cooldown is a bit longer. That could be a solid play, just giving yourself the best odds possible, because right now, you know, LWX doesn't have his flash, Hung doesn't have his, but they should be up for that dragon. Those summoners can make all the difference. So we can see some big item spikes coming in. TF now has the rapid fire cannon, so you have that long range stun card in the Everfrost. Sure. As you said before, Jinx, you know, closing up. And something that's pretty cool to note is something we've seen since 12-11. is the Kempunk Chainsword, the new, not the new, but it's been buffed. It has more ability haste, more AD. It's the item that builds all the executioners, which I think Clid is going next. And it's just like really nice. It's 125% stat efficient, but also we said they kind of need Grievous Wounds. It is going to help to be able to apply that, especially as Viego is going to be ulting people on low HP, where it applies the improved Grievous Wounds as much as it has been nerfed.
I mean, Orcs, you talked about healing at the start of the game, at the start of draft. Trundle, Gwen, Silas, Aphelios, everyone has healing
Aphelios
on
is
this
Bloodthirster
team.
as well.
That's right. So it feels like Grievous Wounds in this game is so well justified, whether the item's efficient or not. It feels nice for you to pull that out because Clid's not there yet, which makes a bit of a difference as LWX gets tagged here with a Moonlight Vigil. Shallow on a ward, and for Top Esports are not going any further. A minute 20 till the Dragon, looking for FPX to get the pick. That's what Orcs just talked about, utilizing this Twisted Fate and maybe even the Fiora in the side lane as Shallow once again moves to the bottom wave.
But look how scary Knight is. Level 14 already right now.
Yep.
They're looking to collapse on him. This could be a good play.
But level 14, what can he do? The flash away from the Everfrost. Care uses the range, flashes himself on top of Knight in the 1v2. Clid doesn't have the item upgraded, but still the damage hurts. The Heartbreaker following in as LWX even throws out the ulti, but Knight trying to get away with the Destiny. It's a no-go. Shallow picks up the kill after teleporting himself. 45 seconds till the Dragon, and Knight's dead.
Yeah, it does have TP, and I think maybe they're going to go for the Baron start instead while he's still unavailable on the map. We'll see what Top Esports can do. Wayward currently running over.
Yeah, it's a level 13 Gwen. Remember, this guy's been big in the team fight so far. It's FPX, and again, they shouldn't be in. Now making their markers. Speaking of the devil, the ult lines the Baron pit, and Hung has to get away, but Jacking Up takes him down in a close corridor. Wayward is having the time of his life, and Top Esports bringing blood to the parade once more. LWX the last snip, and Orcs, man, close corridors really hurt FPX.
You could feel the desperation. FPX wanted to go for it. They had Smite on Care. They had Smite on Clid. They felt like this was the time to get back in the game, but trapped in a pit against a Aphelios, a Trundle, a Braum, and obviously that Gwen just did not work out for them. Soul going to be picked up for Top Esports as well, and Jackie Love should be able to take this mid-tier 2. You know, they kept the game close throughout. It kind of just feels a bit doomed right now.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, even though FPX started that with the pick, the fact that we get to this point where we're right back where the game started at minute 3 is heartbreaking. As I will watch this again because this was the pick that gave FPX the confidence.
Yeah, and I think Knight was trying to steal the Destiny so that he could ult out. But the problem is the cooldown and the stun card so low. Despite the fact the CC was down, he wouldn't have much of a window. And then FPX, they don't want to flip the Dragon. They decided to flip the Baron. This is kind of reminiscent of Spring, right? FPX Barons were a thing we talked about quite a bit. The ult knocks them all up. They're all stacked together. And the front line of Top Esports just kind of body block.
Oh my god, it's hard to watch. Jackie Love gets a 3-man Gravitum again. Every single fight he's
perfect
had.
weapons for that fight, by the way. Everyone clumped up, and you have blue purple. You ain't gonna complain about that one.
Oh, hell no. Jackie Love with 12 assists as an Aphelios. That 13 out of 16 kill participation kind of tells you the story of an Aphelios that's been dove over and over again, but Top Esports have always been trading, and now, as you said, the Dragon Soul picked up a 7k gold lead at 24 minutes into the game. FPX, their backs are against their base wall, and with this Gwen in the side, with Knight roaming around, with the Baron buff helping to push in Orc, it seems like a perfect end to game 1 as they look for their final fight.
I will say, though, it's very hard for Top Esports to actually take these inhibitor towers because they have 4 melee champions and Aphelios who isn't the longest range, as you said, short range. And also, you're up against a Jinx and ATF. Jinx has a lot of wave clear and can start to ramp up with equal tempo if you stay in tower range too long. And Care can just throw a stun card at you. So, especially Jackie Love doesn't have a cleanse. It's very dangerous to walk up to the tower.
But with the depth charge taken away by Knight, maybe that changes. Clid has to get out of range as Top Esports want to brute force, as is in their nature. At 25 minutes in the game, the middle inhibitor will drop down, and King's now going on the bottom side. Xiao Lao Hu getting threatened, but for Top Esports thinking about the play.
Yeah, they have got that mid inhib now. It does lead in some pressure, and you can see they're all posturing, trying to deny FPX from getting over to defend that tower. Wave is going to come in. They might just try and make a dive happen.
The Top Esports way, right? Winter's Bite not connecting, but Shallow, who's still running LWX against that pillar insane! LWX can't move! It's like hold the door, except he didn't do anything. For Top Esports, a quick 2 kill to the fight means the third comes swiftly. Now 2 members left standing, but Shallow, who, what can he do? Running forward, it's a triple for Jaculov. But this has been the story of Tien. 3-0-13, the Trundle pillar insane. But Tien's been insane all game long.
That's the crying move from Wayward to finish things off. But I think the team, you can see them so happy after that one. What a performance coming out, honestly. Tien with the fantastic start to the game. Knight really bridging the gap when it got to the mid game. And the bot lane in general, so much pressure applied to them. Managed to remain strong. Wayward, despite being ganked on repeat, still super relevant. And it just felt like Top Esports, a team who had fantastic early, but a weaker mid game. You can see what they can do in the mid game now. They've really refined that over the offseason.
I mean, the 0-4 team is struggling, though, on the other side, Orcs. Like, once again, we talk about FPX, and I mentioned to you at the start of this series that this team, like, against V5, they look competitive. They looked quite bloodthirsty themselves. Like, they are, I guess, a pound-for-pound team, if we want to put it that way. But, you know, once again, despite getting some kind of lead decision-making at its core in the mid-game, the Baron we saw return after we talked about improved FPX with decision-making itself. This split seems thrown out the window once again.
You know, that Baron looked bad, and it was. But I can't really fault them because things were starting to feel desperate, right? You got the pick, and you're like, right, we either have to win the game now, or we probably just lose. And I can kind of respect that, because if they go to the Dragon was spawning and Knight would be up with teleport. They wouldn't get an advantage. The pick would have meant nothing. So they were like, we have this pick. You know, let's say the chances of them successfully doing that Baron are like, what, 20%, 25%? It's hard to place an exact number. But the game was starting to feel worse and worse and worse as it went on. I know people will talk about the Fiora scaling the side lane. It felt so far away. The fact that you're forced to contest these Dragons so early because Top East would stack them, I just don't think they had time. I think that, as much as it looked rough, might have been their best chance, which is kind of damning for how badly the game had sort of progressed. They never found that early lead they needed because of Tien.
Because Tien was in Clid's face from level 2, the blue buff invade with him and Wayward Orcs. That's what kicked this game off. A really nice first game. And despite FPX, you know, coming back into it, it never felt like it was doomed for Top Esports, that Top Esports were the ones losing out on a trade. It might have been even, but each step of the way, when it was even, then we saw a flip, then we saw Top Esports take back the reins. So really nice when you consider this team right now is top 4. They're 3-1. They just beat BLG 2-0. They beat IG, who look competitive to split 2-0. They lost to JDG. That's their only loss throughout the season, and JDG are currently sitting first. So kind of holding up to their name when Top Esports right now look to be in form, and FPX are going through a lot of different problems throughout their roster.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports, it was a close series against JDG. That game 3 was a stomp, but obviously it was a very volatile game with like the Draven in the bot lane. So yeah, you can be forgiven for losing to the team who are 5-0, but Top Esports are looking on form. Perhaps even some improvements from Spring, but still remains to be seen. I had concerns maybe about the meta for them, but they've made it work. And I really want to credit Mark this game. Mark is someone who, particularly in the recent series, especially against JDG, that game 3, Nautilus just felt like he missed every single dredge line. It was quite painful in all honesty. And this was such a fantastic performance from him on the Braum. So many times they were trying to make plays bot lane, and they were stalled out by this Braum pick. A lot of times we see just like Leona Nautilus trade-off in the LPL. The fact that Braum isn't picked as often, even though it's a good matchup into these champions because they want to engage. Mark willing to bring it out and then having a really solid performance on it. So credit to him.
I mean, really nice to say. When we said that Mark could have been the issue of Top Esports, we criticized a little bit Orcs. The only thing I want to leave us with before we go to the break is, are we going to see Summit come in? Because remember, he was announced for the roster. I don't know if he's actually in China at the moment. Haven't found that out. But at the very least, game number 1, FPX. Feels bad, but hopefully we get something juicy for game number 2.
Another team we hit on earlier that they played, right, was RNG. Because last week, when we had done the last hit, RNG still hadn't debuted. We've now had them debut. They have played 2 series. They beat FPX. They beat Weibo. Both went to 3 games. But I feel like overall, RNG with Breathe still just looks like the same old RNG, just without having to worry about someone constantly doing shenanigans in the top lane. So overall, big win for RNG.
Yeah, I mean... Yeah. I think as well as like people's expectation was, I mean, my expectation, especially as we saw them after MSI last year in summer, they started the split 1-6 because obviously having, you know, spent so much time on this extended patch for MSI, commit so much time into it. You have like a short break into the new season, and especially when you have big patch changes, I was like, if RNG struggle, it'd be completely understandable. And to be fair, like FPX are like not looking the hottest at the moment, and Weibo, as much as they are like definitely an upper end team, they're not like, you know, one of the big ones. It's still, RNG looks so clean. Like, it feels like they've just carried on that form for MSI. As you said, Breathe, I think, is a fantastic fit with this roster. He played Sejuani. Like, no way I would expect Vin to be doing that, right?
No. Maybe
No
he should
way.
with how strong it is in lane.
Hey, to be fair,
I
Bin
mean-
did just, you know, randomly blind pick Sion today. So maybe Bin is trying to turn over a new.
Let's go.
Yeah, maybe he sees Breathe playing Sejuani. He's like, that's what I have to do. I have to play tanks. But yeah, I mean, I feel like Breathe has been a fantastic addition. I think the team play.
Sorry, I just have this picture of like Bin trying to win back his ex. Is like, I can do it too. See?
Oh
Bring me
man,
back.
poor dude. But yeah, like there was that Xiaohu Lissandra. It's such a weird thing. Like we saw the Lissandra counter to Ari, and we're like, oh yeah, great counter, works so well. And then Xiaohu's like, no, Lissandra counters everything, and he just we'll pick it in any situation. But I feel like especially when we've seen something that was hit on with RNG a lot is like the Enchanter meta coming in might not be the best for RNG because they tend to rely on on Ming being on engage, and they're like, no, just stick Xiaohu on the engage, put him on Lissandra, and he like there was that fight around Dragon that I can specifically remember where he just dictated the whole fight.
Yeah,
He's like, I will
where he got the
decide who
flank.
dies. Yeah, he's like, I decide who dies. You guys just follow up, and it's like, I mean, just such good play from him, but also it seems like the team has adapted well to the new patch and is just like constantly hitting their stride, especially as like, you know, we talk about how as much as we didn't see as much reduced aggression, there was still some with the towers. Scaling has definitely been more formidable factor. RNG are a team who are like, their biggest issue in spring was getting clapped early by like top esports in playoffs. So the fact that there's less ability to do that now, they should be vibing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they look absolutely spectacular. And I'm delighted to see that they did kind of come into the meta, like, feeling a little bit more comfortable. I think they did benefit. We kind of touched on this the last day, where there wasn't a massive shift in meta coming in from, like, MSI into the new patch, even though there were some picks like Swain and Kale and stuff like that. But even now, we're starting to see those fall away, and we are kind of settling back into something that's been quite comfortable for them. And even, I think, Breathe, again, just the perfect addition for them. Someone that if you want to give resources to, can do stuff. If not, he's happy to play his Gangplank. He can even bring out stuff like the Sejuani now, and they just leave him to it. Like, it works out perfectly for them. So I genuinely think we might see RNG just end up going like 2-0 for the double split. Like, we could actually be looking at a golden road.
Yeah, I feel like that's the biggest thing that Breathe brought. Is just since he's flexible with his champion pool, right? That was one of the things that also unlocked Ming, is not just having Xiaohu, but knowing his top laner can play carries. Because remember, whenever game he played Sejuani was one of the games where we had Ming on an Enchanter. And it's just so nice to see that RNG having the options, because I do still feel like some people came in with too high of expectations of how the Breathe thing would go. Again, I was hearing like, oh, Breathe just going to clap everyone, RNG just going to like seriously 2-0 across the board. And it's like, no, that was not reasonable. Like, again, it was going to be a slight upgrade for how RNG can play, not even necessarily in terms of like the 1v1 player swap, right? So RNG, though, going for the 2-0, like, I feel like it's obviously kind of pointless to predict who's going to win LPL, but would you guys still say it's fair to say with how the meta's shaken up and kind of seeing how everyone else is currently playing, that they are at least the statistical favorite to once again take the title?
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love.
可能这次的水友的话就，其实我觉得对线上还好， 就是打远程英雄的时候还好，但是打近战英雄的话，双항削弱了嘛，就有一点点影响。但是总体来说还好，还是很强。我跟小老虎对线的话，就注意自己不要犯失误就好，然后打好我们自己的节奏就可以赢。
Showcasing their own pace. I mean, that's the top esports way, isn't it? That's from Wayward, top esports top laner, who just played a game of Gwen and really kicked it as top esports kicked all of FPX across the rift. Now, Orcs, that was a rough game to watch considering it started from level 2, and we know it's because of one man in the jungle, Tien getting MVP. Well deserved on this Trundle when, I don't know what's more to say. Like, it was just so simple for him from the start.
It felt like he just read Clid so well. The level 1 invade, shut him out of his own jungle, and then when we try to get the match coming in, so Clid just stole Tien's blue in this clip, and Tian takes the opportunity to circumvent him and goes for a gank onto Care. We then see this play in the bot lane where Tian shows up at the same time as Clid. You can see FPX's bot lane positioned so aggressively because I think, oh, well, our jungler's here, but Tian is also there. And he just continued throughout the game, didn't even die once. Really fantastic play for him just to give top esports the early start.
I just kind of realized this is a bully LWX highlight reel, isn't it? Like, his pillars were insane. And LWX affected by each and every replay. We didn't even get to see the last one, which was in the base where LWX couldn't move. He didn't have his flash available. He's stuck against the wall.
That pillar placement, I feel like it's such a weird thing to say, but Trundle actually has such a high skill cap. And I know Trundle's like simple on the basic level, but I mean, perfect pillar placement is quite difficult to do. And that was a perfect pillar. Trapped LWX, couldn't move in any direction, no flash, couldn't do anything. Really fantastic play.
Oh, we had to flash it, didn't we? We had to flash it, Orcs. I wanted to bring this up because what we were talking about before we went to break, now looking at the lowlights, was FPX in their opening schedule. It was really rough. They versed a lot of hard teams, and top esports should be put into that category. But Orcs at this point, they're facing down the barrel of a 0-5. I'm concerned for this team that made playoffs and that has consistently made playoffs and is a world champion of 2019, where they're going to end up because this is a really horrible start.
Yeah. There's still opportunity. As much as game 1, they had moments, but they weren't able to win. Top esports were ahead the whole game. There was still, there's still opportunity for them to bounce back in game 2, but it's just such a rough starting position.
Yeah.
And you can definitely say, like, the thing is, IG, they are IG's only win, right? So as much as, they had some hard opponents, to get 2-0'd by IG, who have lost to 3 other teams, not the best. EDG have been a little bit shaky as well. Like, the thing is that the big fact to me is they haven't faced JDG. JDG 5-0 right now.
True.
And as much as you can, so like, if we think JDG is going to beat them, which is probably the case, that would be 6 wins on the table, only 2 more available before they're not really going to be in playoff contention. That is such a scary position to be in this early this split, especially as we've talked about how Summit is now been officially announced, obviously not playing today. But if you're bringing in a new player, when you have so little wiggle room to get things together before you're out of playoff contention, it's really such a rough position to be in, especially as this is summer split. This is not spring split where it's like, well, if it doesn't go that well, we have time to develop. We'll look to go into summer strong for Worlds. If you bomb out of summer, that's it. Your year's over, and possibly the roster gets rebuilt.
I mean, this is the biggest question, isn't it? Like, fly, Phoenix, fly. The theme of 2019 Worlds. We're now at a point in 2022 where, like, when is it by? Orcs, you answered that very perfectly. We are fast approaching that point, and that's why we're concerned, and that's why we're holding FPX in high regard. It may only be the start of the series, but in that game, FPX looked like they had no hope. Clid in the jungle gotten beaten out, and the rest of the team followed. Orcs, I also wanted to remind you and the rest of the audience that this team was at Worlds last year in 2021. They went to the group stage, and remember, they did make it out of groups, but they were still a contender with Nuguri. In the past, like, they've been at, Worlds before in 2019, of course, as well. Like, high expectations.
Last year, this team went up against EDG in the finals and lost 3-1, of course. But then still people had high expectations because Johnny was performing so well. This team would be favorites coming to Worlds. They did bomb out for sure. But still, like, so different from the position now. And Spring, it was given a pass. We're like, okay, they made playoffs, but they didn't really go too much further. But we're like, this is development. They have some new players. They brought Care in. Shallow is a rookie as well. But it is really struggling to get. And it asks, when is it by Phoenix by? It is going to be at the point where they have 9 wins, I feel. I think if you have 9 wins, chance of making playoffs are so low. So we have to keep watching that number. They need to bounce back. Even just getting a game against top esports would be such a positive swing but to lose 2-0 just puts them further in the hole.
There would be 2-10, 0-5, the 17th place team at least for the next week. Folks, it's a bad position for FPX, but let's not undermine where Top Esports stand. On the verge of their 4th win in the LPL, they'd be 4-1, and they would be right under JDG. It would feel like 2020 spring and summer all over again with JDG and Top Esports sharing the top spots. But let's get through this game first. Welcome back to Pick and Ban. Orcs, Top Esports, apparently we heard that they chose to be on the blue side here after you loved the color selection of Game 1.
Yeah, all blue champs game 1, blue side game 2. Top Esports really vibing with the color blue at the moment, but Gwen will be banned away. Interesting enough, we see Wukong and Lucian banned on blue side. That's quite rare. Typically, those are red side bans. And speaking of red side bans, Zeri has been left open for Jackie Love. FPX going to take the Jinx as well. I wasn't convinced by the Jinx last game. I think the Ezreal would have worked better for them for that safety. But they are going to commit into that once more gun, that reset combo. We'll see what Top Esports want to go for here. If they want to answer similarly in the jungle with that Trundle 4TN. And what else they want to pick up on this rotation. So then notice that Ari is available. Not sure if they'll want to pick it though with the prospect of Lissandra to match.
You pulled out something nice there. Maybe they just wait for Care's direction once again with a Twisted Fate in game number 1. But hey, we get a return to the Trundle in game 2. Clid didn't really get to play the game with a smart invade from Top Esports. Maybe they pull out direction from that first game as well. Orcs with, I guess, a different direction this time around. I should change the topic because Top Esports now have a lot of mobility, a lot of movement speed on their side for the second game.
And what is a champion that can just slow you down with that Frost, right, is the Lissandra. I think it makes sense here. You have 2 reset champions already. It gives you a 3rd. Lissandra, very good answer into Zeri, very, very good into Ari. Looks like they're not necessarily going that direction. Maybe enjoying the strength of Silas for Knight last game, deciding to try it in their own hands. It is a good matchup in Ari. You can steal away that ultimate, get that extra mobility. And even the Trundle ultimate is quite powerful to drain away the stats. You can steal it from the Trundle himself. Obviously get more percentage drain with the AP that you end up having. So some decent options. I personally would have preferred the Lissandra, but I digress. Go to the next rotation. FPX can have top lane counter pick. And I think they may want to blind support here to give that over to Shallow Hill. So they're picking things that may cause concern. Like if you blind a sort of safe support and then they pick Yuumi, that is not a fun position to be in.
Okay, so what do you expect from Shallow here? The Fiora banned away already, as we talked about, the Gwen gone. What kind of goes through with this comp in your mind when we see already quite a bit of skirmishing built up with FPX?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you could even pick something like the Kale coming out here if you get the right setup in terms of how draft ends up powering through. We've seen, obviously, the Kale earlier today work quite well. You can pick something like the Camille if you want to have that extra dive potential. It's also very good into both the Ari and the Zeri. If you get the right matchup for it, you just ult them and then that ability means nothing. I wouldn't really want to take a tank as much as having some engage the team fight would be nice because there's a Trundle on the enemy side. So probably something like that in my mind.
Yep. Okay, well, that Kale's still left open available. Support band still coming through. The Renata as well, Orcs. You and I sitting on Discord a bit before, and you're just saying, Renata's busted, dude. And I guess it makes sense when you look at how much dive FPX have.
Yeah, a really painful one. I quite like the Nautilus again. I'm talking about this ability to CC to lock down these mobile targets. Limited counterplay. Obviously, the Zeri can hop over a wall while the ult's traveling towards her, but then you usually end up miles away from the fight, which obviously has its own downside. So I expect FPX to probably lock this one in. And now for Top Esports, they need the blind top. They also need a support. Mark considering just going for the Braum again. It was a good matchup into the Nautilus, so they will take that one. And a blind GP makes a lot of sense. It does give a powerful ult for Silas to steal, but it's a pretty solid pick. And we'll see what we end up getting from Shallow Who to answer this. If he wants to pick something that's specifically going to counter it in the laning phase, or just pick something that's positive for the team overall.
I will be asking a couple of questions once he locks that in, Orcs, because this time we've gone a different direction.
Oh, I like
Graga's something that was banned, and I know you'll like it, but let's just count down that timer, because you also mentioned the Kale coming through, and so we add another layer of scaling. You don't get your Gragas. I apologize. Maybe sometime soon.
What a shame.
Orcs, run me through FPX, because now that we have the Kale, now that we have a really fine elements of scaling, I think you need to give me a little bit more insight into this comp.
Yeah, they have really powerful when it comes to like team fighting late game because they have the Jinx, they have the resets from the Viego as well. The ult from the Kale, a really powerful tool. And it really comes down to top esports, if they can use things like gangplank barrels, if they can pick with the charm, if they could use the W from the Zeri. That's kind of their tools to play around with. Whereas FPX, as long as you can just hit something with the Kale, with the Jinx, you're in a positive spot. So a bit of a simpler composition for FPX here, but they are kind of relying on the fact that, mid needs to go well. Bot lane isn't the most positive matchup into the Braum. We've seen how that was problematic last game. Top lane, you're playing Kale. You're opting out for the early portions of the game. So I think if FPX can survive at least to level 6 and ideally to level 16, they're in a good spot. But yeah, they will definitely be trying to play the clock on this one. Whereas Top Esports and TN in particular, kind of happy to make this one get rolling sooner rather than later.
When we had the aggressive early games we've had in game number 1, a lot of expectations for Top Esports to come out rolling once more. The Ari for Knight, a classic it has been in split. Wayward falling back on Gangplank, still one of his stronger champions as well. Tien massacred and downgraded Clid in the jungle in game number 1. It was something that was hard to watch here. And now we have Jackie Love on Zeri, which has been left open now. It might not be Viper, where in the last series you all remember that EDG were giving away that Zeri 2 games in a row. I'm talking about when they were versing IG, and it was that was shameful. And as we come back onto the Rift, we're going to see if Jackie Love can do the same thing, because this Zeri has been pretty big in the LPL, pretty successful as well, Orcs, as we see it return once more.
We've also seen, I think Betty was the person who piloted it, and I wasn't so impressed by. The main thing that sort of brought her into the meta again was the buff to a W. W now crits, if anyone's not familiar with it, if everyone hasn't seen the crazy damage, but only when it passes through terrain. If it hits terrain, it expands, gets that wider hit ability. What am I saying? It's able to hit more things. It also passes through units at that point. So you're kind of playing around that, trying to find the angles. And I think that's a big part of Top Esports composition, is finding these opportunities to connect things. Like if you find a barrel combo or a good Zeri W or an Ari charm in the team fights, that can allow you to win them. Whereas for FPX, it's simply a matter of just LWX and the Shallow who right click, right? You can't dodge right clicks. It's just being in the position to make that happen.
Well said. The right-clicking hope of that level 16 you talked about. Let's see if FPX can get there. As this time around in the jungle, we're not seeing any crazy shenanigans. It is a same side start with blue for red. Tien on the bottom side of the map, you can see on your mini-map right now. We'll be heading up to the top lane, and so will Cleared Orcs, as we can talk a little bit about the laning phase here, considering that Wayward on the GP trying to abuse this matchup nice and early. And we might see junglers influence it as well, depending on wave state.
Yeah, you can see where we're just trying to stack Grasp as much as possible and zone Shallow out. You do have a little bit of trade in return. It is fleet for Shallow to get the healing. You're going to obviously use that with your E to get that increased healing from hitting a champion rather than a minion. Also, something that's quite nice is like pre-6, sometimes GP barrels can be a bit annoying to play around. The fact that you have that one ranged auto on Kale means if you're really desperate, you can use it to clear out a barrel that's about to be detonated. So, it's a lane that you can survive, but you're not going to have control of the wave state. You're going to be zoned off a bit.
Nice barrel from Wayward. There we go. Perfect. Kind of worried a little bit, Orcs. The last couple of series, haven't seen him, press that T button, which, I'll be honest, is a normal emote button for a lot of people who don't have a World of Warcraft mouse. But at the very least, hey, what did we talk about in Game 1, Orcs? What did we talk about? Clid getting invaded on, this time not going to be spotted out by Tien.
Yeah, but this could be a potential for a dive setup on a Shallow but Clid, reading it, will head over. He knows Tien is here. It's going to be so risky to try and make this dive when it's a 2v2. Shallow should be able to pick up this wave for the most part, but Clid will lose his probes.
Just the pressure is enough as the pillar comes through. Clid unable to get past it as well. That is just unfortunate. I mean, Chomp to come through. Tien puts him at half HP and threatens him off of his own jungle. He's going to zone him out as well. That just went from a trade, Orcs, a spotting, to a bit of a disaster again.
Yeah, and I mean, a big factor is Top Esports having prior mid, having prior top, no assistance for Clid. So he gets chunked out, gets pushed away. And I like this from the bot lane. LWX and Hung have time. They leash the scuttle for him, end up removing the shield and getting it low enough. He can just come by, pick that up, can possibly invade and steal away the Krugs on the other side to mitigate. Now, Tien, I believe he took the big chicken and left the little ones. The little one's a bit of a pain for Trundle to clear, but also means they won't respawn. And now looking for Shallow. This should be flash at least.
At the very least, pillar comes through. Shallow near his turret. There's the flash, and Tien takes it with ease. Once again, an early game from Top Esports, working out perfectly. While now Clid's trying to get something in the mid lane, but Knight's walking up to his jungler as Care gets the engaged, but he's at low health, and Knight is a charm. Ari waiting for the respawn, he flashes away, misses though. And now Tien has to play in a 1 versus 2 without Knight's spell rotation up but available. Ignite already going down. Care with the flash forward. Gets first blood and means a reset for Clid as well. On top of Care, the chomp comes through, but he's saved. FPX finally gets the revenge as the pause. No! Oh! Just when it looks good.
That is some awkward timing, in all honesty. Very, very awkward timing there. Wayward as well, completely pranked there. The Viego getting the reset, putting the pillar down, means Wayward flashes late. We now have Care in the brush. And what could happen is Care could look for a W opportunity if he heals up enough that a parlay doesn't kill him. Maybe even Wayward goes down as well. What an absolute disaster for Top Esports. And there's a great flash from Knight to avoid the stun, but the charm doesn't hit. And it ends up going in favor of FPX. Silas obviously fantastic in the skirmishes. And one of the buffs that brought Silas back is his E, a second lower cooldown at every rank. His W is a second lower cooldown in the early stages of the game. So those rotations of cooldowns just coming faster. Remember, Ari's charm cooldown got nerfed. That was one of the things that came after MSI.
Good point.
So it does open these opportunities in the skirmishes.
I mean, it's a play that's going to haunt Top Esports. When the early game looked like Tien was taking charge once again, it was Tien moving up to the top side, burning the flash. And just to repeat your point a little bit there, Orcs, the charm missed.
Yeah.
Crucial from Knight, hurt so much to watch, and Care took care of the rest, giving a reset over to Cleared. Now, we are in a pause, ladies and gentlemen. We saw Jackie Love leave on our screens, but as soon as I get something official, I will let you know. But at the very least, we're going to assume that, for FPX, that early game play netting what seems to be 2 kills. Hopefully we get that understanding when we get back. And the early game for Cleared now, Orcs, set up when you talked about FPX kind of playing with a late game timer in this game where they wanted to push themselves to a steady state when they had the level 16k, when they have the Jinx in a good position. Viego, Silas can follow through as well.
Yeah, I mean, if you're winning early, then that's just even better, right? And when you have these comps that want to lean in the later stage of the game, the best way you can pan out of it is getting that earlier lead, being able to shut down your opponent, especially as Viego is such a snowball-heavy champion. The fact that if you do find some momentum, especially if your team are just ahead, you can get kills so easily, blow someone up, get the reset, get another ult usage. And the fact that he's winning pre-6 just means when we do hit that level 6 point, will be extremely threatening. Like, bear in mind the Trundle's power spike at 6. It's nice. Like, the ult is powerful in those skirmishes, but it's incomparable to the Viegos.
It really is. We'll be waiting for that announcement, ladies and gentlemen. Still looking towards it because we are still in that pause. So trying to find out what happened here, but at the very least, hopefully we'll be back into games soon. And a quick reminder as well, we were kind of ragging on FPX for, what had been put together, or actually talked about the lanes and the weaknesses in them as well. And what we've kind of seen so far is that, the early lane has started quite nicely. We did also talk about bot, which we haven't had a decent look at yet too. So kind of curious to see what FPX can do with a lead, assuming that they've been able to pull it up and back off the top of it as well. How do you keep yourself calm for FPX? Do you just counter gank? Is it just looking towards what Tien does on this Trundle and making sure that Clid matches?
For FPX, I think you can for Clid, keep track of Trundle. You can be proactive. You're ahead in this matchup now after the skirmish. Once you hit level 6, just make plays with the Ahri. Like, you can move into a side lane. You have the reset between those two. As long as you get that initial kill. Sorry, no, the Ahri's on the other side. You have the Silas. You can steal the Ahri ult. As long as you get like an initial kill in that skirmish, Viego gets the resets, and you can just completely take over. It's really hard to deal with in those fights. Especially as you're the one who has the Nautilus on your team. We saw in the early game, it was LWX and Hung who had priority in the lane, were able to shove in, move up to leash the scuttle. So if you continue to have control of the wave state bot, just have Hung move with you. Nautilus is fantastic at single target CC. Kill target, reset, kill target, continue in that manner.
Easy as that. Jackie Love has reported an in-game issue. They are investigating now. Orcs, you're going to get the treatment, all right? Which arcane character are you? Now, every time a pause comes up, I pull this quiz out because we get back into game straight away. And as I enter your name in, I've got 18 questions to ask you to determine your arcane season 1 character. Now, we're going to choose a hobby that you have. Do you have croquet, I think it's croquet or knitting, drawing or painting, reading, looking for weird facts? How is that a hobby? Playing instruments, skating, martial arts, or baking? Which one of those are your hobby?
Probably looking for weird facts, specifically about League of Legends.
Okay.
So I think that one's most applicable.
Are you an introvert or an extrovert?
Uh,
You can be an
feel
ambivert. You can be both.
probably both. I'll go both. I feel like there's a middle line, you know. I am talking
Okay.
in front of thousands of people right now, but also I do like my alone time.
We are in front of a computer. For all we know, these people couldn't be real. You know, all the chatters, all the people out there.
For all I know, you could not be real, Jake.
I might not be, dude. People think people
I
from
could
Australia.
not be real. This could all be a simulation.
You know, there was a teacher in my high school class once upon a time. He said, "How do you know people from London are real? You haven't been there." He's debating religion, and I went for it. I'll take you on to question 3 because that's not a barrel I want to really open at this point. Choose something weird I've said or heard. Imagine seeing a snake on 2 legs running at full speed towards you. You know, I'm going to skip this. That's stupid. Choose a song. Choose a song. Nobody by Mitski. I don't know who that is. CPR by Cupcake. Boss B Word by Doja Cat. Slipping Through My Fingers by ABBA. Okay, all right. Duvet by Boa. My Alcoholic Friends by the Dresden Dolls. The Adults Are Talking by The Strokes. Or Dead to Me by Carly Uchis. Do you know any of these?
Doja Cat, Boss, B-Word. We'll go with that one.
Okay, good. Thank you for not saying it. I choose a subject. Arts, science, history, philosophy, marketing. I don't know. I sleep in class, English or economy.
I don't know. I sleep in class. That is, dude. You know, we had like prom after high school, and they gave out like awards, like some of the comedic. I got the most likely to fall asleep during these awards because I always fell asleep in classes because I'd stay up late playing video games, and look where that got me.
Oh my god. Well, Orcs, I can see it. Leader or follower? Sorry, we got 18 questions. I can't really indulge you here. Leader or follower?
Oh man, leader or follower? Leader.
Oh, okay. Everyone wants
Dude,
to be
I'm
a
a
leader.
support mate. I lead my team. Come on.
Genre of music: pop, rock, heavy metal, classical, rap, indie pop, indie rock, jazz, or lo-fi.
Indie rock, probably.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're tuning in, the reason we're doing an Arcane quiz, Jack, you love reported an in-game issue. Now, we're trying to work that out, but for the meantime, wouldn't you like to know...
focus on the quiz. Look, we can deal
sorry,
with that later.
not important, not important. Game not important right now. Genre of movies: action, love, drama, or horror?
Probably drama, like
okay.
Yeah,
Drama.
I feel like that's such a short collection of genres. I feel like they would have had more questions.
Drama it is. I'm
Yeah,
going to
I'll go with
go
that.
this question, not broadcast appropriate. I'm going to go next. Number 10 is choose an anime: Demon Slayer, Jujutsu Kaisen, Tokyo Revengers, Bungo Stray Dogs, Naruto, Full Metal Alchemist, Dori Hidoro. I don't know what that
Full
is.
Metal
Given.
Alchemist, I don't need to hear the rest. Full Metal
There
Alchemist.
you go. Well done. That's
Banger.
a good one. The original or Brotherhood? What is it?
Brotherhood.
Okay, well done. How
Brotherhood's
much
a
do you
banger.
fall from the stairs? Never, only when it's slippery, often, or every day?
Never.
Okay, never. Well done. By the way, update on Jackie Love. He has reported a device problem, so they are still investigating. I pretty much got the same message, but they now know it's a device. All right, question 12. Do you have a good relationship with your family? Yes, no, or it's complicated. That's very personal. You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
Yes, I have a good relationship with the family, so...
How many hours do you sleep? More than recommended, the whole 8 hours. Sometimes I stay awake, but overall I'm good. Or what's sleep?
What's sleep?
Okay, good. I've been told we can go to a break. However, to our producer, we do need to finish. I apologize. Choose a weird meme I have saved. We're going to go past that one as well. Next. Right. Do you enjoy reading? What's your favorite genre? Romance, mystery, poetry, dystopian, the classics, fantasy, fiction, historical, or nonfiction?
I think... I've read some good dystopians recently. What was the other one? There was like... fantasy, non-fiction. Fantasy's pretty good. Maybe fantasy. We'll go fantasy.
Okay, we'll do fantasy. Do you feel like you fit in? Yes, no, or sometimes? It can be this
Sometimes.
broadcast. Yeah. All right. How many friends do you have? None? That's okay too. 1 to 4, 5 to 9, or 10 or more.
Yeah, 10 or more, I guess.
10
Maybe
or
5.
more.
I mean, all the fans watching are my friends. So 10 or more. We'll go with that.
Okay, that's the last question. Some of them really broadcast inappropriate as we got into this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to press next. And Orcs, you are
Who am
Echo.
I?
You care
I'm
about
Echo.
everyone and try to help them in whatever way you can. You're a natural leader and a fighter, but you are skeptical and don't trust easily. It is okay. Just open your heart a little more. Ladies and gentlemen, Orcs is Echo, and we are going to go to a short break because Jackie Love has an
Wow.
in-game issue. We will
one.
return as soon as it's safe to do so. No break, Orcs! Oh my God, never mind.
Now we're going to talk about it. Have you done this quiz before? Who did you get?
I can't remember. I don't know. Maybe I
don't
got Echo
know?
as well. I'm not sure.
You don't, dude.
I don't
feel
think
like
I've
this
done
has
it.
changed. The fact that I know I am Echo has changed my life for me. I feel like now there's so much to reflect on. I'm gonna watch Arcane again and think this is me doing the cool fight with Jinx on the bridge. The fact you don't remember, oh man.
I don't think I've done it. I don't think I've done it. You know, I think.
I mean, are you busy right now?
Well, look, I've been told no break, which means that we're getting closer towards solving this issue. So the pause is coming to an end. That's how we can be really hopium about this one. But Orcs, the reason I made you do that quiz because I wanted you to look inside yourself. You know, much like people do the Pottermore quiz. I don't know. Did you do the Harry Potter quiz? Like, are you a big? Oh my God! Thank God. Did you do a Harry Potter quiz while we come into this game?
Yeah.
What house?
It was either, I think it was either Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. One of those two.
Yeah, right. Okay. Well, Ravenclaw.
But I can't remember.
I can't remember if they're intelligent or not. Hey, we come back, ladies and gentlemen. Let me set the scene for you. We got a double kill for Clid. Care picked up one as well. It was a massacre. While we come back to live at 5 minutes in, FPX are getting dove, but it's Top Esports one behind, and Clid is heading on up. This could be sketchy, but Shallow, who doesn't have the ultimate available, and FPX roll right back into a game where things get evened up. Top Esports getting a kill for Wayward, who seems to be the shining light as we come back from our long pause.
Yeah, we actually had a replay as well. Oh, yeah, because I just remembered we were in the middle of that fight before. We didn't actually get to see the end of it. So obviously, Charm ends up missing. It's a nice flash from Knight, but doesn't catch the CC in reverse. And Care gets another set of cooldowns, has Conqueror stacked up, able to re-engage, and even with the Ignite to reduce the healing, survives a while. And now we finally get to see what happens on the back end. Wayward, I think, flashes and gets the parlay eventually. The question is, does he go down? Kills Care. And does go down. So Clid getting a lot of benefit, but also Wayward now 2-1 on that gangplank thanks to that last gank. And we're back in the game.
Yeah, we are. Okay, so Wayward got the kills. So close. Like, so damn close to not finding that. And, you know, Clid having a much better early game. We talked about Clid in game number 1. If you're just tuning in, he got destroyed by Tien and was trailing CS for the majority of the game. But Orcs this time around, 2 kills under his name, got a bounty. 10 CS over Tien, and FPX this time around are also going to be getting the first dragon.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a big positive. Early game's got a lot better for Clid, but a champion like Viego can snowball so hard, you're ahead. And as you said, that first dragon, that was one of the concerns. This last game, they weren't given time to scale up because they were forced to contest those dragons.
Yep.
Even just getting one, you have to think of it this way, right? It's going to delay a potential soul for Top Esports by 5 minutes. Even if they get every dragon from now, it just adds time to the game. But now, seeing a skirmish come out,
but Smite comes down as Tien who secures. Care going for the engage on top of Knight. Good charm as a response. Electrocute a little off the top, but Care doing pretty well in the matchup as well. As we know, he was part of that skirmish and came out the other end. Orcs, he is trying to bully Knight in this lane, and good to see the confidence out of the young FPX mid laner.
Yeah, and Knight even taking Ignite to try and cut down that healing, have that Grievous Wounds. Still just wasn't enough in that previous fight. You got to remember, it has been nerfed to only 25% Grievous Wounds from Ignite, compared to 40, which it was on 12.9, or 30, which it was on 12.10. We see FPX pretty happy with the position of the game right now. Level 6 is going to be hit pretty soon by Clid, and that's where things really start to ramp up.
And so I wanted to talk to you a little bit about that as well. This time around, Care can't steal away the Twist Fate ulti, or should I say the Silas, as Knight was Silas last game against Care's TF. And I want to ask you how FPX transitioned with this lead. They're 1.2k gold up. They've got control of the dragon. Herald's now spawning. And what do you want to see in this upcoming fight as Clid has 6? We get time.
Might end up seeing, no flash for Shallow.
We never get time. Orcs, unlucky, but this one is a 1v2 on the top side. Now, pillar placement means Shallow who has to pace his way around, but that ultimate's still there as he pulls it out early. The barrel once again negated, but Shallow who walking towards the jungler, he's bought so much time, and Wayward's in a lot of trouble as Clid is here with the flash almost up and available. The Heartbreaker too. Reset number 1 as Wayward's on the wrong side of the rift, and Clid is angry for making him look so ridiculous in the first game. Heartbreaker over. Wayward going to be tackled down. And Shallow who picks up the kill. FPX are in charge for game 2.
Yeah, just devastating for Top Esports. The pillar placement from Tien, pretty dire. Allows Shallow to kite it out, wait for Clid to get there. Level 6 on the Viego to level 5 at Trundle. And obviously, when targets are low HP, when there's an opportunity for resets, Clid is just in prime position to carry.
It's a third kill. It's a camp worth taking up on the top side with red buff available. With, I should just say, all camps are available for him. But also look towards Herald. As Clid's not on it for now, Tien starts it off, but I'm curious, Orcs, if FPX want this, because they are the team with a firm grasp on this game.
Yeah, the reset timings means they get there a little bit later. Clid doesn't have his ultimate, but they're still going to be here in time. This is going to be a full 5v5, and I favor FPX on this.
I do as well, but Mark is here first with his ultimate available. Hung has his own too, but Top Esports, the charm starts it off with Herald being the 5, but the lightning crash down here from Jackulove. While FPX, the ones running back. They were late to the show, but Top Esports got the first kill. On top of that, LWX is soloed out as Mark flashes for the Winter's Bite, and LWX has to burn his own. Knight in the meantime looking for trail kills, but Herald and a pick when you're the team 3k gold behind, that's something.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports got what they want. They got the Herald, and because they were grouped up first, they were there initially, they're able to start things. Shallow wasn't even in position. Clid no ult, Shallow no ultimate, meant they could get that initial kill, and FPX kind of just had to scatter to the winds. The fact that FPX get nothing in return, pretty unfortunate, but you can see that the thought process was the same as ours, right? You're ahead, you should be the one picking up the Herald. So Top Esports finding a fantastic angle there.
Well, Wayward picked up the kill once again. Worth noting, these kills are stacking on singular targets. As Orcs, you talked about the pillar placement here and how long Shallow bought.
Yeah, I mean, he's already started walking the other way. Tien just didn't expect him to walk in the alcove. Some alcove gaming here. The pillar does nothing. And as a result, there's such a long time where Tien just doesn't do anything, isn't able to hit. Clear turns up, and I mean, this Viego's already so strong with the ultimate as well. It's just over.
Again, we're saying it's good to see Cleared in charge. We lose the Herald on the side of FPX, though, as we come on back. And Top Esports were able to get a trade despite that little maneuver up in the top side. So a game a little bit more even than it was a couple of minutes ago, but still 2k gold lead here from FPX. And Dragons coming up in 35 seconds, Orcs. Time to ask you more questions because, honestly, if you're from Ravenclaw, dude, you got a lot to tell me. This is an FPX-favored game. Clid is snowballing out of control. Care in a great position as well as Knight just gets chunked out before the objective. And FPX stacking up the Dragons here is a sign of good things to come, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think ultimately, FPX, if they can get the second one, as I said, gives them more time, but also leans towards them have the Soul Wing Con. They're strong in a team fight right now. We can see LWX already has that Kraken Slayer. Divine Sundra on Clid makes them really strong. If they find a window, if they find a single reset, I feel like that should be the momentum they need. TP is available for Shallow, but not for Wayward. Wayward did actually TP into the top lane. So I feel like Top Esports, you can't fight this.
Do you think Cannon Barrage is enough, Orcs? Because maybe they do.
No, absolutely not.
Good. That's why I asked you these questions. Well, Top Esports are in the river, but Clid's angle is the one I'm interested in here, Orcs. They start up the Dragon, but they do not know where this Viego is. Hung moving in, Care moving in. It's going to be a massacre in the making as Jackulove is one behind the pit. Clid on top, though, with the spike coming through. And it's stolen by FPX, but Top Esports still alive and healthy for now. But how long does that last? 2 kills already going through as the Observer even almost had a stroke. 3 kills dropping through. FPX have gotten the resets you wanted to see. And Knight burning the flash. It's a sign of this game looking so much better. Let's check on that Observer, but mainly let's check on Top Esports because they're getting beaten bloody.
I don't know why Top Esports fought that. I mean, they didn't even need Shallow Who. That is the crazy thing. They did not even need Shallow Who to TP in. They could just take it 4v4, and the Cannon Barrage, as predicted, did very little to nothing to really mitigate that. And I think Clid found a fantastic flank angle, comes over the wall, and steals the Dragon, as well as just bursting out both Jackulove and Tien in this situation. And we said getting that reset initially very important. Tien dies so quickly, and then they just have the chase potential. Clid actually stealing Mark's body so he can W over the wall as well to follow Care, really using the ability that Top Esports has against them.
It's the mobility we talked about at the start of draft. And you're right, Orcs. Using it against him is so well put. FPX now, gold to 4K. Got to keep pulling it out because it's 2 Dragons and the steal.
And if you look at the Herald, this is like the, oh no, it's running out, we have to use it.
Yeah.
So they decided to group up mid. FPX should expect this. They know the time is running out, so they'll be here to defend, but Hung's actually probably dead.
Yeah, the dredge line doesn't connect either. The pillar placement this time really nice as the charm secures a free kill, and that herald placement in a panic is actually going to work out pretty nicely. As Wayward's flashing forward, burnt by Xiao who the ulti not, as Wayward looks for the solo with the Trinity Force up and running.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trade of flashes. It's not really that big of a deal, but Xiao who happened to respect it. The ult wouldn't necessarily save him there. We do see Care getting chunked a bit. And ultimately, for top esports, that Herald could have been atrocious. It could have been like FPX were there to defend. They weren't able to effectively use it. But fortunately, Hung missed positions. He didn't have his flash at the time. The pillar is actually so powerful against Nautilus, because a lot of the situations when you're caught by Nautilus, you want to use your hook to get you out, use it against terrain, and you can just pillar in front and block it. So ends up being an okay Herald for top esports, but they are still 3,000 gold down, still 2 dragons down. So not exactly in a good position.
So, top esports orcs, what do you want to see here? Because when a game that favors late game of FPX in terms of the team fight setup you talked about, and to be specific of what you mentioned in draft was this team having really good range in the team fights as well. I believe you said with Kale, Jinx, like this team can play great team fights. I think simple as that. So now for top esports, how do you mitigate that? When you've got a jungler who's fallen behind quite a bit, when Knight hasn't been doing too well in the laning phase, and Wayward is really the only source of great things in this second game for TES. Maybe you don't rely on Knight. Maybe you don't rely on Knight. Was that one of your answers?
It wasn't, but looks like it's going to be the case. So now, no flash. Shallow
once again, but Wayward is doing a lot of damage. He's level 11. The ulti's burnt. They both don't have flash. As you mentioned, he's looking for the trade kill, but he won't find. At least Tien gets something, but look at mid being battered open by Care and Clid in the process.
This is the sort of thing you want to see, though, is fine plays where you have a numbers advantage, because, you know, even if FPX are ahead, if you bring 2 against 1, 3 against 2, that's where you can find windows to turn plays around. And top esports rotate that bot lane up to defend this tower, so they will keep T1 alive, but it is still very, very low. We'll see if Wayward can get this one in return. The Triforce does give a lot of tower taking damage, and objective bounties are online, so that's at least something.
Would be really nice, but can he get out of there alive? Turret's still standing.
Oh, he wants to so bad.
Yeah, you can tell. Wayward again, the person with the most gold on the team of top esports. While in the bottom side, LWX gets the turret. Mid almost goes down, so those objective bannings stay standing strong. For top esports orcs, we have to also mention that with Dragon coming up, with this Herald at least being taken down, there are more opportunities to contest and maybe get some gold back in their favor.
Yeah, I think ultimately the reason I feel like top esports comp I don't favor as much in late stages, as much as like Zeri and Gangplank scale exceptionally, the burden of execution is higher. Connecting barrel combos isn't a surefire thing. Some players can do it fantastically. Some players we've seen struggle.
Yep.
Same with Zeri. We've seen Viper have that amazing performance on it, but also other players like Betty had a bit of an underwhelming. Oh no, yeah, I would do the same if I missed a cannon. But ultimately, that's how the team fights come down to. If it's a straightforward team fight, if FPX get a front to back, get the resets, they should just come out ahead. And with 10 seconds in Dragon, it looks like top esports are opting to sack it.
Well, Care might be the target though, because top esports, yeah, the play will be towards the top side. Care spotting it out, and Tien gets away with an enhanced recall. So Wayward doesn't commit either, and that's going to be the third dragon, a Mountain Soul, in 5 minutes' time. It'll be something that top esports have to choose live or die by, because FPX are in the exact same condition that top esports were in game 1.
And I think a Mountain Soul would probably be the nail in the coffin here. The fact that, you know, we talked about things like the Gangplank barrels or the Zeri W, a Mountain Soul really weakens the effectiveness of those. You can see, like, think that 325 damage, so much of that would be absorbed by the Mountain Soul as well. Like Knight with the Ari, being able to burst down a target, being able to pick a target, particularly with his Ludens, mitigated heavily by a Mountain Soul. So top esports, 4,000 gold down. They have 5 minutes to work out what they want to do. They have 5 minutes to work out how they can solve this problem.
With FPX breathing down their throats as well. Great pillar in the nick of time. Through the gap, it denies Hung with the dredge line, but Wayward's still by himself. Doesn't change as the barrel train connects, but RNG out of the Everfrost. LWX joining in, Hung behind enemy lines, but Clid not on the same page. So while Care's here with the cannon barrage, TP coming through, but he's got him ducked under turret. Takes him deep. Care going golden. Hung here as well. A messy dive from FPX, and Shallow trying to save the support, but he's sure to die, and he can't take Wayward with him. FPX on multiple angles. A bit all over the place there.
Yeah, massive overcommit under the tower. Wayward doesn't go down so easily. And you even see some misplays like Shallow who using the ultimate onto Hung, and Hung also dropping the stopwatch. Obviously, he's going to build as Zhonya's, it looks like Hung is. So using the stopwatch not as much of a concern, but still definitely a misplay. Top Esports, not only do they get a kill, they also get the tower with the bounty and try to claw their way back into this game. 2,000 gold deficit, but this tower going down top will open it up a little bit more.
Well, Orcs, it is something for Top Esports, but it's not in front of an objective. It's not near a timer, so they'll have to do that again. But we'll look again because FPX are the ones that went deep for the dive.
Yeah, and the stun connects from Care, maybe a bit too far. He does Zhonya's, but then Hung is just left in the mix. I think the FPX suddenly realized, yeah, we ain't getting through a Braum Trundle under tower. Not the greatest plan. And they do end up backing away.
So now, you're going to have to tell me a little bit more about the build-up. We've seen FPX go for deep dives, up on that top side. But it doesn't really showcase much of, how FPX have been taking control here. Or we're getting 2 items across some of the core carries before this dragon comes up. And I specifically mean that Shallow, who should be 2 items deep as well on this Kale at level 13, 3 more to go. And even for Care, right? Zhonya's Hourglass fully completed. He's got a Dark Seal heading towards his 3rd item. In a really comfortable position where the damage output is already getting scary enough.
Yeah, and if you actually look as well, there's Zhonya's on Care, Zhonya's on Hung. You also have the ultimate from the Kale. Clade goes untargetable when he obviously gets a reset with the passive. Yep. Just a lot of things that make it very hard for Top Esports to finish off targets. And that is their goal, is able to chunk out, burst out targets, finish them off. A lot of damage can be avoided with those actives. It feels like a very difficult position, but the problem is Top Esports can't afford to let this dragon go. FPX, if they don't get the dragon, if Top Esports steal it, it's not a big deal as long as they don't lose the fight hard enough that Top Esports can Baron. FPX, they want Top Esports to fight them. They want to bring them in. I think for Top Esports, an important thing is getting vision control or potentially a pick before the start of the fight. If they can make that happen, that is the best case scenario in theory, but I think Shallow, who are a bit too close to tower.
Yeah, and not giving any windows to Top Esports. A much better response here from FPX in the second game. We've praised them through the early game. Their fight back against Tien, who on this Trundle looked very similar. But that skirmish breaking apart Top Esports from the potential of what seemed to start as a 2-0. That was in our minds. And I definitely feel like I preemptively thought that FPX, after game number 1, weren't really going to show us too much. So props to them for having a better return in this series. But Orcs coming towards the Dragon, that's when the true test comes forward. And you wanted to see that Top Esports set up their vision control. But right now, there's really good tracking in the topside jungle. Watching FPX move down in their own corridors against this Dragon in 45 seconds.
Yeah, they protect. They know that Top Esports are on the top side of the map, so they protect LWX when he picks up the red, make sure no pick can come out. They have a pink ward in the Baron pit, so they know Top Esports can sneak a Baron while they're setting up here. But it did give up control of the area over to Top Esports. I want to see Wayward pair up. I want to see barrel chains in the brushes. Try and get some of that initial poke down onto FPX. That's really what they need to make the difference here.
Coming for his setup now. FPX don't have a brush in this long ward in the brush, excuse me. But one now spotted out. FPX gonna be walking into a barrel chain here if they go any further. The charm not connecting with Knight on the flank as Care steals away his ulti and the fight begins, but it begins in the wrong fashion. Top Esports already burnt down. The barrel's in the back line. Wayward flipping it around as LWX looks for his first reset, but buying so much time, and Clid dying, and the poke from Jackie Love, the snipe onto Hung. Care getting burnt down as well. Top Esports are still low, and losing their jungler gives them hope. FPX might not have the members, but they're still very strong Orcs, but that was Wayward all the way.
Yeah, huge battle combos, and that's kind of the thing. Top Esports, the fights can be volatile. They need to connect, but he managed to. But now Dragon is being rushed down. No smite for either side. Jackie Love can steal this.
Wayward's not nearby. The W to steal it away, but no. Care secures. Wayward walked away to the bottom wave. He didn't want a part of that at all, Orcs, so Top Esports give up the Mountain Soul, despite how close it was.
Yeah, I just think it's hard for Wayward to do anything over the wall. Really, Knight and Jackie Love trying to pair their damage. Shallow, they're looking for a pick here.
Okay, Orcs with the charm, being flashed away from. Wayward still getting hit hard. Kale, level 14. He doesn't have the flash available. We burn it in the trade. Wayward lucky to be alive. And Orcs, I paused there because I'm like, hang on a minute. But Top Esports should have been a quick pick, but it elongated out as we go all the way back to the Dragon fight.
And we look at how much Wayward can do here, using the Baron pit to cover his barrels. gets this chain, hits Shallow and Hung, and gets the crit. That's what it can do. And that was nearly enough for them to come out ahead in this fight. The problem is, the positive is they kill Clade. They don't allow for those resets from Viego. A great snipe coming out from Jackie Love. But then Tiana's trapped in the pit, and the rest of the team are trying to regroup. But they end up sacrificing their jungler, Cat, making a great decision just to finish him off. They then reset, TP the Kale back in, and that's enough to secure it. So despite the fact Top Esports got a shutdown, it's a 2k goal difference, they closed the gap, they lost the soul, and that was really what the fight was for.
That permanent buff, man, it's going to hurt. FPX with a shield around them, and they've got a Kale as well. Shallow moving to the bottom side of the map, but he doesn't have TP. He has to start moving up if FPX are going to threaten Baron. And Orcs with limited vision in the river, it feels like that's what they're playing towards right now.
Yeah, they don't have the scuttle though. Tian has that secured, so it's going to be hard for them to really threaten a Baron. You can see FPX are like posturing there, like, oh, maybe they'll think on Baron. There's no chance. They actually find Tian.
Everfrost as well, taking the subjugate away. Tien caught out, Clid getting the lockdown as well. Tien needs to flash over the wall, but it's too late. Care gets him, and the other player outside of Clid that's been kicking ass is this man in the mid lane.
Now, there's a lot of AoE here from Top Esports.
Okay, Hung starting to engage with the Winter's Bite, sets it up, the barrel chain once again, and Jackie Love is exploding the backline. Wayward gets down another. Ulti from Kale doesn't matter because FPX are so low as Knight's getting resets, jumping in! Reset after reset! He can do it too, while Jackie Love is doing the John Travolta. He's staying alive.
What a clutch fight coming out. Knight solo on HP, but able to find the resets. They won't get cleared here. Wayward spawns in, but no jungler alive means they can't do the Baron in return. Top Esports keeping this one close. Gold only 600 apart now. And a fantastic performance. I said, you know, the thing with these barrels coming out from the GP is you're not always necessarily going to hit them. It's not a guaranteed thing. Wayward is making them look like a guaranteed thing, a point-and-click ability. We do see Chen caught out, and obviously you ult to steal stats, Care ults to steal them back. Tried to save the flash to get over the wall, but ends up going down. And then here. So importantly, Wayward once again with those big barrels. Look at the damage on them to both Hung and Shallow who. Then gets another chain. Health bar's low. Knight looks for it. And Knight gets chunked out, but just goes in. Plays for the resets. Manages to take those two out. And yes, he does go down to Care. But he's just so focused on getting those kills secured for his team. And now Top Esports looking for Shallow who.
It's just individual player flares, isn't it, Orcs? This second game is individual player flares. Wayward, Care, Knight. You know, we even saw a little bit of Jackie Love there as well. A couple of his nice Ultra Shock lasers, that W snipe. Orcs, we got 23 kills, 26 minutes. That Mountain Salt in the last fight didn't matter as much as we thought it would. But remember, you talked about how this game progresses. We're still at 26 minutes into the game. And as we're approaching late game, we're not quite in the thick of it yet with still not the third item on this Kale. Only the third item just built for Care. Third item for LWX and the Jinx. We're approaching it, but you can see Top Esports are antsy to make sure they have an opportunity before it goes any further.
And the KL level 16, it gives you that range. And that's the thing that Top Esports kind of struggle with. They have abilities to challenge range, like the mobility from Ari, the laser from Zeri, the barrels from Wayward. But the problem is that if you don't find those angles, as I said before, but also just when KL's level 16, she can just stand at a further distance from you. You know, Jackie Love tries to step up, will just get bursted down. LWX can just sit back with rockets. That empowered auto with the rapid fire cannon, the crits are really going to start to hurt with the IE completed.
Good point.
So once more, Mountain Souls make it difficult, the compositions make it hard, but Top Esports never giving up in this game.
I mean, that's what you want to see. You know, Top Esports and mid-games are talked about as well. Lots of improvement this split, but was their weakness in the last split. We saw it against RNG. But TES in this game as they start off the Baron under the cover of night because FPX are resetting. Not only in the first game, Orcs, did they Baron and throw it and flip it all around. Now in front of Baron again, the timing couldn't be worse. At 3k, the Jinx rocket coming through, but the smite is there. Top Esports sneaking one, and FPX decided to back at the wrong time.
Fantastic execution from Top Esports. It's going to stand. FPX, they want to reset. Elder's coming up. They know that's a big priority, but Top Esports using that pocket of vision. Cleared not there in time, and LWX, unfortunately, the rocket just sped up the Baron take, and now Top Esports with the fast resets. They don't have control over the Dragon area. That is the downside of that Baron, but they have the extra stats. They have the pushing mid-wave. But this fight may well decide the game. Whichever team gets Elder is almost always going to win the subsequent team fight. So let's see how it ends up playing out.
We've seen smart plays from both of the teams by now. The poke coming through from Jackie Love not hurting Clit as much as Care is here. Everfrost is great, but Mark stands in front like a fridge waiting to be opened. Shallow who, where is he right now? Orcs, he's going to be split pushing. He has TP, but Top Esports are getting priority because it is a 4 versus 5.
This is Elder, bringing him. He's level 16 Kale. You need him there. TP, come on.
Big man. Care steals the ulti away for FPX. Make the decision. The series hangs in the balance. The 0-5 hangs in the balance. In a turret going down. The barrel's being set up. At 7k now, it's imminent. FPX need to pick the call. 4k. TP still late. Shallow who TPing so far away as Care goes in. But the Zerial flies through, but no! Clint gets the steal, but FPX is still blowing up. Tien getting away with the sliver of his life as Hung flashes away. Shallow who now may be with us, but Orcs, you gotta be molding a bit watching that.
Oh, I'm fuming. Like, I'm mind blown. Shallow who? Level 16 Kale. He's waiting for gold apparently. You have a Doran shield, just sell it. Why are you sitting on a Doran shield? 30 minutes into the game, level 16. Just reset, sell it, TP in. You're Kale, you're so strong. I mean, they'll get those 2 towers. They'll get some extra gold. They did get the Elder. It was a great smite from Clade. But man, I think if Clade didn't secure that smite, Top Esports would have just bowled them over.
100% agree with the way this game's going. Orcs will look again because this steal out of the corner of my eye, I just missed it.
Yeah, it manages just to ult over the wall, finds the steal just in time. It comes close and he secures it. But then think about how this plays out. The mobility of Top Esports, they back off here. But Knight, 100% if you gave him the Elder Beard, he would be going in. He'd be trying to make the plays. So the smite clutched it, but I was losing my mind seeing Kale pushing top there.
Orcs, you're not going to make it to 30 if you stick around in the LPL. I'll tell you what, or 35. I don't know how old you are, but you're not only going to lose all your hair. You're going to go downhill from here. Best of luck.
LNG vs TT aged me considerably is all I'm gonna say.
I heard. It's good to have you on the team, but let's see how long you stick around. I love the enthusiasm. I love the passion about this game because in game number 2, when FPX's theory hangs on the thread so they don't go down 0-5 at the start of the LPL split, they've at least got the Elder buff. But Elder's only lasting for another 45 seconds. Top Esports doesn't look like they're sticking around, but I say that the Zap tags Knight Care looks for the engage. But FPX can go no further until the wave continues pushing through, and Wayward is doing a good job of denying that alongside Jackie Love's W.
Yeah, there's just fantastic wave play in this composition. The W from Zeri, the barrels from Wayward. The thing with the Elder is the Elder's fantastic if the enemy team runs into you and wants to fight. But in this situation, Top Esports know they just have to wait out the time. But there's no Baron to force the push for FPX. So one more wave to clear, and then Top Esports are safe. Let's see if they can do it.
Cannon Barrage comes through. It's a very defensive one here with the wave being slowed down. 5 seconds left of the buff to go as Care is the first one in front of lines as Hung gets the engagement. The buff has now just expired. Knight heading forward, hits Shallow pretty hard, and Hung's going to be the first to go. Mark negating the damage to Pillars is great as well as LPX flashes away, but Top Esports, they're out for blood. Tien running down the line as this ain't even match of the week, but I can feel it in my bones, Orcs. There's going to be more blood yet to come.
They managed to hold them off. They managed to defend the pressure coming out from FPX. The Elder is gone. Sometimes a game-ending buff, and this is why that soul is so important, though. The fact that Baron times out, Elder times out, but FPX still have that Mountain Soul contributing, but it still feels like the threat is there. One barrel combo, easily capable of just winning this game, especially as we've just seen an Infinity Edge finished for Wayward. FPX, they have the level 16 KL. It feels like it should be enough, but Top Esports doing everything in their power. And look at the gold, by the way. Hysterics, 100 apart at 32 minutes.
Kind of what you hope for as an LPL fan. 25 kills to add into that mix as well now. You guys going to be looking at the timers in the top right, top left of your screen. Pay attention to the Baron timer, because Top Esports are now moving to the top side to set up some of this vision. The team that we thought had no business being in this game, but for FPX, coming out a bit trepidatiously, right? Scuttle gets secured as well, Orcs. So it's not like FPX are going to be lacking any vision in the area for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, I think Top Esports, I got to say, Tian has done a fantastic job. Even when behind, finding windows to get the Scuttle around the Baron. Really positive to see him just find those opportunities, be able to pick it up. Something to note, though, look at the items on Top Esports. Stopwatch on Wayward, Tien, and Knight. They know it's getting to the point where one fight will dictate this game. GA available for Jackie Love, and now cleared. Being pressured here. You can see this is just for red buff. They want to pick it up. They want to escort Jackie-Love. They are taking 0 chances at this point of the game.
We've seen that from both teams. You pulled that out from LWX. It's safety in numbers here for both FPX and Top Esports. 10 seconds till Baron. Ping's going out, but Top Esports, excuse me, own the river. Klid coming in through mid, trying to support this mid lane wave. But I'm kind of interested in the bottom side here, Orcs, because Shallow, once again, getting close towards his teleport. Wayward has his own, and with the Cannon Barrage now available, FPX moving up here, but it's well spotted by Top Esports. They're on so many wards.
Yeah, and Top Esports, you can see FPX tentative about approaching. One of the things is that with the GP and the silent, he can clear the waves easily against the Kayle. But if like a Baron is started, his ult can have that immediate impact. Kayle needs to be there. And the Kayle as well, like let's say Klid starts to get focused down. If you TP too late to help him, could be disaster. Now Shallow, who might be in trouble.
Comes through. Charm's going to come in as well, but the Divine Judgment immediately onto Knight. It's a level 18 Kayle. 1 versus 2. I wouldn't put it past him. He gets 1, but Wayward takes the others. That was too close. Way too close. A 1-for-1 Orcs mid for top.
You're starting to see the potential of this Kayle. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, yeah.
Knight goes down. This is a weird trade for Top Esports simply because of the value of the Kayle. I just don't think it's enough for them to suddenly stop the Baron, but maybe they'll try. They've TP'd Wayward in. Fighting without the Kayle would be a lot easier than fighting with the Kayle, but Elder is up in 15. I think that is going to be the call. Knight is up sooner, but Shallow, who has TP. That is the difference. And Knight would have about 10 seconds to get there before Shallow, who could just TP in. You can see them setting up for the Elder now. Care on that flank. This could be... The game could come down to this.
Yeah, a lot of damage. Watch for Jackie-Love, though. The Silent Predator here with the GA is hung Klid from different angles. Care is going to use a Blast Cone. This was stolen last time, and it's Top Esports sit on top of the objective, wanting to flip it. It's up to Tien versus Klid. Right on top again. They're looking for Tien, the slide. It's Klid again! A double back-to-back steal as LWX has joined in the show. He takes Mark. He takes the troll. And Top Esports get it flipped back on their head as FPX reunite in the face of adversity.
And this should be enough. 2 members down for Top Esports. They're pushing in. Charm goes wide from Knight. They're just going to push this and look for the end. Wayward has to try and clear these waves. Cannon Barrage is up soon.
Yes, all the ulti Spirit Rush going to be used. He has Elder. He's following through every move of Knight. The Abscond of Duck doesn't connect, and so Knight gets a bit more time. Wayward looking for the barrel chain. The setup clears the way for Care. The root as well. The orange, he doesn't get the Abscond of Duck. Going golden, the Kayle ulti as well. Wayward in the nick of his own time. As Xiaolao, who is the damage dealer, but at level 18 without an ulti, he's in trouble. Orcs, I'm looking for a TP, but no one has it.
Oh, man, they managed to defend just enough. You can see pings come out on the Baron. I think Top Esports might want to rush over towards this one, but it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous. Care has TP. They still have the Elder buff. Top Esports just need to defend. They managed to hold on, but once more, Klid finds the smite over Tien. Tien didn't even actually use the smite. The dragon got so low. I want to see the replay. Not sure if we'll get time, though. And you can see Shallow fishing for a window to end. Just his pressure might give FPX the window around this Baron.
Mark here by himself in his lonesome, excuse me, alongside Knight, but at the very least it's going to feel like that with FPX as a 4-man crew. Being able to pick up the Baron, Top Esports nowhere near. So, double buff now activated, but Elder Orcs for another 50 seconds. That's worth mentioning. The Elder that gives them so much fighting power in this game is going to be expiring as it looks like they head towards the base from different lanes.
But the difference is now with the Baron, they can push these waves and it's harder to defend against. They want to make things happen here and now before the Elder times out. Look how quickly they're just trying to rush forwards.
Klid's the one rushing head first, hung for the engage. You can see as the Cannon Barrage is used, but look at the mid wave. Inhibitor exposed. Shallow, the level 18 Kayle with 4.5 items, pummels it to bits. Klid helping out, giving support for his top laner and shadowing him as the top lane wave pushes in. 15 seconds till Elder despawns as Wayward gets knocked up. The ult's there into GA. That's the beginning of FPX's hung. Goes in deep, but it means that Tien dies. Wayward for a couple of autos. The LWX has the range, and Top Esports are getting battered away. Knight, Jackie-Love coming up next as LWX is unleashed. Finally, the Phoenix, I can say, flies in this series at the very least.
It was a battle. Woo! It was an absolute battle. Top Esports not making it easy for FPX despite the early lead. Clid, someone who has had so much criticism this season so far, absolutely stepping up, was ahead in the early game, got the lead for his team, and when it came to the smites, those critical clutch moments, 2 elders, both secured by Clid, and it was enough finally to get them over the finish line.
This has turned into a pretty fun series. A pretty fun series at the very least. That was a lot of...
It was an adventure. Yeah, I mean, that game... I have to credit Top Esports for making it so difficult, particularly Wayward with the barrels, constantly finding angles to challenge, and it really made things hard for FPX. I gotta say, FPX, with the lead you had in that game, the fact it was so difficult, it is worrying, but this is a team who has struggled so far. This is a team who has 0-4 in series score. They managed to take down the spring finalist who took MSI champion RNG to 5 games. Definitely a positive boost for the mental. And again, Clid, on point with those smites when he needed to be.
When the game almost turned around, yeah. The smites, the biggest thing here, Clid has been bagged out. Not only by casters, like our team included, by people across the world saying that Clid is one of the worst parts of FPX right now. Be that as it may, whether it's true or not, this second game with the steals that came through when FPX were hesitant with Shallow who to make the TP in the bottom lane play, that first Elder Steel Orcs felt so crucial for the game state where they were able to actually get towards the base, open the map a little bit more for themselves and give them a bit more space to head to things like Baron. You know, second Elder came through as well with another steal. Yeah, the jungle diff, I guess, switched around from the mid game, well, from the early game onwards in that second one.
Yeah, and I gotta say, something we can see from Top Esports is what they were criticized for in spring was the early game was fantastic, but the mid game left something to be desired, particularly against RNG. I feel like they're kind of showing that in the mid game, they have a better idea what to do. They were behind in this game. Team fights were harder. Like, they had more difficulty executing on them, and yet they managed to bring the game back significantly. This is an example, like the stats we were talking about before the series, down at 15 minutes, managed to regain a lot of gold up to that 30-minute mark, even finding a lead, but in the end, they end up not being able to secure the objectives. The Mountain Soul being a constant threat in all these fights is a pain you can't remove, and you look at the carries on the side of FPX, the late game Kale, the late game Jinx, Care just fantastic for the entire 38 minutes, enough to carry them home.
A good point you make is one we didn't talk about, which is LWX, who just got to that point. Like, smooth sailing here for the Jinx, 4-1 and 5. LWX, he's great at late game AD carries. He's been known as a great team fighter as well in the past. Like, champions like Felios, Jinx, alongside his repertoire, have always been looked at, especially in recent seasons as they got strong. So it's nice to see that LWX had such a big impact as well, but you know, Orcs in this one, it was shaky at the very least. Clid gets some steals, but what if he doesn't? What if Clid doesn't get the steals in there? What if they don't get the flip? It does feel like FPX made a couple of crucial mistakes where they got punished hard for it, and you know, those steals were their way of coming back in, but if they didn't find that, who knows what they would have had.
And I think it's kind of a return to spring and also some of the issues I've had so far in summer. This team does struggle sometimes when it comes to how they play out things in the late stage of the game. The setup for fights, the setup for objectives in particular was something we went hard on. The FPX Baron was something we talked about because the amount of times they wouldn't even, like, they would just put like one ward over the wall when they're going for a Baron on blue side. Enemy jungler would just come in the pit and steal it. This time they were the ones stealing, but it still begs the question, if you're this far ahead, should it be a flip? Well, in the end, they won this one, but there's two sides to that coin.
Yeah, there is. It's a concern, but at the very least, getting it even in the series, a fresh start in Game 3. Game 2, the intensity aside for now, hopefully brought back to finish it all off.
Evils, ancient and deadly, exist in every corner of the world. They have made themselves comfortable, taking what is not theirs, gorged on the suffering of others. I will face them all and crush them. Lord of the waters, grant me swiftness for this trial. Joy, unceasing and forever. That was fast. Should I have held back? Ha! The epic of Mila does not end here. I slay foes the size of mountains. You were fine, I guess. Ha! Give me 5, demon! Ow! That was way too hard! I will face the great villains of myth and live forever in song. Prepare for death! Ha! Now you know what you're up against. I am Neela of the 7th layer. May you find joy in the world beyond. I hope the heavens are watching. I hope they're nervous.
We won't take no shit from anyone. No. Superhero fighters for the world. We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. Game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? We won't sympathize with anyone.
Yo, I'm unstoppable. Like hip hop rappers not getting proper dough. Got my foot in the dough, time to rock the boat. Till I'm knocking straight jackets at the hospital. It's the juggernaut. Yo, you guys to go or get knocked through a brick wall, all she wrote. Yo, listen, your mission's impossible. Concocting evil plots like Dr. No. But I'm Sean Corn with the magma flow. The magnificent man, I'm inflammable. In fact, you can't lay hands upon my coat. Cannibals can't bite, folks, bombing those. You're on the ropes. My momentum grows. I'ma choke out your throat with these tentacles. Everybody else grows so identical. I'm abominable, so contemptible. Yo,
We won't sympathize with anyone. No, no, no. We go just like a rolling stone. Get blinded by happy love. We're rising up. Don't just stand in our way.
Yo, I'm unstoppable, like holding on to 6 infinity gems. George Perez with nasal congest, just get sick with the pen. And even impressed at the way we getting it in. That's what she said, yes, I'm the middle of the shit. Keep you sitting on your biscuit, wouldn't wanna risk it. This is a mission on a small time thing. Attend special ed classes, but you get no pass, kid. Ass kick, take the L, simple as that. Unknown Rama, straight from hell, boy, don't catch. On fire, a pie, gasoline in a match. Wouldn't help you, best move 10 feet back off a 2-foot pier. No tears detached for your rest to the ref cruise. Let's use that as direct news. F you and set new stats. It's 10 more, less than just dudes. Guess who's back? Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
We're living it up. You want it, you can have it. We're living it up. Still running on automatic. Game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable? The game is on. Can't you see we are unstoppable?
队伍可能就更需要我去玩一些后期可以 carry 的英雄嘛，然后我就更比较喜欢用一些格温天使这种后期比较厉害的英雄嘛。我觉得威沃的这个选手他的打法是比较稳中带凶的那种，然后跟他对位的话，就可能更要注意他们中野的 gank 吧。
Well, Shallow, who's worried about what's going to happen in the top side against him here in the series? And to be honest, Knight had that in game number 1. Tien as well. Lots of bullying occurred. But game 2, FPX bounced back. Welcome to game 3. My name's Hysterix. I'm joined by Orcs. And because we're playing online, there is no delay. Orcs, don't worry. V5 RNG in full, the match of the week, will be coming up after this. No delays, no worries.
Nice.
Hey, last game was something, though. And you captured a picture of a very devastating moment. You threw it on Twitter. I've retweeted with my 2 followers. I wanted to ask you a little bit more about that, like how you felt after coming out of a pretty narrow game.
Well, Clint had the edge on the smites. We saw both elders going to him, but my big question mark, because I remember watching the last elder, and the health of the dragon actually went down to about 500 at one point, and neither jungler had smite, and I was like, where's the smite? And then Clint did secure it. But I watched it back, and Tien, when it was 1200 HP, he was about a third health, so I think it was a little too early. Pop stopwatch, locked in stasis, couldn't smite, and it allowed FPX to clean it up. So, bit of a pivotal error. I must say, though, Top Esports did a good job keeping it that close, but when it came down to those clutch moments, Clid was the one who had the edge.
MVP, by the way, if you didn't already guess, I believe that was what was told in my ear. But at the very least, FPX with the win here. Came down to this, man. A couple of big steals. Elder back-to-back. And set FPX up to equalize in this series. It was close, but it's good when we saw game 1, he was shut out completely. Game 2, that almost rolled around again. But the invade, the skirmish orcs with care is really what changed the game. We don't get to see it here because it was right outside of a pause, but Clip was set up for success, and he did it by his own making.
Yeah, and the Elders was the big one. This is the first one that he stole away from Tien. This is just smite for smite. He ends up winning it out. That's unfortunate for this one. Watch what goes down. This is what I was talking about before. Tien starts to get focused by the Nautilus. Stopwatches here. You see the dragon get really low, and Clid cleans it up while Tien is in stasis. The Elder just means FPX win the fight. And then this is them pushing in. 10 seconds left on the Elder, but Top Esports end up getting caught in the fight too soon. And it was a long, hard-fought game, but the fact that they got Soul, the fact that they got both Elders really pushed FPX over the finish line.
39 minutes in, Orcs. That's the game timer pretty much, if not at least a little bit before it. Digressing forward, going into this game number 3, I think you and I need to have a quick discussion about picks in this 12.11 meta. What seems to be the factor for you? Because we have now seen a constant trade of the Trundle for Viego at different parts of the pick band, but is it jungle picks that have really defined this, or is it more a case of what gets picked in mid?
I think junglers have won on either side. It kind of comes to who executes better in those skirmishes, and the fact that Ari, the damage has gone down, those longer fights are enabled. I think that's a big factor, right? Game 1, the Sylas, but both games, the Sylas is like a really big, impactful pick because you get extra rotation of cooldowns, you survive in those longer fights. And also, I feel like I'm going to say, for my take, the team with the easier composition won both games, right? Top Esports, it was all about those team fights. Okay. FPX had to play through the sides, enable the Fiora with the TF. Couldn't really manage to do it. And Top Esports just fought and won, and stacked dragons and won. Game 2, we did talk about how, in team fights, there's the angle to find like the barrels or the W from the Zeri. Didn't quite work out. There were still some good barrels, but it just wasn't enough when it came down to stopping the Kale and the Jinx from free hitting. At FPX, it wasn't the cleanest game, but they got to the point where they could just outscale. And I think both teams have been trading quite heavily. 12-11's opened up a bit more of that aggression, with the towers nerfed down. So
that's true.
I think you can still accrue an early lead, but I feel like it's just come down to who can team fight better with their comp.
Very true. I mean, for Top Esports, like their team fighting has been known to improve quite a lot over the years. So if we are just talking about how these teams have performed historically, this split in a 5v5, you take Top Esports' edge, but I like that you pulled out the simplicity of FPX in game number 2 and how it rounded out when we got towards the 40-minute mark, especially with Clid taking himself the Elder buff back-to-back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into pick and ban once again here. Game number 3 of FPX. versus Top Esports. I'm surprised we've gone the distance, but I'm impressed considering that I came into this thinking it would be a very quick series, and we'd be moving on to match of the week in no time. But Orcs, I'm kind of glad we've stayed here, and now with the Zeri ban on the blue side, I'm more curious as to how we get into our game 3.
Yeah, we see a repeat of blue side here. So Top Esports opting to go back onto that side once more. And they're going to face pick the Wukong. That's something crazy to mention is it got left open. We've seen Wukong super high presence in the LPL. I think pretty much every game, I think there was one where it wasn't. I think he's 99% presence, but mostly banned on red side. And when it is left open, really dominant. So we see it taken for Tian. And now FPX probably going to take the be a good answer. My question is, what else are you getting here? The fact that you have left this Wukong open, you have to be getting a lot in return. And to just trade junglers, I feel like Top Esports are happy with that. So what they take on this next pick is going to be my big question. Lucian is open and available. You know, Renata is something that was banned before that is on the cards. Kalista, something we've seen not so much this series, but in general, we'll see what FPX offer to go for.
Yeah, okay. Well, if the LWX, this would be something as a bit of a flashback, but you already said it, the Kalista coming through. I want to take a quick switch back to that Wukong. You were just talking about its high presence rate, the highest in the LPL. I want to add the win rate to loss, 18-6 Orcs.
Wow.
Wukong is 18-6 in the LPL, 75% win rate. Tien has played it twice. He has a 24 KDA, and he's 2-0, of course, on it as well. So right now, Wukong is beyond looked at as a god tier pick that's been let through for Top Esports. They've also got a safe bottom lane here as well, Orcs. Jackie Love and Mark going for something, I guess, a bit left field from what we've seen in the series so far.
Yeah, I mean, the center tom is something we've seen a lot, but not so much this series. I can understand it, but there's two sides to it. So the positive of taking the center tom is you can't have, like, Kalista, Nautilus come out. I mean, you could in theory, but the tom is very good at mitigating that pressure. But the problem is it does free up the Renata pick, which is obviously something that is fantastic with the Kalista. You have double range into range melee. It can be hard for the Tom to contest waves when both of them have, like, the, you know, the passive from Renata and the W passive from Kalista, so they can just exchange autos. The problem is if you don't take Tom here for Top Esports, FPX ban it, and they can, like, pick Nor on 3 and then ban away Tom, and they'll just kill you on repeat. So kind of had to be done. But FPX, I think they're happy with their bot lane. Top Esports happy with their jungle, and now we're looking towards the mid and top pool. FPX have that potential counter pick again, and we see as a result, Top Esports will ban away the Kale.
Makes sense. When Xiaolahu in an interview we just saw talked about playing, you know, one of those late game scalers, one of those great team fighting carries up in the top side, because that's what FPX need. It was the Kale and Gwen that he specifically mentioned. Now both taken off the board. Wayward's also lost his GP as well. Orcs, we're going down the barrel a little bit here of top laners. Wayward and Xiaolahu going to be tested, and I'm looking now, like, what are we at? Jax, Camille, things like that that are a niche more B to A tier.
Yeah, they're definitely thinning the pool a fair bit in this situation. There's still things like you could take a tank top, like if you wanted a blind, things like Nar still available, Sejuani still on the cards, which has been high prio. Jax is more seen as a counter pick, so not sure if that'll necessarily come out, but kind of depends what FPX want for their composition. One thing to note is that with the Renata, with the Kalista, you don't have as much engage, so having something with engage tools for FPX could help in the top lane. I thought we were perhaps going to see the top lane counter pick, but it looks like they're going to take the Gragas and leave the counter pick to the bottom. I like it. It gives them some engage. It gives them a lot of disengage as well against the Wukong, and was buffed on this patch to be quite powerful.
And you liked it when it was hovered in the last game. You said it was looked at as a pretty decent option. Oh, we can talk more about it going into game, Orcs, because the Gragas hasn't been seen too much in LPL so far. I'll be talking about the pick rate as soon as I find my little internet source, as I do always. Hey, Top Esports, though, to round this out, look at the range we've just added. We have Senna, we have Corki, Knight returning to the champion. Now for Wayward, when you're running into Gragas, what gives Orcs?
Yeah, I mean, you could pick a lane that's just going to go neutral into it, or you could try and pick something that's going to punish. But Gragas is hard because he has wave clear. Melee champions could just be disengaged by him. Gnar would be an okay matchup. As long as you don't get caught out by, like, a cask when you're a mini Gnar, you should be fine. It can just both be relevant in team fights later. So it's a fairly neutral matchup. You know, I don't think either's going to get a massive advantage unless someone messes up. But we do see the Corki picked up for Top Esports. So a lot of range on this composition. A ton of range between that mid and AD carry as you get in the later stages. I'm not a big fan of the Veigar here. Ultimately, the Corki will just poke you without being within distance for you to even cage him. We'll see what FPX go for. And they go for the Swain, which
No one's been
Again,
bitten.
I mean, for me, I think Swain, this is like a really strong anti-dive composition from FPX. Like, really powerful. If you dive into it, Kalista, Renata, and Swain, and Gragas will dismember you. So the Wukong that got left open is a lot less of a concern now. The problem is top esports have a Corki and a Senna. These two are not dive champions. These two don't even need to be anywhere close to you to deal damage.
Sure.
And the burden is going to be on FPX closing the gap. But the problem is, who is the biggest engage tool on FPX? It's Gragas. How often is Gragas going to be grouped with your team? Not that often. And if he is, all you have to look out is for the cask. So personally, I think that FPX, as much as they've dealt with one champion, they've exposed themselves in other areas. We'll see how it pans out though, and if they can find some early momentum.
So you're also telling me that the fact that we have Wukong on the same team as well provides a lot of safety for the team that doesn't have to engage. You're just talking to me about top esports being able to keep their distance from a comp that wants you to come into them. Is that the correct summary of
Yeah,
approach?
I mean, you just outrange the comp that wants you to dive them. You poke them out. Use the Corki rockets. There you go.
Okay, well, Orcs, for FPX's sake, I hope it's a competitive game, because what we saw in game number 2 was a resurrection of the series. But we come to the final game, and for top esports, 3-1, looking for their 4th win. It's such an important win. It's a must win. When top esports right now are heading into the LNGs, the Weibo Gaming, they're versing RNG in week number 5, and we're all going to be waiting for that matchup. Right now, we can't stop for FPX, but FPX are desperate for their first win. They're 0-4 in the LPL. They will be 0-5 if they lose this game. Yeah, they've got an individual game, but they'll be 3-10. FPX are down at the bottom of the standings. They are 17th and will stay there for a significant amount of time as we return to Summoner's Rift. Welcome to FPX's last stand of the week, and what seems to be a dire position.
It'd be so big if they could get a win on the board. As we talked about earlier today, FPX, as you can see at the top of your screen, 0-4. Yet to win a series. And as much as their opponents have been difficult, you start to get towards the point where you could be locked out of playoffs. 8 wins, 8 losses was where FPX ended last split, and they were the 10th place team, just made playoffs. If you end up going 0-5 at this point, you leave very little wiggle room before you're out of contention. So winning this series, not only a massive boost to morale, but also keeping your hopes alive. I don't favor the draft in this one, but there's a lot of tools. I think bot lane, the Kalista Renata is a hard lane for Senna Tom, particularly the Tom Kench is going to feel the brunt of that harass.
Well, we want to see what LWX and Hung can do then, because cleared on this jungle pick. We'll be starting on the top side and potentially pathing towards bot. See what can be achieved, though, because Mark and Jackie Love moving into brush. Level 1 Tom Kench, always a nuisance to deal with. But unfortunately, Jackie Love can't get the auto attack. So for top esports, it's just about moving into the lane for now. Now, Orcs, opposite sides started here. Cleared and Tien facing off with red for red. Now going towards the Raptors. That means TM will be pathing towards the top side, towards the Gragas lane, but as we know, pretty hard to dive a Gragas, pretty hard to look for Gragas ganks as well, especially when Wayward is already pushing out.
Yeah, pretty easy for Shallow just to kind of pick up CS when he can, use his casket a little bit to trade. He's actually gone the first strike for some extra gold. Clearly going that AP Gragas. Just to be clear, I was talking a bit earlier how Gragas got buffed. The main thing that got buffed from was his AP ratios. His QAP ratio got increased. The cooldown's also down, and his ECD down early, his body slam. But we've seen a dive already.
Yeah, I mean, Jackie Love's level 1, but this under turret Hung going deep, looking for the reset. He finds it, but turret shot on the way out is there. Now for LWX dealing with Mark as the Tom Kench. But hey, an aggressive start for FPX at level 2. That's all in.
Yeah, we've seen this before from the Kalista Renata, in fact. I believe against EDG, when they were playing Lucian Army, level 2 under tower. You go for the all-in, the person with the W gets a reset so you can finish the kill. In this situation, it's a 1-for-1, but you do put this center behind, deny some souls, deny some experience. You can see Hung takes aggro here, has the W, and is actually really close to getting out again. The last tower hit, if you'd been able to flash away a little bit sooner, wouldn't have taken it. But ultimately, they get what they want. They deny souls, they deny experience from the center. Sadly, not a kill going over to LWX, though.
And this stuff was happening in 12-10. Like, LPL hasn't stopped turret diving, or at least trying to. And yeah, sure, some of them have been going more wrong in the last patch specifically to refer to. But we are still seeing as many dives, maybe even more, than when we saw before we went to MSI Orcs. It doesn't change.
I mean, teams are finding those aggressive windows, and people getting better at piloting the Renata, knowing that you can use it essentially just to take extra hits under the tower, especially with the Callista pairing in such a potent one now. Jan is fishing for an opportunity. He's just covering his lane. He knows Clid could have just, well, Clid was just here, so could have been in the vicinity, and the wave is pushing up. He's there to cover, so no opportunity for FPX to go aggressive. But this does mean Clid is able to move up to his top side, clear out the Krugs, and potentially go for a gank top lane on the Gnar if he wants.
Maybe, but look at bot. I mean, I'm still going to be tearing towards TN level 4. Hung in LWX, the roughest position. He's got to back away, so back to his camps. Wasted a bit of time here as well, Orcs. And further to your point, Clid still clearing out, heading towards bot now, at least through his path. So that'll be a camp and a half where he's got the tempo lead.
Yeah, and we talk a little bit about this mid matchup while we have the time. The thing with Corki is like his weakest point is pre-6 when you don't have the wave clear for your rockets and you can be challenged. The thing with Swain is his weakest point is also level 6 when his Q is quite low, quite long cooldown for clearing waves. You don't have your ultimate fall-ins, so he's not the best in skirmishes. So it's actually kind of a nice lane for Knight because he can just look to scale up safely. You're never really going to be threatened by the Swain unless you massively misplay. If he throws out his E, you can just Valkyrie away and farm up to be the monster we expect Corki to be.
Well, Knight is a pretty good Corki player, so already, you know, you're putting a lot of faith here as a top esports fan on this mid laner who last game didn't really have much to say against Care. Care dominated him in the laning phase and outside of this Silas versus Ari. That's what you missed in game number 2. So for FPX, it was a good start in game 2, and we can say again, another good start. It's a 1-for-1 trade in kills that we started the game off with the bottom lane dive, but FPX have the advantage now with the Dragon, and even about a 300 gold lead through the mid CS, through bottom, through jungle as well, as Clid still seems to be matching Tien. Normally has a faster Clid.
Yeah, it's a decent start. I still want to see FPX find a bit more momentum, and those skirmishes are the big thing. I think Swain Viego is super hard to deal with because obviously we saw last game the power of the Viego resets, but Swain also just very hard to kill. And the more members are, like if it's like a 3-person skirmish, you get 3 people you're healing off, but usually 3 people isn't enough to burst you out. Right, that's the problem sometimes in teamfights with Swain when you don't have, well, early on, like if there's a 4v4 around Herald, is like sometimes you can get bursted before you get the value. But if it's like a 2-3 person fight, often can struggle to have the damage. We do see Clid leaning down towards bot. The wave is really rough for top esports, but they have spotted him.
Yeah, so an easy one here is Mark hits level 5 this time. Ken's going to be able to absorb with the push up and the wave as well. You're right about the wave state here, Orcs. Top esports have to move with the push, but still not going past that river point for now. And Clid's also back, so crisis averted here. Tien here just in case as well. And he won't be spotted out by Callista's little ghost. So top esports able to get a nice little shove here, Orcs. And, you know, I didn't get to ask you as exhaust comes through. Maybe it doesn't matter. Handshake from Hung. That's what we expect. The FPX bottom lane. Where have you been?
That's the opportunity you look for. And look at Jackie Love's flash timing. They knew it was still down for such a small amount longer, and they take the opportunity. Hung can make his. Obviously, pre-6 Tom can do nothing to help out. Really nice play coming out from the FPX bot lane here.
God, I mean, FPX relied on LWX and Hung. This was the story of this team last split. When FPX got remade, when Tien left, by the way. Remember, world champion Tien did it on the FPX roster alongside Doomby. As if you didn't know that. Everyone knows that. I mean, honestly, you're watching LPL.
Doomby, who's
you're
that?
a League of Legends nerd.
Yeah. But here's the play. Mark can't do anything. 3-6, you can't gobble them. If you W in, you're just going to die as well. Jackie Love overextending and a nice punish coming out.
Hung is the man. So, FPX, bottom lane, well and truly ahead. Orcs, 59 CS Callista, but we've got a one kill lead, I should say, as well. Jackie Love has died twice on this center. Has a serrated Dirk, but is very inferior right now in the 2v2. Mark's starting to move, though, with level 6, and Jackie Love's even followed him. This is all for the Herald Orcs at 8 minutes, 11 seconds. Top esports want to get numbers advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like FPX are making the play just to leave Callista bot lane and to farm up. I feel like there would honestly been a decent chance to fight this. There's no package, remember. You have 6 on Clid, you have 6 on Care, but they're not in position in time, so they will just opt to give some place over to LDX. And it's definitely a positive for top esports, but something to mention is FPX did pick up the early Dragon. And it's not going to be a Cloud Soul this game, which honestly, I think, you know, I'll not even talk about it. There's no point, but it could be one of those more powerful dragons. It's going to be Hextech, Infernal, or Mountain. And we've seen Soul in both games so far this series. We've seen it get stacked up to 4 and it be so impactful.
True. It's the early dragons that have been the real finisher of it as well. As there's the invade, there's the integration. Word to start with I. Intimidation there, Orcs. Flash from Shallow, who Wayward gets away, but Clid comes in the nick of time to make sure that he's forced out of lane for a bit.
Yeah, come on, Wayward. Flash them out. Bait them in.
There we go.
But yeah, unfortunate timing for Shallow, the Merc Treads actually making a difference. The extra tenacity meant the stun from Gragas didn't last long enough to get the cask in, and Wayward is able to survive. See some more harassment coming out. But look at that damage.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's going to continue, isn't it? Hung and LWX controlling this lane further. That loyalty program, even from Hung, doing so much work. We're highlighting Guardian here. I guess it's enabling LWX to take a turret shot or two.
Now, we see ult available for Wayward if they want to look for Shalhoub, but I think he's maybe a bit too healthy here. They're going for it.
Okay, dive begins now into the wall. They're going to get Shalhoub. Double spin up here, but Tien's taking too many turret shots. He's slowed down. Out of range. In the nick of time, though, Orcs. Herald also picked up by Tien, so he has the opportunity to drop it here and give Wayward a large summary of the goal.
Yeah, we'll be able to get a lot of cash in this top lane. I will say I probably would have preferred to see this used mid or bot. Getting gold on the center, very valuable when she tends to not have much gold herself because she's fasting. Knight on the Corki, I think it goes without saying. But they find a window, they get a few plates for Wayward, and they're able to punish Shalhoub. Good CC layering, and you can see, even with them playing it as well as they can, Tian nearly still went down. He was so close to getting that next tower hit that would finish him off.
But Orcs, this is the trade-off, isn't it? Second Dragon's going to go out to FPX almost certainly. Tien reset, he's come back on the map, but he's got no ulti, he's got no flash. Clid has his own, plus the summoner advantage. So Dragon goes down, and I know you're going to tell me, Orcs, like, well, maybe they couldn't anyway because LWX and Hung are beating down bot. But coming back to the point you said before, this has been really the decider of pressure in this series. Early Dragons that stack up for an even earlier Soul. At 11 minutes, we're on that condition once again.
And a big thing to point out is I said how top esports, they had the range advantage, and that could be problematic later on. If FPX are ahead, if they're in control of like the Dragon area and they're forcing you to come in to contest to stop this Soul, that leaves so many opportunities for Shalhoub to find flanks, for Clid to be on a flank angle. That range does not matter when there's a Gragas right on top of you on your backline.
At this point for FPX, good tidings for this second game. Third game. Wow, where am I? it was a beaten up second game, and probably that's why. Didn't expect FPX to get this far, and now in early game state where we are, LWX is still dominating lane. Look at that Kalista almost towards the Immortal Shield Bow before the 14-minute mark. He's picked up 2 platings as well, Orcs. That's why he's so elevated, and coming back to what we saw on the top side, Wayward was able to pick up the turret plating with the thanks to Tien's Herald. But you're right, putting into the Gnar here, maybe not going to have as much impact when both mid and bot right now are doing well enough for FPX, and their jungler ahead of CS once again.
Clid doing a solid job so far. We've not had this explosive early games for the junglers, but they are now looking for Wayward.
Not sure if he's spotted out, but at the very least, Shalhoub burning the ulti. Wait, now it comes out. Tien takes a turret shot, but the Cyclone doesn't matter as Jackulove helps out. Wayward's ulti, great. Not stopping the Heartbreaker, but on top of Clid, Tien wants a bit of action. Wayward cutting it close as a snipe does not connect. FPX lose their top laner again, and top esports like cutting its own fine, Orcs.
Tien just catching Clid off guard. Both junglers on the top side of the map. Obviously, the Gnar is stronger than the Gragas right now. And importantly enough, Clid didn't connect the stun onto Tien. They try to bop him on the tower with the cask, stun him when he's taking tower hits, but it just didn't connect. And as a result, it's going to be Tien who's taking the first tower of the game. You know, strong Wukong, why not? Already has a Divine Sundra, and is going to be able to get a bit extra off the back of that. We'll get to see the replay. So Shalhoub ends up getting baited in because of his jungler. And then watch this moment. Tien, he ults him under the tower, but the stun doesn't connect. I don't think he would have died regardless, but definitely meant it was a lot heavily favored towards top esports.
And so maybe the top side of the map was the right port of call here for top esports in the early game, Orcs. 2k gold lead. Now Brown. What is the past tense of brood? Now brood? Now it's already brewed, hasn't it? You're gonna have to
Yeah.
help me here. How good are you
Well,
at
isn't-
English?
Because it'd be like
Now
it's brewing.
Has brewed. I mean, you're from England. You're meant to help me. But I'm from Australia. We literally don't speak any language. Our English is so boganized.
Don't you have a weird for it then? Don't you?
Yeah, broed. It's been so broed. All right, it's been
totally broed right now.
It's been broed. Yeah, man. So top was good. To come back to what I was trying to say with my horrible English. 2-0 now for this Wukong. Tien is massive, has the most gold in the game, even more than LWX. As you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, Shallow, who's lane extended Orcs, and for Wayward, who's in a pretty good spot himself, being up 20 CS, I wanted to talk to you about this next Dragon, and maybe the implications with Top Esports having opened up the map a little bit.
Yeah, well, Top Esports should be able to have the package for it, which they can play around for that fight. And them denying this would give them more time to scale. They are 2k gold up. They should be in a strong position if Wukong could do his job pretty well. Problem is, though, you know, Jackie Love isn't that relevant on the center. I guess at this point, the Tom still is, so that's a point to make. But for now, FPX, they're actually focusing on this Herald. And they get this very quickly. They will be able to take this Herald, slam it down mid, use the pressure from it to get into the Dragon area. And a big factor with this game is who is on the objective first. If FPX is, they force Top Esports to come into them. If Top Esports is, they can poke as FPX advance. So having control of the area pretty vital. But one issue is that now on the top lane, Triforce completed a lot of damage on towers.
And going down pretty quick. He's going to go into melee, so maybe that slows things down for a half second. But Wayward's damage against the turret significant enough with turret plating now down. Shallow, who moving into position, but he's going to stay for this. Wayward wants the turret, the ulti against Shallow, who, but Lid's coming in to join in. But the TP for Top Esports, the shining light with Tien now joining in to give numbers advantage. The flash away as the package was used. Shallow, who dropping down, and Top Esports never shy away from a fight.
And FPX, you could have just let the tower go, and now it might end up costing you this Dragon. Stacking towards the soul may be interrupted. We'll see if FPX cleared stealing objectives left and right last game.
Oh, yeah. It's got flash. Orcs, I can see it. 16 minutes in. Care as the ulti's in. They want a 5 versus 4, running towards it, but it smites it down. Tien won't make the same mistake as Cyclone. Gives them access to the fight. Ronaldo's ulti does nothing as Hung is thrown into Tien, but Wayward locking down LWX while Clid gets a reset. But FPX opted in for this one as Clid comes so close. A 5 versus 4 was gutsy, but in the end, it doesn't really matter.
And Hung, yeah, he's going down here.
Get in my belly. Hung's dead. Mark, he's eating chicken tonight.
Absolutely is. FPX, you didn't need to fight that. You had those 2 early dragons. It was Top Esports who were forced. But Top Esports, they find the play bot with the TP. They managed to kill Shallow Who. And then in 5v4, of course, it's going to be favored. They have the package as well. A huge tool when it comes to those team fights. And FPX just don't find a way in. We're going to get a replay. And, you know, Care tries to get in the mix. Pop the ultimate on Swain. Everyone just kind of moves away from him. Doesn't really engage too well. And then both Tien and Wayward just hunt down LWX.
Tien's ulti just... Orcs, Wukong's very strong. Wukong having double ulti in a fight with numbers disadvantage also feels really nice when they group up, right? And you said, you know, FPX hoping the Top Esports come towards them, but you also talked about the setup on the Dragon, and Top Esports were there first, fair and square. FPX had to walk into them.
Yeah, Top Esports had to come into them. Package was available. Shallow Who wasn't there. They're down in gold. So many things making this not a good play for FPX, and yet they felt like they had to commit to it. And now the game is looking rough. Look at top mid lane, 30 CS lead for Knight. He's about to finish that Manamune. This is a massive spike for the Corki.
210.
Things looking dire already.
It's insane. 210 CS at 18 minutes in the game. I mean, Knight hasn't really been super quiet after we saw the package blow FPX apart at the start. At the very least for Shallow Who. But just been farming his way away. Level 13 to 12.
Yeah.
And this is a much better game for Knight.
It's one of the beautiful things with the...
Ooh, good dodge.
I'll hold that thought.
Wayward's in trouble. Now, there's 3 people here, the rest of FPX just in case, but LWX finds a pick, and it's Wayward who pushed up very deep.
He knows. He knows. We know. We all know. But that's what... Oh, looking for the play here with the Herald.
Now they have the numbers. For sure, with the Herald being dropped down, FPX have a response play. as Tien with his ulti up and available and flash wants the angle. Now, FPX, are they in trouble as Tien starts swinging again on top of LWX? Hung ultis the other way, and Tien spins for the rest. FPX alone as Knight is a bit of a raid boss coming through this early in the game, and Care won't be able to stop him. Shallow, who doesn't have the ulti, and Tien claims his prize. It doesn't matter, Orcs. They're so far ahead that FPX can't step a foot right.
I think when Knight Valkyries into melee range of your Swain, you know it's kind of doomed. Oh my lord!
Yeah. Well, saved by LWX, thank you very much, but his
That wasn't
damage
even a big one.
is already immense. And Orcs is 19 minutes of the game. 5k gold lead. A dragon picked up, so that stops the condition of FPX forcing Top Esports around the objective. And we've got a game 3 where it feels like, once again, Top Esports kind of showing individual dominance over FPX.
It looks so rough, and something I want to hit on earlier is the fact that with the center Tom, at this point, you just stop the Tom farming, and you have Corky take all the TS here. Was it the engage come out from Tien? And, you know, they don't have full numbers there, so they have to back away. We talked about the disengage, the anti-dive they have. But look at Knight. He's just Valkyrying into melee range off a Swain. Zero fear right now, and I think that is a true indicator of the state of the game right now.
We started this broadcast off saying bye, Phoenix, bye. Was it time to start, you know, saying the goodbyes for this team? 0-4. They lose this at 0-5. And as Orcs has been saying all show long, it really paints an easy case to see that FPX, this early in the split, could be a contender to be out of playoffs, or at least be towards one of the first. It looks so hard to hit that magic number 8, as each split has kind of been the gateway number for 9th or 10th plays. It's so rough when you're looking at a team that has such big names. Like LWX is a world champion. Clid has been on SKT, and Clid has been around for so long.
He was at the most recent Worlds, right? And actually had a decent performance at the event.
That's exactly right. And so you're looking at LWX versus Tien, old teammates. And Tien right now on the right side, while FPX facing down the barrel is in this series. Orcs, they don't want to go quietly into the night. Around Baron, FPX have been known to suffer, but they're going to try and make the play anyways. They have to back off immediately, and Tien's here on top of Hung. Good handshake. Tien won't find his pick after the fact as Knight has package, and oh, it's not going to end, is it? On top of Care, the knock-up avoided, but Care is still dead, and he is a bit of a Care Bear this game.
They don't get a play. They don't get a play, and the thing is, you see FPX are feeling desperate. They look towards the Baron, but they have Wayward solo at the Dragon, and now they're just looking for kills. Hung, you're going to have to be ulted. Oh, there's no ult.
No,
you did flash.
Tien doesn't need ult.
This is just dead.
It's a massacre. It's a showcase of Top Esports talent, back in the right position after the last game was so close. This is what game number 1 felt like if you're just tuning in. And, you know, for FPX, the Phoenix is not soaring. For FPX, they're getting beaten up by their old crew member in Tien. Clid trying for an angle here, but at 22 minutes in the game, Inhibitor now exposed. Jakilov targeted out, but Shallow, his angle, just not valid.
I just feel like it feels so desperate. How do you respond to this? You're getting poked out by Corky, center as well. As I said before, very limited engage on FPX, and you're into a Tom Kench. You're into a Wukong who's so good at disrupting. There's a Valkyrie from the Corky. Senna even has a Shroud. And the thing is, look at Top Esports summoners. Everyone has Flash. So not only do you need to force their summoners, you then need to find the engage on top of that. And it feels desperate right now. It's a 7,000 gold lead. 7,500. And those 2 Infernal Dragons. Oh, TP flank coming in, though.
They're trying at the very least, but the damage already comes through. Hung at half HP. Knight knocked back. The explosion cast there. Shallow, really in with an effort here, but saved up Mark. Doing the dirty onto Tien, but Care still gets ball. But Wayward's ulti may be very big as Jakilov hits the choke. Wayward getting out of there, though. Top Esports have bitten off way too much as FPX initiated this play. Jakilov against the turret, still trying to utilize this range as Knight looks for another position. FPX are low, but they've killed Tien, and they've got a Baron in front of them, but please don't start it.
They need more. That's the problem, is they need more than just 1 kill. 1 kill isn't enough. So yeah, they're going to start the Baron. They've got 2 smites. Care has this as well. This is going to be very hard for FPX, but they have to try.
Knight's got a big one, though, and Clid's at half HP. This level 15 Corky poking them down. Care takes the first rocket. Numbers advantage, yes, but Knight's still scary at 3k. 2k, FPX on the Baron, secured with a Ren. Good. Now get out of there. They turn for the fight, but Knight's the damage and still looking at his marks the target. Explosive cast there. Angle for Knight. Doesn't find it. Okay. Still going here as the knockback, but Wayward gets his ulti once again. The AoE. This is what I feared. Oh, Wayward's auto-attacking, gets a double stun. Tien rejoins. FPX, please don't do Baron.
You had it. They had it and they were out, Jake. They had the Baron. They could
It's
have
a
just
curse.
left. They could have just walked away. It's devastating. They literally secured it. They got it. Oh, man. FPX clutching defeat from the jaws of victory right there. They made the play. They got the fight. They got the objective. And then they stayed a bit too long. We get the replay of how that panned out. And the problem is you're getting poked out here. Everyone's low. Knight is still full HP. He is low on ammo, though. But they could have just left. You can see Top Esports are backing away. They could have walked away, but they commit in and allow themselves to get dismembered by Knight and Jackie Love.
Orcs, it doesn't matter if, you know, successful Baron or a Baron that's a flip. It just seems like Baron should not be attempted until everyone's dead by FPX. Because it's always a curse.
No, Jake, I'm going to say it. That Baron was good. What happened
was,
after was the
but
problem.
It's a curse.
But dude, I just don't get it. How would you do the play correctly?
Every time, you know, it's a conversation around it. You're right. FPX, the decision making there, hits him right in the gut. It's an 8k gold lead. Baron has been taken away, stripped back, and we just come back to right where we started. Top Esports holding the reins of this game. They got the dragon off the back of the play as well. Or excuse me, they got the last dragon that we saw. As another one will be spawning up. And Orcs at 25 minutes in, they're just sieging where they can with Knight now level 16 with a GA third and a Ravenous. He can Valkyrie in now more than ever.
I mean, he's doing a lot of damage. Level 16, remember, so look at that. Shallow Who is tankier than some of the other targets.
Yep.
Still takes so much from the back of these rockets. It's so scary.
Watch Hung. Watch Hung. There you go.
Yeah, that's balanced.
Some people say laugh in the face of death.
Unless you find an engage, that's just what's going to happen. And they found an engage before with the TP flank. They kind of need to do that again. But you have limited windows. Top Esports have complete control of this jungle area, making it really hard for Top Esports to get in, contest anything. And now they're looking, but I mean, it's not happening.
Of course not. You know that right now, Tien and Jackie Love are on the wing. Care too far forward here. Tongue Lash going to slow him down. Clit as well, taking the brunt of damage. Wayward about to go Meganar. FPX should not be here with the ulti flying through. The hostile takeover now down. Wayward into a Mega on LWX. He flashed away. Wayward's deep, but he found another target. It's on the Clit. Heartbreaker through with the package. Oh no. Now that Knight's joined in with the perfect package placement, it's all downward from here. He goes into the GA, but Top Esports are still going forward. It truly is a dark day when the 2019 World Champions look down from the get-go. Orcs, Top Esports running into the Nexus. FPX with 3 members strong, but strong is not the word I should be using, with 1 Nexus turret down, with Knight jumping forward, denying the bailout. Maybe now it's truly time to say bye, Phoenix, bye.
Think it might just be Top Esports closing this one out. There was hope for a moment for FPX. That Baron gave them a split second where it felt like they were in the game, and they were instantly knocked back out. Top Esports 2-1. Yeah, that game 2 was a battle, but despite the early discrepancy, they still made FPX work for it. In the end, they get the series win, and for FPX, heartbreaking. 0-5 to open the split. A team who made playoffs last split. A team who has won the World Championship. Were at Worlds last year.
That's right.
0-5.
I mean, this team has gone through so many changes, but LWX, the member left standing, they've tried to rebuild the roster around this bottom lane. We've seen big names come into the roster. Clid's there. Now Summit's on the top lane, but obviously didn't play today. We have Care who's come up, who's real development, who has a lot of promise. But FPX haven't been able to work it out in Orcs. We've seen a consistency throughout this series where FPX, in all 3 games, have had some decision-making questions. Like around objectives, the Shallow Who teleport in Game 2 that I know bothered you. Game 3, where we saw decision-making once again, where you know, FPX decided to turn for the Baron. Like, people would say it's simple things, but also kind of changes an average tier team in the LPL to a good one.
I think the problem is this roster, despite the fact we have like LWX and Hung, you have Care, rookie who's just come up, Shallow, limited amount of experience. And I feel like, especially, I mean, I say the rookies, but the whole roster, there's a lot of pressure on them, right? When you're 0-4 already, when you're 1-1, the pressure does build. You're really concerned about going 0-5. It does affect your decisions. It does impact them. And I think they're just feeling the pressure and it's affecting their gameplay. But it's an unfortunate one. I feel like this team has really struggled, but there's still moments. Bear in mind, this team took a game off RNG. This team took a game off EDG. We even saw in this game 3, the bot lane, LWX and Hung, tower diving, Jackie Love and Mark at level 1, showing them how it's
that
done.
We highlighted. That was such a perfect part of the team that from spring, remember, we saw in Demacia Cup was like, this team could be really strong.
Yeah, and we just see this one gradually built up. I wasn't a fan of the comp. I feel like the Swain didn't make sense. You didn't have the range to deal with top esports. I know they found that one fight where they got up in their face. It was so hard. Look at Knight, 28k damage. He was just untouched in this one, completely unfazed.
Well, a great Corky game. I mean, that's what you love to see.
Would you say it was a corker?
It was a corker. Thanks for that, Orcs. It was more than a corker. It was Knight's Corky through and through. You know, I'd say one of his best champions, but we'd be saying that about his whole champion pool. Orcs.
Yeah, Silas pretty good too.
Yeah, that's right. His Ari, Knights, you know, Knights Azir looks pretty good. What else? Syndra. So we could go all day. I want to bring you back to what you said in that game that kind of showcased where top esports were at so early. Knight Valkyrie into a Swain. Knight Valkyrie into pretty much the whole of FPX. Yeah, that's how much control they had, and that's how easy it was for him to really take the reins when it was only 19 minutes in. And this Corky felt like it was so further progressed.
And honestly, I love this GA build for Corky, because the thing with Corky is you have the penetration from Sork Shoes and Ludens, the proc from Ludens, the AD from Manamune. And then all you want is you just want AD items, right? We've seen that stance sometimes, more Ravenous Hydra. The thing I love about GA is it gives you a bit of AD, but it just means you can package in like a lunatic and it's okay. Like we saw in that final fight, Knight just flies in, does end up going down, but he's got GA, it's fine. And he just does so much damage. That is the sort of Corky playstyle I'm here for.
I think, you know, Knight has been someone we talked about so much before that we can't really continue just selling this one player, but we will end on the fact that this guy once again had a pretty good series. Game number 2, a little bit more quiet, but we saw what happened in the jungle, right?
Yeah.
So, Orcs, at this point, let's just keep it short and sweet about FPX, 0-5. We harped on this game after game. Yes, they pulled out a game from top esports, from RNG, from EDG. However, it doesn't change the fact that they're 0-5. And with their schedule still having some pretty well-placed teams in it, with the way this team is going, it's the next couple of series that might even confirm that, right? Like, as soon as they get to 0-8, or 1-8, or as soon as they get to 8 losses, then this team feels like they should be out of the running because it's a no mistakes given. A no, you know what I'm trying to say? I'm sure you're a color caster. You'll fix what I'm saying.
So the thing is, it's like they faced some hard teams, which we talked about earlier. But the next team they face is RA. You know, I think they could beat them in theory, but maybe not in the form they are. Then they face JDG. JDG are 5-0. JDG look unstoppable. Probably going to be a rough one to take. Then they face LGD, beatable, but again, can't be discredited. LNG next. That one could be a bit volatile. OMG, who's just had a recent series win. AL, who's looked better than expected. TTBLG. Again, none of these teams are like impossible to beat, apart from probably JDG feels like a doomed one. But like, none of these are like pushovers. And in the form FPX is in, they could drop games to multiple of these. And that is why I'm so concerned. To be 0-5 now, and to be looking down, like, we are so early in the split. We're on week 3. You don't have that much wiggle room. And it's not even just the fact that, like, FPX need to look better. If they are to make playoffs, they need to look fantastic because they need to be picking up win after win after win after win. I'm not sure it's there, but yeah, you know, we talked a lot about FPX. Looking at top esports, someone who I really don't plays is Mark. Mark is someone who got a lot of criticism, particularly in that JDG series, game 3 on the Nautilus. Questionable. He looked a lot better this series. I think he looked a lot more comfortable. The Braum pick was really working for them. And he definitely delivered. So a big positive there.
Alongside Knight, MVP. Now, Mark, you're right. Spot on. Mark's been someone we've criticized, I think, the most. Also, because he's Jackie Love's support, he has to have that same Giga Brain yet, you know, I don't know how to phrase it, Orcs. That same energy to the bottom lane. And Mark delivers that all the time, but we are here to talk about tonight because once again, on a Corki, this guy took over, and Orcs' CS was 210 by 17 minutes in the game. Like, it was an insane score.
Kind of reminiscent of what we've seen from Doinby is picking up all that farm on the Corki, becoming super powerful. You can easily just burst through the Raptor camps. And Knight, yeah, Knight footed, yes. Corki hack. And we saw these moments like landing those pivotal rockets. That's the thing with Corki is a lot of your damage is focused around landing these missiles. And sure, you have a lot of them, but it's very easy to spam a bunch and run out of ammo. Being consistent, connecting them can make all the difference. And he just completely dominated. Package moments as well, diving in, sweeping up FPX.
And now we've got a top esports that are 4-1. Let's talk a little bit about the standings here because we had a lot of narrative points, a lot of story points, I should say, about what FPX are facing. For top esports, yes, the schedule looks like it's also got big teams like LNG, Weibo Gaming, RNG in week 5. We're all excited for the MSI champions versus, you know, previous MSC champions of 2020. Top esports got a lot on their plate, but now sitting at second for the time being until our next matchup is a big deal. And speaking of, Victory 5 versus RNG could net V5 to take back that position. But folks, our match of the week, the one you've been waiting for, the one that you sat through 6 individual games to get to, is coming up right after this very, very short break. Very short.
Ever since returning, nothing stopped my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom. Pretty little bird, pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito. Bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours.
Gala gonna pick up yet another kill. It's a double. It's a triple. Is it a quadra? Is it a penta? Gala's gonna get it again. The penta kill for Gala.
The LPL are king again.
Cleared on the wrong side of the map though as Ming looks for a hook. The Warthog means Cleared can get to his bottom lane. Care needs to look for an execute at this point. Honestly, Wei is here, but Care actually has flash available. There's a route. Get a W. Oh no! Care, that was so easy.
Royal never give up. A team that needs no introduction. A team that has dominated the LPL since the beginning of time. A team that is defined by one man in the bot lane. Wait, what year is it? For RNG, winning is their legacy. And winning through the bot lane is what they've built that legacy on. And with Gala in the bot lane, that legacy is secure.
And now the chase down from Shahu. Gold card comes up through. Hunk falls. It's a double kill for Gala as LWX tries to escape, but the killer instinct is in. And Gala takes another.
Come on, let's go.
And Wei wants to finish off. Cares trying to block. There's a good taunt, but it's not good enough. As Gala free firing on the top side of the play. The Kindred ult will keep people safe. It's pure carnage. And Gala is the king of carnage.
But don't place your bets just yet, because on the other side of the coin is a team that was built to do one thing. Can you guess what that might be? Victory 5 are on a hot streak, and even without their superstar mid laner, this is a team that can step up to any challenger.
Photic, the first team all-team ADC from spring 2022, picks up a double kill, and V5 cleaned house on LGD.
Because when your opposition's the MSI champion, you have to be world class.
Slingers are just keeping Karsa in tow, and finally he reveals himself to show that he was the true man all along. They will try and take out Southwind, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to Photic. Putting in so much damage. They are going to try and trade back Photic, but even now you can see how difficult it is. He even cleanses it back. Double kill right at the end there. Should be a triple kill coming out here for Photic. And that's going to be the game, the series, as another 2-0 comes out for V5.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are at our match of the week, V5 versus RNG, and you are patient to get to this point. My name is Hysterics, and I'm joined by Orcs for this very, very special event. A great way to introduce us, Orcs, because we're expecting a lot out of this matchup with 2 stars jumping onto the Rift.
100%. I mean, I feel like a lot of people are hyped for this one. This is the matchup we actually didn't get to see in the spring playoffs last time. RNG played against JDG. They played against Top Esports. Same on the other side, but we did not get RNG V5 as much as we were hoping for it. Yeah, missed out on that one, unfortunately.
I mean, you just bring up such an interesting point. They didn't get to verse each other. And V5, for that reason, remember the RNG second seed, V5 first seed Orcs. It's because they're on the top of the bracket, and Top Esports were the one to knock them out, of course. But for everyone out there, they thought V5 were going to be the ones representing at MSI. They were the chosen ones.
Yep.
We trusted
Honestly,
them.
I feel like they could have been able to beat RNG. This sounds like such a weird take. RNG, obviously, fantastic, great performance at MSI. But the way you got to think about it, RNG mid-game was fantastic, early game a bit weak. V5 had a good early game, and then were fantastic went ahead, right?
Yep.
So they would probably beat RNG in the early game and then close it out. Top Esports were fantastic in the early game, but then not so good in the mid game. And so it was kind of like a rock, paper, scissors thing. And unfortunately, V5 never got to face RNG, the team that they had a good stylistic matchup into. And despite some fantastic performances, their regular season as well was stellar, as they also had a great playoff run up until they got taken out for the second time by Top Esports.
For a team that came up with, a development of players who have so much skill. Rookie joining the roster, Photic and PP God coming together as such a good duo lane in spring as well. Karsa coming over. Rich as well from the LCK. It's one of those teams, Orcs, where you're like, oh, I don't know how it's all going to fit together. But the pieces just seem to fit so nicely, and that's what gave them first in the regular season by a decent amount.
Yeah, and I think people were really excited for this roster, especially as when we looked at it, everyone knew Rookie is Rookie. Everyone knew he was going to be a pivotal piece. The question was everyone else, some people were hyped on Photic. I certainly know one person especially was hyped on PP God. And then the question mark was top lane. How good would Rich be? He actually got brought into the roster late after his LCK tenure. Expectations were low, but he really delivered, finding some good opportunities, good angles. And I think this was, in a lot of people's opinion, not just a strong team, but a fun team to watch. I know Lyric is someone who basically said his favorite team to watch play was V5.
It makes sense with the way they played out these games, Orcs. One of the most entertaining teams because the individual skill was also so darn high. But against Top Esports, you were saying just before, in that lower bracket semifinal, in the knockout match for them, it was that stylistic difference. It was a rock, paper, scissors. I love that you put it in that way. Top Esports also very great individual players, and they just seem to have their number on the day in the best of 5.
Yeah, it just like the early game. Top Esports early game was something else, like
it was
an absolute machine, and we kind of saw that as a consistent thing. It was why, honestly, people underestimated RNG going into MSI because they thought, wow, RNG's early game is horrific. I think a big aspect of it was Top Esports was so good there, and V5 just couldn't match up to it. And as was said, if V5 got ahead, they were so smooth at closing out the game. It was so hard to get ahead against Top Esports, and we see this here with the game closing out. V5 unfortunately not able to go further, But we now get to look towards summer and see what else this roster can do, how they can develop. And so far, they have been really performing.
They have. They really have. And that's why, against RNG, this has been hyped up because the 3-0 V5 have not dropped a single game. But Orcs have also had a really starting a couple of series as well. TT, LGD, FPX. Those three people wouldn't really place in playoffs, or at least not that close to, especially with how FPX are going. But, you know, for V5, it's going to be a different test against RNG because they don't have their superstar that they had when they were in the top 4, that they had in spring. Rookie is not here. A lot of people are asking, you know, where he is. Of course, personal information, but the main part is that it's not Rookie. We still have Dream, and Dream, despite the expectations being lower, is still performing at a very good level.
Yeah, and Rookie is going to be joining later. I think one of the positives, as you talked about the easier schedule they've had initially, it has meant that there's not as much pressure on the roster to match. RNG is probably the hardest team they face in... I mean, RNG are really strong, but they don't really face another top 4 team until very late, like sort of week 7, week 8, that sort of period. Yep. And you can see so far, even despite the fact, I mean, you can obviously say they should look weaker without Rookie, but Dream was a really hot prospect coming up from the LDL, and he has performed well. I know, as you said, that the teams they faced aren't as hard, but we still see teams make upsets. We just saw Top Esports drop a game to FPX. V5 did none of that. They were very convincing in the wins.
They were indeed. And again, coming back to Dream, this is the topic that we need to talk about. That Dream was a pivotal member in not just this series, but many others as well. Lissandra performances, Silas performances. You can name a few already, which is what you need on a V5 roster that is so star-studded. And Orcs as well, like you were saying that V5, their starting was kind of reminiscent of what we saw in spring as well. They still have that spunk, that, what would you call it, bravado, that got them to the first seed in spring.
Yeah, absolutely. And still a pleasure to watch. And I feel like Dream, someone who a lot of people were sort of like, look, you have to take it with a grain of salt. This guy is not going to be Rookie. You know, if he's a good player, take that, like, judge him on that. Don't judge him against Rookie. But honestly, he's been a really solid performer, however way you judge him. I think the fact that this team, who we felt like going into spring would be so Rookie reliant, are still functioning without him, definitely a positive, but it remains to be seen. This is not done and dusted, and RNG is that big test. Can they beat RNG in the regular season as they did in spring without Rookie?
Because RNG right now are looking pretty good. I know we're still going through V5 here, folks, as we get closer and closer to Pick Ban for our match of the week, but remember that RNG, the MSI champions, they have the high ground. And there is no way in hell that people come into this being like, well, RNG, you know, sure, they're coming back from MSI, but they look a lot weaker. RNG have still held strong. And going into Pick Ban here, Orcs, we didn't get to talk too much about it, but Dream versus Xiaohu here feels like the matchup to watch, considering that Xiaohu is the expert in the field and Dream is just getting started.
And we fly through the bans quite quickly. Wukong and Viego, Wave Speciality, that Viego both banned away by RNG. Lucian having dropped in priority quite heavily. This was super high prio earlier. Feels like teams have kind of solved answers to it. Something to note is more pocket picks targeted by V5, the Nautilus and the Lissandra from Xiaohu and Ming respectively. Now, Senna first pick for V5. I do like the fact that they don't like take Senna or Tom on 2-3. They give an opportunity to adapt to what RNG takes. And they pick the Lee Sin up for Wei. Remember, has been buffed on the patch. And potentially looking at an 80 carry here for Gala.
That's a really good point that you talk out straight off the bat. You're into the Lee Sin Wei, right? Caster's favorite champion historically, the same deal. That's something we might have to talk about extensively as we go throughout this series. A big jungler for both of them as we also start talking about our mid laners too. The Ahri hovered, but for Xiaohu, this would be a pretty early Azir. We're going through it, and Orcs, that's a peculiar lock-in this early in the draft.
Yeah. A bit of a bold one to come out. Obviously, something that contests prio quite hard early and does scale well into later stages of the game. We'll see how that does end up panning out. Now, Ahri going to come out. You know what the mid lane matchup is, and Ahri's still pretty strong, so it makes sense there. The Tom comes through. Now, RNG don't have an opportunity to pick both bot laners to react, but they'll just take the Gwen on 3, and this is a team we know they're Gwen prio. Finals MSI. They picked Gwen 3 games, they banned Gwen 2 games. It was all about the Gwen for them, and Breathe is very confident in this pick. So now, RNG can ban away top lane counters that Rich might take. Kale could be something they take off the cards if they're concerned about that. We also see GP be a good matchup into it. For V5, it's bot lane bans. You know, you can look towards the likes of that Callista, the Lucian, if you want to trim down those strong bot lane duos. Even the Ezreal is something we often picked into the center, but they will start off with that Renata.
But take a step back, let's talk more about the top lane. You already mentioned the Kale here. I want to go a little bit deeper because Rich so far has played Kale, Gwen, Ornn, GP, and Sejuani. Almost a unique champion each game, bar the double up of the Kale. So there are a lot of options here. And we know that Rich on the GP with the Senatam Orcs, something that's been done by a couple of teams before. So what are your thoughts with the Jace band away here about direction for V5 in their 4th and 5th?
I think there's still a lot of picks that V5 can take to respond. The Jace is something that bullies you out early, and the poke is threatening to Azir especially with the range of V5's composition. The Kale is something that outscales, but as you said, there's still like the Akali, the Kennen as counters. We don't really see the Kennen as much anymore. The GP is a fine matchup they could take. I could see that coming out. But for now, for V5, we didn't see the Callista ban, but we saw the Renata, part of that combo. We saw the Lucian ban. That kind of makes me think Ezreal is left open as that pick that RNG would take. And now for V5, they get to secure that top and jungle. A lot of jungle is trimmed in the pool. And I think when we've seen so much Lee Sin, Viego, Wukong, kind of makes you think what else is going to potentially come out from V5. Is Vi is something, especially when you have so much mobility that you could answer with. Zinzao is something we've seen buffed on the patch that people are playing more.
We also seen things like Trundle, right? Trundle Poppy was looked at.
Yeah.
That's a caster speciality as well. Rich going to go for the Gnar, so we don't get something that exciting up at the top side. And Orcs, as it all comes together, now it's just about the jungle pick, and we get early game aggression here from Casa. I'm already seeing the mid 2v2 that I'll talk to you about in a second, but first, quickly, give me the response from RNG, because it is about Xiaohu, not Xiaohu in the mid lane, excuse me. It's about Ming and what he pulls up against the Tahm Kench.
The typical pick we see here is the Karma. That is the standard, like, harass lane, bully out. You could also pick the Rakan. Not as strong in the laning phase, but fantastic in team fights and was buffed on this patch. Gives you a really strong engage. And it looks like they might just end up locking that in. I'm pretty happy with this. I think it's a good pick. Now, we can kind of take stock of where the game is after the drafts. For V5, they have the Ahri, which, you know, we can talk endlessly about the level 6 strength, but the Rek'Sai as well, a counter matchup at Lee Sin. Strong skirmishing, strong gank paths. Bot lane is going to be Senatom favored. You kind of absorb the poke of Ezreal and just harass back. And even top lane, the range advantage of Gnar lets them set up the lane. So V5, they will want to get ahead early, which is something they should be able to do with this composition. For RNG, they have the scaling matchup mid, the scaling matchup top, and a bot lane where it gets to the point where Ezreal will outrange Senna until she gets a ton of souls. The Rakan, fantastic in team fights as well. So I think RNG, it's mostly about mitigating the enemy team, whereas V5 are, you know, like a V8, just going pedal to the metal.
On a bit of a time will be nice. We just had a highlight reel of Dream talking about the new mid laner here for V5, filling in for Rookie Shoes before he comes back. Now, for this Rek'Sai, for Casa, when he's on a timer Orcs as well, when we have an Ahri in the mid lane, I'm going to be talking to you a lot about the early game windows that he can abuse and how this strong CC duo through mid jungle can really push ahead. Because for V5, you know, we're just talking about getting beaten out in Spring 2022 in the playoffs against Top Esports, where Top Esports had such a big early game. For V5, we know this team can also be bloody, up against RNG, pushing them to the limit. We know that RNG can be 10 of the slower teams, Orcs, and they need a while to get going when we have Azir, when we have Breathe on Gwen, Ezreal as well here, Orcs. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out as we go into our match of the week. RNG versus V5. V5 without a loss against their name, but RNG, it won't surprise you, 2-0 themselves. Welcome to the patient who have been with us through the 6 games prior to this to get to this point. One team is going home with a loss here tonight, and the other rising to the top 3 of the LPL. Orcs, where would you like to start on this one, considering there is a lot to break down with very different drafts?
Well, I kind of want to talk about the amount of TPs we're seeing in this game. Gala has TP, PP God has TP, both mid laners have TP, both top laners too. I think this kind of talks about the how these lanes, as much as I gave the advantage to V5's laners in the matchups, none of them are significant enough. Actually, sorry, I said top and bot, but Dream is kind of like what you can do out of lane. Xiaohu should have the advantage in the 1v1. But none of them are like Nara is going to stomp Gwen enough to really matter. Senna Tom usually doesn't stomp Ezreal Rakan enough for it to really matter, especially with Rakan's buffs. It really comes down to Caster and what he can do. If you just let your lanes play out as normal, RNG will outscale and they will be fine. You need to find these gank patterns. So I think tracking the Rek'Sai and what he does is really important. The big power of this pick is the being able to tunnel over walls and make things happen there. But before we get to jungle pathing, we see a bit of cheese. V5's bot lane didn't need to leash, and so they're going to look for a bit of a trade on the RNG here.
Ming will be walking into this one as well. Tongue Lash comes through. Photic with the 20 gold, and that starts things off. Now we talked about early pressure. Look at this. Level 2 gank towards mid. Xiaohu's level 1. The flash might have to be burned here, and Dream is walking into him with all the damage you can hold on. Xiaohu holding on with the Prey Seeker tagging over the wall. Ward down. Blast Cone going to be used. It's a chase as Caster continues doubling in. But hey, Rich,
you got this?
Would you like a freebie? Xiao running through, the Prey Seeker given. Rich gonna share in the spoils, and just like that, the V5 top laner gets first blood, and Caster gets started as early as possible.
So a ton of time invested for that. No summoner's bait from Azir, and Azir can just TP back in. But I like the window. One of the things with Azir is his safety. Once he gets that dash, very hard to gank him, even for a Rek'Sai. And so he goes for that level 2 gank. Xiaohu doesn't expect it. And as a result, he does end up going down. And Rich is like, yeah, I'll take that. I'll take 400 gold and Fierce Blood. Why not?
A great start for V5, but I'm glad you gave me the balance here. As Xiaohu teleports back in, the time means that Dream as well, even in CS for the time being, the way pushing against the turret of Xiaohu. And Rich is actually down on the top side despite the kill. Wave crashing against him, but Breathe and Wei get a bit of time to go into the enemy jungle and take away a camp here.
Yeah, taking that opportunity. I like to see them do this. The Gwen, pretty strong. We saw the invade last game, but that was level 1. But still, the Lee Sin able to make this happen. And there was a big cost for Caster going for those plays, for that extended chase down. But he has been able to mitigate a decent amount. He's only, well, he's 2 camps down now, which is obviously ideal. But that's the thing with the Rek'Sai. He ain't playing a scale, playing for those ganks. Bot lane, you can see, kind of going as expected. The Ezreal and Rakan will get shoved under. But there's a decent amount of sustain. That was one of the things that was buffed with Rakan on this patch, is the sustain on his Q. Heal is a bit higher. His shield is a bit stronger. And also his W cooldown is reduced. So all nice changes to make him a bit more able to bear this pressure coming out from Senna Tom.
And then get to the team fights like you talked about. You know, add the engage here for RNG. The follow-up's going to be huge. So for RNG in a game that needs to pace itself out, it's already started off on an odd foot. First blood to V5, a gold lead about 800 here kicks things off. And Wei is trying to mitigate that fact. Rich deep in the lane here, Orcs, and Breathe might be out of mana, but the wave looks to be pushing up, and Rich wants it to reset.
Yeah, Rich is trying to get this to crash. It is a bit risky, but he's got Mega, which means he feels a bit more comfortable. He should feel to... No, Breathe can just hold this and keep the wave frozen, so Rich is going to have to overstay. And this could be the window to look for the gank, but I guess maybe they're scared about Caster being here. Yeah. And ultimately, they're not going to go for the play.
Caster actually putting a ward ping down. Assuming that blue buff is warded, he's pathing around. Scuttle, of course, not going to spot him. Going into Wei's jungle. And the V5 jungler just looking for whatever's available, or maybe an avenue into getting in this top side.
And even saw question mark ping come out in lane from Breathe. They knew he was going to be on the top side of the map. They didn't know quite where he'd be, so they didn't want to risk the play. Which, you know, I think that that call is correct in that situation. Not trying to overstep. And you can see bot lane, 1 play has gone down so far. It's not too big of a deal. I think you kind of expect the pressure to be here in this 2v2. You will be able to spike a bit later for RNG, but it's definitely not a fun position to be in. And plates are extra important on Senna, because Senna obviously doesn't get as much gold when she's fasting. The gold has a lot more value as a result. If you can keep even or close compared to your counterpart without farming at all, then you're doing fantastic. On top of that is you have the support item. Every time you watch your tower, you're getting that 20 gold. Photic has already upgraded his support item at 5 minutes into the game.
Wow. Wow, that was quick. Serrated Dirk on top of that as well, so the poke's only going to get worse. And Orcs, as we keep watching Breed slow this back down from Rich, he's probably going to have to burn the TP. I wanted to ask you a little bit. We haven't seen, you know, the farming center. We come into 12-11, the souls get back up towards the 10% mark, 8.3 I think to be specific. And we're still seeing the fasting center, the same old here from the LPL players. Well, you know, Photic shows us that this isn't changing anytime soon.
Yeah, I think it's just the problem with the farming center has its strength, right? You get more gold, and with the soul buff, you are still behind, but not a massive amount compared to what it would be. The problem is the gold distribution. With the Tom is quite strong in the mid game with gold. He obviously does fall off, or you can play lanes like Senna Seraphine, Senna Swain, where you essentially have 2 carries good in the late game. And I think with the slower pace of the game right now, people just prefer that rather than having a standard support.
Which is fair, right? Again, LPL with trends too, as Rich just ultis here, but Wave's nearby. Timing not great. He flashes away, but Wave with the Tempest cripple. Sonic Wave, he doesn't have the kick available, but Breathe! The needlework layers through. Grandma knits him a sweater for the first kill of RNG's game.
And Rich has just had such a horrible time in the top lane. Breathe permanently freezing this wave. He has to constantly contest it. He has to step up. Wei does find the pressure to make it happen, and Carster hasn't really been there to bail Rich out. So the end result is they finally get that kill, and they will be able to crush the wave as well. You can see on the minimap. In return, Carster gets a dragon and a blue buff. But Rich definitely not enjoying this situation.
No, he's not. I will point out, though, Carster's on this blue buff. Not spotted out for now. At the very least, we're seeing pings go down that Wei is going towards his camp, but it's the tunnel system that avoids that control ward, hits around the outskirt of vision after Dragon's gone down. So Carster's still getting a lot of resources here. Back up in CS, going towards his red buff for the continued clear. And Orcs now is just about what else he can do, because this Rek'Sai is now level 6. And Carster, with the ultimate available, a lot more kill threat added, especially when we talked about what lanes he could hit.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of power in the skirmishes as well, especially against things like the Azir or the Ezreal that would normally be able to dash out your range after the knockup. You can follow them, you can finish them off. Prowler's Claw is a big spike for Rek'Sai as well. That dash that you can use when you're burrowed can be really helpful. And we see here, Wei was actually spotted on vision. And, you know, you can definitely criticize Rich, the fact he was spotted on vision and still ganked here. The problem is you have to kind of crash the wave. You don't really have too much of a choice. You're not being helped out. So he just thought, if I rush it, Lee Sin's level 5, I can probably get away. Answer is you can't. So, you know, there's 2 elements to it. 1 is questionable for Rich, but 2, he also wasn't put in a good position. And every top lane main out there knows how this feels.
Yeah. Well, it hurts. The lapse hurts at the very least, and as Rich comes back, you know, the lane is in a rough state for him. Might even be the Herald play that turns even rougher. Shahu with the ulti, force the flash from Carson, but they re-engage. Dream comes in with the flash charm at melee range. Center ulti helps out as well. Photic, great, but Carson goes down before he can ult. The Herald too as well as V5 looking for their resets now, and the hopes of Dream. The fill-in for Rookie has his moment in the sun as the ulti gets one reset onto Breed. He dies. V5 solo lane is in charge as the Herald goes down with a steal for RNG, but the kills and the blood back in V5's favor.
So Herald's still secured for RNG. They're happy with that one. They also get Gala able to stay bot, push the wave in, but it still kills favored over towards V5. And I think one of the things is when you go in for those aggressive shuffle plays on Azir, if the enemy has flash, chances are he's going to end up in close range in the fight, not achieving anything. And that was essentially the outcome of that one. RNG, I still think they're not exactly unhappy with the outcome, especially since we talked about them leaning into the later stage of the game, but definitely not exactly a positive outcome.
Let's have a quick look, because around the Herald, Carson started this by himself, but it's well warded.
Yeah, and I mean, now Xiaohu has used his ult and all his mobility apart from his flash to get in. And you see Rich is close to the Mega bar. It's a good play from Wei and Breathe to burst out the Rek'Sai before he can ult. But Rich hits Mega. You have Photic here as well. You even have PP God TPing in the Tom. So there's just no way RNG were going to take this fight. But they got the Herald. I think if they didn't get the Herald, it'd probably be a bit of a disaster. But they could be happy with the situation. The problem is, look at this bot lane tower. This is a disaster.
Yeah, 4 plates, 10 minutes into the game. Gala and Ming are silent this time around.
Wait, look at the bottom left.
Yeah.
Photic's already fully stacked his support item. It's over 1,000 gold because it doesn't upgrade until you leave combat. So he's just getting even more gold now.
Orcs, he's also got 53 souls at 10 minutes. Oh my god. Holy! I mean, that's beyond.
This is kind of hilarious. You know, I knew this lane matchup was bad, but this is really, they are getting punished hard. And Photic and PP got credit to them. They are not giving them a moment to breathe in this situation.
Pun not intended, I'm assuming, because Breed does get first start blood with Wei in the top side. But further to your point, that's the trade-off. Photic and PP God by themselves are going to take this down. like 56 souls, guys.
Look at the item. He still didn't leave combat, so he's got 1,200 gold from the support item already. 11 minutes in the game, 1,200 gold from the item. And bear in mind, Senna's items are cheap. Umbral Glaive picked up already. You've got the Frostfire Gauntlet coming out from the Tom. They are strong.
It's funny, we talk so much about Caster's early game, but Photic and PP God maybe having one that's a little bit more impactful, but Orcs, I'll also add in that it was Spring last split where Photic and PP God had some of their best plays on this duo. PP God is a big brother here to Photic, who was on top esports in the past, who was someone who people bagged out because he was with Yu Yanja because he was covering for Jackie Love. He's really shone in Spring. I think he's been one of my favorite duos to watch, and back on some of their comforts, their strongest champions. Here now with the Umbral Glaive you mentioned, it's versus the Essence Reaver, but Photic in a great position as this fasting center. And just as Dragon spawns, V5 already have their first, they have a gold lead, and they've got very strong members to be concerned about Orcs as it begins.
Yeah, RNG want to rush this and get out because I don't think they want to contest this as a 5-man. They even have brought Breathe down, who's going to TP top to defend the wave. So a nice play from RNG. Picking up that Dragon actually really important to delay the stacking. And I was talking about the sort of the late game play, how I felt like I favored RNG. This Senna will eventually hit critical mass, and it's going to be sooner rather than later at this rate.
On the center, Tom Kench, by the way, while we have a moment to spare, 100% win rate so far for PP God and Photic as the duo. 2 games played of each. Not a lot of data, but still worth mentioning here in the LPL as V5 have played 4 series so far, Orcs.
I remember they played it in spring, though, when it wasn't as strong as a lane, but I remember them being fantastic. There was a play where they 2v3'd, and then there was another 2v3 they did in the top lane,
Yeah.
So definitely love this lane as a duo. And to be so far ahead so early, I kind of want to see the gold and see. I actually think that Photic might have more gold than Gala at this point, honestly.
But he's too far forward. Sonic Wave eaten up, though. Good kick back here. PP God knocked back with the charm as well. A lot of shielding, but as Photic flashes away, dodges the Sonic Wave. This is happening again. You just talked about the 2v3. They head up. They survive. Photic and PP God still heading forward. Now Rich here to help out, and they're not backing off. What?
They're winning. They're
Again.
2v3. And the thing is, RNG do everything right. They find all the CC. The problem is Tom Kench is a beefcake. You can't take him down, not easily. And Photic, we'll get to see the replay, I'm sure, that the shield from Tom Kench, that was actually something buffed on 12-11. The base shield at level 6 is 650. How are you supposed to cut through this? And we'll see it come out. So, like, they go in, right? The knock-up into the kick. This is really well played. The charm as well. And then look when Senna comes out. Look at that shield. You still have shield left after they try and take out Photic. Photic is full HP. What are you supposed to do? It's just so broken.
I didn't know it was 650. Look at the damage. That wasn't a team fight, but still 4k damage already. Photic, a big issue. Now, we've stopped talking about Castle. We've been talking a lot about the 2v2 in the bottom lane. I want to also point out that we'll keep track of souls as this is a knock-up, but PP God is a shallow short as Castle's down nearby, but RNG with numbers advantage until Dream joins in as well. Ming for the engage. Wade jumping in, true shot barrage onto PP God, but that bridge is not going down anytime soon until he shuffled backwards, but still, he's alive! He's alive, Orcs! How? V5 have got the double.
Is your refrigerator running? Yes, it is. It's still running. PP God is unstoppable right now. And RNG don't know what to do.
V5, this is what we saw in spring. RNG getting blasted, and through the mid lane play that they engaged are now 2k gold behind. A 3-0 Ari from Dream. And Photic and PP God are just playing the center Tom Kench games of their career.
And Dream has been fantastic, picking up these kills. 3-0-2 now on the Ari. RNG, you know, a lot of people looked at this and went, oh.
Tom Kench is there, has Devour, holds it for a long time. A lot of trust between these two.
Yeah, and people will look at the series and like, well, V5, they don't have a rookie. Are they really going to beat MSI champions RNG? So far, the answer's looking like yes. Yes, they will. Dream is more than enough. And Photic and PP God, an absolute bot gappening happening right now. Herald's going to be started by RNG. V5 will scare them off, though.
There's a teleport burned in here from PP God. You talked about the use of teleports in this game. None available from RNG. They scatter like the wind. And even on a ward, Castle will end up taking this one. So Orcs, it's a big gold lead in the early game. Big maybe to some people's eyes. At 16 minutes into the game, it's significant. And you did tell me that V5 needed to get off the ground running with this Rek'Sai pick and with how things, I guess, shift for RNG with Azir, with Gwen, with even Ezreal. You talked about Senna as well in contrast, but still it's worth mentioning that the game's not over yet. RNG moving into the mid-game can still hunker down a little bit, right?
I do think one thing is that Gala's going to hit some nice mid-game spikes. Typically, we see the Senna struggle in mid-game at times because you're normally down in gold compared to your counterpart. You're down in experience compared to your counterpart. You can see even now with Photic being ahead, he's still leveled down on Gala. But I've seen times where Senna is like 3 levels, 4 levels down a bunch of gold. And it takes a while before you make up the difference and get enough souls to be relevant.
Sure.
The problem here is like that's not really happened. You're so fed for Photic that you might even kind of skip the mid game and go straight to late game Senna, which is absolutely what V5 need. And if they can continue this momentum, they're going to spot. The one caveat I'm going to say is RNG did get that dragon earlier. If they hadn't got that, I would be really scared because I don't think they contest this next dragon. And if we were going to soul point now, I would be ready to be like RNG look doomed. But they bought themselves an extra 5 minutes.
So let's see what they can do with it. At the very least, coming back to some of our focal points here from V5. Early game's also been about Dream. You said it before, 3-0 and 2 on this Ari. Heading towards Banshee's Veil second. Dream has been such a good fill-in for Rookie. Now, we all know that, Rookie is MIA at the moment. We've heard rumors. I'm not going to say anything. This is official broadcast until it gets confirmed, of course. But at the very least, I will say that for V5, right now, still looking good with their fill-in mid laner who has shown that he might even deserve a starting spot in splits in the future.
That's two things here. One, Dreamers looked good, but two, Spring kind of proved. People thought this was the Rookie +4 show. V5 made the claim with their strong regular season performance in Spring that no, this team functions as a 5-man unit. There were good players across the roles. And as much as Rookie is completely fantastic, it wasn't just him. And this opportunity up against RNG is proving it. Them working as a unit without Rookie on the roster. And Dream having a great debut. Now, they'll use the Herald to get a top tower. They're going to try and continue to get a tier 2 here. There is no minion wave, so I think Xiaohu should be able to defend.
But are you ready for what I'm about to tell you? Photic at 91, soon to be 92 souls at 18 minutes in the game. Everyone right now sitting watching this probably going to have a Senna game thrown out. Solo queue is what they're feeling. It's one of those games where you watch it and you're like, oh man, I want to play Senna.
Also, PP got just picked up a Warmogs.
Oh.
Yeah, he is so tanky. How is Ezreal ever going to kill him? And actually, Xiaohu went with the Ludens. We've seen a lot of Liandry's Azir recently. There is no one who can really cut through this Toad. He is unleashed on the Rift.
Well, a 2-item Tarm here from PP God. Photic with almost 100 souls this early on. Things looking good.
Look at the health bar, by the way.
Yeah.
Look, what the ult did nothing.
And the healing put him right back to absolutely nothing. So at this point, Orcs,
He's got 3k HP. He's immortal.
He just walks forward into Gala. There's nothing Gala can do. PP God stands in front. Thanks so much.
Bro, he's just tanking Mystic shots. He doesn't care.
Dream's on the way. I want to point out that Dream now has his second item as well. A 3k gold lead pretty much existing. Maybe 2 if I can do math properly. As Photic walks up to the turret. Dream comes forward. Ulti hit from Photic once again as Way seeks out an angle.
The flank.
But it's Rich versus Bree. Xiaohu's here as well. The ulti misses. Rich about to go into the Mega Now. The kick backwards, but he's in 3 people. Ult into the walls. PP God is now ready to consume. He eats up Rich as he comes out. The shield helping out, but Breeze, along with the True Shot Barrage, just dodged away. They're trying to poke him down. V5's members don't want to die. And PP God goes to the re-engage in front of 5 people.
He's down.
Okay, Orcs. Maybe he can die.
It takes 5, but they get him down. RNG finding a beautiful team fight with the flank coming in. You can see the value they got from the Rakan as well. They engage, and now V5 in control of this game. They have to defend 3 members to stop this Baron, and Rich's bar is nowhere near being full.
Well said point. Dream comes through with the charm with the Everfrost as well. Photic doesn't have the Dawning Shadow either, but it might not matter. The range of Senna big at 2.5k. RNG on the Baron. The jungler's down! The jungler's down. Rich ultis against the wall. V5 in the pit. Ming tries. It's secured by Care. Victory 5, well and truly alive.
Oh my lord! Disaster for RNG. You can see they felt forced to start the Baron, but wait, losing so much health. He should have just smited it. He should have just smited early and got the heal. And then maybe been alive to secure it with the Sonic Wave. Oh, but they were all corralled in the pit, and you could see how scared they were of Rich Kid and Mega. We'll get a replay. And the initial fight is pretty solid. We get this flank on a Rich, and Rich does manage to build up Mega. The ult doesn't connect. But in this close range skirmish, they just devote so much attention to shutting down Carsus, shutting down Rich. And Photic isn't really able to do much damage over the wall. And then at this point, V5 are kind of like, okay, we need to back off. We're being chased down. We have lost this fight.
But then, Orcs.
But then, maybe God goes in. He's like, I'm immortal. He kind of, maybe he heard my words, took them too seriously. But this is the point where it gets messy. They're all trying to get away from Rich, and they stack in the back of the pit. So those spikes that come out are hitting everyone. And they're getting so worried. Wei takes too much damage. Look at his health. And then he goes down, stunned by the spikes. And they all have to leave. And then Xiaohu tries to secure it. But Dream repositions so the Q ends up getting it. And we go straight back into fight. It is non-stop fighting.
I'm glad it is. At 15 seconds till the Dragon spawns, 109 souls. Photic already at such a large range when he has the Eclipse. And he's also got the Kachea's Shard. 2.5 item center here, and he's got 205 under his name, but also a Magi from Dream who goes forward with the Spirit Rush. Xiaohu tagged. Meganar's timing out though, Orcs, and RNG trying to play around it.
Yeah, and we have to watch Ming. This Rakan could be so potent if you find the big engages.
Again,
a lot of summoners down as well.
Oh. He has one charge. Dawning Shadow comes through. That's a lot of ultis burnt by V5. Rich goes forward as well, but he doesn't have the Meganar as Breathe is the front line. RNG poking out with Xiaohu, and they're doing a pretty good job of buying time for BB God in the back line with a good charm on top of Wei. Jungler getting low while Rich zones out Xiaohu. Gala over the wall as well. Victory 5 way too far ahead as the root hits again. Xiaohu golden to buy time, but BB God is standing there. The bottom lane from Victory 5 carrying through as they bloody up the MSI champions.
They just massacred them. What can Ezreal do when there's this big frog standing in your face? PP God. You know, he did go down that previous fight, but once again feels immortal. They're pumping damage in, constantly throwing out these mystic shots, and it just does nothing. V5 get the fight, they'll get that third dragon, and they'll take a bunch of structures too.
This is the V5 we wanted to see, and every single time they play League of Legends, you see a bit of class. Orcs, mojo in the name, mojo in the game. Replay time as this looked pretty good for RNG to start.
Yeah, Dream steps forward and has to flash out, but PP God is just like, you know what? I will walk forward. I will W in. I don't care. And look, they don't even focus him because they know he will never die. Gala's trying to find someone else to hit. Arcane Shift to go after Rich, but Rich is gone. And at this point, the fight's already over.
Well, V5 up to play after we see them finish off the final members in this replay. Are so far ahead in gold. I mean, yeah. Good some emote usage at the end as well. But 10k gold lead here from V5. The third dragon picked up an Orcs. I'm not even going to ask you about RNG's condition of late game. Azir, Gwen. I'm not going to ponder about any of that stuff because at this point, with the 16 Magi stack on Dream, with, I'm going to guess, 120 souls on Senna.
And
V5
the rapid
has this
fire
game in
now,
the bag.
the range is going to be disturbing. And at this point, right, you have 3 items. That's the thing I'm talking about. Normally, Senna is going to be down on items. Normally, Senna will have less items than Ezreal and be down in levels. They're even in levels. Senna has 3 items if you don't include the support item. Rapid fire cannon completed means your auto with a rapid fire will just outrange Ezreal Q. It is so hard to deal with. 120 souls now. Yeah, that deserves a pop-up because it's scary, quite honestly. And V5 is just looking for the way to close this game at a 10,000 gold lead.
It's so funny to me that we had a game that was going to be heavily about Casa on the Rex side. But once again, V5 have just shown us, as you said before, when Rookie was on the roster, when Rookie was playing in front of us, it's not just the Rookie show. V5 has so many big members. And Photic, as he hits over 120 souls now, when his range is so massive. RNG is struggling to survive in this game, number one. They're the MSI champions, Orcs, and V5 are making them look like children.
Yeah, Xiaohu's looking for a flank, but Photic, PP God, Kosovic all have
Gonna be a
flash.
big one.
It's only
Okay, Ming.
Dream without.
Ming starting the engage. Meganar's going to come up. Turret's going to go down. Xiaohu on a
They
wall.
spotted
They
him.
spotted him out. And PP God can go zone him as Rich goes
the
into
tower.
Meganar. The turret there, but as Xiaohu ult through, Rich flashes past it. Bit of Tokyo drifting there as Dream with a charm. And Everfrost onto way, damage done, but no charm hitting. V5 still get what they came for, and that's breaking the RNG base.
Yeah, if that was Tokyo Drift, that was that scene at the start when he crashes his car through the houses. 'Cause
Yeah.
that was not pretty from Xiaohu. Not but fun. And Photic is just chasing people down. So scary on the center right now. Wei's looking for Rich maybe, but I don't think you have the damage to kill him. And the thing is, V5, they didn't get the inhibitor. They don't need it. It's 2 minutes until that dragon. Mountain Soul will just be so painful. PP God's already so hard to kill. They have to burst Photic out, but that Mountain Soul just makes it even harder to do so.
Ox, my fondest memory of RNG, just to quickly drop in, was when Carson was on the roster. And I remember him with Xiaohu having an absolute ball. 2018 MSI. RNG, of course, one of the favorites. Pulling it all out. Carson part of that roster. And Xiaohu versing his old jungler in this one is a nice touch, considering that we only see our best of threes against a team like this. And in a matchup, if I can get my words out properly, once a split. And right now, we don't even get a chance to talk about it because Photic's range is insane.
Look at the confidence.
And he's got PP God by his side. Way with the kick. Oh, no. Thank you so much. Huge nope. And Way's at half HP.
Yeah, that's what it is, right? The setter, so strong in the scaling, the Tom Kench, the safety net, not even having to burn a flash there. Oh, True Shot Barrage comes in, I just heal the damage up. And setter is full build now, has picked up that Vigilant Wards on the support item that gives you an extra percentage of AD. Oh, Rich.
Trying for a final stand. He's about to go into the Mega Nava. Xiaohu lockdown once again. Has to get out with the shifting sands, but V5 continue to poke them down. 28 minutes in with Dragon Soul coming up in 50 seconds. Orcs trying to bait around the Baron. Okay, not Baron. Well, we got Dragon in 45. We can do whatever we want.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't see how RNG even get close. They have TPs. The problem is I don't have a ward that's deep. I really think the play would be have a deep ward, TP everyone in, kill Photic while PP God's ult is unavailable. If this sounds ludicrous to you, it's because it is. I just don't feel like there's a good play to get this dragon. And once this Mountain Soul secured, I think that's curtains.
Yep, as should be. RNG struggling to have an impact. It was a competitive early game of some sort, but this bottom lane has been the story mainly, with Dream being a close second here now with the Rabadons. But look at the Baron. The RNG trying to sneak this one. It's Way and Breathe over the wall, but Rich, big brain here. Lens is going to come through.
Hey, guys.
But they're not stopping.
What
but
are you
Rich
doing?
does so much damage himself. They're all pulling off of the Dragon. RNG are not going to get their time to play this one as a bit of a flip. As Teleport comes through in the mid lane. 7K's going down fast, but Dream has arrived. Spirit Rush in. Rich's ulti against the wall. Once again, V5's motto to RNG in this game one is a big, fat nope. Nice steal. Way gets a steal. It's an effort, but everybody's dead, and Victory 5 are denying the MSI champions hope in this first game.
Well, at least they got the Baron this time, but once more, RNG are swept from the map. 5-0. No buffs left and no base left after this. Match of the week, a series we expected to be a battle, but the edge was, of course, over to RNG, the MSI champions. V5 completely dispelled that with a dominating Game 1 performance.
So many players to talk about, but V5 coming through 18-4, not even needing a soul. The gold lead immense at 30 minutes, and that's Senna and Tom, PP God, and Photic put on a masterclass against Gala and me.
Yep. A look at the shock in V5's faces. Was that really RNG? MSI champions RNG? Yeah, that's how I feel as well. No, obviously V5 just had a blind of a game, and I think it showed some of the issues in draft, right? The Ezreal, Rakan, they weren't able to hold up. We never saw, like, the Lee Sin from Wei spent more time preventing Karsa than really making things happen. And as a result, if you put that bot lane 2v2 isolated, you have no jungle intervention, that is what happens. That is what happens. And you saw Photic and PP God never gave up any space. On top of that, the early Azir blind I'm not as big of a fan. We've seen Xiaohu sometimes be this proactive mid. Well, not sometimes. At MSI and playoffs last split, be a very proactive mid, being able to move around the map. Imagine if we had Xiaohu coming down bot lane, punishing the fact that PP God and Photic spent the entire laning phase at the enemy team's tower. It could have been a different game, but that's not what happened in V5. They didn't let up for a second.
Yeah, Gala and Ming didn't get to play whatsoever.
Gala, no, dude, Gala in particular, in those fights, Mystic shots tickling the Tom Ken. It's just like, yep, this is my life.
What do you do? And we had a real big conversation in that game about what had to happen for V5 at the very start. What the Rek'Sai had to do. The level 2 gank, time sacrifice, but at least Rich was on the board. At least there was, blood in the water. Xiao who had to TP back to lane. Okay, things settled. We then got the bottom lane ramping up at the cost of top lane there, but the Nah Orcs always going to be relevant. Breathe wasn't able to do much with the lead, and RNG, the map was burning meanwhile because Ari was just unleashed in the hint of things.
Yeah, I think the thing, especially when you're taking a Lee Sin benefits from having a lane with setup. If you had something like, I know it was banned, but something like Lissandra in the mid lane really helps because you lock someone in place, the Sonic Wave is guaranteed to land, you have that burst damage. You can even just ward hop, land the Sonic Wave, ward hop in, deal enough damage and execute to finish off. You have lanes in top lane that can function in that way as well. But ultimately, top lane has no setup, mid lane has no setup, bot lane has limited setup, but realistically, Rakan's not the ideal pick, especially as one of those picks is the Tom who can body block Sonic Waves and Mystic shots. And so as a result, Wei felt subdued. I was saying that I felt like if the laning phase just played out, RNG would be favored. This bot lane, though, really just took it to 11. And you can see, look at Gala's damage. He nearly did as much damage as Photic, but it didn't matter.
He hit a Tom. Yeah, he just hit a Tom catch. There's props going to be given over and over to Photic, PP God, and Dream. This game, though, a real good sign that V5 coming in firing to the split once again. At the start of the segment, I said that V5 were the chosen ones. They were first seed Orcs. First seed of spring. They got knocked down by top esports and knocked out. And we're at a point where V5, now knowing that there's 4 seeds available for Worlds, with how well they're playing League of Legends, a lot of people coming into the split being like, this team should be a Worlds contender. With games like that, I think it's easy to say. As we're about to go to a break, folks, V5, game number 1 was a handed win here. I don't know if they're going to get set a time again from PP God and Photic, but we'll find out after the break.
穿透这片黑夜，才耀眼。战阵闪电，点亮世界，心中永远跟着炽烈的火不熄灭。
When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian Gangsta G-Rap.
男技下组的话，就可能就 就特别喜欢游走啊，就是然后就我跟皮皮大的话，就可能跟他们打的时候就要多跟队友沟通一下，就小心他多游走，然后让队友注意点。那对老宋的话，就可能就是就希望他就是这段时间就是好好休息吧，就我们帮他，我们先拿个4连胜，然后等他回来之后，我们再好好一起努力冲个世界赛。
4 consecutive wins when rookie comes back, Orcs. I
nearly
think that's
there.
alluding to the fact that, after the 4th win, we might be seeing another mid laner back in the league. Anyway, that's just by the sounds of it. Make that as you will. Orcs, V5 with an impressive game 1. And Photic as MVP. I know we have to punch through this. 40% of the team's damage
per gold percentage. Like, I know Senna has less gold typically, but like, wow. That is a lot of... For anyone who's unclear what the stat is, it's basically like how much damage you do proportional to the amount of gold you have. So, you could be like hyper fed, but you do like a good amount of damage. It'd be a lower number, like maybe like 100%. This basically means that he did an absurd amount of damage, and as Fasting Senna does, didn't have as much gold, but still was so strong, so fed. And in these fights, I think the main thing was that Photic was so aggressive. You typically see these Sennas try to play defensive, set at max range. He was like charging forwards, like, no, I want some kills, I want some souls.
True. I mean, it was a beautiful game from both PP God and Photic as well, right? You and I talking the lead up to this segment that it was a mixed effort. Photic had a real pop-off performance, and Orcs, you deserve credit for this. There was a tweet out, just threw the retweet down. You noticing that the Senna not leaving combat in front of the turret, being able to stack that support item. In that game 1, you said he got an extra 200 gold off staying in combat and refreshing it. So, kind of insane what they had. And no surprises there.
not even just the Senna Tom, but also the Ari from Dream. Dream was phenomenal. And bear in mind, this is RNG, the team who took Lissandra into Faker's Ari at MSI and won. The team who's come back to the LPL and still picked Lissandra even without Ari, and they respected enough to ban it away. That is a tremendous amount of respect given towards Dream, this new rookie mid on the roster. And V5, they go for the Zeri and the Wukong ban on red side, kind of expected, and also throw in the Nautilus to deny from Ming, but it does leave Diego for Wei.
Okay, well, maybe Cast is the one who will decide to opt in for the Lee Sin this game around. Orcs, I'm curious about the mid lane matchup now that we've got the Ari out of the way, now that the Silas being respected as well. There's a lot to talk about as we go through this, as that's a bit of a Wei flashback if I've seen one, considering we are 12-11 and Olaf got hit pretty hard.
Wow.
Early mid lane, again.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear they want Xiaohu to be more proactive and make things happen on the map. I don't understand why this is first pick, though. Do you really think Dream was going to blind Lissandra? I don't think anyone has nearly as high Lissandra prio as RNG. Ari's banned as well. Like, I don't think anyone on the side of E5 was like... I don't think Dream was desperate to get his hands on Lissandra, but regardless, you first pick that. They take Renata Viego, which I don't need to explain how powerful a 1-2 pickup that is for red sides. So I'm a bit confused by RNG's priorities, but we'll see what they end up going for in this next rotation. Perhaps a bot lane would make sense here, or like AD carry jungle.
Yeah, I mean, again, we'll go through and kind of break this down, because as we look at what's been given over to V5 here again, a lot of questions for RNG. The Lee Sin we're talking about as a trade comes through for Wei. So, okay, we get the Lee Sin that really tried to pummel down on that bottom lane last game, but no Senate available, which means chances of seeing Tom, especially with Renata already locked in, pretty much zero. Orcs, with mid already locked in, we need a bot laner before it gets banned away, and take away the Kalista from the Renata combo, I guess, is their next line of thinking.
Yeah, they were toying with it. I do think if you did that, they'd probably just take a Felios Renata, which is really strong lane that also outscales. So they take the Gwen for Breathe again. Similar, same top jungle, but they have the Lissandra for a bit of lockdown, a bit more roaming potential. Now, it's Renata Kalista, really strong lane. They have Viego, who is a higher brow jungler than Lee Sin in the patch. And now they can ban away bot lane things they don't want to deal with. So starting off with that Ezreal. We obviously know that Kalista Renata is like a counter to the Lucian Nami, so maybe we don't see a Lucian Nami ban, and they could go in a different direction. Perhaps something like the Felios even for Gala could make sense. But either way, RNG now perhaps looking towards mid laners or top laners don't want to deal with. Kale is something that comes to mind that can be a bit of a pain.
See if they put respect towards something like the Gnar as well. Remember that in game number 1, Rich decided to opt in for the Gnar into the Gwen matchup as well, I believe, Orcs. Was that correct? Did we see Gwen game 1? Or am I thinking of the last series?
Yeah, it was Gwen into Gnar. They did ban Jace in a similar situation where they had taken Gwen in phase 3 and top wasn't there. So could ban the Jace again, could go for the Gnar. Aphelios was banned, so I said this might be what comes out for Gala as something that can be a good matchup with the Kalista later. Both of you are short range, but you can just shred the Kalista. Obviously not going to be the case, so Gnar will come out as ban. That does mean things like Jace are available for Rich. We'll see if they opt to go for... I'd probably expect mid to come out here. Maybe they want to leave it. There's still things like the Swain available, which we've seen a bit lower in priority. Still on the cards. You could take the Azir yourself. Actually, it looks like they might look towards the top lane with the Gragas.
Spring pick for me. Richard has so many unique champions, and I feel like he was one of the largest champion pools up in the top lane as well. Surprising to see this though, Orcs, because Lucian Nami hasn't done that well in the LPL as we've seen.
Well, the thing is, like, Lucian Nami... Specifically, Kalista Renata was the lane to counter it. That was the lane that was like developed as like the best answer because, you know, I'll dive into it a little bit later, but we'll hold in a bit on what their last pick might be. So it looks like Dream might just go for a bit of a scaling mid pick in the Victor. The Gragas, as you said, Rich was fantastic in it in spring. One of the big things when he first joined V5 is he'd like find opportunities to roam from the side lane, come in and then find flanks to land the barrel. So yeah, so we get our compositions. Personally, I like V5's comp a lot. The top lane matchup, you can just kind of mitigate the Gwen. It's very hard for Gwen to do much to Gragas because he can just body belly slammer and then disengage. But she will be able to apply pressure if Rich misplays. That could definitely happen. I've seen solo kills in the matchup before.
Oh, yeah.
For the mid jungle of RNG, very strong for level 3 onwards. I want to see them bully Dream out and then lean that pressure bot. That should be the goal. Bully Dream, lean the pressure bot.
Okay, make the movement with Lissandra because Orcs, this was a first pick to Lissandra. You gave away Renata. You gave away the Viego. 2 picks in the LPL that are massive here. And RNG as MSI champions have come back and have still looked decent, right? They've got 3 games in both of their series against FPX, against WBG Gaming. Decent's the word I use. They haven't been clinical, maybe like V5. But V5 have also been versing opponents like TT, LGD, FPX too. So
I think the thing is just like, you know, you can definitely say V5 haven't had the hardest opponents to face against, but they have also looked really good. Like, you have to take that into account. And sure, there's always a situation where you can easily look really good against bad teams, but they have looked on form. There was one game where it looked a bit underwhelming, but for the most part, solid. And that first game just kind of sells you on V5, this regular season monster, I think for sure.
I'm still reeling off the back of it because Photic and PP God took over, and now in a 2v2 lane, you just told me that the Renata Kalista was chosen into the Lucian Nami lane, that this was an answer, a response. So Gala and Ming feeling confident to pull it out here in this game. The 2v2 more important than ever because last game, Gala and Ming were perma-stuck under their turret against Photic and PP God on the center Tarm. Things are different this time, and especially with a level 1 with Dream influencing. I like the fact that Ming's placed the ward early, so he won't be caught off guard.
Yeah, they will sweep it out, but obviously they've been detected at this point, so they know it. So I'm going to talk a bit about this bot lane dynamic. Essentially, the reason it's painful is Kalista Senna is very strong level 1 and can... Oh, no, they won't look for a play, but they might look to continue this invade. They'll at least get some vision down, I reckon, but I don't know if they'll do anything more. This is actually a bit risky if Lissandra wanted to come down. They should just walk it out. Anyway, let's talk about the bot lane matchup. So Kalista Renata, really strong level 1 to the point we've seen this matchup where they hit level 2 first and actually tower dived the Lucian Nami to set them behind. Lucian Nami gets a bit more weight at level 3. That's when you can use all 3 of Lucian's ability to get a full combo on top of having like the buffs of Nami. The reason it's a problematic lane is because Nami Lucian wants to take short burst windows. Like you all in, you chunk someone heavily, but then if you don't finish them off, you're kind of just left auto-attacking. Lucian's cooldowns are quite long, as are Nami's, and this is not a good start.
Oh, yeah, the level 1. I mean, Ming and Gala already picked it out before the cleanse burnt by Photic, but Gala, Ignite, Ming, all summoners gone. And despite the health trade, Orcs, I guess you're just showing what you talked about.
Yeah, I mean, that's a terrible situation for RNG. It's a good job from V5 to punish. And as I said, even when it gets to level 3, if you end up going for a trade and then you end up getting caught in the extended trade, Photic's just going to stack up spears. You can't actually kill Photic because of the Renata will allow him to keep stacking spears to get the reset, even if he does go down. So it's a very hard lane, just different trading patterns, and it's easy for V5 to keep you trapped in a trade. Now you can see, look at how the lane is going.
Oh, good handshake.
He just zoned out completely.
Photic is now level 2 alongside PP God as well. Ming and Gala paying full respect. But left side of your screen, guys, we look at this cool little split. Rich and Breathe going through opposite ends. Rich here on the Gragas, 5 CS versus 11. Breathe trading him every time he walks up to the wave. And Rich paying a bit more respect before he gets level 3 himself.
Yeah, you need a bit more tools to be able to handle the Gwen. Gwen's one notoriously very strong, so Rich just not in the ideal situation. But, you know, you pick the Gragas to kind of just neutralize the Gwen and then be relevant with that, the big CC ability in team fights. The new build that we've seen for the Gragas come out is going to be something I talk about later because we're getting an invade right now from Casa.
But it's on a ward. PP God can cleanse it out, and that means that now RNG going in blind. Backs being taken from Xiaohu as well, and Dream hovering in the outskirts. Smites come down from both junglers, but it's Casa who secures the steal on the red buff. And for V5, that bottom side pressure, once again, giving Casa the freedom to move.
Yeah, and really, Casa's been great at benefiting from the fact that his bot lane have been outperforming in the 2v2. You can see Gala looks for a short trade. Notice one of the things, Lucian in this matchup, I mean, in lots of matchups, you never dash forward, you dash to the side so that you can proc, get a little bit of distance closer, but you never want to be too close and sometimes be overcommit in the trade. So Gala playing it cautiously, but you got to be so scared right now. A handshake on a Ming, probably just death.
Yeah. They are level 3, and you did talk about this being a nice little window, but with how the lanes kind of started, and with no summoners on Ming, it still feels extra scary. Gala and Ming are really playing protective against the turret. We're talking heavily about the 2v2, and Orcs, I'm going to move us away for the time being, because I do think it's important that we start talking about what Casa's doing here on the Viego. Camera doesn't want to let us do that. Loyalty program's good. Gala, once again, poked out here as a handshake falls short, but a CS advantage in the jungle for Casa to start things off, and as Wei comes into the top side, Rich has no mana, but there's a good ward here trying to bait Wei in, but as he comes up, the emotes go up, and he walks back in front of Breathe knowing that he's okay.
Yeah, once again, Rich left in a pretty rough position with the wave state. Breathe had the early push, allowed the wave to bounce back, and now trying to freeze on him. But, you know, Rich is confident. He knows his jungler is close enough that he should be able to crash this without too much trouble. And because of the vision, knew that Wei wouldn't be able to make this happen. And once again, Gwen can't really set up Lee Sin. You don't have that stun. You don't have that lockdown.
Yep.
I was kind of expecting a play mid. Burn the cleanse from Dream early, and then it means at level 6, he dies. Just guaranteed, no way to outplay. But so far, Wei being quite quiet, and as you said, down in farm as well.
And
Thanks for that invade.
As my stream freezes, unfortunately, you're going to have to take it away while I launch back in, and you're going to have to tell me what we're setting up for.
Yeah, so I think ultimately, kind of setting up for V5 can just lean into the skirmishes, especially with the Renata. It's so scary in fights if you have a situation where, let's say, Casa starts to get resets. You know, he just can't take him down. Like, one of the main things into Viego is if you can pick him early in the fight, you can burst him out. It's an easy way to dispatch and stop the resets coming in. But quite difficult to do when there's that Renata there. Quite difficult, I feel like, in fights in general for RNG. And I think they need this Lucian Nami to be strong, which hasn't been the process so far.
Need to work. Hang on, flash in the top lane. Orcs, I am back. If that didn't give it away for you, as Breeze need to work flies through. It's amazing what turning it off and on again will do if there's any tech people out there having issues.
It's the first thing they go to. That's what they look
that's
for.
right, man. Tech support made easy. Casa spending time in the bottom lane, though. He's got a Sheen, so some enhanced damage. He's not level 6, but at the very least, I'd be scared as Ming, who's walking into the brush. Handshake flashed away from. His summoners only just came back up and available, and once again, the flash burnt off the cooldown.
The nice thing is that PP God was 100% ready to commit, so he actually ignited already. So you did at least trade. The ignite will be up sooner, and obviously still not a good trade. But now they're looking for a play mid.
Ultimate's available in the mid lane, though. Wei coming through. He's not 6 himself. Dream gets tagged heavily. Glacial Prison not used, surprisingly, to burn Dream's summoner.
I think that's the thing, is that they still want the tool to be able to contest in the river. They might be able to look for this dragon.
Okay.
Oh,
well, good point.
Casa.
Now the tomb does come through. And onto Casa, who flashes away. Wei follows through. Glacial Path taken here. Casa into the bailout. He can't get a reset, though, and First Blood goes over to RNG. But a quick response here from Photic, who's over the wall, as is Kalista, but taken so much damage. Ren can't be achieved. And a double kill for Ming on the Nami. That's got to feel good.
And this is the difference when Xiaohu is on a proactive pick. They get the pressure mid. They don't burn the ultimate because they know it'll just be cleansed. They chunk Dream out. They move in on Carcer. They kill him. Despite the answer back from Photic, Ming is there to pick up the double kill. And a lot of people are thinking, oh, what a shame the support got the kills. I'm actually going to say it's a weird dynamic with Lucian Nami. You actually kind of want Nami to have gold. And the reason being is the sooner Nami hits Mandate, the sooner your Lucian's going to be able to one-shot people.
Oh, true. Good point, Ox. You give me a lot to work with here today. We'll talk about this play again in a narrow choke with Lissandra Lee.
Yeah, I mean, just to lock down the flash route, no counterplay. And I love that Wei does commit heavily with a flash, but still has the ward hop to disengage. And unfortunately, Photic doesn't quite get the kill in time to get the reset. Obviously, the Lissandra passive coming in as well, doing a bunch of damage, and then Ming able to clean up there. And the hope is, for RNG's bot lane, is if both of them finish their first type at the same time. Gale Force for the Lucian, Imperial Mandate for the Nami. That's when you can kind of like use the double dash illusion. You E in, you Gale Force, and you just, boom, blow someone up.
So 2-0 bounty here on Ming. Does also mean he's susceptible to getting killed, especially around the Rift Herald. Ming is over the wall, level 5. So no title.
Don't do it, Ming.
But BB God doesn't also have the ultimate available as well. So yeah, Ming not playing a dangerous game as V5 have control around this for now. But Wei's also level 6 and Xiaohu has his ultimate back up and available again.
Yeah, they're trying to cheat this play because they're late to bring Lucian up. So they're trying to get a pick on Rich.
Oh, okay, but he's out. Xiaohu's now committed. Explosive cast used. Glacial Prison with the needlework from Breathe. He's running out of mana, but it has enough to get the full chain as Rich is down. A third kill here for RNG in the early game, and Herald's taken in the meanwhile, but at least RNG trading it across the board.
I would have preferred this play if they left Gala bot. So I felt like, okay, Gala was bot for too long. You're not going to be able to move him up in time. You're not going to be able to contest the Herald. They cheat a play topside, catch Rich unawares, get a kill. They do give over the Herald, but at least Gala gets time bot for farm and plates. Because they moved Gala up, though, they don't get the farm. They don't get the plates. And it's still a net positive for V5 despite that kill.
Okay, so Herald placement here, Orcs, when they're down in gold. What do you want to see? Because Dream's lane so far hasn't really been about the lane. It's been about Xiaohu moving and Dream trying to follow. Bottom has been quite explosive, as we've seen, and top is in favor of RNG. What do you do as V5?
Often with Herald, it's about finding a window where if you get a kill or if people are making a play on the other side of the map, you can drop the Herald down and get like a full tower. I think the two for me would either be bot lane, get this cluster Renata further ahead, or mid lane. If Xiaohu tries to roam, throw down the Herald mid. You might even be able to get as low as one plate or even take out the whole tower. And that means that Xiaohu is really trapped to his lane. Because if you lose that mid-tier 1 early, then V5 can group up, deep push the mid wave, and you can't move. You're trapped. And they can push into your jungle and take over the map.
So movement is important for RNG is what you're telling me. And getting Xiaohu out of these lanes, as we talked about. Let's continue to digress as we're waiting for this dragon to be looked at, hovered around, 10 minutes into the game. First one still not taken. And I wanted to come back to the point of compositionally speaking as to what you expect from RNG with this Lissandra, with the Gwen, and how it kind of revolves around Xiaohu further and what we can look out for in the future.
It's honestly a lot around picks with this composition. You can do that with the Lissandra, but also Lucian Nami is like a powerful pick duo. Like I talked before, you can dash in and burst someone. So ideally, you want to find someone who's a bit isolated, blow them up, take them out of the fight, and then use that numbers advantage to find momentum. And chase down the rest of the team. For V5, they kind of prefer those structured 5v5s. Very hard to deal with the backline of V5 when they're all together. The Renata can keep people healthy. They've got double cleanse. The resets, the peel from the Gragas should just mean they kind of have an easier time in RNG. But again, RNG are a great team at finding these windows, finding these opportunities and the angles for fights, especially Xiaohu when he is on that Lissandra.
Is that priority first pick? We were looking at RNG and what they gave away to Victory 5 in the second game draft. The Lissandra first pick, though, you can see how highly RNG prioritized putting Xiaohu in control. Azir in game 1 didn't feel that way, but now in the Lissandra 003, building up to be a full secret agent. He's got his components building up here as well. Just note that Evercross has already been picked up by Dream, so Xiaohu can't be too far behind. As Wei wants to make a play on the bottom side, but Wave is a bit far from the turret right now, and V5 are already moving to match.
Yeah, looks like it might be a 2v2 here.
Who's stronger at this point? Sonic Wave going to connect here from Wei, level 8. The gravity field down. Dream flashes immediately. Chaos Storm going to be plunked as well. Wei's super deep, and they're not going to give a reset down. That was incredible. And Wei doesn't die or even get close too.
Yeah, great call. They went on to Casa. They still got the cleanse of the flash from Dream, so fantastic. But they know that if they let Casa get the reset, they'll probably lose out. A lot of upfront burst from this duo, and they're able to find it. And notice, Wei had his Gore Drinker, and the heal from that was what actually kept him healthy at the end. So that advantage he had earlier making a lot of the difference.
2-1-2. I mean, that was a surprising amount of heal still coming through in the game. As we look at the replay, it looks like V5 are exposing RNG from going deep.
It looks like the play is onto Dream, and that's why he ends up burning quite a bit here. The cleanse was actually necessary completely from Dream.
Wow.
Guess he just expected it on him, but either way, we see the burst on a Casa working very well. And I'm kind of actually surprised to see Dream come out with the Everfrost, especially since it got nerfed. For anyone who doesn't know, it's a 1 second route now instead of 1.5. I feel like Crown of the Shattered Queen would be a great defensive in this game to stop the burst. But regardless, they do throw that Herald down mid, chunk at the tower. That'll kind of mean that if Xiaohu does go for a lengthy roam, they can potentially take it. But don't really expect it to go down anytime soon unless they get the second Herald.
He's just picked up Everfrost as well, by the way. And this time, I think on this mid laner, it's very fair to see the direction of any Lissandra with that item. So
yeah, I mean,
item's picked up.
It's so good for Lissandra, even with the nerf, just because you can layer the CC. I just feel like the crown is so good for Victor. Like, one of the reasons he came in the meta, it also did get his AP buff, I believe, on this patch. But it just means, like, if you think about RNG, their goal is to burst out this Victor quickly. You can definitely slow that down. And a couple of resets without that TP from Dream. That's the big thing. He has to run cleanse, so it's allowed them to get some plates on mid lane when he's been walking back.
Well, Xiaohu is just taking control. I mean, RNG control of this bottom side jungle now as well. How the tides have turned when Photic and PP Gold were pushing so heavily Orcs. And now, with a couple of turn of plays, with Xiaohu making that roam into the bot side choke, Gala and Ming back in control, and Lucian Nami. The Imperial Mandate now picked up as well, and you were talking about how it's not the end of the world that Ming had these early kills, bottom in a much better position, and it's because of the help of Xiaohu alongside that with Glacial Path taken, and Rich now in trouble himself. Xiaohu has flashes, Rich has already ulted, he's got his own, but will he be able to get out? No. The Everfrost locks him into place as Gala gets low on the bottom side, but RNG, what a recovery game for them in the series.
Feels like Lissandra is the new Galio for Xiaohu. He just ends up moving everywhere. The pressure from him bot has allowed Gala and Ming to find advantages again in the bot lane. It's allowed Wei to make plays. They've just been everywhere. He's been everywhere. And you see Dream trying to punish on that mid tower, but still hard to do so. You see in the bottom right, a bit of an all-in coming in. As you said, the Mandate and the Gale Force, I actually think the fact that Ming got 2 kills and you have this synced spike is so nice, because now you're doing significant damage. You get the extra magic damage from when you buff Gala, you give him the Mandate, which you can proc easily. It's just super threatening, and the fact that Photic doesn't even have this... Okay, he's just finished Shieldbow now, but didn't have it before, means he struggles to really contest.
Well, yeah, you're right, though. You know, what we saw in the trade was an item advantage for Gala and Ming. But remember that PP God still doesn't have his own. So, 2 for 1 in the Mythic in the bottom lane is second Herald going to be started here by V5. The team that right now is behind 3,000 gold. They got the first Dragon, 10 seconds till the next one, but Wei is on the bottom side with a lot of control. The rest of Victory 5 Orcs grouping up towards the mid lane, trying to batter down mid. They'll be successful here, but kind of just wondering what the response play is from RNG.
Yeah, so first tower for V5, and this is what they get from that Herald and the punishing from Xiaohu's roams. They get that first tower, the extra gold, keeps them only 2,000 behind, and then with that second Herald, they can hopefully claim a bit back. But importantly, RNG do get that second Dragon. So stop V5 from denying them more. And with this lead they have, they do want to be able to stack these ones up, especially they're a bursty composition, as we said. It is going to be Infernal Soul. That can keep Lissandra able to one-shot people later into the game. That can keep Lucian able to do so later into the game.
And as V5 come back up to the top side of the map, Herald going to be blocked down. So for the time being, the trade of Dragon, one apiece on each side, but more gold is going back to Victory 5. So as we get and sit into this mid-game a bit more, V5 starting to control the map, and you can see the control wards placed down. You can see the vision control up here. A ward hasn't been scouted out, though. Xiaohu has teleport in about 20 seconds. If V5 stick around too long, Xiaohu could take this bottom lane turret, and I feel like make a move to catch V5 out, but the Herald goes down, and that play not going to come through.
Yeah, and as much as, you know, V5 get that initial kill, one of the advantages for RNG is the fact that they denied a bunch of minions, and Xiaohu's also able to crash it into this tier 2 with no one there to respond. So as much as the towers are even between the teams and V5 got that second charge, in terms of the experience, the gold, the minions denied by RNG actually gives them a bit more of a favor. And you can even see just a second ago it was like a 2k gold lead for RNG, is now up to 3,000 in their favor.
Been bouncing around a bit, hasn't it? And so we're lolling about a little bit as well. It's been this turret trades in the last couple of minutes. Been sitting here waiting for the next skirmish from Xiaohu. But Orcs, you know, you're talking about a little bit before about how RNG want to play out their pick potential going throughout. They still have that firm lead. And you also just mentioned gold lead too. As Culling comes through in the mid lane, we finally have something to look at as PP God only just survives.
Yeah. This is kind of the point you get to.
Oh, yeah.
They go for PP God instead of V5. Sorry, instead of Photic. Photic has a shield bow, but just the Culling. Didn't even dash in. And you can understand the concern because if you do dash in, Photic will just yank PP God into the ultimate and then they'll look to turn around. But either way, you're seeing what Lucian Nami can do when it's given space and not challenged in the laning phase.
And now can start moving with the rest of RNG. Xiaohu setting up for the top wave as Way's spotted. Pings are getting spammed down here. V5 have to make a move because Rich is going to be chased down or at least threatened off this turret. V5 looks like they want to contest Orcs and make this into a blown battle if RNG stick around for too long.
Yeah, I think RNG won't go further. They will just be able to defend. They want to take... Oh, actually, could Rich get caught out? No, I think he's okay. I want to take a moment to talk about the new Gragas build we've been seeing, which is Night Harvester. So Night Harvester was buffed from 15 ability haste to 25. And Gragas loves ability haste. He was also buffed. His cooldown's a bit lower. He got more AP ratio in his Q. So the build we've seen is like Night Harvester Seraphs to stack ability haste. You normally go Ionians, but I think he's gone Merc Treads because he knows how much of a concern Xiaohu is. And essentially, like, if Gragas can get his cooldowns really low, your body slam, if you hit something, gets 3 seconds refunded flat. And so the lower you get the cooldown, the more you can just spam them, especially into things like the Lee Sin and the Gwen when they get up close. So that's kind of the goal of this build. Now, Dream, you're on a good spot here.
Yeah, Everfrost comes down nice and early, but this turret's going to go down. Cleanses away from the ulti, but as TP comes through, that's on a turret. I mean, I'm not sure what Rich was thinking with the turret having no HP. As Caster's caught out victory 5. This ain't game 1 as Caster survives with the help of Smite. But Orcs, I mean, RNG finding great picks is in their nature, but victory 5 caught out on multiple fronts there with their pants down.
And you see how scary the Lucian Nami is. Oh, but this
Rich.
is what Rich does.
Great
Finding
angle.
the roam angle.
Photic going in. Immortal Shilbo helping out, but Garlo, can he get the kill before Rich? What a lifesaver after the failed TP. Now here's the response to Photic with the bailout. Is early, but it times out, and he will be no more. The response play from RNG so much stronger as this second game looks clean as anything. Back on the board, and guess who it is? Mr. Xiaohu.
Yeah, they find the flank, but RNG so quick to answer with a double TP. 2 kills in favor of them. They take out both. The bot lane, as a notice, Photic and PP God burn all sums there. Rich also burning his flash. And so as much as it's going to be up and available for this next dragon, Gala will respawn first. And it's summoners down for V5. I'm not sure they can approach this fight. Xiaohu still has the Glacial Tomb. And they go for it.
Down it goes. And Dream just burnt the cleanse in the topside play. He flashes away with the Everfrost. A good attempt here from Wei, who gets kicked, who gets flashed on himself. Xiaohu missing. Q is so close. Dream lucky to survive with the Glacial Path, though. He's out. Turret doesn't go down. And I mean, at this point, Orcs, that's a lot burned here from RNG.
Yeah.
Maybe Dragon's going to be V5s.
That's enough. That's actually enough. That was such a misplay from RNG because, sure, like, if you make the kill work, then they're a man down. But you didn't need to. I already talked about the summoner advantage. If you just went into the fight, the fact Xiaohu has Glacial Tomb should be an auto win when there's no cleanses available. But they get greedy for the kill in the mid tower. Dream outplays them. And then as a result, V5 buy another 5 minutes by picking up that dragon.
Important 5 minutes as well. It's a 4K gold lead. RNG keep finding these picks, and the game is blowing out of control. But small windows like that for V5, the game goes on, and with the second dragon that you just talked about, V5 looking to hold strong. Everyone grouping up mid with the culling now coming in once again from Gala. Handshake dodged away from Dream at half HP and Orcs. Every time we look to compliment V5, we'll say, oh, that's a nice response. That's, you know, good attention to detail. RNG just look to send out Gala's culling, or Xiaohu comes in from an angle. It's so easy to just hit V5 where it hurts.
Yeah, and they keep finding these opportunities. And, you know, I expect they will continue to do so. But it is starting to get scary as the game goes on. I think everyone remembers that famous double lift play on the Lucian, where he got one shot by a Victor. And that's what I'm thinking is Dream, every time the calling comes out on him, he's just like, it'll happen eventually. Just give me time. And there will come a moment where Gala steps up and I will delete him from the map. That is the hope for Dream. And that is when things might get a bit more problematic. But for now, it's still a 5,000 gold lead for RNG. The Dragon has slowed them down, but I could see them try and make a play towards the Baron. Now it's up and available. If they get a flank angle, if they get a pick, that's what we're looking for RNG.
I mean, Breathe has 2 items. Nash is now picked up alongside the Riftmaker. Gala with his 2nd item in the Collector as well. So we have a very strong RNG. Banshee's Veil, of course, for Xiao, who completed a little while ago with the Fiendish Codex inventory. And in inventory, excuse me, with the stopwatch. And RNG pushing the side lane. Rich by himself with Casa in the little pivot here, but RNG is a 5-man group. Want to force this one with the explosive cast used early, clearing out some of the minion wave. RNG getting tagged, but really not enough at this point with Gala stepping forward.
Yeah, able to defend it. One of the powers of Gragas is all that wave clear. And what Rich did a great job of was he actually roamed towards mid when he had a timer. He used the Scry and Bloom. He spotted out RNG. Then he rotates back to help defend. And V5 really giving up nothing right now. You can see RNG want to advance the game. Green, though, is maybe a bit overextended. Doesn't take much for Xiaohu to close the gap, but he will be safe to help clear out the vision. And RNG will just return back to the mid wave. Anytime that V5 are buying here is just absolutely stellar for them.
I was going to say, so the game continues to be slow. Buying more and more time, RNG, still those options being read more and more. Now, you did say there was a potential of a Baron play, a cheeky one at that. V5 well and truly aware themselves, and a ward behind the pit, but they're going to have to try and run in now, get some vision themselves. Moving as a 4-man group. Gala spotted out, stands there strong. Casta's still going forward, though, and this is an aggressive move from Victory 5 as Wei gets the blue buff. Sonic Wave not going to connect. 4 members now going to get culling down. Heartbreaker there, and just like that, Gala giving us a bit of throwback as Dream cleanses, but he's by himself. A good Everfrost as Sonic Wave connects, and Wei will take that with ease. Gala forward, and you said V5 were buying time, but suddenly Orcs, that all gets thrown in the bin.
And I saw that coming. The TP timer was available for Xiaohu and Breathe. If you step up, they will just TP behind you and flank, and they didn't even take that. Casa on the front line ends up getting cold by Gala. The damage available to the Lucian, and the fact that you have the slow from Nami. Remember, normally you'd see the Serelda's Grudge from Lucian, so they're culling slows. Nami kind of gives you that for free. They get the kill, they get the Baron. They're going to be able to reset and be there for Dragon as well. So RNG able to push this game forwards and stop the stalemate.
Looks like we're going to a 9-game day because RNG have this in the palm of their hands. 7k gold lead just about, or fast approaching. My math might be bad. Let's say 6 and a bit. But it's still RNG's game to lose at this point. Now with the Baron buff, with so many good picks. I mean, Orcs had started here with the culling, and V5 had no business being this deep in the jungle.
Yeah, and I mean, Casa had flash, but try to go for the ult. Doesn't actually go at an angle, so Gala just chases down. And then wait, the flank coming in with a TP from Xiao, who dodges away from Rich, and then uses the stopwatch to dodge away from the cask as well. And Breathe, he just runs down forward. This isn't fair. This isn't balanced. What are you supposed to do against that Gwen?
Oh, another the replay, but at a different angle. Cool.
You know, no matter what angle they present it, it's still just painful for Casa. I'll be real.
Yeah, Casa died.
Casa sitting there like, did they need to play that twice? Really?
That's true. He got pummeled. It was a nice little throwback. He threw us a double lift with the Lucian as that's a flash. Rich! Oh my god! Botic running forward, the exhaust through, the ulti to finish the deal. Top laner and V5 making an even trade, but Breathe doing the same as top laners are about to die. It's Breathe who makes it an uneven one. Asharu comes from the flank, but he's way too late here. V5 with a once caught out, and it's Gala with the over-ambition as Casa looks for his reset. Victory 5 with the fight to take down, but Wei heals up so much as Botic with the bailout now goes down. His reset needs to come through, but it doesn't. Ming gets another kill. Looking for the second, he's double. And RNG are just that fed. V5 looked great here, Orcs, but it's 3-2, and RNG are chasing them down.
They're still looking to try and clean up these two. They are quite immobile. There is a Shureliers from PP got to speed them up every now and then.
How do you win this? I mean, Xiao runs in the middle, bailout used again. Dream goes into it, but an Aqua Prism perfect from Ming. He's had a hell of a game. That's his 5th kill. Ming has the most kills on RNG. He got a double in the last fight. An official triple.
But I'm just so shocked because there was a great pick from Rich, and this is something we saw all through spring, was Rich finding these roam timings on Gragas, get these great engages. It was fantastic. And then they even killed Breathe. I'm like, okay, there's no way the other 3 can clean up. But what I forgot to factor in is that Ming is the true carry. Gala is to support this game. And this Nami stops for no one.
Well, Ming's been highlighted as one of the best supports in the world. And there you go. The Nami game with 11 out of 15 kill participation with an unofficial triple and a double earlier on. RNG back in the driver's seat after the play. Almost 10k now the gold lead. B5, as you said, with a great pick from Rich, but it turned around massive with the Fed carries coming through, even way a part of that tribe. As V5 struggling to get out of the base right now, Orcs, it's the inner turret on the top side that's going to be threatened next, and Wei might be caught out in transition as the Fate's Call used by Fodig. He wants PP God to get his ulti out, but his kickback before it can happen. V5 taking so much damage from Gala alone. The ultimate great though, the hostile taken from PP God might have just done it, but Xiaohu going golden with the prison already burnt the Glacial Claw. He's down, but Wei's in the backline once again not dying until I'm proven wrong. Fotic free firing and onto Gala with a bailout. He's doing exactly that. The reset comes through. PP God helps out, but Breeze trying to end the game while this is all going on.
Yeah, Breathe managing to do a ton of damage, no TP, and RNG were caught in the fight, so they had to commit. It's a ton of gold for V5, but they lose a lot of their base in return. Rich, I don't think you want to go into that guy.
No, he definitely doesn't. Breathe is able to walk away at the very least, though, with one Nexus turret under his belt. So for RNG, still a better trade here, Orcs. And, you know, V5 getting close in these fights, but it looks so hard to win them.
But they did get a ton of gold in the resets. And you see, they managed to find the engage initially. PP God's going in with his life there. Doesn't end up going down, but then Xiaohu gets the TP. It's actually a really nice cast from Rich to try and disrupt. But unfortunately, the ult comes down regardless. They can't chain it onto Xiaohu. He does go down, though. And then this extended fight, Wei flying in. So many people ready to commit hard. And Gala baited, thinking he can finish off the Gragas, but the W comes in for the heal. And then once more, Ming is the carry, so he just finishes off Fotic.
Of course. He needed the kill. 6 kills now.
But you got to bear in mind, Ming had a big shutdown that went over to the other side. V5, you know, they were 10,000 gold behind. They've clawed back 2,000 of that, despite their base being kind of shattered. But it's Baron up in a minute. And RNG, they are still ahead. But considering game 1, V5 stomped them into the dirt, V5 have made this game hard. They have made RNG fight every step of the way.
But in front of the Baron in 40 seconds. Dragon coming up as well. I will say, an earlier point you raised, you know, V5 picked up 2 of these Dragons. So they gave themselves a little bit more time, and Dream, who's pretty far behind, is clawing his way back as well. He's almost at 3 items here with the Void Staff. Note that Fotic, 3 items himself, but he's got a Warden's Mail now, so
yeah, it's gone for the Randuins. This is kind of a little bit like the Kog'Maw build we saw for a while, where Kog'Maw would go like 4 tank items. Oh, engage.
Culling out, at least it's interrupted, but Xiao into the back line. Oh, no. Happens again just when V5 get a bit of hope. Down it goes. Bailout's good, but Xiaohu is the true carry. This game's revolved around him in the first pick. Lissandra coming in clutch as Ming. Yeah, he is. He's the carry of this game, Orcs. You said it yourself. He needs his 7th kill. Movement speed over to Wei. Handshake. Ming doesn't get the kill, and Wei is a kill-stealing jungler. Deserves to be punished.
And now Rich gonna try and clear the wave out, zone them off, but they can actually just tank up the tower. A lot of on-hit damage coming out from Breathe. Gonna take the second inhib. They can't end here, but I think a reset or head towards Baron. You probably just head towards Baron before the reset, maybe. Maybe don't want to risk it with Caster being up and available. Either way, those inhibitors being down applies a lot of pressure. Baron is on the cards, Dragon is soon, and they're looking for something more.
Xiao with the Glacial Pass. Something more seems to be something like Rich. Let's finish this one off, says RNG. It feels like it's been over for a while, but V5 have been clawing back, as you said, Orcs, making it difficult for them. And this game 2 developing into the full whammy to take us to game 3.
And I think Xiaohu Lissandra, you know, one of the things with RNG, as we said, coming into this meta, Ming on supports. Oh, I hold that thought, Casa. You don't want to be anywhere near that Lissandra. But Ming on enchanters felt rough for RNG because they needed someone that primary engage. It feels like with Lissandra, they can put Ming on the hyper carry Nami, and then Xiaohu is the one engaging. He's the one setting up the plays, and that is enough for them to work. He's been so pivotal in setting things up. But now we get the reset after the Baron. We see a Infinity Edge come out for Gala. He is very strong. Ming is actually nearly full build, by the way. Just has left the Bidden Idol to complete. So hyper carry Ming is online.
We'll watch again, Orcs, because Gala's starting off every fight with culling, but I gotta say, Xiaohu continues to be a thorn in their side.
Yeah, and the damage that comes through, especially when they're lower already, just easy to finish them off, get the resets, the frozen tools come in, and PP God has to escape. Ming trying to be in range to land the slow wants the kill. But regardless, they do manage to clean up in the end anyway.
Yeah. All right, Orcs. Baron achieved 10k gold lead. We're back to that point. RNG looking to finish off the final part of this game. Turret's going down to Xiaohu. Now spots out Rich, and over the wall he goes for Dream. Instead, it's cleansed away with the bailout there, but Way with the kick to secure him. The execution, beautiful. And that 5-head play from Xiaohu, who now flashes yet again. Botic with the ulti. PP Gold with the bailout. A big one. A huge ulti coming through, but it's way too late. Botic can't finish the job.
It's always Ming.
Of course it is. 7 kills now. He's matching Way's score, and Orcs, we're going the distance. We're going to the full 9 games. RNG in a 37 kill game. Bring it all the way back against Victory 5.
Ming bought a blue pot as well at the end. He really was vibing on the hype carry. Oh, that was such a fun game. B5 obviously doing a fantastic job to try and slow RNG down, but it just wasn't enough. Lissandra so pivotal for RNG, getting that early game ahead, getting Gala going, and then when it came to the team fight setup, they just had it in the bag.
It's a nice rejuvenation from RNG. After the game one was such a slap. Like, V5 looked so dominant in the first game, and RNG, you know, putting their faith into the Azir, the early mid pick. This time around again, RNG put their faith into the early Lissandra. The first pick Lissandra in this meta when Viego, Renata's available, Orcs. And we got, you know, a lot of question marks thrown up in the air. But let's be honest, they were answered. Xiaohu carried that early game, and Victory 5 were down from the get-go.
Yeah, it kind of makes you think, like, when people talk about meta isn't like a defined thing. A meta can change overnight if a new pick, a new counter is developed. And meta is also influenced, let's be honest, by the teams who are the best. And I feel like Galio is a great example. Galio was hard forced into the meta by RNG. We saw Knight playing it in the LPL playoffs. We saw Faker playing it at MSI. It felt like this pick is being dictated by RNG, and they're like, we think this pick is fantastic for us, and everyone else is like, wow, that pick is broken. Lissandra kind of feels similar for RNG. Even without the Ahri, the matchup to counter, they are like, this pick is what we need, what it works for us, and you saw the difference when they're able to have a proactive mid. I didn't like the Azir blind that came in early. Lissandra apparently is what they needed, and it allowed them to set up plays, and importantly, get the main carry ahead in that bot lane. Ming, oh, what a performance on that Nami.
I mean, Ming was definite MVP, honestly.
That wasn't Lucian Nami. That was Nami Lucian, right? Let's be real about that one.
Lucian should have been fasting at that point in the game as well. Honestly, Orcs, you know, Ming, it's nothing of a surprise here. But I will say that for RNG in the second game, like, having Xiaohu in control just sounds like the bedrock that RNG had played towards in the past. Like, Wei would always play towards Xiaohu in the top lane. That was how they won MSI. We came back and RNG had Xiaohu in the mid lane, won MSI again. And the beautiful thing about this team is the fact that Xiaohu, when he performs well, the rest of RNG looks so easily stabilized like we saw in this game.
Absolutely, and it gave the confidence. I love the pairing of Wei and Xiaohu, these duo who've been together through Xiaohu being in the top lane, through Xiaohu being in the mid, can read each other so well. Xiaohu will dive in on a claw so deep, and Wei is like, I will follow. Straight in on the Lee Sin, able to pick them up. We questioned giving over the Viego, but it clearly worked well for them. Look at those stats, by the way, for Ming. What an absolute beast coming out there. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, a really solid performance coming out with this Lissandra. And I have to note, something to mention, this is V5's first game loss of the entire season. First time the Nexus has been destroyed.
That's right. They're 2-0s across the board until now. So, Orcs, well said. RNG finally taking blood out of Victory 5. Now the question is, can they go all the way? Because for RNG, they've only played 2 series so far. Remember that RNG have always gone to a third game. So, breaking trends for V5, but continuing them for themselves. Royal never give up on the verge here of taking the third series win. But for V5, the same boat. Guys, we go to a game 3. I've seen that LEC is in the process of starting pre-show. That's how long our day's gone. And as we come towards the end, now we get to see in our match of the week who's taking it all home and staying undefeated in the LPL right after this. Stay here.
Gala gonna pick up yet another kill. It's a double. It's a triple. Is it a quadra? Is it a penta? Gala's gonna get it again. The penta kill for Gala.
The LPL are king again.
Cleared on the wrong side of the map, though, as Ming looks for a hook. The Warthog means Cleared can get to his bottom lane. Care needs to look for an execute at this point. Honestly, Wei is here, but Care actually has flash available. There's a route. Get a W. Oh, no! Care, that was so easy.
Royal never give up. A team that needs no introduction. A team that has dominated the LPL since the beginning of time. A team that is defined by one man in the bot lane. Wait, what year is it? For RNG, winning is their legacy. And winning through the bot lane is what they've built that legacy on. And with Gala in the bot lane, that legacy is secure.
And now the chase down from Shahu. Gold card comes on through. Hunk falls. It's a double kill for Gala as LWX tries to escape, but the killer instinct is in. And Gala takes another.
Come on, let's go.
And Wei wants to finish off. Cares trying to block. There's a good taunt, but it's not good enough. As Gala free firing on the top side of the play. The Kindred ult will keep people safe. It's pure carnage. And Gala is the king of carnage.
But don't place your bets just yet, because on the other side of the coin is a team that was built to do one thing. Can you guess what that might be? Victory 5 are on a hot streak. And even without their superstar mid laner, this is a team that can step up to any challenger.
Photic, the first team all-team ADC from spring 2022, picks up a double kill and V5 clean house on LGD.
Because when your opposition's the MSI champion, you have to be world class.
Slingers are just keeping Karsa in tow, and finally he reveals himself to show that he was the true man all along. They will try and take out Southwind, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to Photic. Putting in so much damage. They are going to try and trade back Photic, but even now you can see how difficult it is. He even cleanses it back. Double kill right at the end there. Should be a triple kill coming out here for Photic. And that's going to be the game, the series, as another 2-0 comes out for V5.
I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the skies.
A dream you never want to end. A memory that you won't forget. We'll stay up all night, awake till morning light. We'll stay up all night again. Life is all a dream. Can't take this from me. I can feel it all my life. I can feel it all tonight.
现在中路英雄选择的话，因为其实这两个版本的改动，我觉得是削弱了一些功能性的英雄吧。然后现在的话，选一些大核英雄也非常的不错。威武的中单选手的话，我也是观看过他几场比赛吧，然后我认为他的发育能力是非常强的，然后在团战中也可以找到自己的定位吧。
Show with a decent read coming into this one as RNG's mid laner put on a superb display on the Lysandra. And ladies and gentlemen, a quick introduction. My name's Hysterics. I'm joined by Orcs. This is a relatively new experience, Orcs, because a lot of the time, you know, LEC doesn't start until after the LPL broadcast, maybe give or take half an hour to the max. We're leading into a very, very long broadcast day, having been live now for 7 hours, 7.5 hours, of course. It was Mazel and Lyric who started off the day with RA versus Weibo Gaming. But you and I have been here for quite a while, been through a pause ourselves, and now get to cap off the match of the week with V5 and RNG. The 3-0, the 2-0 teams. And in game number 2, RNG, our MSI champions, had this man first pick Lysandra and Orcs. I gotta say, it was worth it.
Yeah, he made it work. That's all I can really say on the subject. He really delivered on this pick and really set up a lot of the plays for the team. I think that was the pivotal thing. It's like he was the one being proactive on the map. He was the one starting it off. He was the one ensuring they're able to find advantages. And as you go in the next game, it begs the question, do they ban Lissandra again? Bear in mind, they banned it game 1,
Well,
and they will
do.
ban it on game 3.
But RNG remember what happened in the first game, Orcs. And so they will
Yep.
not forget with the ban towards Photic Center now. That takes another thing off the board with the Zeri next to it.
You have a little tidbit for you. Okay. You remember the MSI finals? Wasn't too long ago.
It happened, yeah.
Blue side won every game.
Yep.
So far, blue side has won every game of this series.
Oh.
So we'll see if V5 can carry the streak. And, you know, a lot of bans come out from RNG. They ban the Ari because they don't have the Lissandra answer, but that means Wukong is left open. V5 even banning Galio, respecting Xiaohu's roaming playstyle is a pain in the rear, and they don't want to deal with it.
And Orcs, Wukong today has been big. Of course, we saw it once, but Wukong throughout the LPL, remember before I was telling you, it's 18-6. 75% win rate is just nuts. It's been pushed up yet again here today. We're going to be trying to take the Viego in against it, and you know, for Casa, amazing champion that can be pretty easy to handle here. With what else is available in Orcs, the LeBlanc that might left be open for RNG could be a good response, considering that it has often been banned away for all of today's series.
Yeah, and you actually think like Ari, Lissandra, Galio are all picks you would be able to pick into LeBlanc, and they're all banned, so potentially giving them more strength. But RNG commit to the Gwen, you know. I was just talking about MSI finals. They also picked Gwen every game they could in MSI finals, and they're doing the same. Clearly showing how much they value the pick. Breathe had a fantastic game on it previously, farmed up to be a monster. This now means V5 get choice to the bot lane. Kalista Renata again, I have to expect. And RNG, they can't respond in full. They can pick one part of the bot lane. They can pick like an 80 carrier support, or they pick a mid here. I personally think they might take a mid, simply because of the fact that a lot of the bot lanes at the moment, like Lucian, Nami, Ezreal, Karma, you need both. So if you pick one of them, the other's going to get banned out. And as you can see, they opt to go for the Corki for Xiaohu.
Especially when the dynamic of RNG so far in the drafts has been mid-priority quite early on. You know, not the Ari, not the big power picks, but it was the Azir in game 1, the Lissandra in game 2. Now the Corki coming through Orcs. So we have a decent amount of scaling for RNG. We have ourselves a nice bit of spacing out of with Xiaohu too. And as you were saying before, there is now no bottom lane for RNG. So we expect bans from V5 to be quite simple. For RNG, solo lane is now targeted with both Rich and Dream not having their champions locked in.
Yeah, I expect like Ezreal Lucian to come out as a ban. As much as we've seen Kalista Renata be the counter to Lucian Nami early, we've seen that if RNG can set up for it, they can deny that from happening. So I think you just ban away those bot lane combos and limit the effectiveness. RNG, you're trying to target some of the more active mids. Silas obviously really strong in skirmishes. LeBlanc, they even hover themselves. That's one thing that's going to be said for this game. They don't have the same power they had before in the mid lane. This is not Lissandra who can just go where she wants, make things happen. This is a scaling champ. This is a champion without as much early pressure. You're relying on the packages and him being stronger later. And we'll see what bot lane RNG end up opting into. Tristana is something that was present at MSI that works. Aphelios is something that works well. Into the Kalista was actually banned away by V5 in the second game for that reason.
So Orcs, to me, so far, it looks like it's going to be pretty straight ahead. I'll be talking to you about RNG's composition because we have scaling immensely there. But on the other side of V5, that all in, that mid 2v2, lots of knockups, knockup galore, and grouped up in a tight space. How fun it would be if V5 caught someone unaware.
Yeah, a lot of dive added onto V5. You know, as much as we say the bot lane is the kite back bot lane, you have that dive potential. You can do the shockwave combo with the Wukong and then put the Renata ult on top, really threatening. And it looks like RNG trying to decide what support they want. And bear in mind, the Aphelios kind of just wants to get up close to Kalista's face and then ward her off. Braum makes a lot of sense. It is going to be a bit of a rougher lane because Braum can't do that much to object like the double ranged harass. But you should be able to survive it. And then when it comes later on into the team fights, you know, Kalista's going to struggle to stack up Rens because Braum can move forwards, pop the shield up. The passive stacking is very powerful. But ultimately, I feel like RNG, kind of similar to game 1, have taken fate out of their hands. This has given a lot of power to V5 to set the pace of the game.
Which is what V5 love. I mean, V5 in controlling the reins, Orcs. Like, game number 2, the problem was that Xiaohu was moving to the side lanes. These picks were incredible. The setups for the little skirmishes as well, right? If I dare say. So this time around, we get a V5 composition that wants to make plays happen. And it's so good that you referenced game number 1, considering that V5 held the reins and took it to an easy close. So nice to see again. And Orcs, where do we start looking? Because throughout the lanes, when you have so many lanes that can work out, and Casa has so many options, what do you pick here?
I think ganking lanes might be a bit tricky because you're gonna have prio mid, other than when the wave bounces, and even like when there's a moment when the wave bounces, you can gank Corki. He's got the Valkyrie.
Yep.
Top lane, Gwen is quite hard to gank. You don't have that much setup from Gnar unless he has Mega, but post 6, you could definitely do it, especially with a stacked wave. And bot, again, bot isn't the easiest to gank. They're not going to have prio for most of the lane. Maybe on a wave bounce again, you could find a window. But for the most part, I think it's about the skirmishes in the jungle. If you manage to get the Wukong, especially post 6, can really be a massive threat.
Well, for V5, holding the reins for their game number 3, I'm sure that's how they like it. But for RNG, after the bounce back in the second game, still not to be underestimated. They're still MSI champions. They've come into this series with added respect, considering that the last game was all about Xiaohu, and I will say Ming as well. Orcs, definitely MVP.
Dude,
MVP
Ming was a beast. And now he's going for the carry Braum performance. Interesting, interesting.
Shame's not lethal tempo. Halo Blades Braum, which we have actually seen a couple of times as well. But Exhaust taken down on the bottom lane.
We've seen a lot in the LPL, let's be real.
Oh, yeah.
Some things good, some things we won't talk about.
Okay, well said, well put. Where would you like to kick it off first? Because this caster goes in pretty deep. This might be a vertical start to, what? To isolate Richard. Oh, no. He missed the hop. Breathe ghosted. Of course he does. When you miss the E over the wall as a Gnar, Breathe gets excited. The snip just starts Rich off
Lord.
so badly.
Well, that's lane lost. So I was going to say, I kind of like the vertical jungling because in terms of lane... Wait, Rich again? What are you doing?
Rich thought he could E, get off a minion. He's got to burn the flash. Orcs, he's got to burn the flash. Or at least he just almost dies. I mean, what the heck? How much are you molding? Oh, okay.
I don't even know what to say to that, man. My mind is blown. He did it once, not once, but twice.
Dude, okay. Well, we've got a gank mid. The vertical jungle, massive. Wasn't spotted out and cast force in the flash of Xiaohu coming in with a quick E. Just like game 1, the level 2 gank, but this time has a lot more tools to use. We just got action all over. I'm glad this could be the way we end. His handshake is a bit too short on Tagala. The 2v2 in the bottom lane set up for success once again. And Orcs, voting and PP God, that's a flashback. Mid with a gank here. Dream's okay, knowing that Way's there. Casa on a bit of a tear, now back to his own side.
Yeah, and especially because Rich kind of messed the wave up so much on the top side.
A little bit.
Feels like Way should be able to fight Casa, but Casa's red here, and Orianna can move, so...
True. Wukong against an AD jungler here. An easy stack up as Wei caught out. Breathe has the advantage in the top lane, but will he get here in time? Wei's trying to buy time, but Dream comes through the smite. Healing up as Sheldon's getting the W. What is with people in this game and missing the dashes over the wall? Breeze's turn now. The snip comes through. The true damage helping out, but Dream, even as an Orianna, has enough. Xiao's burned his flash. He can't follow up. It's V5 with a 2-for-1. Orcs, people can't leap in this game 3.
Yep, it was messy is what I'll say, but ultimately I just think it was a mistake from Wei. You go for this aggressive play, you know you're not going to have control of the mid wave. You fortunately have control of top because Breathe is stomping Rich so hard, but then you get chunked out so early before the fight. Already have Conquer stacked for Casa. Wei is just trying to get away, and I'm not sure what the game plan was with that flash. I thought he'd flash over the wall, you know, but maybe he wanted to stay in range for the reset. I don't know. But regardless, not only does he go down, but he costs the life of his top laner as well.
Well, that life cost a kill to the jungler and a Dream.
Look at this once more. He comes back on the map. Only his Krogs are available. So, of course, he's like, well, I need to do something. He tries to invade, doesn't find a red. He's like, I guess I'm going to gank.
Well, maybe you can get an angle in now that PP God's been hit by the Winter Spite, but the handshake's great. Wave's coming in, the root comes down, cleanse immediately for the turn. Botic and PP God looking at this, very with bated breath. The spears are in, casts coming in as well. RNG, it's just a rehash of game number 1 as Wei saves his support's life. And Orcs, I mean, the biggest flashback I think I've had in the LPL so far. Game 1 looks just like this.
Yeah, and you saw as well, they try to go for PP God with no flash, but the passive of Braum timed out, so they couldn't lock him in place. Carson moves down, and Carson's been having a field day so far. No, if he steals the Gromp, oh my lord. That would have been game over. But think about it, right? Wade's just had so little do, and now Carson's stealing away his wolves as well. He's losing everything.
Orcs, I went to the zoo yesterday. I saw the chimpanzees. I saw the apes. None of them were as alpha as this, and I saw the white-back gorilla, the king of the tribe. Carson right now being a bit of a king himself.
Yeah, I mean, he has the confidence. He knows his lane, his mid lane is going to permanently have prio. Dream can always move first. It puts you in a really difficult position. He probably should have had a bit more prio top lane if it wasn't for the fact Rich really ran down the level 1 and it's now 20 CS down. But regardless, Caster's still happy with the state of the game.
Well, Breed's going to be the shining light for RNG then, isn't he? Because Breed's 15 CS up, as you were saying. Rich kind of threw that one in the bin. What a fun game to finish off the series. Our match of the week is Dream is a bit too far forward, and look, Caster's nowhere nearby. His flash burnt in the previous trade. He can't kill Xiaohu. And right now, this should be a free kill over to RNG. Fotic's trying to come up with the distance, the movement speed. Dream getting to his bottom lane. Not going to be a kill.
This is the thing. Imagine if Xiaohu's on something like Lissandra. He's dead.
Yeah.
Twice over. The fact is, it's a Corki. So Wei, he's trying to make things happen, trying to pick up jungle camps, doesn't work. Tries to go for a gank bot, doesn't work. He's like, okay, let's go back to the default. Let's gang Xiaohu. Doesn't work. The Orianna just walks away with no flash. So Wei kind of feeling a little bit lost in this game. 3 camps down on Karsa, about to be 4 as well as he clears up the Gromp. Not a good start.
Yeah, I'd say. 1k gold lead, by the way, for V5. That CS lead is going to get bigger. Karsa, this is his jungle. He is imitating... I don't know who the most famous ape is. I'm not going to say Harambe because obviously he didn't really live on. Karsa, the opposite right now. He's a level up over Wei. Maybe Wei is Harambe, except he's not playing the monkey champion. So I don't know, Orcs. I don't know where to take this, and I don't know what part it becomes offensive.
I don't know either, so I'm going to simply take a look at the bot lane. We do see PP God and Fotic have a decent amount of CS lead. Again, it's expected in the laning phase. Braum not... The thing with Braum is he's not really able to punish ranged champions that effectively, because you can queue them, but then you have to gap close to stack the passive. And he's kind of just at the whim of their harass. But all in all, I think being 10 CS down isn't a big deal, especially considering game 1 when they were getting their tower destroyed and Senna had like 1 billion souls. That was definitely leaving something to be desired.
But still, at the very least, 10 CS. I mean, you know, V5's start has been brilliant here. And as Fotic and PP Gold once again get comfort here with the Berserker Greaves on this Callista, I'm looking at Karsa. He's going to be spotted out here with a lens over the wall, control ward. I mean, he can't do too much more. But at the very least, Dragon's here, while Herald is now spawned. And V5 know that the bottom lane is definitely stronger than the top, as we've already talked about.
Yeah, and you have the Wukong Orianna combo online. So really powerful in this team fights or skirmishes if you do want to start one up. But I think might lean towards the Herald before the Dragon, potentially. They have prio on bot lane, so if they can crash this wave, they can rotate up. And you can see Karsa's beelining over. The only problem is Herald is close to top lane. And top lane isn't going so hot right now. Rich really struggling, which is surprising considering they already played this lane matchup. But after that level 1, yeah, not too surprising.
Yeah, but Breathe is going in for the all-in. Oh, it's a bait. Rich, he might have entered early, Orcs, but Karsa's going to take it all back. And suddenly, as we pan down to the bottom lane, thumbs go in the air. Fotic cleanses away. Ming is exhausted, and V5 getting challenged in the 2v2 while they lose their top laner and their Herald. V5, still, the early game belongs to them.
Yep, and I feel like Breathe channeling a little bit of the top laner he replaced. Been there, going for the aggressive trade to try and deny the honey fruit and just gets caught out by Karsa. Should have expected. I mean, the thing is, like, you know your junglers on the other side of the map. You know your bot lane are trying to play aggressive because they have support. Going for an aggressive play like that is just going to backfire. Now, fortunately, because of this, Gala can use the red-white to get a quick plate, and they get the dragon. Early Dragon for RNG, definitely nice to lean into the scaling, but definitely not a solution. And something to note is, although there's fantastic scaling, like Gwen, Corki, and Aphelios all outscale their counterparts, the thing to note is that the team fighting is really strong still. That Orianna Wukong combo, very threatening. If you end up in a team fight and you connect that onto the right targets, it doesn't matter how late in the game it is, they will just lose.
Yeah. Will they even get to that point at this point? You know, that's what we're questioning. It's a 1K gold lead, 10 minutes into the game, and Divine Thunder are now finished here for Casa. Dream in a great position as this Orianna too. And, you know, Orcs, we had a bit of a line that we haven't been able to use because in this series so far, you know, Xiao in game 2 in the Lysandra. Game 1, Dream had a really good Ari game as Rich is going to be walking into this quite shortly. Breathe is scary, and he knows this. But coming back to it, we had a line that we didn't get to use, which was, you know, turning Dream into a nightmare. And I liked it particularly because Dream is someone who has been underestimated. He's filling rookie shoes, and they are massive shoes. No one's ever going to fill them. I feel like Knight even struggles at times. But at this point, you know, Dream versus Xiaohu was kind of the rookie versus the expert in League of Legends in the LPL. And Dream turning it into a nightmare, it has to be this next level of play, kind of like we saw in game number 1. And when you keep talking about how the Orianna can set up with the Wukong here, Casa and Dream can definitely become a living nightmare for RNG with how this game started, considering that Casa once again, by himself with the blue buff, trying to take Wei's jungle from under his nose.
Trying to challenge as much as possible and just keep applying that pressure. A big thing when you have Wukong against Viego is they both have the same first item, the Divine Sundra. And so finishing it first gives you a massive spike. And Casa, who already felt confident to challenge Wei in the 1v1 and now duel him, feels even more so. And Wei has to be very wary. Doesn't want to make plays with that teammates. Wants to ideally find low HP targets and get resets. And again, for RNG, right? Xiaohu double stacking with the Manamune and the Cole. They are just trying to play it slow, and Dream, who's been applying pressure and getting plates mid, will be rewarded with the bonus here from his jungler.
And TV God's going to make sure that happens as well. So 107 spread out, even the support getting some as Ming with the Winter's Bite, handshake back. Dream sends out a bit of damage, but remember, Orianna still without her first item, so no shockwave going to be used. Manamune from Xiaohu. You pointed out that a little bit before here with Cole. So I'm going to be watching out his bottom lane. Photic without his support. Gala flashing forward. Yep.
Wow.
That's what you expect. That's an MSI champ before his shockwave used from Ming. V5 sticking around for way too long. And even though the early game was grand, they're just throwing it all the way to RNG through 2 different lanes.
That was just horrific from V5.
Oh,
and there's more coming
as well. Yep, Xiaohu to poke him down. Good kite away, but all he needs is an auto. RNG are given 2 more kills, Orcs. The gold lead, gone practically.
I'm just shocked. Like, Photic just walking up to the Aphelios. And this is kind of why you pick this matchup, because once you get up close to Aphelios, there's not many champions he loses to in the AD carry role. Just decimates Photic with the Gravitum ultimate. And then mid lane, I don't even know what happened there. Just stepping up too far, getting engaged on. The power of the Braum with that stacking passive. And a lot of gold given back over to RNG, which they will definitely appreciate.
And remember, the top's not going well. So, Breed, even though he's 1 and 2, well, it's going better now, Orcs. But, you know, what we saw in the early part of the game was pretty horrendous from Rich. And for V5, they're the ones that held control of the game, thanks to Caster, thanks to what the early game was. I have a look at a replay here because Photic getting caught out. Gala just autos. Gravitum. Okay, fancy replay.
I remember the Gravitum gives that empowered slow, and Photic's cleanse wasn't available. And the thing is, you flash it on auto, still gonna hit mid. Yeah, PP got just walking up, so greedy for the plate. Both burn flashes. The shockwave just slows the Braum down, but the passive already applied. I will say the Renata ult does help to keep Dream alive for longer, but it just means PP God's definitely dead, and Dream gets chased down. So RNG in a pretty positive position now. It is past that 10-minute mark. There's a dragon in 30 seconds and Xiaohu just recalled, so I think they're going to package to try and contest this. Breed did just TP top, though. So this is going to be a 4-man contest from RNG unless they can get Breed to move down in time.
I mean, look at the items, Orcs. There's an advantage here for RNG, but Wei starts out getting pulled in. Loyalty program, handshake, both have been used by PP God, and there's a bit of poke damage on top of the jungler of RNG. But second dragon, now an opportunity here in Orcs. I want to point out, you said the package is there. They've also got a mythic advantage. by 2 items here. Now, Man Immune is what I'm talking about with Xiaohu, so not a mythic, but items still strong there for RNG as they look to kick this one off.
TP coming in and Breathe is nowhere near.
Dragon's gone, package down, and Dragon's gone, but Kartha starts spinning it out onto Xiaohu. The target changes. The hostile takeover misses and does nothing, but Xiaohu dies at the very least. It's V5 trading a kill for the loss of the Dragon, and with Herald spawning soon, hopefully V5 find their mark elsewhere. But for RNG, they're stacking Dragons with the scaling comp orc, so it's a pretty good look.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're honestly fine with that. Xiaohu uses his package to kind of disrupt the rest of V5 from chasing. Mid tower goes down, but it was low anyway. It wasn't going to last long. And you get some alone time top for Breathe. I'm not going to sit here and say it was great, but the second Dragon really limits the ability of V5 to threaten soul stacking, to threaten Elder anytime soon. And if RNG find themselves an Ocean Soul, fantastic for the likes of Breathe, the likes of Wei. Remember, Grievous Wounds has been nerfed on this patch. 25% base, 40% empowered. The healing hard to mitigate. And Xiaohu, I think the package maybe could have been used a bit more towards his own team, so he didn't get left out to dry. But regardless, he goes down. It's just one kill. It's whatever.
It's whatever. Okay, fair enough. Well,
whatever, Trevor.
Let's say whatever to bottom lane. Full all in this time, though. Oh, no! PP gone. It's missed. Gala gets in first, then onto Photic to bail out there. Photic survives, but that was just horrendous, Orcs.
That was rough. There's no other way to spin that. That was rough.
Oh, it was bogus.
You know.
Holy. I mean, that's
can't be missing those. With no flash.
Orcs, have you ever seen the outplay with Rise? You know that really old school League of Legends outplay? The best outplay is no outplay. And Gala just stood there. You know, maybe they thought he had flash up and available again, but
they were like,
obviously
guys, he's the MSI champion. He's thinking 17 steps ahead. Where's he going to move? And Gala's like, oh, I should probably dodge or something. And then just stand still.
Maybe the best dodge is no dodge, you know. Outthink your original thought.
He just mind gamed them so hard.
Yeah. Well, Gala with the 1v2 that without bailout would have been a 1v2. It was traded off by Photic in the end, but still, this is Felios getting resources under his belt. While V5 get the turret, just remember that RNG still have themselves getting towards the second item now. So if you look at the replay, Orcs, this didn't look too good. Oh,
I would have thought that
hitbox. Actually,
I would have thought that would have hit.
Maybe we have to talk to Right Game.
I would have thought that would have hit.
Wait, listen. Yeah, I take back my insults.
This reminds me of a story I have. So, if anyone doesn't know, I used to play competitive. And once upon a time, my AD carry Inax, I was the support. And we played a bot lane 2v2. And the enemy support, he was playing Kalista. And he ulted me, and he wanted me to go on the enemy AD carry, obviously. But the enemy support was like body blocking, right? Standing in the way, so I couldn't hit him. I ended up just hitting the support. We ended up not winning the 2v2. And he says to me afterwards, why didn't you just hit the AD carry? I was like, how? He was blocking. And he was like, wait, is it not a skill shot? And I was like, dude, you're a pro player.
You should know.
And you know what? PV God kind of wishing that was a skill shot right there. Sorry to rag on you, Inax. It was a fun moment, but yeah.
Dude, I mean, can't believe you used to support Inax. Kind of, you know, name dropping Orcs, eh? He used to be a big deal. He used to be a big deal.
Flex. It's unfortunately, you know, Kalista ult is a skill shot, unlike Nautilus Q, which is not, as we have seen by the likes of Ming, which is why it's been banned so heavily. But anyway, let's take stock. It's a minute until that dragon. 2 dragons to RNG. They will likely be looking to sync up the package again and hopefully secure that. But for now, Herald has been thrown down bot for Rich to use.
Well, as it pushes in, this is going to open up the map a little bit more for V5. They'll be at 3 turrets, but RNG with the trade in the top side. Teleport being burned by Xiaohu. Maybe scared he was at threat of a dive here. Also just wanted to get the bot faster because V5 were continuing the push with the Herald coming in pretty fast, and they needed support.
Yeah, ideally they just don't want this to get a second tower. The charge is okay because someone needs to find a window to punish, but they end up trading 1-for-1 on towers. The charge is not a big deal considering they used Herald. But I expect Xiaohu will probably want to reset soon and pick up the package. This is the thing. The nerf that took Corki at the meta was the package timing. Oh, Ming. That's good.
Okay, he's got a blast.
The thing that took Corki at the meta was the package timing. It's now a 5-minute cooldown, the same as Dragon respawn timer. So you have very little wiggle room to pick it up And it basically means before what you do is you pick a package, you'd be there in time, you'd poke everyone out, and then you'd have package for the fight. Now, you grab package literally close to the dragon spawning. Yeah, and they basically said, look, package is desynced, we're not taking it. So they're actually passing on this dragon because the package was not in time. One thing I have noticed I think is the correct play is if you save your TP for dragon fights, you grab the package and TP in so you don't miss any time. But obviously, Xiaohu, TP, and bot didn't get to do that.
This Wake almost caught out here on the top side. A further to it as well means that, you know, RNG could play like this, Orcs, because they got the first 2 dragons. They can afford to miss a dragon or 2. The game continues to go on at a pace where V5 are trying to force this. They've got 2 items on their solo laners, 2 items almost there onto Photic. And they're so desperate here, Orcs. They're so desperate to get this inner turret in this bottom side. Open the map a little bit more, and even PP God getting called out. The hostile takeover used. It's a good one, but Photic going in face first. The flash enabled. He's actually okay, because Casa saves the day. This time around, it's a good one as Photic sacrifices his life for the greater good of 3 kills.
And they find the engage. They get it onto them. They get both Xiaohu and Gala, and now they can look towards the Baron. Way with no ultimate. Steel's going to be a hard one to press, but it looks like V5 not even committing without the Clister there.
Okay. Well, 10 seconds before Photic comes up, and yeah, they're like, no, never mind. They're able to pick up the kills, but nothing more. Replay time here, Orcs, because in a narrow choke, V5 just went all into the wall.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not an ideal place to fight, especially with the fact that you have the Renata ultimate, and then the Wukong comes in, just sheer decimation. It felt like RNG just caught with the pants to their ankles on that one.
Yeah. Unlucky for PP God. Accidentally pressed the bailout on himself instead of Photic, but maybe that was the intention. He'd rather he survived instead.
Hey, he saw Ming last game, and he's like, I'm the carry now.
Yeah, I can be that. Screw Photic. Who cares?
His little tip for any of you aspiring support players, if you're ever in a messy fight, just mouse over their portrait instead. If you're unsure if you're going to be able to click on them when there's like so much going on, that is...
Maybe press Alt-W. Maybe did it on purpose.
Photic's like, you going to ult me, dude? Are you going to W me? PP God's like, yes, I'll W you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, it's down. Well, at the very least, you know, those 3 kills set up for more vision on top of the Baron. Set up for some of those second items to be completed and move on to the third. V5 right now, you guys can't see this, but the Colonel is getting upset. Now, he's smacking down on the table. And it's probably because RNG are the ones getting frustrated. They're 2k goal behind, but Orcs, you said they could close this a little bit.
I'm going to say the other way around. I think V5 are getting frustrated. They want fights. Ooh. They want Baron to go, but they're scared of the enemy team. They see Gala with, you know, red, white, and a Bloodthirster, super tanky. They're like, we want something to happen. We want the engage, and RNG just playing it slow. They keep clearing the vision out, and now this might be a window. Resets have come in. They've cleared the vision. They either look for a fight or they look for the objectives. Way's going to try and get a ward over the wall and will be spotted, but should get out. Yes,
oh, yeah,
he's safe.
In the nick of time, but he pops back over the wall. V5 is still here. Way just walks back in. Heartbreaker out. Carson's already cycloned once. Second time now up for the cards. Is on the other side, look at what Rich is doing to Breathe, getting some revenge from the laning phase. At least we're seeing him make an impact now, Orcs, because first part of the game was nothing of the sort. As V5 eventually do start the Baron after Way's already ultied out of there.
Yeah, they want to get the TP from Breathe here, force them to come in, but they're so scared of being poked up by Corki that they end up just backing away. Dragon in a minute 20, and it looks like they're going to reset for that objective. This time, Xiaohu will have the package synced for it, so will add a lot of power. And this often happens when you're facing against Corki teams, is that a team on the opposite side will try and set up for Baron instead. The reason being is that Corki teams will sync package with Dragon, so every Dragon fight, you have to deal with that. It's such a pain, whereas the Baron fights, you can take kind of whenever it's up and available, and then as a result, they often don't have package in hand to deal with you. So you can see V5 were trying to make that happen, but they didn't have anyone tanky enough to really stand in the pit because Corki was so threatening, and now the play will be trying to set up for that next Ocean Dragon. If V5, it's a long way away because of those early dragons, but if they can get an Ocean Soul, it would be huge.
It would. 35 seconds. Now, point out that we are at those 2 items strong. Package has been picked up by Xiaohu here. 30 seconds until the objective, so he's going to have it early. and maybe set up just as the dragon spawns. For everyone out there, these are our 2 undefeated teams. Now, we have a couple more, but for RNG V5, looking like some of the best in the league right now as well. And this all decides it now. Final game 3. Castle against his old organization, a big deal as well, considering that he has been instrumental in games 1 and game 2, but in a very negative way. Orcs, 3 seconds. RNG have positional advantage for now.
Yeah, but they need to land some poke quickly from Xiaohu and get the health bars lower before the engage comes in.
The package is 3/4 timed out. Xiaohu waiting for his opportunity. They're trying to burst it down quick. RNG looking for their 3rd Dragon Caster. Goes invisible, wants to steal at 1K. He gets it. Gets in and gets out. V5 not overstaying. This ain't the FPX versus Top Esports series. It's a clean V5 escape run all the way up to the Baron.
And now they dash over. They know they've routed them. There's no vision in the area, so they want to force RNG to face check. But RNG have a blue trinket on Corky. They have a vision on that brush where Rich is.
Oh, Shockwave caught Way as well. Remember, he used the Heartbreaker before. Only just up and available. It might have been up for a while, but at the very least, Way doesn't burn a summoner, but his helper kaput as Gala Gale forces forward. Meanwhile, PP God getting burnt down by the Baron. Helped out by Xiaohu. Fate's Call used by Photic as the knock up in the backline from Caster. A 2-man Moonlight Vigil while Breathe starts the re-engage. V5 play it dicey, but RNG's poke starting to come online in a scary way.
And now with RNG having the pressure, they can lean towards mid and look to pick up that tower. V5 won't be able to defend it. It's a big objective for RNG to take. It's still, Dragon secure for V5, absolutely a positive. But those 2 early Dragons, imagine how different this game would be if V5 would have just picked up Soul there and then. Those early Dragons paying dividends for RNG in this one.
Still a 2K gold lead, but you're right. The Dragons mean so much in this final game. Our MSI champions in a comfortable position despite being 2K gold down. We are getting towards our 3rd item here on Xiaohu's Corky. I will say Deadman's Plate for Wei is also there. Note that Gala, pickaxe heading into the 3rd. For V5, similarities, but 3rd item for Rich is about the only one I can see on Summoner's Rift unless I'm blind right now. Close to Photic here as well as Ming actually starting up the engage. Rich about to go to Megana. Why are RNG here? Rich missing the ulti though. Maybe a window, but RNG already want to get out of there. They've lost their support on different wavelengths, it seems, after losing the fight before.
Yeah, I mean, Xiaohu wasn't there. He's the one who needs to be landing the poke. Now they're moving to Baron and they don't have a support. They don't have wards. You have to put a control ward over the wall. Oh, this is such a bad spot to be in.
Rich wants Meganar. Wei tags him down. Still absorbs damage from Xiaohu. He's a big deal, this Corky, but he needs to get in there. As the poke from Dream is still going to be impactful if he lands down. Xiaohu can't get a rocket down as Wei wants to steal. V5 want to flip this in game number 3. Really? Is this how it goes? Way over the pit. He doesn't get it. It's the Ren from Photic against all odds. V5 play it dirty.
And that's the thing, it's not a 50-50 with the Ren. You can easily balance between, use to execute at different healths, sync them. I think there, I assume they didn't even let it get down below smite range, because obviously Photic, you know, they didn't have much damage on the Baron because Dream and Rich weren't hitting it. They let him stack up enough spears to just kill it outright. And Wei, he tries, but he's unable to get the objective. And now V5 with Baron in hand. This is the boost they needed to start pushing the pace of the game. The closer they can get to finishing this one off, the better it is going to be for them.
I mean, also, V5 would move to 4. Just remember that if they can finish this off, they move up with JDG. They've dropped their first game today, but they're trying to make sure they don't drop their first series. As against RNG, V5 making a statement here. We talked about Dream turning RNG's life into a nightmare. It begins here with the Baron buff Orcs. It begins with the 3K gold lead that now starts becoming more significant as Sonya's Hourglass on Dream. We also know that V5 have themselves that Wombo, which RNG can't be caught dead in.
They need the poke to get down. You can see some good poke landing on Dream. They're going.
Starts. Glacial Fisher there. Nothing connects though. Nothing connects, and look in the bottom lane. Rich is pushing in, wanting this one to get closer towards a massive gold gap. Doing his own dirty work himself. 3-item Nah here at level 16. RNG have to respond.
And you can see how different it is. Ming not on that engage. Braum not really able to find windows. Xiaohu as well. Breathe getting decimated in the side lane.
What a change. Breathe was the one doing it early on in the game, but things are flipped over while Rich attracts the attention of the whole of RNG. V5 break the base. Wei is so deep right now, going for the Scuttle Crab, but who's going to be able to defend the base? It's up to Gala by himself, who hits PP God. One more auto, but the Fate's call. The re-engage on top of Gala underneath the turret doesn't happen. And as the poke continues to fly through, it's V5 playing the aggressive factor once again. But Wei's on a ward. Wei is on a ward. They know he's coming to Heartbreaker. PP God flushes away. No reset for you. A massive mistake from the RNG jungler. MSI or not, RNG getting outclassed again.
Absolutely. And Xiao, look at the rocket counter. One big one left. And that's not going to be enough. They're taking this bot lane inhibitor. They are decimating the base of RNG. All it took was that one Baron. The base is in shambles, and they'll head over to pick up their reward, that third dragon as well. The gold lead now 6,000. And RNG needed time. Time doesn't seem to be on the clock.
Ironically, you know, at this point, Wei looking for a big moment cost him so much more. Not knowing the way, Orcs, some would say. V5 with their third dragon here leading to the Ocean Soul. A 6k gold lead with the Baron. Baron power play ends at 3.9k, folks. That's how much extra V5 were able to pick up. And despite the scaling, despite RNG being able to move comfortably, Orcs, we've got to be realistic here. V5 now have pushed that into a point where RNG are not going to be as relevant as we thought over V5 for a little bit.
And I think the best thing we saw in that game too was RNG finding windows to start fights on the back of Lissandra. Who starts fights on this RNG lineup? Like, Xiao, who's poking. Wei, you saw what happens when a Viego dives in. He gets focused down and doesn't get resets. Breed's going to just run at them. And Ming, he's trying, he is, but it just doesn't work on a Braum. Braum, all you can do is dash forwards and do your ult is so slow. Anyone can easily dodge it. And as a result, they're just struggling. They see windows. They don't have the tools to get them open. And V5 are continuing to apply pressure. They know the super minions are pushing mid and bot. They will go top. This is only 3 members, though. RNG may not know that information.
The bailout, great from PP God, that can turn the tides of battle. This Kalista, a little bit tanky now as well. So Photic with PP God by his side has been a bit of a story this series too. V5 looking to push in and find this inner turret, but even the team fight here from Casa, the angle could be good. He goes in Viz, but Photic as he heads forward is going to be blocked out and Winter's Bite by Ming. 4 members now, Orcs, top side. Well, Rich is such a nuisance, hitting mid and carrying the wave in.
And it's starting to feel painful for RNG. They can't find those opportunities. And they're staring down the prospect of losing their first series in a long time.
Yeah.
Right? Didn't lose a series at MSI. Did not lose a series in playoffs. Last time they lost, I think, was against WE towards the later end of the regular season. So a long time indeed. And V5 trying to maintain their undefeated streak. Their 2-0 every series record was broken by RNG. But they're looking at closing this one out. And now, a minute until the Baron is up and available. That's something they can play for. The riskier one is the Dragon, because you know Package can be synced with it. Package is actually up now, so a bit sooner. But they probably will save that for the Dragon. The thing is, the Dragon has the advantages that you're not taking Baron damage. And also, even if RNG get it, it doesn't give them much. Whereas it gives V5 soul. But we'll see what decision is made. You can see them fishing for opportunities. And Rich has been monstrous. After, I'm gonna be real, he inted level 1 and completely regained composure in this game.
Oh yeah, I mean that was the funniest hop I think I've ever seen in pro play, Orcs. And then suddenly, Rich now 3-0-3, doing a number on Breed on this Gwen. He's 4 items strong now with the Force of Nature, beating Breed in items as well. We didn't get to talk about the new top laner as, oh my god, this is like an LCS segment. Orcs, make some circles on the minimap while we look for vision.
I'm gesturing, but they're not coming up.
Oh my god, we don't have the
not
technology.
Much vision. And RNG are struggling to get out of base. There's this one like little line they're trying to maintain where Wei and Ming are, just so they have a path to the Baron to get over the wall. And basically, if they think the Baron's going, they'll blue trinket or find another way for vision, and then they'll just walk through where Wei is now and try for the steal. It has been started. The Ren's built up. And remember, steals aren't very good against Calista.
They're not. Like last time, the Ren got it without the smite. Coming through, V5. Look to do it again as Wei wants to steal. 3k over the wall. Watch the Ren again. It goes through, but this time it's a smite. RNG can't deny it. V5 in front of their faces get Baron again, adding insult to injury.
And this is the problem, is that Photic will save when he is rending. He will save, like, count down to the rend. So even when it's not enough damage to kill it, Carter's ready. He knows exactly when to smite. Whereas Wei, he's guessing. He's guessing when he has to go in the pit. He's guessing when the Ren's going to be. And remember, think how much damage the Ren does. If you jump in before Photic is going to Ren, they can just hold it. So Baron once again for V5. Carter gets chunked. V5
Let's see
trying to
how
make the
they
final
defend
push.
this time, Orcs. Because Baron, you're right, the final push going to come through from it, but Rich is the one I'm concerned about. RNG putting their attention to him once again, but as soon as that happens, the wave channeled in, and V5 now pushing once more. Good damage from Xiaohu, though. Phosphorus Bomb denied, and the redemption that flies through helps out, but now RNG, their final play, their line in the sand of this series as Caster gets a Cyclone, but this could be good for RNG's Breathe, has a great angle. Caster running for his life, but for V5, they still don't have their 5th member. He's in Mega, but RNG won't be caught with their pants down, and that's one denial of the Baron with a lot used by RNG.
It's just so hard to find your way in. The fact that Photic and PP got already, Kalista and Renata notoriously difficult to engage on, and you have no engage. You have no primary engage for RNG.
Yep.
Really limited for options, and now Dragon is on the cards. TP coming in. This is from Xiaohu. He does have the package. They know if they lose this, the game is over.
Orcs, there's no Cyclone, though, on Caster. So for RNG starting this up with a lot more available, maybe it's okay. Rich doesn't have Mega Gnar, but he's hidden away at Ming. Still, the auto attacks hurt like hell. The package you mentioned from Xiaohu. Someone needs to hit that Dragon because V5 are getting time, and Rich is getting an oldie. Hostile takeover used Ove, but V5 unable to seal it away while Xiaohu's package is great. V5 now here. The bailout on PV God won't do too much. He gets a reset, but that's only the support. Orcs, V5 are lost 2. Make that 3. RNG got a dream fight.
And if Gala can find Rich, I think they just end. He has Flash, he has Gravitum, and he doesn't even need it. Will take him down. They can push to the bot lane. It is only Photic for 30 seconds. I don't think they can end before Photic is back up, but they'll do a ton of damage to the base. They'll get the drag. They got the Dragon as well.
Yep.
It might be cutting it close. 15 seconds on Caster. He will be up before the end. The wave gets cleared. They won't be able to finish as much as they try, but they got the fight. They got the Dragon. They keep their hopes alive. My question for V5 is, why was Photic not there?
Well, Orcs, you get a replay as per usual in our 21-kill game. We're extending it out finally. Orcs, watch it through because it was an attempt to steal from Caster.
Yeah, he doesn't find a steal, but look mid. Photic is just pushing, and so PP God gets caught by the package. Normally, he would get taken out of that by the Kalista ultimate. You're missing all that DPS. I'm not sure why this was the call. I'm not sure why this was the play. If you don't want to contest Dragon, don't contest Dragon. If you just want Caster to try and steal, let him go. But why are you fighting 4v5 36 minutes into the game?
Without your 80 carry. Orcs, a lot of question marks. For V5, they give an edge to RNG. Now, RNG weren't able to end. They weren't able to get too much, but kind of shows you that things are getting a little bit sketchy once again. Gala almost a full build. Xiaohu at full build. Top side in Breathe, hitting there into 4th item as well. RNG have once again stalled the game. 3 minutes until potential Ocean Soul. At that point, we're going to have ourselves, you know, stronger members of RNG who have immense scaling.
Absolutely. I mean, level 18 hit by Gala and Xiaohu. Dream as well. There's still time to go for Breathe to get his items, but yeah, you've now equalized the Dragons. That was the main concern, is V5 getting that Ocean Soul, because we talk about the Corky poke, particularly for people like Wukong and the Gnar. Even Kalista is quite bulky with Shield Bow, GA, and Randuin's. That extra healing can really mitigate the poke and make fights longer and harder. So the fact that they managed to equalize in Dragons makes it a much more even game. The goal difference is 4,000, but it's not as relevant when people are approaching full build. And RNG, we favored their scaling. There's still always an avenue for V5 to find the big engage with the Wukong Orianna, but it's getting harder and harder as the game goes on. Gala has now just picked up his own GA.
Well, it depends, because Rich is going to go into Mega Gnar. I was about to say, maybe it looks to be started by V5 here, but he knows better. Wei gets out after a couple of bit of trade from Rich as he goes Mega Gnar. That's a timer as well, Orcs, but it might not matter considering that we don't have Baron for a minute. Dragon comes in 2 minutes as well, and how big is today? Like, our game's going at not only 9 games, but we've had long games, Orcs. We've had a pause. It is 1:30 Sydney time. We started at like 7 o'clock. Dude, LEC is into its first game.
There is some people
casting.
there are some people who will have watched all of LEC last night, then gone to sleep and woken up to watch all of LPL today. And I'm one of those people, because I did that.
You are.
And I'm loving it, honestly. This is what we want. More League of Legends all the time. These close, tight team fights. The cast is trying to fish for windows. With Rich on the flank, Mega nearly stacked. Any mistake here, any misstep could mean everything. And we look at the summoners, most available. Wei nearly has his flash. Rich nearly has his. They're the only ones down for now.
Photic needs to get out. RNG picking an angle. They know Rich is there. It could be a bait here, but he's about to go Mega Gnar, and they're not going to play with the little dinosaur creature. But look at Xiaohu's damage and Dream being impacted by it. I don't know, Orcs. I don't know what he is. It's late, and at this point, I'm ready. RNG, careful. Every step you take, V5 will be watching you, to quote Sting.
Every move you make.
That's right. Well done. V5, though, hang on. Redemption needs to come through. Xiaohu doing so much work. They've picked off Rich. He's without the Mega Gnar. On the way. It's a scatter fight. The ulti misses from Gala. They turn on to Breathe. He's found the pick. Caster, the genius with the Cyclone. The Monkey King of the jungle. As RNG now have to fear as Rich heads forward. Xiaohu keeping his space, but Mega Gnar building back up. PB God applying shields thanks to the loyalty program. But they're just timing towards Dragon. The shockwave comes through from Dream. Xiaohu and Ming burnt down. Way on the wrong side of dodge as well. Cast is chasing up. The jungler of RNG spotted out. And just like that, V5 maneuver a very tricky Ocean Soul.
And the newest member of RNG is the one who makes the mistake. Xiaohu waiting in base. I don't think you take the package because... what's there to take it for? Dragon already gone. Soul secured for V5, and it is huge. You saw that Corky poke. Actually, looks like they're going for it. They want to go for the Baron play. It's now or never, and V5 should just wait this out.
Against RNG right now, knowing they have Ocean Soul advantage, this could be how it ends. One team going home with a loss here today as teleport comes through. One-man ulti for Gala from Rich. He's trying to buy time. As V5 pull off, remember with that Ocean Soul, they're going to start hitting away as Xiaohu continues to poke here. But Casa waits over the wall. The lens to spot out. He finds Xiaohu. Cyclone's going to come through, but he's only got Rich. They're outnumbered. RNG have more members here in the choke as Wei has to ulti out. What a messy late game as Rich is out of the Mega Gnar, poking them down the auto attacks. This guy hitting like a truck, only throwing his boomerangs.
And you can see the sustain being such a... oh,
package. Okay, Xiaohu going in deep and into the GA. They're able to flush away. V5 is sectioned off, but it's not good. Xiaohu goes in, the carry of RNG. He was the chosen one, Orcs. But V5, they're the ones who have the higher ground.
V5 dispatch him. And they take out RNG the first time in a long time. Not since WE took them out in the regular season of spring has RNG dropped a series. But V5, rookie not needed today. Should just be able to close this out. RNG can try and make a miracle defense, but it seems doomed at this point.
It does indeed. It's two members down for 25 seconds. Breathe trying to make sure the opposite happens here as the ulti once again on top of Gala. He's against the wall and he's down. Victory 5. Welcome RNG back from MSI with a 3-game series. But just like we said in the opening segment, we look for Victory 5 to make their dream into a nightmare for the MSI champs.
Oh man, that was a hard-fought game 3. Considering game 1 was an absolute stomp, game 2, RNG struggled, and game 3, I think both teams struggled. That is the safest thing to say. Best of 5 between these two that we missed out on spring would have been fantastic, but we got this best of 3, and man, did it deliver in our match of the week. Mistakes on both sides, I think we can say. Plenty of times throughout the series, and that is going to happen when these players are tested, when they are battling like this. But ultimately, V5 came out ahead with some pivotal moments, and the maneuvering to get that Ocean Soul, denying the poke from the Corky. PP got with his constant redemptions to heal up. It just felt like they couldn't find the headway, and Rich on this Gnar was a monster, considering the level 1. Fantastic performance.
It was something else entirely, right? A long day, Orcs, a long series, but for Victory 5, holding strong now, still undefeated. They might drop a single game, but V5 sit first. 8-1 right now in the standings. Their game differential the most. It's impressive considering that, for JDG are 5-0, of course, but Victory 5 are this team that failed in playoffs. They got into the top 4, but as a first seed, they got knocked out by Top Esports. They've come back into summer in a very good way, and it is nice to see in Games 1 and Game 3 especially that people like Casa are back to their old self. People God and Photic are hitting new highs. Like, Dream is a consistent member in Rookie's wake and is performing like next to a top-tier mid laner.
100%. And I mean, I only have praise for Dream. I think that's the thing is people came in and they're like, look, V5 isn't going to be as good, right? They might even struggle. It might be a bit rough. They're not going to be RNG. Dream can't be as good as Rookie, and the team are so reliant on Rookie. And we see them working well with Dream, really well. And regardless of what happens, chances are Rookie is going to come back and we'll see him play with V5, and V5 will have a fantastic season and probably go to Worlds. I don't know if Dream will see much more play after that, unfortunately. But what I do know is regardless of what happens, this guy has such a future in the LPL. Like an absolute fantastic player with so much pressure, so much expectation, stepping into the shoes of Rookie and able to deliver. I'm really optimistic for where he goes from here.
I mean, it's a team that you can kind of break down and look at individual members and highlight throughout. PP got on the Renata, having some good ultis this game. Photic kind of turning it around with some good Fates calls. Dream consistent, Casa amazing ultis. Like this Wukong again continues to be such a strong pick, Orcs. There's a reason it's 80% win rate. It's like 20-6 after today. It's insane that teams let it through.
I think the thing is with the Viego is like if Viego's out of position and trying to fish for opportunities, he has to ult out, and that's a long cooldown. Casa just pops his W, and it's like it's so hard to pin down Wukong, so hard to kill him. Great engage, you can start the fights. That's the thing, right? You have an enchanter support. You don't have a mid laner like the Sandra. It doesn't matter. Casa's the one who starts the fights and makes it work. And I mean, you look at how much damage Xiaohu did. It just didn't matter. The sustain, the shielding that came out that just mitigated so much damage from this Corki. Xiaohu did everything he could. And that final package is a bit suspect. I won't deny it. But ultimately, it was V5 who come out ahead. And this was a long series after a long day. Real mental fortitude to tough it out.
Yeah, 43 minutes here. It's late for the LPL players. At the moment, in Shanghai, it's 11:30 p.m. So these guys have been playing a series for, I think the last 2 hours or so, last 3 hours. It's been a big one for them. And honestly, at the end of the day, V5, that mental fortitude holds strong. Rich must have just flipped a switch because in that game, the start of it was horrendous, as we talked about. Then suddenly he turns around, he gets level 11 or something. I think it started turning around, or first item. And it's great from there. Breathe didn't really have much impact on this Gwen, which, I feel like LPL Gwen still hit pretty high notes consistently.
Yeah, and I think I really want to praise Rich because something that often happened when Rich joined the LPL was people saying, well, firstly, they expected him not to be that good because of his tenure in the LCK. Then when he was good, they were like, wow, how bad must LPL's top lane is going to be? True. Newsflash, he improved, right, from his LCK tenure. This guy really stepped up, and we saw that this series, right? Breathe was a formidable top laner who's been performing well since, even on BLG was probably the best performing member. Yep. We saw him really just have his number in that Gnar game. In the Gragas game, he found some great flank opportunities. And as much as that game they didn't win, it just feels like he's really showing he is a solid player who deserves to be in the upper echelon of top laners currently in the league. So I have loads of praise for V5. I think it's a fantastic series. But I mean, I think both sides deserve the praise. RNG really tussling heavily. But at the end of the day, V5 did what T1 didn't. V5 did what Top Esports couldn't in the end. Well, I mean, I guess Top Esports beat them in the regular season, but regardless, like V5 managed to take out that series, and just the fact that we've had so long with RNG not dropping a series, kind of crazy that we finally get this one where V5 end it, and we get to see maybe a taste of what it could have been if we had them match up against each other in the spring playoffs.
Oh yeah, I mean now you start looking towards greater horizons for V5. Like sky's the limit. You beat RNG. WE next. Anyone's legend. These are very winnable matchups. RA. EDG coming in week number 5. And EDG right now sitting 3-1. Remember that they have dropped a game to FPX. They've dropped a game to IG. They're lost to JDG. Orcs, the biggest thing I want to see is at the moment, if JDG and V5 continue on this trend, they verse in week 8 towards the end of the split.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of good matchups that V5 have coming up, and
Imagine, dude, I really hope that V5 and JDG go undefeated to week 8 and they clash. But JDG's week 8, by the way, is they play V5, and then a few days later they play RNG. That is a stacked week, I'll say that much.
Oh, yeah. Rich is MVP, by the way, surprisingly enough. I don't think I've seen a game where the early game can be messed up so bad, and then the flip around is getting MVP with the numbers here. I mean, Orcs, it was a mixed effort. Parsley gets, my points for sure, but Rich from mid-game onwards was insane.
He was such a pain in the side lane, constantly applying that pressure and just running down Breed whenever he found the opportunity. And then when it came to fights, balancing the Mega Gnar really well, showing where this pick can be so effective, particularly in this meta. Like, you got to think about it. One of the weaknesses of Gnar was being dove when you're in mini form. He is now tankier. He has a percentage HP on his passive. And then you don't even need to buff Mega Gnar to know how destructive that can be. Rich always just finding the right opportunity to get on these fights, get these big ultimates across.
I'm sad that this is the replay we're watching, Orcs, when we just talked about Xiaohu. But yeah, congratulations to Rich. At the very least, in our 43-minute game, we got to see the flares of a player. And, often enough, it's not often that, we see... I use the word often in the same sentence. It's like... We don't
it's not
often see...
we often see.
Yeah, we don't often see. We don't often see. When you start the game like that and then end like that, it's the dichotomy of good and evil, except evil started first. And Orcs, we've seen Rich really kick butt in top lane consistently, but that shows he's a bit more human. That shows that any solo queue player out there can do the same thing. Just because you start the early game bad and kind of in your lane, like 20 CS, doesn't mean you can't bring it back. Orcs, that's what people need to see. The fact that
strong
if
mental,
Rich can do it, you can do it.
That's the key, which, really resonates when so many of my teammates just give up, even when the game's winnable, because they're not having fun.
Type.
And Rich wasn't having fun early, but he came back.
Yeah, he came back. And V5 with the 2-1 win was the comeback in the series, but realistically, game 1 was great. Game number 3 was very back and forth. Folks, a 9-game day. We went the full distance. Let's bring it up. Because we started with, I have to be honest, Orcs, RA versus Weibo Gaming. That feels like a year ago. That series, games 2 and 3 were
that was today.
Pretty messy, yeah. Technically not for me. Technically it was last night.
So Weibo managing to close it out despite RA really challenging in that one. But definitely a close series. And then FPX, unfortunately 0-5. We talked about this earlier, how devastating that is to be in that position. But Top Esports, a hard opponent who, despite dropping a game, managed to close it out. And then V5, the team who managed to take down the MSI and Spring champions in a series, continue the 4-0 streak. They are not undefeated in game score anymore, so I guess RNG at least made them bleed, but V5 definitely happy with the outcome of that one. And we can see up at the top, JDG 5-0 undefeated, V5 4-0. Top Esports on a 4-win streak, but had lost that first series to JDG. 3 off our top 4 from Spring, right at the top of the table.
Oh, that's right. The only ones missing, RNG, now 7th after the loss, sitting underneath Weibo Gaming.
To be fair, they have played less games, so,
that's also true.
Reserve judgment there, but yeah, definitely continuing the form on from Spring. JDG in particular even looking better than Spring, I'll be honest. But yeah, we're starting to see at this point, 5 games in, things are starting to pan out, and it starts to make you wonder how things will go from here. Like, for example, JDG being 5-0, they're not locked in the playoffs by any means, but it is looking positive for them. FPX being 0-5, it is looking rough. And we are starting to see the teams expand out.
Yeah, like we are having a crazy different split. BLG sitting towards the bottom as well. We're going to see them tomorrow against EDG. Orcs, I'd be scared for them too.
I would.
They're a team that's looking at they're versing a hard team in EDG tomorrow. 1-4 they're looking down the barrel of. I'd say the same for IG when I had a lot of promise in IG. They're versing Anyone's Legend tomorrow, and Anyone's Legend have been surprisingly good as well.
Yeah, AL have had some good... I think the thing with some of these teams, IG, AL, Ultra Prime, all of these teams, even LGD and OMG have had some good moments. A lot of these teams, they've had good moments, and they've definitely had series I'm like, damn, I am hyped about this team. And then they have other series I'm like, And I think that's the thing, is that the consistency isn't quite there when you compare them to the stronger rosters. But as is kind of true in the LPL, we often get so many upsets, even the top of the table. Like, I've hit on this so much today, is that RNG's last series loss late in the season, just before they went into playoffs, won MSI, was against WE. WE, if anyone who doesn't know, finished 15th, and they 2-0'd RNG right before playoffs. So yeah, upsets happen all the time, and I feel like we have a lot of volatility in how teams can perform, but also a lot of strength in every roster.
That's why you have 17 teams. I mean, there's a lot of volatility when the league has a big range. But at the very least, we're finished with today. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in. We know we're here. We're blending in, as I said in the broadcast, to LEC. I think they're into their first game. But at the very least, thank you, Orcs, for joining me for all of tonight. For our long stretch. Thank you to Lyric and Mazel to what feels like a lifetime ago. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to you for sticking around and sticking by us while there was another broadcast on. Go and enjoy that. It's bye for now, but not forever. See you tomorrow in like 16 hours.